रखेगा।
6 villages are agitating against the government on land acquisition issue. Some allege that since their land was in rural area, they deserved 4 times the price under the law. But they claim the government cheated them by calling this area urban. Others, like Rukmuddin, claim they have been forced to live in tents for over a year since their residential land was not compensated for. It is this anger that RLD candidate Avtar Singh Bhadana tries to cash in on. Campaigning in the Chiroli village, Bhadana promises better compensation for land and redressal of the issues of farmers.
भडाना जी, आप यहाँ घूम रहे हैं पूरे क्षेत्र में, सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा आपके हिसाब से जेवर की जनता के लिए इस चुनाव में क्या है?
सबसे बड़ा कि यहाँ के किसान और मजदूरों के साथ जुल्म हुए हैं। इस एरिया की ज़मीनें गई, उनके घर उजाड़ दिए गए, उनको ज़मीनों से बेदखल कर दिया गया है कि उनको इस एरिया के 200 किलोमीटर के एरिया का कोई बच्चा यहाँ नौकरी नहीं करेगा। मुझे इन बच्चों के रोज़गार की बात करनी है, मुझे इनके विकास की बात करनी है। यहाँ कुछ भी नहीं है। दिखने को इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है, लेकिन ग्राउंड पर कुछ नहीं।
Sitting BJP MLA Dhirendra Singh counters Bhadana by questioning his credentials. Bhadana has recently come to the RLD SP combined and to Jewar after representing Mirapur as a BJP MLA earlier. Singh says issues of locals can be taken care of only by the BJP. His main plank that the Yogi government made the Jewar airport a reality, while previous governments only got scams and lawlessness.
जेवर विधानसभा इस वक्त दुनिया का निवेशकों का एक ऐसा डेस्टिनेशन है जहां बहुत तेजी से पिछले 5 साल में विकास हुआ है। प्रदेश में योगी आदित्यनाथ जी को मुख्यमंत्री देखना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि उन्हीं की वजह से आज जेवर विश्व मानचित्र पर आ गया है। अभी एक सीएजी और
यूपी प्लस योगी बहुत है उपयोगी।
Good morning everyone and welcome to CNN News 18's State Elections 2022 special. This morning begins the battle for the states in 5 states with the focus on Uttar Pradesh, with phase 1 polling to begin in a short while from now. 58 seats polled today, in which BJP is defending in 53. Over 620 candidates' fate to be sealed, with over 2 crore electorate set to cast their vote. Today it is the Jat belt in focus, and with it the question if there's any residual anger over the now repealed farm laws. I'm Shivani Gupta, and over the next few hours our reporters will be joining us from across the 11 districts that go to polls today. Analysts and experts will be with us throughout the broadcast. I'm also joined by my colleagues Anusha Soni and Maha Siddiqui, who will be breaking down both the big and the minute factors that will matter today. Anusha.
Well, Shivani, as you rightly said, today this morning I'll take our viewers through what are the macro factors which are dominating the UP politics. Maha is also with us on the broadcast. She'll take us through what the key issues are on the magic wall. Maha?
Absolutely, Tada. Here is our magic wall that will do the number crunching today. In fact, all the 11 districts covered here, all the 58 seats, so we'll be getting you the microscopic view as well and what really matters in phase 1.
And let's quickly take you through the big picture of Western UP. What does that really look like? Let's put out these graphics for you and let's show you what the big picture really is like. Well, as Shivani told you, 58 seats which are of course going to polls. You have over 2 crore voters who are going to cast their vote. And most importantly, this is a region where the Jat Muslim consolidation is clearly that the Samajwadi Party and the RLD combination is really hoping for. And whether SP RLD alliance, Jayant Chaudhary, can they really seal this? Will they be able to really crack this deal? Jayant Chaudhary, can he take forward the legacy of his father? And as I said, the Jat Muslim vote bank, that's the crucial vote bank to look forward to. If this consolidation happens, this is what Samajwadi Party is exactly hoping for. And RLD, as I said, is contesting on 29 seats. That's what is the equation that has been worked out with them. But apart from then, one of the key issues has also been the factor that how many candidates with criminal records have been given a ticket. If you look at the numbers, about 25% of them, they cut across party lines in BJP and Samajwadi Party as well. But yes, Samajwadi Party has been under the line of fire from the BJP. In response, of course, SP has said that look at the record of BJP as well. You also have about 74 women candidates. So though a lot of focus on the women voters as far as candidates are concerned, just a slight increase that we have seen from the last few years. And BJP is defending 53 out of the 58 seats. So they are not defensive. They would want to make sure this region remains with them. As we talk about this big picture of what is happening in polls, there's also some breaking news which is coming in right now, and there's a word coming in from the Prime Minister himself as we kickstart this polling season with Western UP. The breaking news which is coming in, that Prime Minister has tweeted ahead of the first phase of polling. He has said that this is a very important electoral process that we are looking forward to. He has appealed everyone to come forward and cast their ballot. This is the festival of democracy which is happening in phases for a very crucial state like Uttar Pradesh. Let me cut across to our reporters as well. Shivani, clearly an important message coming in from the Prime Minister.
Yes, I'll be playing some excerpts of what he said last evening. Remember, he gave an extensive interview to news agency ANI in which a lot of factors pertaining to UP elections were discussed. We'll play that out for our viewers in just a bit as we build up to this massive day. But let me also go across to our reporters joining us. Arun is joining us live from Kairana, one of the big seats to watch out for, because this is where the BJP's narrative also works on law and order and more. Akash is joining us live from Noida, Nikhil Lakhwani from Govardhan, Siddharth from Meerut, Anshul is live from Mathura, Arunima is also joining us from Muzaffarnagar. And let me first go across to Arunima herself, because she's in Muzaffarnagar. Somewhere the BJP's narrative of law and order and etc. will also come into play. Now, this is also where the test of the Jat Muslim combine will be. But before I go across to Arunima, why don't I take that question to my colleague Arun, who's joining us from Kairana, one of the big seats to watch out for. Arun.
First day when 58 seats will go to polls, and Kairana, as you rightly mentioned, is one of those few seats in the first phase who has become the hot seat, and therefore everyone is very keenly watching firstly the vote percentage and then ultimately the results. And therefore we had seen no political party, be it is BJP or Samajwadi Party, RLD alliance, have not left any stone unturned in this seat. We had seen Union Home Minister Amit Shah coming here, doing door-to-door campaign. Yogi Adityanath was also doing door-to-door campaign. Of course, on the part of RLD and Samajwadi Party, had not done that much campaigning in this area. But the most important thing for this seat is because BJP has once again raised the issue of migration and the exodus which happened after the 2013 Muzaffarpur riots, and therefore this seat is getting all the attention. And the candidate from this seat are also very important. One, Mriganka Singh, who's the daughter of 7-time MLA and 1-time Lok Sabha MP from this seat, Hukam Singh. And on the other hand, we have Nahid Hassan, who's behind the bars and still contesting the election. So in which way results are going to come, all the political parties have given their everything. And let me show you a glimpse. Like, you know, the voting timing is 7 a.m. and we are expecting people to arrive here in a while from now, since it's a morning time, little foggy, and weather is also pretty cold. But yes, we are expecting a larger voting here in
Yeah,
Kirana.
let's hope that all the COVID norms can be kept into check, and those are going to be the priorities as far as conducting of the elections are concerned. We've seen, of course, extreme precaution play out as far as campaigning goes. But when it comes to polling too, there are, of course, a lot of things that the EC has done. But speaking of Western Uttar Pradesh, what is really the caste overall picture? That is something that we've seen play out over the campaigning over the last 2, 3, 4 weeks, Maha. And I'll come across to you so that you can break this down for our viewers. Exactly what is the caste calculus, especially in Western Uttar Pradesh, that will play out today?
Absolutely, Shivani. And one of the big issues on which the Samajwadi Party and RLD feel that they might have a chance is that they believe the law and order issue is now many years old and they can overcome the fault lines between the Muslims and the Jat. So let's take a look at the percentage of both these important communities in Western Uttar Pradesh, which will exactly give us a sense of why it is important at this juncture to be able to get that caste balance between the Jats and the Muslims. So first we'll take an overall look at the numbers of the communities. So OBCs are about 39% in Uttar Pradesh, the general category is 25%, Dalits 20%, Muslims, as we are seeing over here, 16% in the state of Uttar Pradesh. But here's where the calculations in Western UP are different, and that's because the percentage of Muslims goes up in Western Uttar Pradesh. So what do we have here? Muslims at 29%, and if you add the Jats to it, which is about 7% in Western Uttar Pradesh, and there is a concentration of Jats in Western Uttar Pradesh, so they go up to about 18% in some areas. That's where this combination is what the RLD and the SP feel is going to be a winning factor for them. That is if these two come together. But Western UP is very different from Eastern UP. So that's where the Kamandal politics comes into play. So while we are looking at a combination of community and caste over here in Western Uttar Pradesh, if we go now to Eastern Uttar Pradesh, it's basically caste calculations, and it's not so much communities that are looked at in Eastern Uttar Pradesh. That is because what are we seeing here? The Muslims down to 11%. From an average of 16% in UP, they are down to 11%. Here is where the Kurmis and the Nishads come into play, 7% and 6%. So the BJP believes that in Eastern UP, even though there has been an exodus of non-Yadav OBC leaders, this combination with Apna Dal and Nishad Party, they'll be able to overcome that. So different dynamics, Shivani and Anusha, as we are seeing playing out in both Eastern and Western UP. Today, of course, Western UP and Doab are going to be voting.
Absolutely. Focusing on Western Uttar Pradesh, let me also go across to our UP Bureau Chief, Pranshu, joining us. Pranshu, if you look at these phase, 58 seats, 53 of them, the BJP has to defend itself. And a lot has been made out about whether they can do so, whether the SP-RLD combined can really break into their vote bank here. But a lot of big names also in fray today. I wanted to break down that there are as many as 8 to 9 sitting state ministers whose fate is going to be sealed today.
Yes, good morning, Shivani. And yes, this is a very important day. The reason being that today, the battle for 403 odd seats of Uttar Pradesh Assembly that starts from phase 1. It is spread across phase 7. So why this phase 7 is crucial? Yes, there are some big names which are going to, that their fate is going to be decided. You have Suresh Rana, the minister is there. Then Sangeet Som, one of the most controversial MLAs from the Bharatiya Janata Party. You also have Sandeep Singh, the grandson of former Chief Minister, the late BJP stalwart. Mr. Kalyan Singh, he is also contesting. But the importance here clearly is, one, the Jat and the Muslim phenomena which we have been talking out and telling our viewers. Then also it is also known as the Dalit capital in certain pockets. So Agra becomes the region which is the clear Dalit pocket. Then again, this election or this phase is not entirely totally about the Muslim and the Jat itself. You come down to Aligarh area and there you have that strong Lodh community, the OBC community, the Lodh community to which Mr. Kalyan Singh belonged. And you recall, the sort of the big way in which his last rites and cremation was done. So the load factor is a very much big factor as far as Aligarh is concerned, and therefore BJP is the most confident and hopeful about what happens in the Aligarh region. Then you talk about Agra, the 9 seats. Again, you have a strong Dalit factor there, and if you recall, the first big the rally which Mayawati did, the physical rally which she did, that was from Agra on 2nd of February. So Agra becomes very crucial as far as what is going to be the voting pattern, the behavior of the Dalit vote. Similarly, come down to Mathura, and there is one particular constituency, Baldev, which is often called as mini Bagpat, and there it is a reserve constituency, so all candidates are Dalits, but Jats will be holding the key to which particular party is going to win. So yes, in that sense, I think there are several factors which we need to observe as far as phase 1 is concerned. One, that how strong can BJP still continue to hold, continue with its hold on the Jat vote bank, whether there is a breach. If there is a breach, to what extent that breach is that breach going to cause some immense damage to Bharatiya Janata Party, or else BJP will survive with just some minor bruises? The second big question is that, how is the Muslims going to vote? The general perception now, Shivani, is that the minorities are voting en bloc for the Samajwadi Party RLD alliance, but that is going to be tested itself in Muzaffarnagar, where on the 6 seats of Muzaffarnagar, BSP has given 4 tickets to minorities. Samajwadi Party RLD alliance has fielded no Muslims in that, in the entire 6 constituencies of Muzaffarnagar. Is the minority going to endorse a minority candidate there, or is it is going to vote for the Samajwadi Party RLD alliance? That is something we need to see. So I think, the division of Muslim vote, whether it is happening or not, that is the one crucial factor. The division of Jat vote bank, whether it is happening or not, that is the second big factor. And then when you come down to the Aligarh region, how is the Lodh OBC vote going to vote? That is the one big factor. And of course, in Agra belt, on several seats, we'll also have to observe how the Dalit vote is voting. And beyond that, we all know there are also certain pockets of highly urbanized areas. For example, Noida, for example, Ghaziabad, the Agra city itself, the Aligarh city itself. Urban voters generally have been, seen to vote and endorse BJP, cutting across caste lines. Whether that phenomenon is going to happen again, so that's the reason why this phase 1 becomes very interesting, not only in terms of how much can BJP, continue to hold its strong fortress, last time 53 out of 58 seats, but also about how the voting patterns of different communities will take place.
Very interesting, Pranshu. You point out the division of Muslim vote if that happens, the division of Jat vote if that happens, Agra belt more importantly, how the Dalits vote in that region is also going to be very crucial to watch out for. And yes, there has always been a difference as to how the urban versus the rural areas really vote. I'm also cutting across to my colleague Anshul, who's reporting from the city of Mathura. Anshul, a very important constituency, keeping the politics of BJP in mind. This is one area from where also the temple politics, so-called, also emerges, the 3 temples on which the BJP is focusing. This constituency votes today. Talk to us the key factors that will determine the voting pattern and the behaviors in this constituency.
So that's right. Mathura is one of the key constituencies for the BJP, especially in the western UP. So although this morning has been cold and it has been covered with fog, but yes, polling has started here in voting centers. Joining me right now is a voter who has just come out after voting. Sir, मैं आपसे ये नहीं पूछूंगा कि आपने किसको वोट दिया है, मैं आपसे ये पूछूंगा कि आपने किस मुद्दों पे वोट दिया है इस बार. क्या लॉ एंड ऑर्डर में जो सुधार हुआ है वो मुद्दा है, कृष्ण जन्मभूमि का मुद्दा है, या महंगाई और बेरोजगारी मुद्दा रहा है इस बार?
लॉ एंड ऑर्डर.
So as you heard, there people are still trickling inside to get their votes. It's still very early in the morning. People have already started to line up to get their votes. That is the excitement on the ground that that I am currently picking up. People from all across ages, kids as small as 18-year-old kids have also started turning up since morning. There was a long queue that was over here, but since voting has started in Mathura right now, people have already started going in and to cast their ballot. So yes, a very interesting day for the upcoming elections. Remember, this is just the first phase of the election that has started today, and this is going to be really very crucial and definitely going to decide the course of the 7th phase. Because remember, these elections are being called the semi-finals of the 2024 elections. So yes, this will definitely give a very strong hope to the BJP as to what happens and which direction is these elections are going on.
All right, but we must also keep in mind that people do vote differently, as has been seen in assembly elections and in the Lok Sabha elections as well. But coming back to the caste calculations and how that has been done, let me go across to Arunima, who's joining us from Muzaffarnagar. Arunima, the Home Minister reached out to the Jat community that was believed to be upset with the BJP. Do you think that the Jat votes and what have you been picking up on the ground, is there a likelihood that there could be a split in that?
Morning, Maha. So you can see there's very poor visibility in Muzaffarnagar. Very foggy morning as voting begins. One just hopes that the voters have not been fogged out. They have clear visibility of what is good for the state of Uttar Pradesh. Having said that, you know, in this belt, it is the Jat and the Muslim factor which has dominated in the past. The Jats and the Muslims together have decided seats of Shamli, Muzaffarnagar, Kairana, Bagpat, Badot, Meerut, all the way up to Ghaziabad. Just before you enter Ghaziabad, the urban seats there, the Jat factor is very important. The Muslim factor is very important. You rightly pointed out the Jat farmers were upset. They had accused the government of not doing enough for them as far as sugarcane remunerations are concerned. They were also upset that it took the government 13 months to withdraw the farm laws, and they were made to sit in chilly winters and also brave rains at the Ghazipur border. These two were factors which they continued to say. To quote Naresh Tikait, who's the chief of the BKU, elder brother of Rakesh Tikait, he said, Modi ji kisano ka man nahi jeet paaye. But that was the sentiment before the Home Minister reached out to them. Now the Bharatiya Janata Party thinks, and I spoke to Sanjeev Balyan, maybe we can play that out, the Union Minister from this area. What he said is that now after the Home Minister's reach out, it seems the Jats have accepted that the Bharatiya Janata Party is sincere. What he also said is that Jat, after all, is a Hindu. That's the calculation of the Bharatiya Janata Party, that people here will not forget the Muzaffarnagar riots which completely divided the Jat Muslim unity. That's the bhaichara that the RLD SP combine is trying to play on. What we also have to watch out for, if the attack on Mr. Owaisi has influenced the decision of the Muslim community. They were talking about going in for the SP-RLD combine all this while, but will Mr. Owaisi now, you know, after this attack, get some sympathy vote? Because if that happens, it would mean that the Bharatiya Janata Party would feel more comfortable that the Muslim vote gets divided between the Mahagathbandhan and another party, and the Jat vote, by pressing the Jat's Hindu identity, goes in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party. But these are all calculations.
Absolutely.
These are all calculations. We will have to wait and see on the ground what really plays out. Before I hand it over to you, let me just play out what Sanjeev Balyan had to tell me. जाट बाहुल्य क्षेत्र है इस इलाके में, और ये सवाल पूछना ही पड़ेगा क्योंकि जाट काफ़ी नाराज़ चल रहे थे आपकी पार्टी से. फिर गृह मंत्री जी ने बात की, आप खुद उनको लेकर गए. आपको लगता है नाराज़गी दूर हो गई है?
मुझे तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि दूर होगी, और बाकी जब रिजल्ट आएगा आप सबको पता लग जाएगा कि नाराज़गी दूर होगी. देखिए, नाराज़गी तो हम हमेशा ही रहते हैं, ये तो शुरू से 2017 में भी यही बात थी, 19 में भी यही बात थी, अब भी यही बात है. लेकिन जब बात आती है चुनाव की तो बहुत सी बातें फैक्टर होते हैं. ये है कि 5 साल में माहौल कैसा बदला है, कितने बेहतर काम हुए. जब आदमी एक मुद्दे को लेकर हो सकता है सेटिस्फाई ना हो, लेकिन बहुत से ऐसे मुद्दे होते हैं जिनके आधार पर वोट डाले जाते हैं.
तो क्योंकि जयंत चौधरी जी यहाँ के एक बड़े नेता, उनको अगर आप माने, उनके लिए भी गृह मंत्री जी ने कई बार, एक बार से ज़्यादा बोला कि आप गलत घर में जा रहे हैं. आपको लगता है अभी भी भाजपा के दरवाजे उनके लिए खुले हुए हैं?
ना तो मैं दरवाजे खोलने वाला हूँ ना बंद करने वाला हूँ. उनका मकसद था कि पश्चिम उत्तर प्रदेश की तरफ जैसा व्यवहार अखिलेश के समय था, अघोषित रूप से आजम खान यहाँ के मुख्यमंत्री थे, तो सबको पता है कि बहुत बर्बादी और तबाही क्षेत्र देखी है. तो उनका आशय यही था कि कम से कम पश्चिम उत्तर प्रदेश की भावनाओं को ध्यान में रखते उनके पास साथ गठबंधन में नहीं जाना चाहिए था. बाकी खोलना बंद करना है बड़े लोगों का काम है.
Union Minister Sanjeev Balyan there, his village, Kutba Kutbi, was also one of those riot-affected villages, and that is what the Bharatiya Janata Party is constantly reminding voters here, reminding them about the riots that happened, also the Kairana exodus that happened. So thing to watch out for would be that what dominates voting patterns, especially amongst the Jats and the Muslims here. Is it the farm bills? Is it the farmer agitation? Or is it the remembrance of the law and order situation before the Yogi Adityanath government took over?
Right, so those are the factors we'll continue to look at. In fact, there are other factors also that will play out as far as Western Uttar Pradesh is concerned. Big picture though, before I go back across to our reporters. The BJP is looking to be the first party in 35 years to win a majority once again in Uttar Pradesh. It hasn't happened for a single party to come back to power simultaneously in this state. How crucial Uttar Pradesh is for them need not be underscored. As one of my colleagues mentioned, this is very much a semi-final before the 2024 general elections. Yogi Adityanath is this time the face of the BJP. He wasn't so much last time around. With that, let me also go across to my colleague Akash, who's joining us from Noida. Akash, these elections are also unique, even though we've seen 2 years of a pandemic. But these are the first elections, and it's the first election in Uttar Pradesh, certainly the most populous state in the country, where there was near full bar on in-person campaigning, in the sense rallying, any big road shows, etc. I want you to show to our viewers what are the arrangements made on the COVID front where you are.
Exactly, Shivani, and let me tell you that elections are always important. Yes, pandemic factor is there, so these elections are important. Before the arrangements, I want to talk to one voter who has just voted, and this place from where I'm reporting, it is Noida Sector 15, and it is one of the most important seats. Just because of the profiles and also the factors that it is the adjoining city of the national capital. Well, I have one senior citizen who has just voted. Sir, what's your name? And आपने जब अभी वोट किया है?
या मैंने अभी वोट किया है. मेरा नाम कानन बिहारी जायसवाल है. मैं यहीं रहता हूँ इसी सेक्टर में.
सर, कितना एक्साइटमेंट है, क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री भी सुबह बोल चुके हैं कि पहले आप वोट करें, फिर खाना पीना खाएं. और
नहीं, मैंने प्रधानमंत्री को तो नहीं सुना, लेकिन ये हर नागरिक का कर्तव्य है इसमें कि अपना मतदान करना है हमें. ये एक बहुत आवश्यक चीज़ है. और मेरा तो ये है कि जितने भी लोग हैं, मुझे बहुत खुशी होगी, पता नहीं वो मुझे देखने को मिलेगा या नहीं मिलेगा, कि जब 100% मतदान हो. मैं उस देश को विकसित मानूंगा हर हालत में, जहां 100% मतदान होता है, जहां के लोग इतने सजग हैं कि अपने कर्तव्य को पूरी तरह से निभाते हैं, कानून का पालन करते हैं और अपना कर्तव्य निभाते हैं. ये हर एक को उठना चाहिए और इसमें वोट देना चाहिए. 11 घंटे रखे गए हैं, सुबह 7 से शाम के 6 बजे तक. बहुत समय है, कोई कभी भी आए और अपना वोट करे. तो ये बिल्कुल होना चाहिए और मैं तो यही सबसे कहूँगा.
आप मुझे बताएं कि किन मुद्दों पे अब की बार वोट करें, कौन से मुद्दे हावी हैं इस बार?
मुद्दे वही हैं जो पहले थे. देखिए, कुछ भी हो, किसी भी नागरिक के लिए, किसी भी निवासी के लिए, कहीं के भी, चाहे वो गांव में हो, चाहे वो शहर में हो, सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा ये होता है उसकी सुरक्षा का. आप कितने भी रईस हों, कितने भी गरीब हों, आपको सुरक्षा चाहिए अपने जीवन की, कि भाई मैं अपने घर से निकला हूँ, शाम को अच्छी तरह से वापस आ जाऊँ. मेरी बेटी गई है बाहर अपना, वो अपना कॉलेज से कहीं से अपना वो तरीके से आ जाए उसमें. तो ये सुरक्षा हर एक के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है. सुरक्षा अगर होगी, शांति होगी, तब विकास भी अपने आप होगा. लोग अपने आप इन्वेस्ट करेंगे उस जगह जहाँ सुरक्षा है, वहाँ बिल्कुल करेंगे.
Okay, so law and order situation is one of the prime focus here, and let me tell you, Shivani, this is one of the most important seat, as I was discussing earlier, because Pankaj Singh is contesting from BJP, and he won in 2017, and BJP wants to retain the seat. And other than him, Pankudi Pathak from Congress and SP and DSP are also there. So it is one of the most important seats, just because we heard many inauspiciousness linked to this particular seat as well. So at this point of time, at this place, the Sector 15A, Mahesh Sharma, who is MP from here, will arrive in next few hours, and we are waiting for him as well.
Absolutely, a very important urban constituency to watch out for, and there always has been a difference on the key issues on which urban constituency versus the rural and semi-rural areas tend to vote. Let's break down the numbers for you. Let's tell you what the trajectory and the pattern really has been like. The BJP compare the 2007 Vidhan Sabha to the 2017 Vidhan Sabha to 2009 Lok Sabha to the 29 Lok Sabha. That's the time lag we're going to look at. And as we draw this graph is going to tell you the sharp rise that the BJP has taken in the vote share. From a roughly 17% in roughly about 10 years ago, to a sharp and a dramatic rise of about 40% that they have seen. Of course, this is the post-Modi factor that we are really talking about. Similar pattern has also been witnessed if you talk about what happened in the Vidhan Sabha election. There has been a very sharp consolidation that happened in their favor. Similar patterns, in fact, sharper consolidations that were witnessed. And if you look at all these lines, whether it's about the Samajwadi Party coming, from right, the vote share going steadily down. Similar for the BSP and the Congress, they have lost about a good 6% vote share. Clearly, these are the vote shares that BJP has gained. And now moving forward, apart from these four parties, there are also smaller caste consolidations that have happened, that have worked in favor of the BJP, and that is why they have been able to sustain this dramatic rise. There is also an erosion of the Dalit votes which happened with the BSP. It is very, very evident if you look at these numbers of the BSP in the last 10 years, very steadily post 2014, post Modi phenomena, there is a significant erosion of the Yadav votes. It is also said that the Muslim votes were also divided, a factor that my colleague Pranshu was talking about, which has clearly happened. Now, if you talk about these caste calculus and the manner in which they are really panning out to be, what exactly are the key caste numbers? How will they play the role? As my colleagues pointed out, the key thing to watch out in Western UP is, will the Jat votes be divided? Will the Muslim votes be divided? Will the Dalit votes in constituencies like Agra be divided? I'm tossing it over to my colleague Maha Siddiqui, who will tell us a little bit more about these caste calculus, how they've passed. And Maha, what are the factors perhaps that lead to this division? Is it merely very strong religious sentiments or perhaps issues on the ground, say law and order, that ask caste to come together and vote as a chunk?
So what we've seen largely in West UP is that this is an agrarian belt, the farmers' belt, which has so far over the last couple of elections been consolidated in favor of the BJP. And that's where the caste angle plays out. The Jats, as has been said by Yogi Adityanath, fall in that larger ambit of the Hindus voting for the BJP. And we'll see that here when I take you into a filter which we call the RLD influence, which largely means the belt where the farmers really make a difference. And you can clearly see this entire belt. And this is which is going to the polls in phase 1. From West UP to Doab, you are seeing 22 seats won by the BJP here in this area, in this region in 2017. But this wasn't exactly the case if we take a look at 2012. And what did we see there? At that time, the BJP had only about 4 seats in the same region of West UP and Doab. But let's take a look at the other caste and community influences in Western Uttar Pradesh. And here we'll come to the other filter now, and that filter is the Muslim factor, because again, that has been spoken about. Pranshu spoke about that as well, how that is really a factor in Western UP, getting that balance right between the Muslims and the Jats. Can the SPRLD overcome those fault lines? That's the question here. Now, spread across the state, we are seeing an influence of Muslim voters, but clearly in Western UP, the concentration of Muslims, as I just showed you previously, is quite high, ranging between 27% to 38%, and that's where they make a difference. So if I go under it to Western Uttar Pradesh, you will see the exact number of seats of Muslim influence, and these are 40 seats. If we take a look at the Vidhan Sabha elections of 2017, the BJP won again, as you can see, 25 seats here. The vote share was 37.91%. And the Samajwadi Party managed only 12 seats. This is, we are talking about 2017. And if we talk about 2012, in the same region, in Western UP, the Samajwadi Party definitely had many more seats than the BJP. But that clearly, the BJP was able to break that and get the Jats and the Muslims, as separate votes for both these parties, which meant that the Jats consolidated in favor of the BJP. Shivani, that's how, over the last couple of elections, things have played out well for the BJP in Western Uttar Pradesh, and from there, the East gets influenced. So the momentum has been gained through Western UP.
Maha and Anusha, all of us were talking about this last evening as well. This is make or break for both sides. If we were to see this in the context of the BJP versus the SPRLD, a lot of their fortunes are going to be decided here. This is, of course, the area where the SP-RLD combined hopes to make the biggest damage for the BJP, even though the BJP actually has done better here than Eastern Uttar Pradesh, where they still have some room to grow. Here, they've already touched well over 40% of vote share and therefore need to save that. Defending is always harder, especially on the back of some of the issues that have transpired since the last 2019 Lok Sabha elections. I also want to go across to my colleague, Nikhil, who's joining us from Govardhan. Actually, the Western Uttar Pradesh election in the 11 districts today, Nikhil, is a very interesting concept because district to district, factors do change. Where you are in Govardhan, it is, of course, about religiosity. It's a pilgrimage site. What are you hearing from the public? And just give us a sense of how the voting is ongoing.
Okay, so Shivani, let's show you the visual in the first place. This is the Govardhan seat of the Mathura constituency. Mathura has 5 seats, and this is the place where in a short while from now, Minister of Power, Shrikant Sharma, who is a heavyweight minister in the UP cabinet, is going to cast his vote. This is not his constituency that way wise. It is the, this is the place which is the hometown of Shrikant Sharma. So in a very short while from now, he's going to come here to cast his vote. But after casting his vote, he would be moving towards the Mathura seat, which is his particular constituency. But these are the visuals we are showing you from the polling center. You can see these are the encouraging number. Huge lines can be seen here since morning. Also, if we talk about the security, apart from UP police personals, paramilitary forces have also been deployed. Let's try to take a quick view from some of the people. Sir, हर किसी के लिए मुद्दे अलग होते हैं. आप आज वोट कास्ट करने आए हैं. आपके लिए मुद्दा क्या रहने वाला है आज का?
विकास का मुद्दा रहने वाला है. विकास है, जनता की सोच है, ईमानदार है.
ठीक है, विकास का मुद्दा है. आपके लिए क्या है? कोई मुद्दा नहीं आपके लिए, ऐसे ही आ गए. क्या मुद्दा है आपके लिए?
ठीक है, जो कर रहे हो सब ठीक है, सब बढ़िया है.
आपके लिए?
मोदी जी को देना है.
Okay, so this is what the view is coming in from this particular seat. We are expecting Shrikant Sharma, but apart from it, out of 5 seats, 4 seats are currently, they had gone to the Bharatiya Janata Party. So now the challenge is to retain the seat. Also, if we talk about the Shrikant Sharma, he is facing strong anti-incumbents. So the challenge against him is to retain this particular seat. We have spoken to some other people as well yesterday. They were saying that that particular minister is hardly seen in the constituency, and he is very well aware of the fact. But now let's see, today is the examination day. On 10th of March, the copy checking will take place, but surely these are the numbers, these are the voters who have come out in huge numbers from 7 a.m. this morning.
Yes, so there is of course an element of faith as far as Western Uttar Pradesh is also concerned. It is centered around Mathura, although the BJP has not really banked on it a lot. But these are also seats, especially the ones that my colleague Nikhil was joining us from, where the AI-MIM and the BSP factor will come into play. Will they be able to divide the vote, not just of the Congress party, but also of the SP-RLD combined, is something to watch out for. And the factor of the BSP is something we will look at deeply, because they've managed to hold on to their roughly 20% vote share all this while. But this time around, it's been a rather unique campaign for them. We'll look at that and lots more on the other side of a very short break.
Ajay Pratap Singh at the Dayanathpur village rummages through the bricks of what was once his house. Today it is the site for the boundary wall of the Jewar airport. Singh claims that the compensation received in lieu of his land is inadequate.
हमारे मकानों को बिना समय दिए, बिना नोटिस दिए हमारे मकानों को गांव को तोड़ दिया गया. जहां हमें बसाया गया है, पानी की सुविधा नहीं, बिजली की नहीं, कोई सुविधा नहीं है. हम लोग ग्रामीण थे, आज आप भी देख रहे हैं ग्रामीण वातावरण है, आप रास्ते से आए हैं निकलकर, लेकिन हमें जबरदस्ती नगर क्षेत्र बना दिया गया जो कानूनन अवैध है.
यहाँ किसान 1200 गज में मकान बना कर रहता था. 1200 गज में अपना नाम है मकान भी, अपनी भैंस भी, अपना ट्रैक्टर भी, अपनी बुग्गी भैंसा भी. अब जो इन्होंने प्लॉट दिए वहाँ 50 मीटर का 60 मीटर में, अब बताइए 50-60 मीटर में वहाँ किसान मकान बनाएगा कि अपनी भैंसों को रखेगा.
6 villagers are agitating against the government on land acquisition issue. Some allege that since their land was in rural area, they deserved 4 times the price under the law. but they claim the government cheated them by calling this area urban. Others, like Rukmuddin, claim they have been forced to live in tents for over a year since their residential land was not compensated for. It is this anger that RLD candidate Avtar Singh Bhadana tries to cash in on. Campaigning in the Chiroli village, Bhadana promises better compensation for land and redressal of the issues of farmers.
भड़ाना जी, आप यहाँ घूम रहे हैं पूरे क्षेत्र में, सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा आपके हिसाब से जेवर की जनता के लिए इस चुनाव में क्या है?
सबसे बड़ा कि यहाँ के किसान और मजदूरों के साथ जुल्म हुए हैं। इस एरिया की ज़मीनें गई, उनके घर उजाड़ दिए गए, उनको ज़मीनों से बेदखल कर दिया गया है कि उनको इस एरिया के 200 किलोमीटर के एरिया का कोई बच्चा यहाँ नौकरी नहीं करेगा। मुझे इन बच्चों के रोज़गार की बात करनी है, मुझे इनके विकास की बात करनी है। यहाँ कुछ भी नहीं है। दिखने को इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है, लेकिन ग्राउंड पर कुछ नहीं।
Sitting BJP MLA Dhirendra Singh counters Bhadana by questioning his credentials. Bhadana has recently come to the RLD SP combine and to Jewar after representing Mirapur as a BJP MLA earlier. Singh says issues of locals can be taken care of only by the BJP. His main plank that the Yogi government made the Jewar airport a reality, while previous governments only got scams and lawlessness.
जेवर विधानसभा इस वक्त दुनिया का निवेशकों का एक ऐसा डेस्टिनेशन है जहां बहुत तेजी से पिछले 5 साल में विकास हुआ है। प्रदेश में योगी आदित्यनाथ जी को मुख्यमंत्री देखना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि उन्हीं की वजह से आज जेवर विश्व मानचित्र पर आ गया है। अभी एक CAG ऑडिट हुआ था नोएडा प्राधिकरण का, तो 50,000 करोड़ का घोटाला मिला। तो ये घोटालेबाज लोग हैं, इन पे मुद्दा तो कुछ और है नहीं। इनके समय में यहाँ से कंपनियां पलायन करने लगी थी, बड़े बड़े उद्योग धंधे।
The constituency though is sharply divided. Right outside the Shamnagar Mandi, where Dhirendra Singh campaigned, a fight broke out between RLD and BJP supporters.
ये तो बीजेपी वाले तो न्यू कहे हैं कि चीन और पाकिस्तान, हिंदू और मुसलमान और बुर्की मार है मंदिर की। जो ठोस मुद्दा है महंगाई और बेरोजगारी, उसकी चर्चा नहीं है, उससे तो ध्यान हटका हुए हैं।
यह वह क्षेत्र है जेवर जहाँ रात को लाइटें नहीं थी, जहाँ दंगा होता था। आज की डेट में वो दंगा या तो जेलों
करता है, इसलिए करता है कि हमें कोई रोजगार मिले, लेकिन हमारी डिग्रियां, डिप्लोमा अलमारियों में पड़े सड़ रही हैं, कोई जॉब कुछ है नहीं। सबसे मेन चीज़ है यहाँ का विकास इतनी तेज़ी से चल रहा है कि मैं खुद जेवर गवर्नमेंट ITI से ITI कर रहा हूँ। मेरा सन 2018 का बैच है, अब 22 चल चुकी है। तो आप सोचिए, जो 2 साल का कोर्स है, 4 साल तक मैं बराबर पेपर दे रहा हूँ।
बहुत सारे मुद्दे गिना रहे थे कि यहाँ पे रोजगार का
बेरोजगारी है, विकास है। इन्होंने देखो, जो हमारी सरकार है रोजगार के मामले में तो बहुत पीछे। विकास कुछ हद तक इन्होंने किया है, ठीक किया है, लेकिन अगर बात करते हैं इनके जो प्रत्याशी थे, जो जीते हुए प्रत्याशी हैं, उन्होंने यहाँ हमारे यहाँ कोई विकास नहीं किया। वो तो केवल अपने गांव के इर्द गिर्द, उनका गांव है रघुपुरा के नजदीक, उन्होंने केवल वहाँ विकास किया है, अपने यहाँ केवल लोकल में।
विधायक से आप नाराज हैं?
बहुत अच्छी तरह से नाराज।
मुख्यमंत्री और प्रधानमंत्री?
मुख्यमंत्री तो बहुत अच्छा है, योगी बाबा जैसा मुख्यमंत्री शासन के लिए बहुत अच्छा है।
You know, they're all saying that employment is an issue, and they're also saying that there is an issue of vikas, but at the same time, what they are saying is that as far as the chief minister and the prime minister is concerned, they don't have any specific complaint from the leadership, but they are very aggrieved
with the choice of candidate of their local constituency.
Jewar International Airport, the project that has brought this sleepy hamlet in Gautam Budh Nagar to the world stage. The airport seeks to be Asia's largest and the fourth largest in the world.
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हमारे लिए राजनीति का नहीं बल्कि राष्ट्र नीति का हिस्सा है। भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य की एक जिम्मेवारी है।
At Jewar, the airport is the primary talking point. Residents are hopeful that the project will bring them greater metro connectivity to big cities like Noida, Delhi. But at the main bazaar of Jewar, these youngsters who are taking coaching classes for various competitive exams are more concerned about employment opportunities that the airport project could usher in.
परमानेंट नौकरी जॉब है ही नहीं, कहीं भी कोई फील्ड जॉब देता ही नहीं है। अगर 100 जॉब निकलेंगी तो 1 लाख फॉर्म भरे जाते हैं, कहाँ से नंबर आएगा। बेरोजगारी सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है, क्योंकि हम तो चाहते हैं कि हमारी गवर्नमेंट जॉब हो, हमारा फ्यूचर सिक्योर हो।
जो भी लोकल हैं इन सबको रोजगार मिलेगा, बहुत चीज़ें बढ़ेंगी और बहुत ज़्यादा ये रोजगार के माध्यम भी बढ़ेंगे। यहाँ पे
धनकौर में वीवो कंपनी है, वो हमारे लोकल ने लेती नहीं है, ऐसे ये कर देंगे। जब 300 किलोमीटर के दूर के बाल करने ले रही हैं, अगर यहाँ एयरपोर्ट आ जाएगा तो एयरपोर्ट आने के बाद फिर हमें नौकरी क्यों नहीं मिलेगी।
जो यहाँ पे कंपनी आएंगी, इंडस्ट्री आएंगी, सब में तो वैकेंसी की ज़रूरत होगी।
जब से प्रोजेक्ट एयरपोर्ट का आया है हमारे जेवर कस्बे में, जब से बाहरी लोग यहाँ पर निवेश करने लगे हैं, जिसके कारण ज़मीनों में उछाल आया है।
While locals are looking at the Jewar airport project to change their lives for the better, compensation received for the land is a sore point. Ajay Pratap Singh at the Dayanatpur village rummages through the bricks of what was once his house. Today it is the site for the boundary wall of the Jewar airport. Singh claims that the compensation received in lieu of his land is inadequate.
हमारे मकानों को बिना समय दिए, बिना नोटिस दिए हमारे मकानों को, गांव को तोड़ दिया गया। जहां हमें बसाया गया है, पानी की सुविधा नहीं, बिजली की नहीं, कोई सुविधा नहीं है। हम लोग ग्रामीण थे, आज आप भी देख रहे हैं ग्रामीण वातावरण है।
यूपी प्लस योगी बहुत है उपयोगी।
Good morning, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with CNN News 18, your election news center. Today marks the beginning of the massive battle for the states in 2022 in the run-up to 2024. Voting for the first phase of UP elections out of the 7 total phase has begun at 7 a.m. today, and we'll continue to get you more live reports. But this first phase, Western Uttar Pradesh, 11 districts, 58 seats, and it's not really one issue that dominates. There are multiple issues. For more on that, let me go across to my colleague Anusha, who's breaking down the factors that affect Western Uttar Pradesh.
Thank you for that, Shivani. And you rightly said there are multiple issues that dominate Western UP. First of all, the law and order issue, which has been a huge concern. The UP government says that the crime rate is the lowest in the last 7 years. They quote the NCRB data and say, we have made the voters and the electorate feel safer. SP somewhere is still seen as a Gunda party. At least that's the perception that most the political opponents talk about. And BJP says, हम काम भी करेंगे और लगाम भी लगाएंगे. That's the political slogan they have really come up with. If you talk about the Kisan anger, both the sugarcane farmers, 40 lakh sugarcane farmers allege that about 40,000 crore rupees are still due. About 4,000 crore rupees, I'm sorry, are still due, and those are the dues which still need to be paid by the government of the day. The potato farmers have a similar story. They've had a bumper crop, and because of that, there is a drop in the prices which have been seen, and that drop is very, very problematic because they say that because of this drop, we have not been able to get the prices at the cost that we should. We need some kind of support that really needs to come in. Apart from the farm issues, there's also, of course, the issue of caste and religion. The key question, which way the Jats are really going to vote, and most importantly, 91% of the Jats voted for the BJP in the last elections, and will that really stay with them? That is something to watch out for. Mathura, the next Ayodhya, will it consolidate the Hindu votes? Is it really the issue? Because many would argue that there is already a temple. What kind of politics can be built around the Mathura temple? Well, the presence of an Eidgah has been a problem for many. There's also a litigation of sort that has been started at the local court. So those are the three things we can break down, the broad issue. We'll talk more about this. Shivani talks to our reporters and gets your perspective. Over to you.
Yes, our reporters, of course, will continue with us. The faith factor from Mathura, how much of it is reverberating on the ground? And what are the issues, of course, from the dominant Jat belt, the farm belt, and all of that mixed together? But one thing that the BJP has been harping upon is, of course, law and order. They have decided for them this is their biggest selling pitch. And when the Prime Minister spoke to ANI last evening in a long conversation just ahead of these elections, this is what he also emphasized on. Listen in.
जब लोग उत्तर प्रदेश में सुरक्षा के विषय की चर्चा करते हैं तो वहाँ के सामान्य मानवी के मन में पिछली सरकारों में जो उन्होंने मुसीबतें झेली है, जिस प्रकार से गुंडा राज चलता था, जिस प्रकार से माफिया की इच्छा के अनुसार ही सरकार के बाबुओं को काम करने के लिए मजबूर होना पड़ता था, जिस प्रकार से इस प्रकार के दबांग लोगों को सरकार में एक प्रकार से प्रतिष्ठा थी, आश्रय था, ये सारी चीजें उत्तर प्रदेश ने बड़े निकट से देखा है। आज उत्तर प्रदेश की बेटी कह रही है कि मैं शाम को अंधेरा होने के बाद भी अगर कहीं काम है तो जा सकती हूँ। ये जो विश्वास पैदा हुआ है वो मैं समझता हूँ सुरक्षा के लिए बहुत जरूरी है। और ये तब हुआ है, उत्तर प्रदेश में एक समय था गुंडे जो चाहे वो कर सकते थे। आज स्थिति ये है कि उनको हाथ जोड़ के कहना पड़ता है कि यहाँ बाहर मुझे रहना नहीं है, या तो मुझे जेल में ही रखो ताकि वहाँ थोड़ी बहुत तो मेरी जिंदगी बच जाएगी, क्योंकि मेरे पाप। और हर कोई सरेंडर कर रहा है। बहुत से लोग हो सकता है सही रास्ते पर भी आ जाएंगे, जब देखेंगे कि भाई अच्छे रास्ते से भी जीवन जिया जा सकता है तो हो सकता है अच्छे रास्ते पर आ जाएंगे। लेकिन योगी जी ने सुरक्षा को प्राथमिकता दी है, कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ नहीं किया है। कुछ लोगों को उसके कारण तकलीफ हो रही क्योंकि उनका कारोबार वही था। आज खास करके माताओं बहनों को जो सुरक्षा मिली है ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। अब आप देखिए इतना बड़ा कुंभ का मेला हुआ, यानी हमारे देश में हुए कुंभ के मेलों में सबसे बड़ा कुंभ का मेला योगी जी के कालखंड में हुआ। करोड़ों की तादाद में लोग आए, कोई कानून व्यवस्था की समस्या नहीं हुई, कहीं चोरी की भी खबरें नहीं आई, जेब कतरे की खबर नहीं आई। ये किसी भी समाज को संतोष देने वाला विषय है, ये गौरव करने वाला विषय है। और हिंदुस्तान में अगर सुरक्षा को प्राथमिकता दी जाए तो बुरा क्या है।
And our team of reporters continue to track that big story here on CNN News 18, getting you all the perspective from all the constituencies that go for polling today, getting you all the feelers of what are the key issues on which they are voting, which way the wind will blow, because the winds of UP start from western Uttar Pradesh. Before we go to my colleagues and get more perspective, I want to play out this report which my colleague Ravi Thakur has filed out. He brings out this ground report from Muzaffarnagar, one of the riot-hit areas. How will this area really vote? Have a look.
इस वक्त हम मुजफ्फरनगर के इस्लामिया सेंटर बूथ पर मौजूद हैं और यहां से बड़ी खबर सामने आई है कि यहां पर ईवीएम मशीन जो है वो खराब हो गई है और अभी ईवीएम मशीन ठीक करने की कोशिश की जा रही है। और इस वक्त हमारे साथ कुछ लोग मौजूद हैं जो गए थे अंदर वोट डालने, लेकिन वोट नहीं डाल पाए। क्या हुआ? वोट डालने
डालने के लिए कहा मशीन खराब है, 2 घंटे बाद आना, दूसरी मशीन आएगी तो वो भी खराब है।
अभी गए थे अंदर?
जी मैं भी गया था, हमें ये बोल दिया गया कि आप 2 घंटे बाद आइएगा, मशीन खराब है। अगर ये लोग ऐसा करेंगे, मतलब आप नागरिकों को बोलते हैं कि आपको जागरूक बनना चाहिए, और यहाँ पर अगर ऐसी व्यवस्था होगी तो कौन ऐसे जागरूक बने?
यही प्रॉब्लम आई है, मशीन खराब हो रही है।
पहले वोट डालने गया था मैं, और मैं 75 साल का बूढ़ा आदमी हूँ, और मुझे कहा 2 घंटे बाद आना, मशीन खराब है।
All right, we also want to play out some of the top political reactions that we've had. As I mentioned earlier, Yogi Adityanath is, of course, the man in focus this time around. When the Prime Minister talks, when the BJP talks, they put a lot of onus and focus on Yogi Adityanath and what he's managed through. And law and order is one of those things. As we played out, the Prime Minister earlier said. What does the man himself say? Let's listen in.
आतंकी बार बार धमका रहे हैं कि जरा सरकार आने दीजिए, सावधान रहिए, आप चूके तो 5 साल की मेहनत पर पानी फिर जाएगा। और इस बार उत्तर प्रदेश को कश्मीर, बंगाल और केरल बनते देर नहीं लगेगी। आपका वोट मेरे 5 वर्ष की तपस्या पर आपका आशीर्वाद तो है ही, पर यह भी ध्यान रहे कि अब वोट आने वाले वर्षों में आपके भयमुक्त जीवन की गारंटी भी बनेगा। जय जय श्री राम।
सर, अभी अभी आप क्षेत्र से होके आ रहे हैं, क्या माहौल है, क्या सिचुएशन और कितने कॉन्फिडेंट हैं? संगीत सोम क्या एक बार फिर इतिहास दोहराने जा रहा है सरदना में?
देखिए, बिल्कुल हम एकदम 100% कॉन्फिडेंट है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी उत्तर प्रदेश में 350 सीटें ला रही है, तो उसमें सरदना का बड़ा योगदान रहेगा। आप निश्चित रहिए, सरदना बहुत बड़े मार्जिन से हम लोग जीतने जा रहे हैं और पब्लिक ने जिताने का मन बना लिया है, उसमें कोई दो राय है ही नहीं।
बीजेपी की जमीन ना सिर्फ सरदना से बल्कि पश्चिमी उत्तर प्रदेश में खिसक सकती है, या जो बीजेपी का कोर वोटर है वो और पार्टियों को जा सकता है? क्या इस बात का डर सताता है?
एकदम नहीं सताता। क्यों डर सताएगा? कोर वोटर क्यों जाएगा? बीजेपी का वोटर क्यों जाएगा दूसरी जगह? बीजेपी ने विकास किया है, बीजेपी ने उत्तर प्रदेश को उत्तम प्रदेश बढ़ाने की तरफ काम किया है, बीजेपी ने लॉ एंड ऑर्डर पर काम किया है। हमने 4-5 साल में कोई दंगा उत्तर प्रदेश में नहीं होने दिया, लोग आपस में मिल के रहे हैं, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर एकदम 100% चुस्त रहा। तो कैसी बात कर रहे हैं आप? पिछली बार जितना हमें वोट मिला था उसमें परसेंटेज वाइज और सीट वाइज दोनों में बढ़ा।
मतदान का आज पहला दिन है, तो आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे और किस उम्मीद के तहत आपने इतने दिन तक चुनाव प्रचार किया?
देखिए, बजरंगबली भगवान श्री राम का भव्य मंदिर बनने से बहुत प्रसन्न है, इसलिए जो ये इलेक्शन है, जिस तरह से विकास हुआ उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर और कानून व्यवस्था दुरुस्त रही है और सारी चीज़ें उत्तर प्रदेश नंबर 1 प्रदेश बने, उसके लिए लोग आज मतदान करेंगे। और जिस तरह का उत्साह मैं देख रहा हूँ, उससे भले ही अनुमान लोग 300 पार का करते हैं, लेकिन मेरा 350 पार का अनुमान है।
मैं छोटे किसानों का दर्द समझता हूं और मैंने हमेशा उनके दिल जीतने का प्रयास किया है और हिंदुस्तान भर के किसानों का मैंने दिल जीता भी है, मेरा साथ दिया है, समर्थन किया है। लेकिन मैंने कहा था, उस दिन भी कहा था टीवी में, कि मैंने किसानों की भलाई के लिए कदम उठाए, लेकिन आज देश के हित में मैं वापस कर रहा हूं। मैं समझता हूं इसको अधिक विस्तार मुझे करने की जरूरत नहीं है। बाद के घटनाक्रमों से पता चलेगा कि क्यों जरूरत पड़ी थी।
तो क्या आप एक डायलॉग करने के लिए फिर से तैयार हैं, किसानों को कन्विंस करने के लिए?
इस देश के लोकतंत्र का ये सबसे पहला कर्तव्य बनता है, लोकतंत्र में जनप्रतिनिधि का और सरकार का, कि जनता के साथ संवाद करते ही रहना चाहिए और हम लगातार करते हैं। हम कभी भी संवाद टूटना जिसके पक्ष में है ही नहीं। हर किसी को मुझे भी सुनना चाहिए, मेरी सरकार को भी सुनना चाहिए और बातचीत करना ही चाहिए। बातचीत हमेशा होनी चाहिए और इश्यू पर चर्चा ना हो ऐसा नहीं है। जैसे हम बजट के पहले बजट कैसा बने हद से क्यों पूछते, किसानों से पूछते हैं कि बजट कैसा बनना चाहिए, उनके विचार लेते हैं। ये हम तो मानते हैं कि सब कुछ ज्ञान बाबुओं के पास है और नेताओं के पास है, ऐसा हम नहीं मानते हैं। हमारे देश के पास हर नागरिक के पास अनुभव है, हर नागरिक के पास ज्ञान का भंडार है। हम तो सबसे संवाद करना चाहते हैं, सबसे सीखना चाहते हैं, सबके सुझावों के आधार पर हम चलना चाहते हैं।
Well, we're talking about various constituencies, the important ones, especially Muzaffarnagar. This is one area which was badly affected by riots. This is also one area where the agrarian issues have been a lot of concern. My colleague Arunima traveled through Western UP, different parts. She gets you this ground report. Have a look.
Chaudhary Chotu Ram Inter College here in Muzaffarnagar. The early morning, it was very foggy morning in Muzaffarnagar, but early morning voters are all here. Let me start with the senior citizens who came in first. सुबह आकर वोट दिया इतनी ठंड में, क्या मोटिवेशन है? क्यों लगा कि सुबह आकर अपना ये अधिकार आपको यूज करना चाहिए?
भाजपा को जिताना चाहते हैं, जो उनके उसमें प्रेम है, रात में मुश्किल नींद आई ये चाहते हैं कि सुबह ही आके भाजपा को वोट दें, वो जीतें, योगी जी आए, उन्होंने जो हमारे कार्य किए हैं उनके लिए हम उन्हें यही दे सकते हैं, ये हमारे पास था जो उन्होंने पूरा प्रयास किया है।
आप भी सुबह उठकर आ गई है पूरी तैयारी के साथ, क्या सोच कर आई यहाँ पे सुबह?
ये देश बहुत अच्छा कर रहा हमारे लिए, तो इसलिए हम उनकी सहयोग कर रहे हैं।
आप सहयोग कर रहे हैं, आप लोग वोट देने अंदर जा रहे हैं, आप लोग भी सुबह आ गए हैं। मुजफ्फरनगर में क्या मुद्दा है सबसे बड़ा जिसके ऊपर वोटर तय कर रहा है कि किसको वोट देना चाहिए?
हम तो बीजेपी को वोट देंगे जी। मुद्दा क्या? मुद्दा तो यही गुंडागर्दी खत्म हो रही, बस यो है। हमारे दुकान की तरफ इधर गुंडागर्दी इतनी हो गई थी कुछ नहीं।
महिलाओं के लिए क्या मुद्दा है यहाँ पे? क्या सोच रहे हैं आप लोग? क्या सही?
बस लड़कियों की, हाँ जी,
लड़कियों की सुरक्षा हो।
हाँ जी,
ओके
सब अधिकार मिले, बिजली लाइट पानी सब चीज मिले हमें। हाँ जी,
आप भी कुछ कहना चाहती हैं? महिलाओं के लिए क्या मुद्दा है?
सब विकास ठीक बढ़िया,
सब विकास ठीक हो, बढ़िया हो। आप वोट देकर आ चुके हैं, तो कैसे मतलब इंतजाम है अंदर? कोरोना का टाइम है अभी।
बहुत अच्छा इंतजाम है, अच्छा है, अच्छा लगा।
सुबह उठकर आप भी आ गए हैं, अपने परिवार के साथ हैं अकेले हैं?
परिवार के साथ हैं।
अच्छा, और क्या सोच रहे हैं आपके परिवार के लोग? मुजफ्फरनगर के लिए क्या अच्छा है?
बदलाव होगा।
बदलाव आपको लगता है?
बिल्कुल बदलाव होगा।
क्यों लगता है आपको कि बदलाव जरूरी है?
कुछ करा ही नहीं, बेरोजगारी के सिवाय इसने कुछ दिया ही नहीं बीजेपी ने।
तो यहाँ जो बात हो रही है कानून व्यवस्था की, मुजफ्फरनगर में कानून
व्यवस्था पहले भी ठीक थी, अब भी ठीक है। केवल जातिवाद फैला हुआ है, इनका ढकोसला है सिर्फ।
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. So there are some people who want the incumbent to continue. There are others who are talking about badlav. It's just early hours yet that the voting has begun. COVID protocols are being ascertained. By the end of the day, perhaps we will get to know which way Muzaffarnagar is voting, which way Western Uttar Pradesh is voting. This is the first phase of elections. And in the last few years, in the last few elections, be 2014, 17 or 19, this has been the trend. Western Uttar Pradesh has voted first, and that in a way has set the agenda for the rest of the state. Will it be repeated this time around as well? All parties who have a stake here, be it the Bharatiya Janata Party, be it the Mahagathbandhan of the SP-RLD, or be it what are being called fringe players, the Congress, the BSP, the AIMIM, they're all watching Western Uttar Pradesh voters very closely. With Ravindra Kumar from Muzaffarnagar, this is Arunima.
Well, that round report Arunima gets for us. The key contenders, the Chief Minister's face. And Shivani, in the last election, there was no brand Yogi per se.
There wasn't.
There is brand Yogi this time. Added to that is brand Modi.
Yeah. No, double engine Sarkar, that
Yes.
pitch is always a big one for the BJP. But, I find it interesting, though, that this last time around he was not an unknown commodity because he was a 5-time MP, but not really seen as a chief ministerial face. This time around, he can also say, like Akhilesh Yadav, that I also have been chief minister for 5 years.
I also have administrative experience.
Exactly.
I'm going to do a SWOT analysis of all the key faces, the two key faces, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath and SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav. What are the key strengths, weaknesses, opportunity and threat? The SWOT analysis, and what does it really tell us? Well, the key strength of Yogi Adityanath, he has no corruption charge against him. That's very, very important in a state like Uttar Pradesh, which has been ridden with corruption. That's a key issue. That's something he can take to his opponents and say, look, there's no scam in which my name has come in or even my mantris or netas are involved with. This one brand of clean governance, that's clearly something that Yogi and BJP would want to take to the people. Weakness, he is seen as somebody who likes to silence his critics. He is seen as somebody who likes to slap UAP in sedition cases. That's what a Samajwadi Party would say. BJP would argue, this is about law and order. That's what we are doing. Let's go further. Let's talk about the opportunity that Yogi Adityanath has. A Hindutva icon, a tall leader coming in from the state of Uttar Pradesh. Great leaders of this country have come from UP. Can Yogi Adityanath really do something like that? Can he pull that off? Only time is going to tell, and these elections are going to be a litmus test for him as well. What is the threat that he faces? There are murmurs of dissent as far as the Brahmin community is concerned. Each year before elections, we hear this. Which way the Brahmins will vote? Only time is going to tell us. Let's move on. Let's talk about this factor, Akhilesh Yadav. What is it that he offers? What is it that he brings to the table? Administrative experience, a younger face, something Yogi Adityanath can also say this time. Look, I also have administrative experience on my side. What is the weakness if one comes across, if you talk about this party? He hasn't been able to expand his voter base. MY plus, yes, Akhilesh Yadav talks about it. He wants to go for that. But this time, will that experiment with RLD, will that be really successful? Time will tell us. Will ensure, he also looks forward to a larger role in the Lok Sabha election. A lot of leaders from the state government want a national image. That's what they're hoping for. Is he able to get that? And what is the threat? SP still perceived to be a Gunda party. That's what is something that BJP has taken to the people of the state. They have repeatedly said that law and order is a huge problem, and that's exactly something that SP would want to say. Look at your netas, even your netas have criminal records. Why are you targeting us? But these are the two key faces, and in a state like Uttar Pradesh, to have a chief minister face is also very, very important in Maha. Yogi, brand Akhilesh Yadav, but brand Modi as well is a huge, huge factor. We just had some voters who said, "Hum to Modi ji ko hi vote denge."
And I think that is what really the BJP has been banking on for several elections.
Yeah.
He is their biggest campaigner. And we've seen that in Uttar Pradesh as well. But talking about the contenders, Akhilesh and Yogi Adityanath, what are they promising for the agrarian belt? Let's take a look at that, because there are sugarcane farmers who were earlier upset with the BJP. The BJP says that they've been able to get their dues in place, and therefore they have their faith back with them. But the sugarcane farmers and that belt is certainly important. Out of the 60 lakh sugarcane farmers nationally, 35 lakh are from Uttar Pradesh, and specifically from the western Uttar Pradesh belt. So if we take a look at the sugarcane belt, you will clearly get an idea where it is concentrated. So it's concentrated in the west of Uttar Pradesh, and this is the belt that the BJP had done quite well the last time around. In 2017 Vidhan Sabha elections, 27 seats went to the BJP with a vote share of 36.77%. However, this time there are very specific issues, as I was pointing out. There is a loss in income for sugarcane farmers because the cost of input is much higher. Meanwhile, state advisory price did not get revised for 3 years, from 2017 to 2021. After there was a sharp rise in the angst, Yogi Adityanath increased it to 25 rupees per quintal. But is that going to be enough? That is very important to note here. Now, the other important aspect, and this because we are talking about the agrarian belt and what is being offered by both these chief ministerial contenders, let's take a look at another filter that we have for you, and that is the potato belt, because the potato belt again becomes significant over here. This again falls in phase 1 of the elections, though clearly this is in more the Doab region. Now, what Akhilesh Yadav has promised here is he's saying we can set up a vodka plant, because potato is perishable. If it gets damaged, it doesn't get sold. Moreover, the problem last year has been, despite the fact that the BJP won 37 seats here and a massive vote share of 45.14%, the problem really cropped up in the last year, because last year the prices of potato were pretty high. There were supply chain issues because of COVID, because of which the prices went up. This year, a lot of farmers had a bumper crop, but the prices of potato have dipped. That's causing angst in this belt. Will the BJP be able to retain its 37 seats over here, or can the SP make inroads? Because if you look at the vote share for the SP, even with 6 seats, they had 23.26% of the vote share here. So this certainly, again, as I was pointing out, Shivani, agrarian issues continue to be very important, specifically in Western Uttar Pradesh.
Yes, and that is why both parties, as you mentioned, Maha, have focused so much on addressing this, because there is a large constituency that needs for various issues redressals. Let's go back across and get a sense from on ground what's really playing out. Several of my colleagues are joining us from across the 11 districts going to polls today. One of them is Meerut, 11 seats in the district, and my colleague Siddhant is joining us from there. Siddhant, where exactly are you in Meerut? And what's the situation like as far as polling is concerned? It's been 1 hour since the polling booths have been open.
Well, that's correct. It's a foggy morning here in Sedana. This falls in Meerut constituency, Meerut district, and behind me you could see the people are coming out of their homes to cast vote. And in the morning, and it is just the first hour which is going on, and you could see a queue line right outside the polling booth. We'll go and speak to some of the people. ये बताइए क्या मुद्दे होंगे इस बार आपके जब आप वोट डालने जा रहे हैं, क्या कुछ दिमाग में चल रहा है, किन मुद्दों पर इस बार सिधाना की जनता वोट डालेगी? आप बता दें मनोज जी।
क्या ये सरकार बढ़िया मिल जाए हमें, इससे बेहतर और कुछ भी नहीं।
सरकार अच्छी होनी चाहिए।
हाँ जी, सरकार अच्छी हो।
और लोग उनसे बात करेंगे, सर क्या मुद्दे हैं इस बार?
सरकार अच्छी होनी चाहिए। हाँ जी,
सरकारी सब कोई एक ही बात बोल रहा है, आप कुछ बोलिए।
जी मैं तो यही कहूँगा जी,
रोजगार,
रोजगार सही होना चाहिए और झगड़े नहीं होने चाहिए और सरकार अच्छी होनी चाहिए,
शांति बनी रहनी चाहिए। आप किन मुद्दों पर
देखिए सर,
दिमाग?
देखिए सर, अब से पहले जो जितनी भी गवर्नमेंट थी उनमें गुंडागर्दी या भ्रष्टाचार या रोजगार नहीं थे, मगर हम यही चाहते हैं कि एक बार रोजगार हो, गुंडागर्दी ना के बराबर हो और बस शांति बनी रहे।
अमूमन तौर पे देखा जाता है कि सुबह सुबह लोग कम वोट करने के लिए निकलते हैं और आज जिस प्रकार से कोहरा है, यहाँ पर जीरो विजिबिलिटी डे है, पर लाइन जो देख सकता हूं मैं पोलिंग बूथ के बाहर, वो ये साफ दर्शा रही है कि बड़ी तादाद में लोग इस बार मेरठ में वोट करने निकल रहे हैं। और सिर्फ यहीं का ये नजारा नहीं है, सातों की सातों विधानसभा की यही तस्वीर है। क्या चाहती है मेरठ की जनता और क्या कुछ मुद्दे हैं जिन पर मेरठ की जनता वोट करेगी?
मेरठ की जनता चाहती है कि विकास हो और आपसी भाईचारा बना रहे और गुंडागर्दी ना हो और जो है रोजगार भी मिले लोगों को। इस बार बदलाव चाह रही है जनता।
लॉ एंड ऑर्डर भी बेहतर होगा, जब बदलाव होगा तो बेहतर होगा। कुछ महिलाएं हैं, उनसे बात करने की कोशिश करेंगे। वी हैव सम women voter also here. We'll try to speak to them also because in a democratic electoral process, it's very important for women to come out and cast vote. मैम, किन मुद्दों पे आप वोट करेंगे इस बार? क्या कुछ आपके दिमाग में, जहन में चल रहा है? सुबह सुबह आप वोट करने आए हैं कोहरे में, क्या कुछ दिमाग में है वोट करने से पहले?
है दिमाग में।
हाँ,
एक तो शासन की व्यवस्था बहुत अच्छी है।
अच्छा।
हाँ, और लेडीज के लिए बहुत अच्छा है।
हाँ,
मतलब हमें अच्छा लग रहा है।
अच्छा लग रहा है।
हाँ।
अच्छा, तो क्या ये जो आप वोट करेंगे, आपने तय कर लिया किसको वोट करने जा रहे हैं?
हाँ, वो हम नहीं बताएंगे।
नहीं, वो हम आपसे पूछ भी नहीं रहे हैं, पर दिमाग में है, क्लैरिटी है किसको वोट करेंगे।
हाँ जी।
दीदी, आप कहाँ से आ रहे हैं? कितनी दूर है घर यहाँ से?
जो घूम कर जाते,
घूम के जाते हैं। सुबह सुबह कोहरा है आज और आज आप वोट करने आए हैं। क्या मुद्दे होंगे आपके? क्या चाहते हैं? विकास चाहते हैं, रोजगार चाहते हैं, क्या कुछ चाहते हैं आप सरकार से?
भाई ये गरीब आदमी तो रोजगार ही चाहे।
रोजगार चाहे। क्या काम करते हैं आप?
भाई मजदूरी आदमी।
मजदूर आदमी। तो अभी रोजगार में है आपके पास?
नहीं
है रोजगार, तो आप रोजगार के नाम पे वोट करेंगे। वी हैव अदर वुमेन। हाय, आई एम सिद्धांत। आप यहाँ पे वोट डालने आए, आप स्टूडेंट हैं? अच्छा, क्या कुछ है दिमाग में आपके कि स्टूडेंट क्या चाहता है? जब स्टूडेंट एक वोट डालने आते हैं तो क्या चाहते हैं और क्या उनके मुद्दे हैं?
स्टूडेंट तो सिर्फ जॉब ही चाहेगा, वैसे ठीक है सब कुछ, मतलब जॉब ही चाहता है सिर्फ, और जो वीमेंस के लिए सब ठीक है, मतलब
ठीक है।
हाँ।
एक्साइटेड हैं?
हाँ जी, बिल्कुल,
वोटिंग के लिए आए।
वोटिंग।
उन लोगों के लिए क्या संदेश देंगे? आप लोग तो यहाँ पे गांव में रहते हैं, फॉग है, जीरो विजिबिलिटी डे है, ठंड का मौसम है और आप लोग वोट डालने आए हैं। कई लोग शहरों में रहते हैं और जो वोट डालने निकलते नहीं है, उनके लिए क्या कहना चाहिए?
सर, हम शहर से ही आए हैं, संभल से आए हैं वोट डालने के लिए यहाँ पर।
अच्छा, ये आपका पुश्तैनी।
यस सर।
तो जो लोग वोट डालने नहीं आते उनके लिए क्या मैसेज है?
डालना चाहिए वोट, आपका अधिकार है, तो
आपका अधिकार है। So there you see people in Meerut are very excited and I could see long queues outside the polling booth here in Meerut, and you know there are a lot of issues: employment, law and order, women's safety, and on all these issues the Meerut is going to vote today. Back to the studios.
Well, thank you for getting us those wonderful voices, Siddhant, from Meerut. Always interesting to listen to the voters. Well, Janta Janardhan is going to decide which way Western UP is going to go, in fact, for the whole of UP as well. Cutting across to my colleague Arunima as well, who's reporting from Muzaffarnagar. Arunima, there's a lot of analysis around Western UP. There's a lot of analysis around Muzaffarnagar. But I ask this to you as a person who has gone into this region multiple times. The anecdotal evidence a journalist often collects, what your impressions have been like? Is the Jat vote consolidating or there is a division? That's the million-dollar question.
You know, the Jat votes here, the sense that I got from the ground could be clearly divided into pre-Amit Shah's reach out and post-Amit Shah's reach out. They were upset. The Jat community here was upset. They're mainly Kisans. They were upset that the farm bill took so long to get withdrawn, that they were made to sit at the Ghazipur border for 13 months. But then Home Minister Amit Shah reached out to them, told them that, you know, we are aware of your issues and they will be taken care of. You know, Jat reservation was mentioned. And the Bharatiya Janata Party definitely hopes that post that reach out, the Jat community has recalibrated. But Muzaffarnagar is not just about the Jats. It's also about the Muslim factor. It's also about the other communities. There is a significant population of Thakurs, Lodhs, the Dalits, and then there is the urban voter. First time voters here with me. पहली बार वोट दिया है आपने?
हाँ जी।
कैसा रहा आपका एक्सपीरियंस अंदर वोट देने का? जब आप गई थी अंदर, दिमाग में क्लैरिटी थी थॉट की कि किस मुद्दे पे वोट देना, अगर हमारे साथ शेयर करें, आपके लिए सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट मुद्दा क्या है इस चुनाव?
सेफ्टी के लिए वोट की है हमने। बीजेपी, जब से बीजेपी आई है सेफ्टी बढ़ चुकी है।
हम लोग बहुत सेफ फील करते हैं, तो हम लोगों का मेन मोटिव सेफ्टी को लेकर था।
सेफ्टी लेकर आप लोग चले हैं। महिला वोटर्स यहाँ पर, ये यंग वोटर्स है, ये कह रही है सेफ्टी के लिए। आप अपना फिंगर दिखा रही हैं, आपने ऑलरेडी वोट कर दिया है। मुजफ्फरनगर की महिलाओं के लिए लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की इशू है, कानून व्यवस्था मेन इशू है आपके लिए?
अच्छी है, बहुत बढ़िया हो रही है,
बहुत अच्छी
बहुत अच्छी हो रही है। हाँ जी, अपने आप को बहुत कंफर्टेबल महसूस कर रहे हैं।
ओके ओके, आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? काफी देर से इंतजार कर रहे हैं। मुजफ्फरनगर में बार बार बात हो रही है कि यहाँ जातिगत आंकड़ों पर वोट हमेशा दिए जाते हैं, जाटों की बात होती है, नॉन जाटों की बात होती है। जातिवाद मुजफ्फरनगर में एक बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा है।
नहीं, ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं है जी। मुजफ्फरनगर में आज एक ही मुद्दा है कि चौमुखी विकास। मुजफ्फरनगर की जो जनशक्ति है, बौद्धिक शक्ति है और धन शक्ति है, इसके माध्यम से इन सबको साथ लेके जनतंत्र में अपनी वोट का अधिकार प्रयोग करके हमें भारत को विश्व महाशक्ति बनाना है। यही हमारा बेसिक मुद्दा है।
आप भी बहुत ध्यान से सुन रहे हैं, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे मुजफ्फरनगर की? क्या बताइए, मुजफ्फरनगर का मुद्दा क्या है? बताइए मुद्दा क्या है मुजफ्फरनगर के लोगों का?
मुद्दा तो कुछ भी नहीं है यहाँ।
क्या सोच कर
विकास चाहिए बस, और क्या है?
विकास चाहिए,
विकास चाहिए। वो क्या कह रहे हैं? सुरक्षा चाहिए।
हमें मिली रही है, बताइए।
हमारा जो ये है, जो हमारा इस समय की सरकार है, इन्होंने सुरक्षा और विकास दोनों ही चीज जो देश को दी, प्रदेश को दी है, वही सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है और इसी के आधार पर हमने वोट की।
अच्छा, आपको भी ऐसा ही लगता है?
ऐसा ही है जी,
ऐसा ही। So the group here, at least at the Chotu Ram Inter College of Muzaffarnagar, you know, since early morning, like Siddhant was reporting from Meerut, it was a very foggy morning here in Muzaffarnagar as well, and you can see the fog there is still prevalent, but that has not curbed the enthusiasm of the Muzaffarnagar voters, be it senior citizens, be it young voters. They've all been queuing up at this booth, and at least in this group, they appear satisfied with the law and order situation. They appear satisfied with the vikas, with the development narrative. But there have been some other voters who we have spoken to who want badlao. So it's a very interesting and complex elections right now. As the day progresses, not just Muzaffarnagar candidates, but the entire Western Uttar Pradesh and perhaps the entire state will be watching this belt closely.
Absolutely, Arunima. All eyes are keenly trained on Western Uttar Pradesh today and parts of Doab, which are voting in the first phase, 11 districts and 58 seats. Let's take a look now at how the voters have been coming out this morning. As Arunima was pointing out, it's been a foggy morning, but despite that, long queues have been seen at various polling booths.
I'm standing here in Noida, Sector 15A. Let me show you some visuals of the polling station. You can see some balloons and also the security arrangements, because at this point of time, not only the polling is important, but also all Corona protocols are important. And for that, we have all the security arrangements, and to maintain the social distancing and mask-related guidelines, all people are deputed here, and they are asking people to, follow these guidelines as well. Well, we have some voters as well who have just voted, and we'll try to talk to them. So, what's your name? Aapne vote kar diya hai?
Yeah, abhi kara hai. My name is Prashant Sehgal. I'm a resident of Sector 15A right here nearby. So yeah, just voted.
क्या कुछ मुद्दे हैं आपके?
नहीं, मुद्दे तो बहुत हैं। देखिए, नोएडा को पिछले 2 साल में काफी प्रॉब्लम्स फेस करनी पड़ी हैं। कोविड की वजह से इन जनरल हमारे यहाँ पे बिजली का प्रॉब्लम है, पानी का प्रॉब्लम है, सेफ्टी का बहुत बड़ा इशू है। यहाँ पे आप रात को अंधेरा होने के बाद अकेले, जैसे यहाँ पे मेड्स वगैरह अकेले जाने से डरती हैं, ऑल्दो उनका घर यहाँ से आधा किलोमीटर दूर है।
58 seats are up for grab in the first phase of Uttar Pradesh election, and we are in one of the hot seats of Uttar Pradesh, which is Kairana, and this is the morning hour. People are queuing up to cast their votes here. One of the polling booths, this is specifically that polling booth where Mriganka Singh, who's the BJP candidate, will be casting her vote. And in fact, outside you can see the preparations which the administration has done. A medical team is present here at this moment to give masks and check the temperature and to sanitize voters who go inside to cast their votes.
So despite it being a foggy morning, it hasn't really been bad as far as all of those polling centers are concerned. Over the next few hours, our reporters will continue to get you more of those ground reports where we finally do get a sense, after 48 hours of a ban on campaigning, after many, many months of campaigning, and now on the day of polling, what is really uttermost on the minds of the voter. What are the other big issues that will matter as far as Western Uttar Pradesh are concerned? And why does this state matter so much in the larger national politics? All of that and more coming up on the other side of a very short break.
हैं या उन्हें दुनिया से समाप्त कर दिया है और वो किया है केवल योगी जी ने। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार में 2017 के बाद 3 बार पुलिस के एग्जाम दे चुका, मेरा नंबर नहीं आता, उसमें मेरी गलती है। सरकार बाइज्जत रोजगार निकाल रही है और कोशिश करती है कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा रोजगार दें।
The Jewar Airport will service all of Western Uttar Pradesh, from Noida to Bulandshahr, Mathura, Agra, Ghaziabad and Meerut. While BJP showcases the airport and with it Yogi government's commitment to Vikas, the largely agrarian belt in these parts debate if the Kisan is getting his due.
नाराजगी की वजह यह है कि किसानों के लिए कुछ ये कर ना पाए 5 साल वो सरकार चलाने के बाद, जो समय पे जो फसल आवे उसकी बिक्री नहीं हो,
कोई कुछ फायदा नहीं, रोजगार नहीं, भर्ती नहीं, कुछ क्या फायदा है बताओ तुम।
पिछली बार मुझे याद है 17 में, 14 में, 19 में मोदी जी जो भी वादे करते थे, योगी जी जो भी वादे करते थे, युवा वर्ग उसको बहुत अच्छे से लेता था, उनको लगता था यही आपके लिए सही है। अब क्या युवा वर्ग की सोच में कुछ बदलाव आ गया है, कुछ अलग सोचता है?
कुछ बदलाव नहीं है मैम। सबसे मेन चीज़ है कि युवा पढ़ाई लिखाई करता है, इसलिए करता है कि हमें कोई रोज़गार मिले, लेकिन हमारी डिग्रियां डिप्लोमा अलमारियों में पड़ी सड़ रही हैं, कोई जॉब कुछ है नहीं। सबसे मेन चीज़ है यहाँ का विकास इतनी तेज़ी से चल रहा है कि मैं खुद जेवर गवर्नमेंट ITI से ITI कर रहा हूँ। मेरा सन 2018 का बैच है, अब 22 चल चुकी है, तो आप सोचिए जो 2 साल का कोर्स है, 4 साल तक तो मैं बराबर पेपर दे रहा हूँ।
बहुत सारे मुद्दे गिनारे थे कि यहाँ पे रोजगार का
बेरोजगारी है, विकास है। इन्होंने देखो जो हमारी सरकार है रोजगार के मामले में तो बहुत पीछे, विकास कुछ हद तक इन्होंने किया है, ठीक किया है, लेकिन अगर बात करते हैं इनके जो प्रत्याशी थे, जो जीते हुए प्रत्याशी हैं, उन्होंने यहाँ हमारे यहाँ कोई विकास नहीं किया। वो तो केवल अपने गांव के इर्द गिर्द, उनका गांव है रघुपुरा के नजदीक, उन्होंने केवल वहाँ विकास किया है, अपने यहाँ केवल लोकल में।
विधायक से आप नाराज हैं?
बहुत अच्छी तरह से नाराज।
मुख्यमंत्री और प्रधानमंत्री?
मुख्यमंत्री तो बहुत अच्छा है, योगी बाबा जैसा मुख्यमंत्री शासन के लिए बहुत अच्छा है।
You know, they're all saying that employment is an issue, and they're also saying that there is an issue of Vikas, but at the same time, what they're saying is that as far as the Chief Minister and the Prime Minister is concerned, they don't have any specific complaint from the leadership, but they are very aggrieved with the choice of candidate of their local constituency.
Jewar International Airport, the project that has brought this sleepy hamlet in Gautam Budh Nagar to the world stage. The airport seeks to be Asia's largest and the 4th largest in the world.
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हमारे लिए राजनीति का नहीं बल्कि राष्ट्र नीति का हिस्सा है।
Good morning, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with CNN News 18. When it's elections, it's CNN News 18. Here, we'll get you everything that you need to know, not just about what matters before the Western Uttar Pradesh votes, but also on the day from across the 11 districts, 58 seats, our wide reach of network and a whole host of reporters will get you everything to keep you ahead. The top candidates, as many as 9 sitting state ministers whose fate is going to be sealed today, we'll get you voices from that as well. And what are the big factors defining Uttar Pradesh elections, more specifically the first phase? For that, let me also go across to my colleague Anusha, who will break down the faith factor, which plays out not just in Western Uttar Pradesh, Anusha, but it actually plays out across Uttar Pradesh for obvious reasons.
And that's one factor, that identity that BJP wears on its sleeve. The faith factor is going to be very, very important. The 3 key pillars of BJP politics when it comes to Vikas Bhi and Vishwas Bhi, and you talk about the Vishwas factor, faith is somewhere quite there. It's intricately involved there. The 3 temples, and if you talk about them, first, of course, is the Ayodhya Temple, the Ram Janmabhoomi movement that was started by the stalwarts like Lal Krishna Advani, and now finally the temple construction which is happening. This is not just going to affect the eastern UP, but many other parts of UP and across the country. Kashi Vishwanath, the expansion of this corridor has been very, very crucial for the state of Uttar Pradesh. You saw the Prime Minister himself going there. Of course, this is his constituency. And this is one area where he's spoken about the invasions that have happened earlier. Now, Mathura as well in Western UP. While many may argue that there is already a Bhavya Mandir, but the expansion of that temple complex, developing Mathura as a religious, cultural and a tourist site, and more importantly, just one point to add apart from these 3, is also the Buddhist circuit which is being developed in Eastern UP, where BJP can still do some kind of work. And talking more about this, talking more about the faith factor, Maha, this plays a very, very important role. Whether it's about breaking down of the Jat votes or it is about the consolidation that BJP would want, faith is going to play a key role in deciding that political grammar.
Yes, certainly. And after the success that the BJP has seen in India, they certainly feel that there is some scope in Mathura as well.
Sure.
Because I'll just show you the number of seats in the Mathura area. There are about 5 seats, out of which the BJP has 4. So they still have scope to be able to get one more. So they are banking on what is being called now the Krishna Janmabhoomi, and there they should have a Bhavya temple. That has been a pitch that has been made by the BJP leaders. So let's take a look at the number of seats currently that the BJP has over here. So if you take a look at Mathura specifically, and this is where I've circled it, you can see 5 seats over here, out of which 4 belong to the BJP already. This is the 2017 Vidhan Sabha election, 1 for the BSP. But if you compare that to the other faith factor areas, and we are talking about Ayodhya here, all the seats with the BJP. Therefore, can that be replicated in Mathura as well? If you take a look at Allahabad, see this we are encircling because of the Kumbh Mela. Out of the 6 seats, 5 with the BJP, only 1 with the others, and similarly in Varanasi too. Again, a very important point of faith for the BJP. There you have all the seats with the BJP currently. But of course, in Varanasi, there is another factor that plays out, and that is the Modi factor. Because he is the MP from Varanasi, it certainly influences the seats over there. Mirzapur is another one, but here we have seen that there are some seats with the BJP, rest not with the BJP. So they have scope to make inroads there. Shivani, that is why the faith factor, Vishwas, along with Vikas, has been the slogan of the BJP.
I'll add one more to that, and that is Gorakhpur, where, of course, the sitting Chief Minister, Yogi Adityanath, he's the head of the Math. He's fighting an MLA election this time around from Gorakhpur, where he's been a 5-time MP. So that also actually has an impact, not just in his constituency, but around it. Not too much distance between Gorakhpur and Varanasi as well. But those are in the later phases. The first phase focuses on Western Uttar Pradesh. And when we talk about the faith factor here, it's about Mathura. Let's listen in to what Shrikant Sharma has said, who's one of the candidates from Mathura. Let's listen in.
Shrikant Sharma is now joining us on CNN News 18. He has just come out after casting his vote. Shrikant ji, Radhe Radhe. इस बार का चैलेंज बड़ा होने वाला है। आपको अपनी सीट के साथ 4 सीटें, 5 में से 4 अभी बीजेपी के पास है, वो सब बचानी है।
जब से जनसंघ की स्थापना हुई है तब से चुनौतियों का सामना हम लोग करते आ रहे हैं, और ये प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी, अमित भाई, आपने जेपी नड्डा साहब की पार्टी है। पहले दिन से हम लोग यहाँ काम करते हैं। ओथ लेने के बाद ही आपको काम मिल जाता है कि ये काम आपको 5 साल में पूरा करना है। तो यहाँ सब लोग, नीचे बूथ का जो कार्यकर्ता है उसको भी काम करना है, मंत्री भी अपने काम में लगे रहते हैं, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को भी अपना काम करना है। तो हम सब लोग सिपाही हैं और अपने काम में लोग लगे हैं। आज काम बोल रहा है जमीन पर। आप देखिए, पहले अंधेरा रहता था, आज रोशनी रोशनी है। सड़कों की हालत हम लोग सुदृढ़ कर रहे हैं। तो विरासत में हमको समस्याएं मिली हैं। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी ने इस देश को कोई समस्या नहीं दी, मुख्यमंत्री योगी जी ने इस प्रदेश को कोई समस्या नहीं दी, ऊर्जा मंत्री ने मथुरा को कोई समस्या नहीं दी। जो विरासत में हमको समस्याएं मिली हैं, उन समस्याओं का हम समाधान करें।
लोग आज निकल रहे हैं, अच्छी मात्रा में लोग बाहर आए हैं। आपके हिसाब से क्या मुद्दे लेकर के, क्या सोच लेकर के लोग बाहर?
आपको कहा, बिजली, पानी, सड़क, स्वास्थ्य और शिक्षा और सुरक्षा, ये मुख्य मुद्दे हैं। हमारा मथुरा, वृंदावन, हमारा ब्रज, हमारा उत्तर प्रदेश, बिजली जैसी सुविधा आप लोग नहीं दे पाए। बिजली कोई सुविधा नहीं है, ये मूलभूत आवश्यकता है। कांग्रेस, सपा, बसपा, ये सब लोग सरकारों में रहे, कभी सपा कभी बसपा। कांग्रेस तो हमेशा हर किसी के साथ रही।
सर, लेकिन बिजली की आप बात करते हैं, समाजवादी पार्टी कह रही है कि अगर वो आ जाएंगे 300 यूनिट फ्री बिजली दे देंगे।
भाई वो
आपने किसानों के लिए बोला
12 से 17 में रहे, आप उनको पूछना चाहिए तब क्यों नहीं दिया। तब तो आपने 4 जिलों को बिजली दिया। बीजेपी तो दे रही है, देंगे नहीं, दे रही है। हमने किसानों के बिल आधे कर दिए हैं। अगले 5 वर्ष में हम पूरी तरह से किसानों के बिल माफ करेंगे, ये हम कह रहे हैं। हम गाँव में सूर्य से लेकर सूर्योदय तक बिजली दे रहे हैं। पुरानी सरकार से 9000 मेगावाट अधिक बिजली दी है, तो हमने दी है, वो कहेंगे देंगे। कितना फर्क है?
मथुरा का प्लान क्या है अगर आप जीत करके आते हैं? किस तरीके से, क्या काशी की तर्ज पे इसका जीर्णोद्धार होगा?
डेफिनेटली प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने एक अपना मॉडल दिया है दुनिया को, देश को, पत्रकारों को, बुद्धिजीवियों को, कि ये काशी का मॉडल है प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी का। हमारे मथुरा, वृंदावन, ब्रज 84 कोस, यहाँ दुनिया में बहुत, दुनिया से ज्यादा तीर्थयात्री यहाँ आता, सबसे ज्यादा। आने वाले समय में हम मथुरा, अपने ब्रज को दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा धार्मिक पर्यटन का केंद्र बनाएंगे। ज्यादा यात्री आएगा, हमारे लोगों की उतनी ज्यादा इनकम बढ़ेगी। तो इस पर हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं।
आखिरी सवाल, एंटी इनकम्बेंसी हावी होगी क्या सरकार के? आपको लगता है
जब ईवीएम खुलेगा तब देखना।
Okay, so Shrikant Sharma, who is the Minister of Power in UP Cabinet, has just casted his vote, and after this he would be moving directly towards his constituency, which is the Mathura seat, and he is very much confident of his retaining the seat this time as well. With camera person Raju Khatri, Nikhil Lakhwani for CNN News 18.
All right, let me now go across to our reporters who are spread out across various seats that are polling today. And Anshul is joining us with more details. Anshul, first of all, give us a sense of the number of people who are coming out this morning to cast their vote, because we are seeing in some parts of Uttar Pradesh foggy conditions. It's also cold. But despite that, on many polling booths, people have come in large numbers. What is the situation like where you are currently?
That's right, Maha. Since 7 a.m. this morning, a lot of people have been trickling in inside the polling stations here in Mathura. Currently, I'm standing at one such polling station where since this morning, many people have already come inside and have already casted their votes. Since this election is being done within the ambit of a pandemic, such preparations have been made to make sure that social distancing and mask and thermal screening is being done inside the polling stations as well. Joining me right now are a few voters who have already come in inside to cast their votes this morning, even today being a very foggy and a very chilly morning over here. We'll try and talk to them and find out what were the issues. Sir, आप लोग इतनी सुबह-सुबह वोट करने आए हैं, क्या मुद्दे हैं, क्या दिमाग में सोच कर आए हैं आज वोट करने इतने सुबह-सुबह?
पहले तो ये मेरा अधिकार है, वोट डालना मेरा अधिकार है, और थोड़ा विकास होना चाहिए, विकास के लिए वोट डाला है।
हम इस बार काफ़ी बातें हो रही हैं। एक तरफ बीजेपी कह रही है कि हमने लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सुधारा है, दूसरी तरफ समाजवादी पार्टी कह रही है कि महंगाई बढ़ गई है, बेरोजगारी बढ़ गई है। तो आपके क्या मुद्दे हैं, किन मुद्दों पे आप वोट देने आई हैं?
जी, मेरा मुद्दा ये है कि हम देश की सुरक्षा और सबसे पहले हम अपने देश के बारे में सोचेंगे, इसीलिए हमें अपने वोट का, अपने मताधिकार का प्रयोग करना चाहिए, सही प्रयोग करना चाहिए, सही नेता को चुनना चाहिए, और सबको कहूँगी कि सब अपने मताधिकार का प्रयोग सही समय पे जाकर कर लें, ताकि कोई दूसरा उनके मताधिकार का प्रयोग ना कर सके।
सर, आज सुबह आप यहाँ हैं, पिछले 5 साल में कितना फ़र्क देखा आपने मथुरा में, क्या फ़र्क आया है?
बहुत फ़र्क आया है, इसको महसूस किया जा सकता है, बताना तो खैर क्या है, बहुत कुछ अंदर से खुशी मिली है आदमी को इस चीज़ को देखकर। चाहे वो महंगाई हुई है ज़रूर,
और उससे आदमी वो भी है, मतलब एक पस्त कहो कुछ भी कहो, लेकिन वो इस खुशी के आगे उसको कुछ नहीं समझ रहा। इसको जो खुशी मिली है अंदर से, वो अपने राष्ट्र के लिए, अपने देश के लिए, और उसने इतना कुछ देखा है कि पिछला बहुत बड़ा भाग इस छोटे से उसमें ही समय में सबको काफी कवर कर लिया है। और आगे
बेरोजगारी बहुत हो
हाँ,
गई है।
और
अभी हाँ, युवाओं के क्या मुद्दे हैं, युवा क्या सोच कर आए हैं यहाँ पे?
सर इस समय युवा पस्त है, लोग वहाँ कंपटीशन कर रहे हैं, काफ़ी मेहनत कर रहे हैं, ओवर एज हो जाते हैं, उनको रोजगार नहीं है, निजीकरण के खिलाफ है युवा। इस समय युवा बदलाव की ओर है और काफ़ी बदलाव देखने को मिल रहा है, युवाओं में क्रेज है। इस समय युवाओं की ना सुनी जा रही है। निजीकरण का मामला बहुत ही खराब है। ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी राज होने वाला है, इसमें कुछ चंद ही लोग और धर्म के नाम पे वोट वो कर रहे हैं। ये संविधान है, हमारा भारत संविधान फर्स्ट है, इसलिए संविधान के अनुसार युवाओं को प्राथमिकता देनी चाहिए और रोजगारों का।
आप भी बहुत ध्यान से सुन रहे हैं। आपके क्या मुद्दे हैं, क्या सोच कर आए हैं? बेरोजगारी मुद्दा है या लॉ एंड ऑर्डर मुद्दा रहा है?
नहीं, बेरोजगारी मुद्दा है।
ऑलराइट,
रोजगार बहुत जरूरी है युवाओं के लिए।
पिछले 5 साल में कुछ फर्क आया है?
मुझे इतना तो नहीं लगता कि बहुत ज़्यादा फ़र्क आया है, थोड़ा बहुत हल्का फ़र्क तो है, इतना नहीं है कि मतलब ये है कि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर प्रॉपर है, बट रोजगार ज़रूरी है।
All right, so law and order does continue to be the major focus. You're joining us from Mathura. We've also got my colleague Nikhil Lakhwani, who's also joining us from Govardhan. You know, there are of course several seats going to polls in this district of Mathura, where faith may be a factor, but as you just heard, on the ground, Nikhil, there are a lot of other factors that play on people's mind. And law and order, development, jobs, these continue to be the main focus.
Well, obviously, to the people that we have, talked to so far, they have not raised the issue of faith so far since morning. But this is currently one of the polling station in the Govardhan seat. Now, a short while ago, Shrikant Sharma, who is the Minister of Power, he has just casted his vote. This is his hometown, and after casting his vote with his wife, he has now left for the Mathura seat, which is the constituency of Shrikant Sharma. But when we tried to speak to him, as he is the Minister of Power, we asked him that Samajwadi Party on one end has said that if they are chosen to power, they have promised free electricity. But on the other side, free electricity for farmers only has been provided by Bharatiya Janata Party. So what Shrikant Sharma told us is that Samajwadi Party always says that they will give, कि हम देंगे, but we are the ones who have already given, हम दे चुके हैं. So this is the major difference between both the parties. But apart from it, there is anti-incumbency as well if we talk about the Shrikant Sharma in particular. But what is encouraging since this morning is these visuals that we are showing you. People have come here in huge number. This is one such rural constituency, rural seat where many of the voters are here. But since morning, since 7 a.m. when the voting actually started, people in huge numbers have come out to vote here. Let's take a quick view from some of the people. सर आप बताइए, मथुरा की एक सीट है, आपके हिसाब से मुद्दे क्या हैं, आप क्या सोच करके आए हैं?
मुद्दा विकास है सब, मथुरा में विकास बढ़ा है, बहुत बढ़िया हो रहा है।
अच्छा, विकास की ही बात हो रही है। मथुरा में आपको पता है कि एक मंदिर के पीछे जो विवाद है, वो आपके हिसाब से इतना बड़ा मुद्दा नहीं होगा?
मुद्दा है उसका, वो जन्मभूमि का मुद्दा है, उसको लेके यही योगी सरकार में हो सकता है।
योगी सरकार में हो सकता है, ठीक है। आप बताइए, आप तो युवा हैं, आपकी उम्र क्या है पहले तो ये बताइए।
मेरी 20 साल उम्र है। 20
साल उम्र है। आपके लिए क्या मुद्दे हैं, क्योंकि आप तो यंग हैं, आप तो भविष्य हैं देश का?
देखो भैया, हमारे लिए बस स्कूल खुलना चाहिए, जैसे हमारे लड़कियों के लिए बड़ा स्कूल हमारे गोवर्धन में भी नहीं है, जो डिग्री कॉलेज होते हैं बड़ा कोई भी नहीं है आसपास हमारे।
तो स्कूल मुद्दा है, बहुत अच्छा ये मुद्दा रेस किया है। वी हैव सम अदर पीपल एज वेल। आप बताइए, आपके हिसाब से मुद्दा क्या रहने वाला है? हर किसी के लिए अलग अलग मुद्दे निकल के आ रहे हैं, आप क्या सोच करके आज अपना वोट पे बटन दबाएंगे?
अच्छी शिक्षा होनी चाहिए, अच्छी शिक्षा, प्रोग्रेस हो रहा है, बीजेपी बढ़िया काम कर रही है, आगे प्रोग्रेस अच्छी किएगी।
Okay, so Shivani, this is the view that is coming out, and we have said earlier as well, faith have taken a step back, but it is also an issue. It remains an issue, but the major issue is in law and order, security, and the overall administration that has been provided by the current government.
You're right in pointing
Shivani.
that out, Nikhil, because we've heard similar voices from Muzaffarnagar, from Meerut, from different parts of Western UP. Pranshu, on that note, I'm coming to you. The UP government, especially Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, on various occasions has said that law and order is a major issue. They have worked towards the betterment of law and order situation, and faith, of course, is there somewhere in that narrative. But law and order development are the two key issues that resonate across these 11 district and 58 constituencies in Western UP.
Well, yes, that's right. So in fact, Yogi Adityanath has often been talking about this, the so-called law and order improvement in the state and especially in Western Uttar Pradesh. But Shivani, this law and order issue is also, I'll say, is covered by the larger narrative of 80% versus the 20%. So when Yogi Adityanath was in Western Uttar Pradesh, he was also talking about bringing down the tempers, Garmi kam karne ki baat in Muzaffarnagar, in Shamli, in Kairana. So I think overall the BJP's focus had been that, by talking about law and order, you also try to remind people of what they say was a clear lawlessness, a riot hit state, especially in the parts of Western Uttar Pradesh. And that's the reason why talking about law and order, we have seen, often made references to the infamous riots of Muzaffarnagar, riots of 2013. But then this time around, the scenario on the ground is, and everyone is agreeing on it, is that, the communal tensions which defined Western Uttar Pradesh right since 2014 to 2019 Lok Sabha elections, including the 2017 elections, assembly elections, that sort of communal polarization is not being seen in Western Uttar Pradesh. Law and order, therefore, for Bharatiya Janata Party is a big issue. They want to remind the people of what has transpired in the past, but whether it is going to cut the ice, that is the one big question. The other silent narrative, of course, we were hearing certain voices coming out, the issue of unemployment, the issue of privatization. Are these also the issues, apart from the larger issues of caste consolidation, the communal consolidation we have been talking about? And therefore, we are saying that, the phase 1 polling becomes a very interesting, barometer to observe as to what the real mood, the real issues of the people are there. Is it only the Mandal Kamandal, the caste and the communal politics, which we generally see, through which prism we generally see the Western Uttar Pradesh? Or is it also the issues of the farmers' discontent, about which, Akhilesh and Jayant Chaudhary have been very optimistic? Is it also the issue of stray cattle? Is it also the issue of unemployment, which is, making some sort of impact in Western Uttar Pradesh? So I think the entire story of Western Uttar Pradesh is quite complicated, and it can't be just seen only through this traditional prism of, the communal and the caste polarization as we have seen in the past.
In fact, that is the sentiment that the Prime Minister also echoed, Pranshu, last evening when he spoke about the UP elections, that possibly the fixation over caste and religion is with the politicians themselves, not so much with the public anymore. At least the BJP believes that the traditional mindset or the view with which UP elections have been seen over the last many years is no longer the way that the electorate votes, that the shift has already happened, and they point out to the last 3 elections over Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha to point out to that where every possible combination has been tried for. It hasn't worked in consolidation. Vote shifts don't happen in this manner as some parties have hoped, and votes are possibly also not being put on caste divides at least. We'll look in those factors and more. Our reporters will continue to be with us. Also joining us will be several top experts who know UP better than most. So stay with us. We'll be back with more.
Sitting BJP MLA Dhirendra Singh counters Bhadana by questioning his credentials. Bhadana has recently come to the RLD-SP combined and to Jewar after representing Mirapur as a BJP MLA earlier. Singh says issues of locals can be taken care of only by the BJP. His main plank, that the Yogi government made the Jewar airport a reality, while previous governments only got scams and lawlessness.
जेवर विधानसभा इस वक्त दुनिया का निवेशकों का एक ऐसा डेस्टिनेशन है जहां बहुत तेजी से पिछले 5 साल में विकास हुआ है। प्रदेश में योगी आदित्यनाथ जी को मुख्यमंत्री देखना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि उन्हीं की वजह से आज जेवर विश्व मानचित्र पर आ गया है। अभी एक CAG ऑडिट हुआ था नोएडा प्राधिकरण का, तो 50,000 करोड़ का घोटाला मिला। तो ये घोटालेबाज लोग हैं, इन पे मुद्दा तो कुछ और है नहीं। इनके समय में यहाँ से कंपनियां पलायन करने लगी थी, बड़े-बड़े उद्योग धंधे।
The constituency, though, is sharply divided. Right outside the Shamnagar Mandi, where Dhirendra Singh campaigned, A fight broke out between RLD and BJP supporters.
ये तो बीजेपी वाले तो न्यू कहें कि चीन और पाकिस्तान, हिंदू और मुसलमान और बुर्की मार है मंदिर की। जो ठोस मुद्दा है महंगाई और बेरोजगारी, उसकी चर्चा नहीं है, उससे तो ध्यान हटका हुए हैं।
यह वह क्षेत्र है जेवर जहाँ रात को लाइटें नहीं थी, जहाँ दंगा होता था। आज की डेट में वो दंगा या तो जेलों के भीतर है या उन्हें इस दुनिया से समाप्त कर दिया है, और वो किया है केवल योगी जी ने। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार में 2017 के बाद 3 बार पुलिस के एग्जाम दे चुका। मेरा नंबर नहीं आता, उसमें मेरी गलती है। सरकार बाइज्जत रोजगार निकाल रही है और कोशिश करती है कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा रोजगार दें।
The Jewar airport will service all of western Uttar Pradesh from Noida to Bulandshahr, Mathura, Agra, Ghaziabad and Meerut. While BJP showcases the airport and with it Yogi government's commitment to Vikas, the largely agrarian belt in these parts
The mother of all state elections is upon us. Today, phase 1 out of the 7 phases for Uttar Pradesh. And this is really the state that decides the fate for many. The BJP is hoping to become the first party in 35 years in Uttar Pradesh to come back to power consecutively as a single party. Where will these elections leave the Samajwadi Party after the massive reversals of 2017? Are they going to be able to get their ground back? Where will the RLD be as far as their combine is concerned? They weren't really very effective last time around as far as their Jat vote or Kisan vote is concerned. What about the Congress party? Where does it even stand? The BSP, is it going to be able to hold on to its vote share, or will that also further decline this time around? And what is the impact that the likes of Asaduddin Owaisi with the AIMIM are going to be able to make? All of that and more will be decided this UP election. And our reporters are joining us from across the 11 districts that are going to polls today. 58 seats, out of which 53 the BJP is the incumbent. But what is the BJP's big mission, and how does it view Uttar Pradesh? What is it that works for them? What is it that they hope works for them? For that, let me go across to my colleague Anusha, who's breaking down their UP mission.
And talking and taking forward from there, what Shivani was pointing out, the consolidation that may or may not happen, the broad issues that exist, I want to point out to our viewers how the voter base for the BJP has increased. And when you look at these numbers, look at them from the point of view of Prime Minister Modi, the phenomena that has defined the Indian political grammar for the last few years. Well, if you look at these numbers in the Vidhan Sabha election in 2012, from a 15% in 2017 to up to 40%, that sharp dramatic rise that happened. Similar trend that were witnessed in Lok Sabha as well. You had the increase of 18%. From 18% it went up to 43% and up to 50%. That rise has been witnessed for a simple reason, that there is the factor of Prime Minister Modi, that brand that had come into play. And of course, the key pitch which is being made, that this is the Sarkar of the Karmi Yogis. These are not corrupt people, or, you know, the nepotism angle which has always been put on the Congress party and of course the Samajwadi Party as well. If you talk about those two key regions, the Purvanchal area where BJP still has some gains to make, they can do much more. Development has been the key area. Whether it's about the expressways, building colleges, about airports and many other things, the Buddhist circuit, the tourism sector which is being given the boost. The Prime Minister argues that this is a region which has been historically ignored. They would want to improve their 2017 tally, 106 out of 142. They think they can do much better in this region. Prime Minister Modi, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, their constituencies are also in this region. Of course, Banaras has a spillover effect. Of course, the Buddhist tourist circuit has a spillover effect. And if you see more development, of course, let's see how Purvanchal votes. But coming to the Western conundrum, the Western UP politics that we've been talking about, the reprieve from the 3 contentious farm laws. Is that an issue that has waned off, or somewhere it still weighs on the mind of the Jat community, which was at the forefront of the agitation? They had won about 50 out of the 66 seats. The repeal of the 3 farm laws should give BJP much relief. And of course, law and order, security, development, the key issues that the voters have spoken about. They also face a tough fight from the SP-RLD alliance, but so was the fight that SP and the BSP had given earlier. That didn't really come through. Will this one really come through? Only time is going to tell us. And of course, moving forward, the Ayodhya, Kashi, Mathura trump card. Faith, especially this brand of politics, is a politics that cuts across caste lines. This is a factor that will make people vote in a chunk. Well, that's what the political pundits would like to tell us. But Maha, if one goes to the numbers and if one really looks at the micro numbers which really emerge, the picture is not so simplistic. It's a complicated reality and perhaps the fascinating part of UP's politics.
Absolutely. And so I'll crunch these numbers down to give you a sense now of how phase 1 voted last time around in the Vidhan Sabha elections and then in the Lok Sabha elections, to give you a sense of where the BJP was strong and can the SP RLD together dent some of that in Western UP specifically. So let's go to our filter for phase 1 and we'll be able to give you a sense of the numbers. So we are looking first at the 2017 Vidhan Sabha elections, 53 seats for the BJP here and vote share of 46.05%. But let's point out that phase 1 includes West UP plus this is the Doab region. Now Doab includes districts like Aligarh, Mathura. Those are the ones that fall in the Doab. In West UP specifically, the SP RLD wants to make inroads this time around. So we'll take a quick look now at what happened in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections. So here's the picture now of 2019 Lok Sabha elections. And now, as I was pointing out, if you break down the phase 1 into Doab and Western UP, what you can see here is in Western UP, there are some seats that were lost by the BJP. So the BJP managed in phase 1, if we break them down to assembly seats in the Lok Sabha elections, 46, and they had 53 earlier. The loss was in West UP. The loss was not in Doab. So is this region critical and can the RLD SP combine make inroads here? Though the numbers here were taken by the BSP, remember, and the BSP in 2019 had some sort of understanding with the Samajwadi Party. So you know, West UP, as Shivani, you were pointing out earlier, that it's difficult to hold on to what you have rather than making gains, so to speak. And that's going to be critical in specifically West UP.
Yeah, and for the BJP here, that's their biggest challenge. Also because, you know, this is the first phase. Phase 2 also covers Western Uttar Pradesh, parts of Western Uttar Pradesh. And if the winds were to blow from west to east, for every party, it is important to do well in the first few elections, regardless of what you say. In a multi-phase elections, there is momentum that builds up and momentum that can be, you know, broken also, what was there during campaigning. But speaking of the UP battle, is there any large anti-incumbency as far as the BJP government is concerned, as far as Yogi Adityanath as the chief minister is concerned? Well, that question was put by ANI to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and here's what he had to say.
चुनाव घोषित होने के बाद मैं किसी राज्य का दौरा नहीं कर पाया हूं, क्योंकि इलेक्शन कमीशन ने कुछ मर्यादाएं रखी थी और मेरा प्रयास रहता है कि मैं मर्यादाओं का पालन करूं। लेकिन वर्चुअली मुझे बीच बीच में कार्यकर्ताओं से बातचीत करने का अवसर मिला है। चुनाव का समय हो या न हो, भारतीय जनता पार्टी संगठन में हो या सरकार में हो, हम हमेशा जनता जनार्दन की सेवा में लगे रहते हैं। और जब सरकार में होते हैं तो बहुत अधिक तीव्रता से, अधिक विस्तार से सबका साथ, सबका विकास, इस मूल मंत्र को लेकर के जी जान से जुटे रहते हैं। और मैं इस चुनाव में भी सभी राज्यों में देख रहा हूं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रति लहर है। भारी बहुमत से भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीतेगी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को सेवा करने का मौका इन सभी 5 राज्यों की जनता देगी।
Well, it is indeed a massive challenge for the BJP. Remember, they won over 300 seats out of the 403 seats in Uttar Pradesh. And anything less than that will definitely be talked about, debated about, although they believe they can match 2017 performance or even better it. Time will tell. We have to slip into a very short break. As far as the factors in Western Uttar Pradesh are concerned, the big one today is the Jat belt. The big one today is the agricultural class, and therefore the big one today is the farm law effect. If the repealing has doused the anger, or does it still persist? Of course, there is the potato, sugarcane belt as well. Those are the larger frameworks within which these elections in the first phase are being fought, along with, of course, some communal divide, especially when we focus around Muzaffarnagar, and caste calculations when we go to many districts in Western Uttar Pradesh, including Muzaffarnagar and others like Agra. And then there is, of course, the faith factor, which is not that high as the fever pitch that reaches when we talk about Ayodhya or even Varanasi. We'll slip into a very short break. On the other side, more ground reports are coming up from our reporters spread across the 11 districts going to polls today. Stay with us.
बाल करने ले रही हैं। अगर यहाँ एयरपोर्ट आ जाएगा, एयरपोर्ट आने के बाद फिर हमें नौकरी क्यों नहीं मिलेगी?
तो यहाँ पे कंपनी आएंगी, इंडस्ट्री आएंगी, सब में तो वैकेंसी की ज़रूरत होगी।
जब से प्रोजेक्ट एयरपोर्ट का आया है हमारे जेवर कस्बे में, जब से बाहरी लोग यहाँ पर निवेश करने लगे हैं, जिसके कारण ज़मीनों में उछाल आया है।
While locals are looking at the Jewar Airport project to change their lives for the better, compensation received for the land is a sore point. Ajay Pratap Singh at the Dayanatpur village rummages through the bricks of what was once his house. Today, it is the site for the boundary wall of the Jewar Airport. Singh claims that the compensation received in lieu of his land is inadequate.
हमारे मकानों को बिना समय दिए, बिना नोटिस दिए हमारे मकानों को गांव को तोड़ दिया गया। जहां हमें बसाया गया है, पानी की सुविधा नहीं, बिजली की नहीं, कोई सुविधा नहीं है। हम लोग ग्रामीण थे, आज आप भी देख रहे हैं ग्रामीण वातावरण है, आप रास्ते से आए हैं निकलकर, लेकिन हमें जबरदस्ती नगर क्षेत्र बना दिया गया जो कानूनन अवैध है।
यहाँ किसान 1200 गज में मकान बना कर रहता था। 1200 गज में अपना कहना में मकान भी, अपनी भैंस भी, अपना ट्रैक्टर भी, अपनी बुग्गी भैंसा भी। अब जो इन्होंने प्लॉट दिए वहाँ 50 मीटर का 60 मीटर में, अब बताइए 50-60 मीटर में वहाँ किसान मकान बनाएगा कि अपनी भैंसों को रखेगा?
6 villages are agitating against the government on land acquisition issue. Some allege that since their land was in rural area, they deserved 4 times the price under the law. But they claim the government cheated them by calling this area urban. Others, like Rukmuddin, claim they have been forced to live in tents for over a year since their residential land was not compensated for. It is this anger that RLD candidate Avtar Singh Bhadana tries to cash in on. Campaigning in the Chiroli village, Bhadana promises better compensation for land and redressal of the issues of farmers.
बड़ाना जी, आप यहाँ घूम रहे हैं पूरे क्षेत्र में, सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा आपके हिसाब से जेवर की जनता के लिए इस चुनाव में क्या है?
सबसे बड़ा कि यहाँ के किसान और मजदूरों के साथ जुल्म हुए हैं। इस एरिया की ज़मीनें गई, उनके घर उजाड़ दिए गए, उनको ज़मीनों से बेदखल कर दिया गया है कि उनको इस एरिया के 200 किलोमीटर के एरिया का कोई बच्चा यहाँ नौकरी नहीं करेगा। मुझे इन बच्चों के रोज़गार की बात करनी है, मुझे इनके विकास की बात करनी है। यहाँ कुछ भी नहीं है। दिखने को इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है, लेकिन ग्राउंड पर कुछ नहीं।
यूपी प्लस योगी बहुत है उपयोगी।
Thanks everyone for staying with us. I'm Shivani Gupta and we're getting you rolling coverage on polling day, first phase of the battle for the states in 2022. And of course, fittingly, it is starting from Uttar Pradesh. My colleagues Anusha and Maha Siddiqui also with us, breaking down the big and the micro picture. But let me also go across and introduce our reporters who continue to be with us from across the 11 districts, 58 seats going to polls today. And Western Uttar Pradesh is a fascinating contest because there are so many issues that are dominating the discourse as UP kicks off its election run over 7 phases that it's really very difficult to figure out what is that one issue that is going to dominate the minds of the public. For the BJP, that one issue is quite clear, and that issue is law and order. The contrast between the SP rule and the BJP rule, combined with their development push and, of course, some divinity mixed in. But let me go across to Anusha first up to break down the issues that dominate Western Uttar Pradesh mostly. And here, Anusha, the focus invariably comes back to the Kisan.
To Kisan, and we heard the electorate as well. Law and order, of course, a very important issue that most people have spoken about. To explain the key issues of the Western UP, we're breaking it down into 3 parts. As Shivani said, the Kisan factor, law and order, and religion, of course, is another very important factor. But beginning with the law and order, what is the pitch that the UP government, that UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is making? And this is a very important pitch in Western UP. Voters feel safer. The NCRB data says that the crime rate, especially in Western UP, has come down. You have anecdotal evidence of women coming forward and saying they feel safer. SP is still seen as a Gunda party. That's what the BJP argues. They say, Kaam bhi or lagam bhi. We will work for development and at the same time we will ensure that there is law and order in the state. Now moving on and talking about another very crucial issue, which is the Kisan anger which has dominated. 2 kinds of farmers you have to talk about 40 lakh sugarcane farmers in this region, about 4,000 crore rupees which they argue is still due. A lot of direct payments, Prime Minister argues, has already been made. More are underway. And of course, you also have to talk about the potato bumper crop that has happened, which has significantly brought down the prices of potato. As Maha was pointing out, there are certain schemes that the Samajwadi Party is talking about, a floating industry, relevant industry in this region. How much of that will really sit with the masses is something that only time is going to tell. And after Kisan, of course, there is the caste and religion factor, which is the underlying current in Uttar Pradesh politics always. Will the Jat votes really swing in favor of the BJP? In 2019, about over 90%, 91% Jats voted in favor of the BJP. Yes, that was Lok Sabha election, but not 90%, but similar consolidation happened in the last Vidhan Sabha election as well. Mathura, the next Ayodhya, will it consolidate the Hindu votes? Of course, this is one region where BJP is talking about development, expansion of the temple complex and saying religion and development can go hand in hand. That's the pitch that BJP is really talking about. So those are the key issues we talk as we talk about the Western UP, the broad issues that can be highlighted. And my colleague Maha will also tell you a little bit more about the RLD factor. How this particular political party historically has dominated the Western UP. And they're also the party, Maha, that has been wooed by both the sides.
Yes, absolutely. And interestingly, Anusha and Shivani, what Jayant Chaudhary has done is not project himself as a Jat leader. He's projecting himself as a Kisan ka beta, Kisan leader. And that is because, as Anusha has been explaining, the agrarian issues are important. Not just the farm laws, but the fact that there is a sugarcane belt with a sizable number of families involved in it. 35 to 40 lakh families involved in it, and also a potato belt. And then that is why Jayant Chaudhary becomes very critical. He is in alliance with the Samajwadi Party, but the BJP has been trying to woo him as well. And here's why. Now, we are taking a filter of RLD influence, which is largely the agrarian belt. And here again, as I was pointing out earlier, if we split it into 2, and that specifically is West UP and the Doab area in Uttar Pradesh, which is going to the polls today. We have seen that in the year 2017, in the assembly elections, the BJP had 22 seats over here, leaving only one for the SP and one for the others, that is the RLD here. So these are the kind of massive gains that the BJP made in 2017. Was the picture slightly different if we take a look then at the next year, that is 2019 Lok Sabha elections? Let's take a look at that number now. That number, of course, down by a bit, and that is why this area of West UP becomes important. This is the region where the BJP was hoping if they ally with the RLD, they'll be able to make or at least hold on to what was theirs in 2017. Meanwhile, there is also another important factor in Western Uttar Pradesh, and that is a community factor of Muslims, because the Muslims, like the Jats, are in a sizable number over here. Now, the Jats, in fact, go anywhere between say about 7 to 18% in some areas, in some pockets 18%, and similarly the Muslims as well. What we have seen through our filters here, and let's take the Muslim factor now in Uttar Pradesh, and then we will only go down to Western Uttar Pradesh, so we can squeeze and number crunch on our magic wall to that extent. So 40 seats in Western UP influenced by the Muslim factor. And what did we see last time in 2017 elections is that the BJP, despite this combination, what did they have? About 25 seats in Western UP, and the SP came down to 12 seats. So clearly the BJP believes that if they can consolidate the Jat votes towards themselves, then it is certainly a winning factor for them. But that really is the big question. Will the Jat votes be consolidated, or will they split?
You know, Maha, it was also interesting, the overtures that were made by Amit Shah, especially to Jayant Chaudhary. I mean, it was very fascinating to see that play out. Who knows what happened post-elections as well? Because Amit Shah reminded Jayant Chaudhary, you've selected the wrong party to be with. But I'm leaving that aside for a bit. I want to quickly go across to both my colleagues Arun and Akash, who are joining us from Kairana and Noida respectively. It's 9 a.m. Arun and Akash, it's been 2 hours since the polling gates have been open. Arun, coming to you first up, very, very quickly, what are the scenes? What's the rate of polling in the first 2 hours?
Well, that's right, Shivani. Voting is picking up. People are braving the cold and foggy conditions here in Kairana, as it has become the hot seat. Let me quickly show you a glimpse around at how people have started arriving here. And in the meantime, I'll also speak to the voters. Before that, I'll show you a list of candidates. As we know, it's majorly a fight between Samajwadi RLD and the Bharatiya Janata Party. But let me quickly show for the benefit of viewers that who all are contesting and whose votes they are going to cut out. That's something which we'll know. We have Congress parties. These 9 candidates which you see on your screen are the candidates who are contesting from Kairana. Let me quickly speak to a few voters who have come here early morning. आप बताइए सर, क्या मुद्दों को लेकर आप आज वोट डालने आए हैं? कौन से इश्यूज हैं?
जी हम तो इससे महंगाई से परेशान हैं इनकी। ये सरकार ने जो महंगाई करी है इसलिए इससे परेशान है। हम सरकार की बदली चाहते हैं।
सरकार की बदली चाहते हैं। आप बताइए आपके लिए क्या ज़रूरी इशू है? यहाँ पे लोग यहाँ से छोड़ के गए, क्या वो भी इशू है? लॉ एंड ऑर्डर, कानून की व्यवस्था सुधरी, क्या इश्यूज हैं आपके लिए?
जी कारोबार के लिए तो हर आदमी कहीं का कहीं चला जाता है। हमारे यहाँ से बहुत भट्टे पर जाता है तो वे वापसी आ जाते हैं। जो गए थे तो वापसी कैसे आए?
अच्छा, किसानों को लेकर एक बड़ा मुद्दा है जो गन्ने की फसलें हैं उसका पैसा और भी काफी किसानों को लेकर क्या कुछ मुद्दे हैं आप लोगों के, किस तरह से देखते हैं?
यहाँ तो कुछ नहीं है, यहाँ पर तो कुछ नहीं है।
All right, Arun, we'll keep coming back to you for more. Several voices coming in. You speak to every individual. The voice actually differs. The issue differs. There's Mengai also that is being talked about. And, you know, in an urban center like Noida, Akash, my colleague, has been tracking some developments. Akash, quick check of what the voting has been like.
So Shivani, let me tell you that excitement is on next level because, when we talk about this particular area, this is 15A, which is a posh area. And in some time from now, Pankaj Singh, who is contesting on the seat of BJP, will come here. And let me show you the overall arrangement. Let me show you that polling officers are checking the credentials first, and then, you can see a number of people are there as well. And people have started coming, and they were saying that other than the law and order issue, other than the women empowerment, women security, and all other issues, they have their regional issues as well, their local issues as well, which is electricity, water, and all other things. And as of now, what we are getting is that people are excited for the voting. And if we talk about the last time, like in 2017, the voting was not even 50%, the turnout was not even 50%. So this time the focus is on turnout, and we are expecting that people will start coming, and people will come to cast their vote and practice their right to vote.
All that perspective from Noida, of course, one of the important urban centers that votes today. Getting you all the voices and perspective from the ground, let's also listen in to Sanjeev Balyan and Sangeet Som, the two key leaders of the BJP, what they have to say. This is Western UP, which is polling today. Let's hear it from them.
संजीव जी, वोटिंग डालने के लिए कितनी बार निकलेंगे और क्या माहौल है मुजफ्फरनगर में?
भाई करीब 9:15 बजे निकलूंगा घर से। गांव में वोट है मेरी, गांव में डालने जाऊंगा। माहौल तो बढ़िया ही लग रहा, अच्छा है। मुझे पता है कि खूब वोट मिलेंगे, सबकी मिलेंगे, सभी जाति धर्म की वोट मिलेंगे, काम के आधार पर वोट मिलेंगे, तो बढ़िया रहेगा।
क्योंकि पिछली बार आपने क्लीन स्वीप किया था, इस बार क्या लग रहा है आपको?
भाई मुझे तो ऐसा लग रहा है पिछली बार से ज्यादा ही वोट मिलेंगे, कम नहीं मिलेंगे। बाकी स्वीप का तो जनता तय करेगी कितना स्वीप होता है।
सर, अभी अभी आप क्षेत्र से होके आ रहे हैं, क्या माहौल है, क्या सिचुएशन और कितने कॉन्फिडेंट हैं? संगीत सोम, क्या एक बार फिर इतिहास दोहराने जा रहा है सरदना में?
देखिए, बिल्कुल हम एकदम 100% कॉन्फिडेंट है। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी उत्तर प्रदेश में 350 सीटें ला रही है, तो उसमें सरदना का बड़ा योगदान रहेगा। आप निश्चित रहिए, सरदना बहुत बड़े मार्जिन से हम लोग जीतने जा रहे हैं और पब्लिक ने जिताने का मन बना लिया है, उसमें कोई दो राय है ही नहीं।
बीजेपी की जमीन ना सिर्फ सरदना से बल्कि पश्चिमी उत्तर प्रदेश में खिसक सकती है, या जो बीजेपी का कोर वोटर है वो और पार्टियों को जा सकता है? क्या इस बात का डर सताता है?
एकदम नहीं सताता। क्यों डर सताएगा? कोर वोटर क्यों जाएगा? बीजेपी का वोटर क्यों जाएगा दूसरी जगह? बीजेपी ने विकास किया है, बीजेपी ने उत्तर प्रदेश को उत्तम प्रदेश बढ़ाने की तरफ काम किया, बीजेपी ने लॉ एंड ऑर्डर पर काम किया है। हमने 4-5 साल में कोई दंगा उत्तर प्रदेश में नहीं होने दिया, लोग आपस में मिल के रहे हैं, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर एकदम 100% चुस्त रहा। तो कैसी बात कर रहे हैं आप? पिछली बार जितना हमें वोट मिला था उसमें परसेंटेज वाइज और सीट वाइज दोनों में बढ़ा।
That have been talked about, and we've been breaking them down. Actually, Western Uttar Pradesh is where the BJP has done remarkably well. It is in Eastern Uttar Pradesh that they haven't quite touched the levels that they have in Western Uttar Pradesh. But let me also go across to the guests who are joining us now, as 2 hours of voting and polling has already taken place. Anuja Kapoor of the BJP, Suchi Vishwas of the Congress Party, Sandeep Chaudhary, spokesperson of the RLD, Ajit K. Jha, election expert, Advaita Kala, author and analyst, Rashid Kidwai, author and journalist, all joining us. But first up, I want to go across to our guest from RLD, Sandeep Chaudhary. Sandeep ji, बहुत बड़ा दिन है आपके लिए आज। वेस्टर्न उत्तर प्रदेश में फर्स्ट फेज की पोलिंग हो रही है। This is massive as far as the SP RLD combine is concerned.
जी, महा मैडम, शिवानी जी, अनुसर जी, आपके पैनल के सभी साथियों को और आपका चैनल देखने वाले सभी देशवासियों को सबसे पहले मैं नमन करता हूं। और मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं, वाकई आज एक पर्व का दिन है और ये पर्व बदलाव का पर्व है। बदलाव का पर्व मैं केवल इसलिए नहीं कह रहा हूं कि मैं आरएलडी का राष्ट्रीय प्रवक्ता हूं। बदलाव का पर्व मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं क्योंकि किसान, इस बेल्ट में किसान आता है और किसी से छुपा नहीं है किसान की हालत। किस तरीके से किसान ने प्रदर्शन किया, किस तरीके से किसान ने अपना सम्मान खोया है, बीजेपी ने किस तरीके से हमारी बदनामी की है, किस तरीके के हमें तबके दिए गए हैं, उन चीज़ों को हम भूल नहीं सकते। और जिस तरीके से इन्होंने जो चौधरी चरण सिंह की विरासत को जयंत चौधरी लेकर के आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, जो सबको साथ लेकर के आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। अनुषा मैडम आप बैठी हैं, अभी शिवानी जी बैठी हैं, महा मैडम बैठी हैं। आप ये देखिए, महा मैडम से इस चीज की खूबसूरती बनी है कि आपका पैनल हमें एक मैसेज देता है, देखने वालों को एक मैसेज देता है कि यहाँ पे हिंदू और मुसलमान साथ मिलकर रहते हैं। ये हिंदुस्तान की खूबसूरती है। लेकिन ये राजनीतिक दल ऐसा है जो चाहता है कि महा मैडम इसमें न रहे, या जहां महा मैडम हो वहां शिवानी
अच्छा संदीप जी, ये ना पॉलिटिशियंस को बहुत फैसिनेशन होती है हिंदू मुस्लिम से। आप हमारे स्टूडियो में एटलीस्ट ये मत करिए, मैं आपसे ये रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ। मुद्दे पे बात करिए, इलेक्शन के जो मुद्दे हैं उस पे बात करिए। आपने इल्जाम लगाया किसानों के खिलाफ बहुत गलत हुआ है। अनुजा जी हमारे साथ बीजेपी से है। अनुजा, प्लीज रिस्पॉन्ड, बिकॉज दिस इज वेयर द टेस्ट ऑफ हाउ मच यू हैव बीन एबल टू डू फॉर द फार्मर्स इज गोइंग टू हैपन. And this is where the test of the repealing of the farm laws, its residual anger, if any, will also happen.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to put it through that you have seen that how in tough times, how Modi government has taken care of each and every person. When we talk about farmers, look, we are also providing, you must have seen in the budgets, that in the near future also, we are really looking very closely for the budget is mainly on the farmers. The budget is mainly on the farmers. We are talking about the drones. We're talking about the irrigation plans, the free water for their irrigation. We're talking about the khad system, which we are talking about. So you can see that not only we are taking care of the women's safety, we are taking care of the jobs. You have also seen the unemployment rate, which has come down from in 2017 a lot. The major, I think, not only about farmers we will be talking, we will be also talking about the women factor, that they have seen all in Samajwadi Party, they have seen all in Congress time, in Mayawati time, and you know that now when we talk about Congress also, my panelist is also sitting from there, so we are already seeing lot of things together. Now what you also understand, this farmer issue was a political issue. Modi Saab has already been doing a lot on the ground reality related to the farmers also. And that has, it is going to be a major benchmark which is going to be
Anuja,
seen.
As you point out, the outreach by the Prime Minister that has been made, the 3 farm laws that were repealed, a section of experts would argue, yes, that has put down a lot of tensions that we had seen in the Western UP region. Mr. Rashid Kidwai, I'm coming to you and taking in a view from you. And I want to specifically talk about the Jat vote bank that has been spoken about so much. The outreach of Home Minister Amit Shah to this particular vote bank or this particular section of the community, which is a very dominant community in Western UP, pre-Amit Shah and post-Amit Shah, do you see any kind of difference in the sentiment or perhaps the outreach of the Home Minister? What kind of implication can it really have on the ground?
See, an effort has been made, concerted effort was made. We would get to know on 10th of March whether this would make an impact or not. But our experience as a political journalist is that when you are out of power, when you are bidding for power, then there is a separate kind of communication that takes place. And when a political party is in power for 5 long years, then it's a different thing. So a lot of local factors come into play. So I think the effectiveness of Amit Shah in Western UP was very effective in 2017, extremely potent. It surpassed all expectations. This time around, it will be a kind of mixed bag. And of course, a lot depends upon what is the outcome. As I keep saying, as Mr. Amit Shah has been praising Jayant Chaudhary and all, an attempt is there that if at all there is a hung house, then what would Jayant Chaudhary do? So this is a lot of politics is at play. It also shows that BJP's internal assessment is also that they are not very confident of the sweep that 2017 had seen in this region, winning 53 seats out of 58.
Well, absolutely. I mean, that would be a wait and watch how that really turns out. And Maha, on that note, the outreach to the Jat community, which has been done repeatedly, as you were talking about and showing on the magic wall, RLD, of course, is one party that whether it's the BJP or the Samajwadi Party, everybody wants to reach out. You can't win Western UP without them.
Yes, at least as far as this election is concerned, it certainly appears to be so that RLD is in great demand, specifically because of the agrarian issues, the farm laws, because the sense is that it's going to have some sort of impact at least on the elections. But let's quickly take a look at some of these reports that our reporters have sent us across this morning. It's already 2 hours. People have been stepping out despite the fog, the cold, to vote. And Arunima, and the others have sent us these reports from various parts of western Uttar Pradesh.
Early morning, it was very foggy morning in Muzaffarnagar, but early morning voters are all here. Let me start with the senior citizens who came in first. सुबह सुबह आकर वोट दिया इतनी ठंड में, क्या मोटिवेशन है? क्यों लगा कि सुबह सुबह आकर अपना ये अधिकार आपको यूज करना चाहिए?
हम भाजपा को जिताना चाहते हैं, जो उनके उसमें प्रेम है, रात में मुश्किल नींद आई ये चाहते हैं सुबह ही आके भाजपा को वोट दें, वो जीतें, योगी जी आए, उन्होंने जो हमारे कार्य किए हैं उनके लिए हम उन्हें यही दे सकते हैं, ये हमारे पास था जो उन्होंने पूरा प्रयास किया है।
आप भी सुबह सुबह उठकर आ गई हैं पूरी तैयारी के साथ, क्या सोच कर आई यहाँ पे सुबह सुबह?
ये देश बहुत अच्छा कर रहा हमारे लिए, तो इसलिए हम उनकी सहयोग कर रहे हैं।
आप सहयोग कर रहे हैं?
हम तो बीजेपी को वोट देंगे जी। मुद्दा क्या, मुद्दा तो यही गुंडागर्दी खत्म हो रही, बस ये है।
I'm standing here in Noida sector 15A. Let me show you some visuals of the polling station. You can see some balloons and also the security arrangements, because at this point of time not only the polling is important but also the all corona protocols are important, and for that we have all the security arrangements, and to maintain the social distancing and mask related guidelines, all people are deputed here and they are asking people to follow these guidelines as well. Well, we have some voters as well who have just voted and we'll try to talk to them. So what's your name? आपने वोट कर दिया है?
Yeah, अभी करा है. My name is Prashant Sehgal. I'm a resident of sector 15A right here nearby. So yeah, just voted.
क्या कुछ मुद्दे हैं आपके?
नहीं, मुद्दे तो बहुत हैं. देखिए, नोएडा को पिछले 2 साल में काफी प्रॉब्लम्स फेस करनी पड़ी हैं. कोविड की वजह से इन जनरल हमारे यहाँ पे बिजली का प्रॉब्लम है, पानी का प्रॉब्लम है, सेफ्टी का बहुत बड़ा इशू है. यहाँ पे आप रात को अंधेरा होने के बाद अकेले, जैसे यहाँ पे मेड्स वगैरह अकेले जाने से डरती हैं, ऑल्दो उनका घर यहाँ से आधा किलोमीटर दूर है.
Let me now go across to our reporter Arun Dhanta joining us live from Kairana. Arun, in Kairana, the issue of law and order has been highlighted by the BJP. But on the other hand, the allegation against the BJP here is that they are giving rise to dynastic politics. After all, Mriganka Singh is the daughter of their former leader, Hukum Singh. What is it that you are gathering on the ground at the moment as people are trickling in to cast their ballot?
Well, Maha, both BJP and Samajwadi RLD combination, they have specific points on which they had campaigned here in Kairana. Remember, Kairana falls under Shamli districts, and in Shamli district there are 3 Vidhan Sabha seats, and it is in 2-1, 2 in favor of BJP, and this specific Kairana seat had gone to Samajwadi Party last time around. Now, what BJP had campaigned here, they are saying that they have brought people back who had migrated earlier from Kairana, and secondly, they have given dues to the sugarcane farmers, and thirdly, that they have improved the law and order situation here. And on the other hand, if you see the points of Samajwadi Party and RLD, they are saying that BJP is trying to polarize and divide the people of Kairana. And secondly, during the farmers' protest, close to 700 farmers have lost their lives. So these are the issues largely on which these 3 political parties had campaigned here. Let me quickly try to speak to the voters who've come here braving the cold and fog, to get the better sense as to what they think. आप बताइए, आप युवा वोटर हैं, आपके लिए क्या मुद्दे हैं इस बार आप वोट डालने जा रहे हैं, कुछ बताइए उसके बारे में।
विकास का मुद्दा अहम है जी।
किस तरह का
आने वाले टाइम के लिए कौन विकास बेहतर कर सकता है, कौन विकल्प उसके लिए, विकास के लिए
जी। अच्छा, आप मुझे बताइए, आपके लिए क्या मुद्दे हैं, किन मुद्दों पर आप आज वोट कास्ट कर रहे हैं?
क्या बताइए, अच्छे लिए कहीं बताया जाता है जी बस।
अच्छा, we'll try to speak few women Maha as well. आप बताइए, किन मुद्दों को लेकर आप वोट डालने जा रही हैं आज?
वोट
क्या मुद्दे क्या हैं?
क्या बताऊं?
आप बताइए, क्या मुद्दों पे को लेकर आप वोट डाल रही हैं आज? किस तरह की चीजें क्या चाहते हैं आप, क्या सुधार चाहते हैं या क्या कुछ?
हम तो सुधार उससे चाहते हैं बीजेपी की।
चलिए, आप बताइए किन मुद्दों को लेकर आप लोग वोट कर रहे हैं?
हर चीज़ की सादा होनी चाहिए,
इसलिए वोट गिर रहे हैं हम तो। अच्छे से इंसान होना चाहिए, मुसलमानों को अच्छी, हर आदमी को, मुसलमान हो या हिंदू हो, सबको मुसीबत दूर होनी चाहिए। बहुत महंगाई हो रही, बहुत हर चीज पे महंगाई हो रही, इसलिए।
कानून व्यवस्था में कुछ सुधार हुआ है?
अब तक तो कुछ नहीं होया।
कुछ नहीं हुआ
जी नहीं।
So, Maha, the perspective that we are getting from the people, they are saying, of course, inflation is something which everyone is witnessing, law and order and various other issues which they feel, is part of their agenda before they cast their vote.
Okay. Yes, inflation is one of those issues, joblessness is one of those issues, law and order is one of those issues, development is one of those issues, and if you look at the public, they're only saying do well for everybody. And that's the message that's going in from the electorate to the politicians. But Advaita Kela also joining us. Suchi Vishwas is with us finally from the Congress party. Advaita, I'm coming to you. A lot is made out about communal lines and caste lines, especially when talking about Uttar Pradesh and in focus ahead of the phase 1 of polling. Now, the BJP would like us to believe that, these metrics have changed. What people are voting on has changed. Has it really that much in Uttar Pradesh?
I think, first of all, it's interesting that we're going into the Western UP elections without the backdrop of some sort of communal violence. And that's been a first in the many, many years since, because that has always been this huge shadow that has hung over polling in Western UP. So I'm really glad that that factor doesn't exist this time around. And credit for that must go to the Yogi Adityanath government that, there has been control on that kind of communal rioting, the widespread violence that we used to see, people, living in camps and being displaced like that. So in that sense, I think this has been a positive aspect.
तो लगातार मुझे ही फोन करते हैं, पुलिस को फोन नहीं जाते नॉर्मली, रात को मेरे पास आते हैं, तो ये सबका लगाव है आपस में। तो आज मेरा काम भी वही है कि कम से कम अपनी पार्टी के लिए इतना तो करूं।
एक चीज मैंने देखा, सुबह से बहुत ठंड है मुजफ्फरनगर में, खास करके कोहरा है, लेकिन वोटर्स लगातार बूथ्स की तरफ जा रहे हैं, रिकॉर्ड तोड़ वोटिंग हो रही है, ऐसी इनपुट आ रही है आपके पास?
देखिए, ये तो नहीं कह सकता कि रिकॉर्ड, चूंकि कुछ जगह ज्यादा आ रहे हैं, कुछ जगह अभी तक पूरा मैं एनालिसिस नहीं कर सका।
अच्छा।
तो मैं अभी नहीं बता सकता।
आपके पास जैसी रिपोर्ट आ रही है, कुछ जगहों पे वोटर्स ज्यादा संख्या में निकल रहे हैं
और कुछ जगह कम संख्या में है।
जी।
कुछ जगह बहुत ज्यादा संख्या, कुछ जगह कम संख्या, तो पूरा एनालिसिस अभी नहीं हुआ है।
जी। एक चीज सर, जो यहाँ पे बातचीत चल रही है लगातार, गृह मंत्री जी ने भी सुबह ट्वीट किया है, मुख्यमंत्री जी ने भी ट्वीट किया है, सब लोग वोटर्स को कह रहे हैं कि आप सोच समझ कर वोट दीजिए। जो लोग कह रहे हैं, कुछ लोग बात कर रहे हैं बदलाव की, कुछ लोग बात कर रहे हैं कि विकास और गुंडागर्दी से निजात पाना है। आपका अपना क्या रहा है जब आप घूमे हैं, लोगों से आपकी बातचीत कैसी रही?
देखिए, ये चुनाव पूरा का पूरा हम लोग पिछले 5 साल प्रदेश सरकार और 7.5 साल केंद्र सरकार में जो हमारे काम हुए, हम उनके आधार पर लड़ रहे हैं। अच्छा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, अच्छी सड़कें, 24 घंटे बिजली, बहुत बढ़िया लॉ एंड ऑर्डर, और साथ के साथ 12 से 17 उनकी नाकामयाबी जो अखिलेश यादव की सरकार रही है। चूंकि अखिलेश यादव नए किसान प्रेमी है, 17 से पहले वो किसान नहीं थे, ना उन्हें गन्ने के पेमेंट की चिंता थी, ना उन्हें एमएसपी खरीद की चिंता थी, वो ताजे किसान बने। तो ये लोगों को बताना भी जरूरी है। तो यही मुद्दे हैं जिनके बीच लेकर हम जनता के बीच चुनाव।
और क्या किसान और जाट भाई अब आपसे जो उनकी नाराजगी थी, क्या उसको दूर कर पाए हैं?
एक परिवार में हमारे यहाँ कह रहे हैं, कई बात सुनो आपस में खड़क जा और फिर मान भी जा। तो एक परिवार है वो, हम लोग इमोशनल बहुत हैं, इसलिए जल्दी लड़ते हैं, जल्दी मान जा। तो मुझे लगे मान के आशीर्वाद दे रहे हैं।
एक चीज से पूछना चाहूंगी, जयंत चौधरी जी यहाँ पर लगातार आपके विरोध में, मतलब समाजवादी पार्टी के साथ जुड़े हैं आज, लेकिन वो यहाँ नहीं है। वो कह रहे हैं वो प्रचार में ज्यादा व्यस्तता है। कैसे देखते हैं आप इसको?
बड़े नेता हैं, दूर दूर तक प्रचार करना, हेलीकॉप्टर से प्रचार करते हैं। अब हमें तो यहीं पैदा हुए, यहीं रहना है, अब हमारा उनका क्या मुकाबला? हम तो छोटे से किसान हैं, जमींदार हैं।
साथ होने की मतलब गुंजाइश दिख रही है, जैसे कि गृह मंत्री जी ने कहा है कि आप गलत घर चले गए हैं।
वो ने ठीक कहा, चूंकि अखिलेश यादव का व्यवहार बहुत गलत रहा है पश्चिम उत्तर प्रदेश को लेकर, उसी संबंध में उनका ऐसा रहा। और साथ होना नहीं होना, मैं कार्यकर्ता, मेरे यहाँ राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष और लोग निर्णय लेते हैं, मैं उस निर्णय प्रक्रिया का ऐसा नहीं हूँ।
जी। और सब मुसलमान वोट भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है यहाँ पे, भाईचारे की बात कह रहे हैं और आरोप भी लगाते हैं भाजपा पे भाजपा यहाँ माहौल बिगाड़ती है, भाईचारा तोड़ती है। इस आरोप का खंडन करेंगे आप?
जब से भाजपा का सांसद है, एक भी सांप्रदायिक तनाव 7.5-8 साल में मुजफ्फरनगर में नहीं हुआ। और जब मैं नहीं था, क्या हुआ था? तो भाईचारा मैंने बना लिया, उन्हें चिंता करने की जरूरत नहीं, आराम से बढ़िया हीटर के कमरे में सो, इसी कमरे में सो, यहाँ काम हम कर लेंगे। बहुत बढ़िया भाईचारा है, कोई तनाव नहीं है।
जैन जी तो शायद वोट नहीं दे रहे, बट आप वोट देने निकल रहे हैं।
मेरी वोट मेरे गांव में, उनकी पता कर लेना कहाँ है भी कि नहीं।
अच्छा, तो ये आउटसाइडर कह रहे हैं आप जयंत चौधरी?
अरे यार मैं क्यों कहूँगा, आप मेरे से क्यों कहलवा रहे हो? आप पूछो कहाँ है वोट उनकी, आप पूछो ना, मुझे भी पता लगे, मेरी भी एक क्यूरियोसिटी है उनकी वोट कहाँ है, आप पता करके मुझे बताना।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर. Union Minister there, he's just about to leave for his village, the Kutba Kutbi village in Muzaffarnagar. It is one of the villages which was starred by the Muzaffarnagar communal violence. That's where the Union Minister's vote is. He's just about to leave from his residence to go cast his vote.
Sanjeev Balyan also speaking to Arunima there, talking about how since they've had a BJP MLA in Muzaffarnagar, there haven't been any riots. That's what our expert Advaita Kala was also pointing out. In Yogi Sarkar, there hasn't been communal violence and riots. Will that help them and play to their advantage? But speaking of the Jats, 91% of them voted for the BJP in 2019. In 2014, it was 77%. So how much of a swing is there going to be as far as the Jat vote is concerned is the biggest factor in Western Uttar Pradesh for the BJP. But let's also take a look at the key contests, the big faces. As many as 9 state ministers are going to elections in this phase, Anusha. But you're setting up the big key contest for us, and there are many of them to watch out for.
Many of them big faces, important constituencies, as Shivani pointed out. Sitting ministers, MPs, MLAs, of course, are going to test their luck. Let's tell you about the key contest and how that's going to pan out. Let's begin with the constituency of Kairana. You have from the BJP, Mriganka Singh. She's the daughter of the late MP Hukum Singh. She's from the side of the BJP, and from the side of Samajwadi Party is Nahid Hassan. He is in jail right now under the Gunda Act. He's been booked. One of the key criticism of the BJP that SP has been fielding candidates in Western UP with criminal records, and hence the criticism that SP is a Gunda party. Kairana, a very important contest to watch out for. You just saw that report coming in from Muzaffarnagar, where my colleague Arunima has been reporting. Even here, it's a very, very interesting contest. You have Kapil Dev Agarwal of the BJP. He's the sitting MLA and the minister in Yogi cabinet, and you have Saurabh from the RLD. In this region where RLD is hoping to make gains, will the RLD candidate really be able to cut the ice with the voters? That's a wait and watch. Law and order, as we've been pointing out, has been a very, very important issue. Moving on to another important constituency in Western UP, Sardana. Here you have the firebrand leader of the BJP, Sangeet Som, who's testing his luck. We just got that reaction also for you just some time ago. And Sangeet Som is going to fight from this area, from Sardana. On the other side is Atul Pradhan of the Samajwadi Party. This is also a very important contest to watch out for, keeping in mind that this is one of the regions of the Western UP where RLD is hoping to make gains. Let's move on and talk about the urban constituency of Noida. The issues may be slightly different, but here, trying his luck is Pankaj Singh from the BJP. He's the BJP UP Vice President, and not to forget the son of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. On the other side is Sunil Chaudhary of the Samajwadi Party. In Noida, you heard the voters. A lot of urban issues dominate. COVID was a key issue that was talked about. Of course, Jewar as well, where the pet project, the key project, infrastructure development, the Prime Minister has spoken about. You have Dhirendra Singh of the BJP, who's been fielded from the Bharatiya Janata Party. And Avtar Singh Bardana, he's the RLD candidate, is a BJP rebel, a regular defector. He's been given a ticket from this area, and he's trying his luck from Jewar. But of course, Jewar is one area where BJP has made a huge pitch of development. Let's talk about Mathura, the city of Lord Krishna, where you have Shrikant Sharma of the BJP. Not to forget, he's a Yogi Mantri. In this area, the BJP hopes to be very, very confident, keeping in mind the kind of mandir push we have seen, the development agenda that we have seen of the BJP, and you have Pradeep Mathur on the other side of the Congress party. In this area, interestingly, Pradeep Mathur, a Brahmin face, is being seen as a very important candidate. Congress party, which usually doesn't have that kind of existence or challenge to the BJP in this state. And the last one, but of course, most important one, Agra rural, a sizable chunk of Dalit population in this, both Jatavs and non-Jatavs. You have Baby Rani Maurya of the BJP. Of course, once again, a Dalit face which has been fielded. And you have Mahesh Kumar Jatav of the RLD. Here, as I said, the Dalit votes, the Jatav and the non-Jatav votes are going to be very, very important. Between the BJP and the RLD, it's going to be a very important contest to watch out for. As we talk about these key constituencies and what is in store for the upcoming elections, for the other parts of UP as well, multiple ministers will have their faith in the voters today. Take us through some important issues which will dominate, and how does the caste calculus perhaps that looks like?
Yes, so we have been talking a lot about the caste calculus and especially in Western Uttar Pradesh, Anusha. So since you asked me, let me quickly take you through one slide that we have with regards to Western UP. And here the caste calculation is very clear as to why the RLD and SP are relying on overcoming the fault lines between Muslims and Jats. And that is because if they manage to do that, there's a 7% vote here of the Jats, 29% Muslims. If you add these, they do believe it will be a winning combination for the RLD and the SP. But the big question remains, will this Jat vote go completely to one side or will it be split? So let me go across to our guest, Ajit K. Jha. Ajit Jha, is this vote of the Jats something that the BJP is losing out on completely, because they have in the past been able to get them, win them over in 2017 as well, sir? Just 3 days before polling, Amit Shah, the Home Minister, went and met the Jat leaders, and within days, overnight rather, things changed. Even at that time, they had some issues with regards to Jat quota. Can the BJP manage to do that again this time? And if not, if the Jat votes get split, do the Dalit votes become important in West UP?
Let me make 2 points about voting. Number one, no community ever votes for one party completely. No community's vote ever gets transferred in any election to another party. There is always a split in terms of percentage. Now, in the last 3 elections, 2014, 2019, and 2017 assembly, we saw the Jat votes went preponderantly towards the BJP. Now, what happens in elections is one community is never decisive in ensuring that a party wins. They always look for combination. So Jats were not in combination with Muslims in the past. What has changed in this election is that a portion of the Jat vote, a section, and we have to figure out what is that section, because of the farmers' movement and because of RLD-SP combination, has moved away from the BJP. Now, obviously, in every constituency, the Jat vote, the Muslim vote, and the Yadav vote may not be enough to ensure that the SP-RLD candidate wins. Right. Over there, the Dalit vote becomes very important, because the Dalit vote in this area is close to 20 to 25%. It's a predominantly like Agra and all. You saw Mayawati starting her rally from Agra, for example. Now, Dalit vote is very, very important there. And remember, 50 to 55% of the Dalit vote is essentially the Jatav vote. Yeah. That's the key constituency of Mayawati, of the Bahujan Samaj Party. Now, will that split? Or if that moves towards the BSP, which I assume it will, because in many places the Jatav Muslim combination is as strong as the Jat Muslim combination. Okay. So if that happens, then I think BJP gets an advantage. If the Muslim vote is obviously going to split in that case.
And that is the big factor that actually the other parties will also look out for. SP RLD, and primarily the SP, has tried very hard to make this a bipolar contest. But there are the likes of the Congress, the BSP, with a fairly large vote percentage, and of course entrants like the AIMIM to watch out for. We have to slip into a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you more reports from across the 11 districts that are going to polls today. 58 seats, remember, doesn't seem large, but of course it's a sizable chunk in 7 phases of the 403 seats in Uttar Pradesh. So stay with us. More updates from on ground and the polling booths lined up.
जेवर विधानसभा इस वक्त दुनिया का निवेशकों का एक ऐसा डेस्टिनेशन है जहां बहुत तेजी से पिछले 5 साल में विकास हुआ है। प्रदेश में योगी आदित्यनाथ जी को मुख्यमंत्री देखना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि उन्हीं की वजह से आज जेवर विश्व मानचित्र पर आ गया है। अभी एक CAG ऑडिट हुआ था नोएडा प्राधिकरण का, तो 50,000 करोड़ का घोटाला मिला। तो ये घोटालेबाज लोग हैं, इन पे मुद्दा तो कुछ और है नहीं। इनके समय में यहाँ से कंपनियां पलायन करने लगी थी, बड़े बड़े उद्योग धंधे।
The constituency though is sharply divided. Right outside the Shamnagar Mandi, where Dhirendra Singh campaigned, a fight broke out between RLD and BJP supporters.
ये तो बीजेपी वाले तो न्यू कहें कि चीन और पाकिस्तान, हिंदू और मुसलमान, और बुरकी मार है मंदिर की। जो ठोस मुद्दा है महंगाई और बेरोजगारी, उसकी चर्चा नहीं है, उससे तो ध्यान हटका हुए हैं।
यह वह क्षेत्र है जेवर जहाँ रात को लाइटें नहीं थी, जहाँ दंगा होता था। आज की डेट में वो दंगा या तो जेलों के भीतर है या उन्हें इस दुनिया से समाप्त कर दिया है, और वो किया है केवल योगी जी ने। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार में 2017 के बाद 3 बार पुलिस के एग्जाम दे चुका। मेरा नंबर नहीं आता, उसमें मेरी गलती है। सरकार बाइज्जत रोजगार निकाल रही है और कोशिश करती है कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा रोजगार दें।
The Jewar airport will service all of western Uttar Pradesh, from Noida to Bulandshahr, Mathura, Agra, Ghaziabad and Meerut. While BJP showcases the airport and with it Yogi government's commitment to Vikas, the largely agrarian belt in these parts debate if the kisan is getting his due.
नाराजगी की वजह यह है कि किसानों के लिए कुछ ये करना पाए 5 साल वो सरकार चलाने के बाद, जो समय पे जो फसल आवे उसकी बिक्री नहीं हो।
कोई कुछ फायदा नहीं, रोजगार नहीं, भर्ती नहीं, कुछ क्या फायदा है बताओ तुम।
पिछली बार मुझे याद है 17 में, 14 में, 19 में मोदी जी जो भी वादे करते थे, योगी जी जो भी वादे करते थे, युवा वर्ग उसको बहुत अच्छे से लेता था। उनको लगता था यही आपके लिए सही है। अब क्या युवा वर्ग की सोच में कुछ बदलाव आ गया है, कुछ अलग सोचता है?
कुछ बदलाव नहीं है मैम। सबसे मेन चीज़ है कि युवा पढ़ाई लिखाई करता है, इसलिए करता है कि हमें कोई रोज़गार मिले, लेकिन हमारी डिग्रियां, डिप्लोमा अलमारियों में पड़ी सड़ रही हैं, कोई जॉब कुछ है नहीं। सबसे मेन चीज़ है यहाँ का विकास। विकास इतनी तेज़ी से चल रहा है कि मैं खुद जेवर गवर्नमेंट ITI से ITI कर रहा हूँ। मेरा सन 2018 का बैच है, अब 22 चल चुकी है। तो आप सोचिए जो 2 साल का कोर्स है, 4 साल तक तो मैं बराबर पेपर दे रहा हूँ।
बहुत सारे मुद्दे गिना रहे थे कि यहाँ पे रोजगार का
बेरोजगारी है, विकास है। इन्होंने देखो जो हमारी सरकार है रोजगार के मामले में तो बहुत पीछे है। विकास कुछ हद तक इन्होंने किया है, ठीक किया है, लेकिन अगर बात करते हैं इनके जो प्रत्याशी थे, जो जीते हुए प्रत्याशी हैं, उन्होंने यहाँ हमारे यहाँ कोई विकास नहीं किया। वो तो केवल अपने गांव के इर्द गिर्द, उनका गांव है रघुपुरा के नजदीक, उन्होंने केवल वहाँ विकास किया है, अपने यहाँ केवल लोकल में।
विधायक से आप नाराज हैं?
बहुत अच्छी तरह से नाराज।
मुख्यमंत्री और प्रधानमंत्री?
मुख्यमंत्री तो बहुत अच्छा है, योगी बाबा जैसा मुख्यमंत्री शासन के लिए बहुत अच्छा है।
You know, they're all saying that employment is an issue, and they're also saying that there is an issue of Vikas, but at the same time, what they are saying is that as far as the Chief Minister and the Prime Minister
for staying with us. We've got the first big controversy of these state elections now coming to fore. And this is, of course, with regards to the Samajwadi Party's big allegation. They are claiming that voters of the poor classes are being intimidated and sent back from the vote lines in village Dhandukhera in Kerana, the assembly constituency in Shamli district. My colleague Arun Dhata has actually been reporting live from Kerana, giving us a sense of what's happening. Arun, what more are you picking up? Because this is again a big allegation that is being put by the Samajwadi Party.
Well, that's right. We've spoken to the district magistrate of Shamli, who has dispatched the teams to these polling booths. As per the tweet of Samajwadi Party, they're saying that village Dundukheda, which falls in Kerana constituency, the booth number which they are mentioning is 347 to 350, where people are not allowed to cast their votes. They're being threatened and sent away. That's what the allegation which they are throwing at this moment, in fact tagging the district magistrate and the government. So after getting this information from the Samajwadi Party side, the administration has dispatched the teams to these polling booths to check as to what exactly is happening. So we'll have to wait for the report from the district magistrate in this regard, the official word from the district magistrate. But Samajwadi Party is really labeling a huge allegation if something of this sort is happening there in those booths.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, of course, going to be a big allegation, but we have to wait and see what the officials there say. It will be the job of the Election Commission to ensure that all norms are followed. As far as polling is concerned, nobody is intimidated. In an area around a polling booth, there is no intimidation or any kind, even approaches allowed. It has to be very free and fair voting that takes place. And the first bit of percentages are actually coming to us now. You can look at the bottom of your screens. 11 district, 58 seats. The first few voter percentages are coming out. Roughly 7% till 9 a.m. for Ghaziabad, for example. I want to quickly go across to Ajit K. Jha also on a question about voting percentage. If there is a low voting percentage, a high voting percentage, Ajit K. Jha, who benefits? How does that play out? Generally, a larger voting percentage is seen as a vote for change. But what would you say for what voting percentages will denote in Uttar Pradesh today?
I would argue that a higher percentage of voting will actually help the incumbent party, the BJP. The reason being, if you look at UP's voting trend, before 2017 assembly election, UP's voting was extremely low. In fact, it used to be as low as 50%. If you look at 2017, when the BJP turned the table on Akhilesh Yadav and even Mayawati by winning 312 seats, that was the first election in the history of UP when the turnout was 65% plus. There was a massive increase in turnout, and the reason being because BJP was able to get new voters, first-time voters, voters that had never voted in the past, mostly from the OBC communities, who voted overwhelmingly for the BJP. So what I'm arguing is, given the fact that there was a digital campaign this time, if the BJP is able to get all its voters back to the booth, because it does have a lot of very good booth managers, then it might do very well. But a higher percentage voting is always favorable for the BJP in Uttar Pradesh.
Okay. I also want to focus on the larger footprint of the BJP, because we cannot look at UP elections in isolation, the UP 2022 elections in isolation, because they do pave the way to the center as well. And a lot has happened in the last 7 to 8 years of the Modi era, Anusha, which has obviously benefited the BJP in Uttar Pradesh. There's a clear pre and post Modi era in Uttar Pradesh, and it started from 2014. And across the country it has been happening. So give us a sense of how well they've done in this era, and why that factor continues to live for them.
And you would get a sense of what Shivani is pointing out on this map that we're going to put out for you. It's literally the saffron surge. There is no other way to put it. From about 7 NDA ruled states in 2014, post the Modi phenomena, you have about 18 NDA ruled states across the country. Look at the saffron surge which has really come in. This is really the point that you should look at. 7 NDA ruled states, you're looking at 2014 picture. This is the time when the Modi phenomena had started emerging across the country. It spread across, and clearly it has only been growing in. One of the key things that you must watch out here is the northeast of the country. This was one area where Home Minister Amit Shah was very keenly looking at. This is also one area where BJP was very particular. They wanted to forge alliances with the smaller regional parties and win this area. Now UP, that blinking state, as Shivani said, is one of the key areas, the key state from where the road to Delhi really goes to. And that will be the key thing to watch out for, Maha and Shivani, as we talk about across the country how there has been a saffron surge.
You're talking about saffron surge nationally. Maha, will that surge in Uttar Pradesh for us?
Absolutely. So we'll first take you through the results in 2012 when the Samajwadi Party was in power, and you'll just see the change from a red map. It will turn to a saffron map in 5 years' time. In between, of course, 2014 elections, Lok Sabha elections, where Prime Minister Modi came to power. So what did we see in 2012? The numbers are speaking for themselves. 224 seats for the Samajwadi Party. Their vote share was 29%. Now, we will compare this with the next year, that is the next election rather, the 2017 Vidhan Sabha elections, and from a red map, as I was pointing out, a saffron map here. But what do you see? You see a gain that is made for the BJP in the vote percentage, 39.57%, along with the seats that they gained, 312 seats the last time around. And if I now take you to 2019, which was a Lok Sabha election, but we just want to compare the vote percentage. So here it was approximately 40% vote percentage. And if we go now to the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, what do we see? There were certain losses for the BJP. If you compare it to as many as the assembly seats, of course, that figure came down to 275. But take a look at this. The vote percentage for the BJP increased by almost 9%. So that's the kind of inroads that the BJP has made, or rather holding on to Uttar Pradesh quite tightly, increasing their vote share, Shivani, even if we look at the number of seats that may have gone down for them.
Yeah, and that's the big challenge for them. As they say, it is always tougher to stay at number one than to reach number one. Defending is always tougher than, being offensive. So these SPRLD, everybody else can be offensive. But this time around, the BJP is in uncharted waters because they haven't been in power for some time. And this time around, they have to present to the government, or put to the public what they've done. So that is the report card they have to present. But I also want to bring in our guest from the Congress party, Suchi Vishwas. Thanks a lot for being with us this morning. We're talking about the saffron surge. The question also continues to be, what happens to the Congress vote share? From 11% in 2012, it came down to just about 6, has stayed around 6. From 28 seats in 2012, it has come down to 7. Since then, more and more people have even left the Congress party. So how do you see the fortunes of the Congress party? You only have up to go from here. You can only go up from here. Suchi.
I was listening to one of my fellow panelists who was saying that none of the community is going to agree with this term, because what exactly people of Uttar Pradesh is facing, one of other fellow panelists was talking about the credibility of the giving all the credit to the.
Unfortunately, Suchi, your link is not very good. We'll try and sort that out. But let me bring in Advaita Kala one more time. Rashid Kidwai, we'll give you some time as well. Advaita Kala, where do you see the factor of the Congress and the AIMIM and the BSP? Is there a major factor?
I don't think the Congress is a factor in these elections. That's just the plain truth. They're really insignificant in that sense. I think you're really looking at a bipolar contest between SP and the BJP, and the RLD, of course, has become a factor in the recent past. You have to remember that Jayant Chaudhary, as well as his father, when they were in that coalition with the BSP, didn't win their parliament seats either. So while we have spoken a lot about the Jat factor in this discussion, and overall, the Jats are about 15% of the electorate. And this area of Western UP, a large part of it is increasingly becoming part of NCR as well. So there is an urbanization that has taken place in this area. So I don't necessarily think you can look at this purely from the perspective of one caste dynamic or one issue. There are going to be multiple issues. Sure, the Jats are a very assertive community. They are 15%, but they own 50% of the land in the area. And along with the Muslims, which are also an assertive and vocal community, you have a combination that is going to be there on the ground. But on the other hand, that combo is also going to make other communities like the Sainis, the Kashyaps, a little nervous seeing that coming together. So I think there are a lot of dynamics at play. And, I don't think it's a walkover for anybody.
It's a neck-to-neck fight, and simplistic, I don't think, is the term with which you can understand Western UP or any other part of Uttar Pradesh. I'm also cutting across to our reporters who continue to track the story from the ground. Siddhant, I'm coming to you from Meerut. You earlier got us those voices. What is the polling percentage so far? How is the response so far? You guys have been telling us it's a very foggy morning in Western UP. Tell us the kind of responses, reactions that you're picking up from the ground. Siddhant, am I audible to you?
Well, yes. Right now, I am at a polling booth. This polling booth is very important because Sangeet Som himself Sangeet Som comes and casts his vote here. We'll try to speak to some of the voters present here. These voters are going to enter inside the booth. ये बताइए मुद्दे क्या हैं इस बार के, जो अगर मेन दो मुद्दे आपसे पूछूं जिनके आधार पर आप वोट डालने जा रहे हैं तो वो क्या रहेंगे?
विकास,
हाँ,
और भाई सही सरकार हो,
हाँ,
बस यही दो मुद्दे।
अच्छा, आपके क्या मुद्दे रहेंगे?
विकास और सही सरकार।
विकास और
सही सरकार।
रोजगार, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर।
रोजगार तो चलता ही रहता है, ये तो मिला है, सब जैसा करता है सब फल मिलता है, इंसान को करने का फर्ज है अपना।
लेकिन जो वोटर टर्नआउट देख रहा हूँ परसेंटेज में तो अभी रिफ्लेक्ट नहीं हो रहा है, लेकिन जो भीड़ पोलिंग बूथ पे देखने को मिल रही है, आपके पोलिंग बूथ में कम है भीड़, लेकिन जो और पोलिंग बूथ है 112, 24, 23 वहां पे भारी तादाद में लोग आ रहे हैं। इसको आप कैसे देखते हैं, इसको आप कैसे इंटरप्रेट करते हैं?
गांव की जनसंख्या के ऊपर निर्भर करता है, जो गांव में जितनी जनसंख्या होती है उसी के आधार से वोटिंग होता है। तो हमारे गांव का परसेंटेज कम है।
सुबह सुबह ठंड में भी लोग निकल रहे हैं वोट देने के लिए,
तो जो कम पे जाते हैं अपने कम के हिसाब से उसी तरह वोटिंग का वो करते हैं सर।
हाँ, कितना?
30-40% के लगभग वोट हो गया। सुबह से पूरी फुल भीड़ थी, तो अभी थोड़ा सा आगे लोग कम हुए, ये तो सुबह से बढ़िया चल रहा है।
और अभी मैं रास्ते में भी आ रहा था तो जो गांव हैं, जो कई गांव हैं वहां पे पूरे घर खाली पड़े हुए हैं, मतलब लोग इतनी बड़ी मात्रा में
सब वोटिंग के लिए जा रहे हैं, सब लोकतंत्र का पर्व मना रहे हैं।
दो नए मुद्दे बता दीजिए जिनके आधार पर वोट।
सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा भयमुक्त शासन हो,
भयमुक्त शासन,
गुंडागर्दी बिल्कुल खत्म, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर हो गया। और फिर ये किसान है, ये किसानों का एरिया है, यहाँ सबसे बढ़िया लॉ एंड ऑर्डर हो गया, बिजली पानी और ये सड़क की व्यवस्था सबसे बड़ी हो, विकास सबसे बात है,
विकास को प्रायोरिटी दी जाए,
विकास को प्रायोरिटी दे।
बाकी सब बातें बेकार हैं,
सब बातें नहीं,
जाति पात भी बेकार है।
जाति पात क्या है इसमें? कुछ नहीं रखा,
कुछ नहीं रखा
उसमें,
कुछ नहीं रखा है। तो ये जो आप बोल रहे हैं इसी के आधार पर वोट करेंगे ना?
बिल्कुल,
इसी के आधार पर। Okay, if I believe what he's saying, then there's nothing in the caste politics. He's saying that he and his other people in the village are going to vote on the issue of development, are going to vote on the issue of women's safety, employment. But going by the ground reality, situation is critical, and it's a two-corner fight between BJP and Samajwadi Party RLD alliance.
Development will be the big obvious issue for the public, because when there is development, when there is law and order, it benefits everyone, and those are the voices we've been getting to. But I want to quickly play out what the Prime Minister has said last evening ahead of these elections. Remember, he made those fiery speeches on the floor of the Parliament, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, and he talked about what is real Samajwad, who are the real Samajwadis and who are not, what the BJP stands for versus what particularly their opposition in Uttar Pradesh stands for. And he's been very critical of the Samajwad of this century versus what it used to be. Listen in.
लोहिया जी का परिवार कहीं नजर आता है क्या? वो भी तो समाजवादी थे। जॉर्ज फर्नांडिस का परिवार नजर आता है क्या? वो भी समाजवादी थे। नीतीश बाबू हमारे साथ काम कर रहे हैं, वो भी तो समाजवादी हैं। परिवार कहीं नजर आता है क्या? ये समाजवादी लोग हैं। लेकिन ये लोग देखिए, पूरा परिवार, मुझे एक बार किसी ने चिट्ठी भेजी थी, मैं तो भूल गया आज, उन्होंने कहा कि इनके परिवार से, ये सपा जो है उत्तर प्रदेश का, 45 लोग ऐसे थे जो किसी न किसी पद पर थे। एक ही फैमिली के 45 लोग। और किसी और ने मुझे कहा कि उनके पूरे परिवार में 25 साल की उम्र के करीब करीब सभी व्यक्ति को चुनाव लड़ने का मौका दिया गया है। क्या ये परिवारवाद का लोकतंत्र के लिए खतरा है? इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूं, एक परिवार से अनेक लोग जनता के बीच में जाएं, एक परिवार से 2 लोग जाएं, 3 लोग जाएं और जनता उनको चुनाव करके भेजे,
वो एक राजनीति का पहलू है। लेकिन दूसरा, एक परिवार के लोग ही उस पार्टी के अध्यक्ष बने, उस पार्टी के ट्रेजरर बने, उस पार्टी का पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड बने। पिताजी अगर नहीं कर सकते हैं तो बेटा अध्यक्ष बने, बेटा नहीं कर सकता है और बूढ़ा हो गया है तो उसका बेटा अध्यक्ष करे, पिता नहीं रहे तो पुत्र करे। ये जो विरासत और वारसा बारिश के रूप में चल रहा है, डायनेस्टी के रूप में चल रहा है, कोई डायनेमिक्स है ही नहीं, ओनली डायनेस्टी। ये जब बनता है, पार्टी परिवार की बन जाती है। और आप देखिए हिंदुस्तान की बर्बादी कहाँ से हो रही है। जम्मू कश्मीर से शुरू करिए, 2 पार्टियां मेन रही वहां, दोनों परिवार की पार्टियां हैं। अभी तक उसका कोई नया नेता देखा ही नहीं। आज देश में जो 18 से 40 साल की उम्र के लोग हैं, उन्होंने इन पार्टियों के जितने नेता देखे, एक ही परिवार के देखे हैं। दोनों पार्टी, पंजाब में देखिए परिवार वाली पार्टी, आप हरियाणा में देखिए परिवार की पार्टी, उत्तर प्रदेश देखिए परिवार की पार्टी, झारखंड देखिए परिवार की पार्टी, आप तमिलनाडु में जाइए परिवार की पार्टी। ये परिवार ही पार्टी चलाता है। परिवार जो चाहे उनका भला। ये लोकतंत्र के लिए बहुत से बड़ा खतरा है। एक पार्टी के 2 लोग अगर एमएलए बन गए, एमपी बन गए, तो वो पार्टी परिवार की नहीं बनी है। और ये दोनों को फर्क समझना होगा। कोई ऐसा कह करके इतने बड़े पाप से भाग जाए, ये नहीं चल सकता है। और मेरा मत है, परिवारवादी पार्टियां लोकतंत्र का सबसे बड़ा दुश्मन है।
Some allege that since their land was in rural area, they deserved 4 times the price under the law. But they claim the government cheated them by calling this area urban. Others, like Rukmuddin, claim they have been forced to live in tents for over a year since their residential land was not compensated for. It is this anger that RLD candidate Avtar Singh Bhadana tries to cash in on. Campaigning in the Chiroli village, Bhadana promises better compensation for land and redressal of the issues of farmers.
भडाना जी, आप यहाँ घूम रहे हैं पूरे क्षेत्र में, सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा आपके हिसाब से जेवर की जनता के लिए इस चुनाव में क्या है?
सबसे बड़ा कि यहाँ के किसान और मजदूरों के साथ जुल्म हुए हैं। इस एरिया की ज़मीनें गई, उनके घर उजाड़ दिए गए, उनको ज़मीनों से बेदखल कर दिया गया है कि उनको इस एरिया के 200 किलोमीटर के एरिया का कोई बच्चा यहाँ नौकरी नहीं करेगा। मुझे इन बच्चों के रोज़गार की बात करनी है, मुझे इनके विकास की बात करनी है। यहाँ कुछ भी नहीं है। दिखने को इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है, लेकिन ग्राउंड पर कुछ नहीं।
Sitting BJP MLA Dhirendra Singh counters Bhadana by questioning his credentials. Bhadana has recently come to the RLD SP combined and to Jewar after representing Mirapur as a BJP MLA earlier. Singh says issues of locals can be taken care of only by the BJP. His main plank that the Yogi government made the Jewar airport a reality, while previous governments only got scams and lawlessness.
जेवर विधानसभा इस वक्त दुनिया का निवेशकों का एक ऐसा डेस्टिनेशन है जहां बहुत तेजी से पिछले 5 साल में विकास हुआ है। प्रदेश में योगी आदित्यनाथ जी को मुख्यमंत्री देखना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि उन्हीं की वजह से आज जेवर विश्व मानचित्र पर आ गया है। अभी एक CAG ऑडिट हुआ था नोएडा प्राधिकरण का, तो 50,000 करोड़ का घोटाला मिला। तो ये घोटालेबाज लोग हैं, इन पे मुद्दा तो कुछ और है नहीं। इनके समय में यहाँ से कंपनियां पलायन करने लगी थी, बड़े बड़े उद्योग धंधे।
The constituency though is sharply divided. Right outside the Shamnagar Mandi, where Dhirendra Singh campaigned, a fight broke out between RLD and BJP supporters.
ये तो बीजेपी वाले तो न्यू कहे हैं कि चीन और पाकिस्तान, हिंदू और मुसलमान, और बुर्की मार है मंदिर की। जो ठोस मुद्दा है महंगाई और बेरोजगारी, उसकी चर्चा नहीं है, उससे तो ध्यान हटका हुए हैं।
यह वह क्षेत्र है जेवर जहाँ रात को लाइटें नहीं थी, जहाँ दंगा होता था। आज की डेट में वो दंगा या तो जेलों के भीतर है या उन्हें इस दुनिया से समाप्त कर दिया है, और वो किया है केवल योगी जी ने। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार में 2017 के बाद 3 बार पुलिस के एग्जाम दे चुका। मेरा नंबर नहीं आता, उसमें मेरी गलती है। सरकार बाइज्जत रोजगार निकाल रही है और कोशिश करती है कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा रोजगार दें।
The Jewar Airport will service all of western Uttar Pradesh from Noida to Bulandshahr, Mathura, Agra, Ghaziabad and Meerut. While BJP showcases the airport and with it Yogi government's commitment to Vikas, the largely agrarian belt in these parts debate if the Kisan is getting his due.
नाराजगी की वजह यह है कि किसानों के लिए कुछ ये कर ना पाए 5 साल वो सरकार चलाने के बाद जो समय पे जो फसल आवे उसकी बिक्री नहीं हो
कोई कुछ फायदा नहीं, रोजगार नहीं, भर्ती नहीं, कुछ क्या फायदा है बताओ तुम।
पिछली बार मुझे याद है 17 में, 14 में, 19 में मोदी जी जो भी वादे करते थे, योगी जी जो भी वादे करते थे, युवा वर्ग उसको बहुत अच्छे से लेता था। उनको लगता था यही आपके लिए सही है। अब क्या युवा वर्ग की सोच में कुछ बदलाव आ गया है, कुछ अलग सोचता है?
कुछ बदलाव नहीं है मैम। सबसे मेन चीज़ है कि युवा पढ़ाई लिखाई करता है, इसलिए करता है कि हमें कोई रोज़गार मिले, लेकिन हमारी डिग्रियां डिप्लोमा अलमारियों में पड़ी सड़ रही हैं, कोई जॉब कुछ है नहीं। सबसे मेन चीज़ है यहाँ का विकास इतनी तेज़ी से चल रहा है कि मैं खुद जेवर गवर्नमेंट ITI से ITI कर रहा हूँ। मेरा सन 2018 का बैच है, अब 22 चल चुकी है। तो आप सोचिए जो 2 साल का कोर्स है, 4 साल तक तो मैं बराबर पेपर दे रहा हूँ।
बहुत सारे मुद्दे गिना रहे थे कि यहाँ पे रोजगार का
बेरोजगारी है, विकास है। इन्होंने देखो जो हमारी सरकार है रोजगार के मामले में तो बहुत पीछे। विकास कुछ हद तक इन्होंने किया है, ठीक किया है, लेकिन अगर बात करते हैं इनके जो प्रत्याशी थे, जो जीते हुए प्रत्याशी हैं, उन्होंने यहाँ हमारे यहाँ कोई विकास नहीं किया। वो तो केवल अपने गांव के इर्द गिर्द, उनका गांव है रघुपुरा के नजदीक, उन्होंने केवल वहाँ विकास किया है, अपने यहाँ केवल लोकल में।
विधायक से आप नाराज हैं?
बहुत अच्छी तरह से नाराज।
मुख्यमंत्री और प्रधानमंत्री?
मुख्यमंत्री तो बहुत अच्छा है, योगी बाबा जैसा मुख्यमंत्री शासन के लिए बहुत अच्छा है।
You know, they're all saying that employment is an issue, and they're also saying that there is an issue of Vikas, but at the same time, what they are saying is that as far as
यूपी प्लस योगी बहुत है उपयोगी।
Fantastic, isn't it? As I say good morning, this is what Alexa has allowed me to do again. Get back on that quadcopter and right above the Rumi Darwaza, just beside the Bada Imam Bara over Lucknow. It's the fight for this. Who's going to come back? Is the BJP going to break the jinx? Or is it going to be the SPRLD combined that's going to mount the challenge and perhaps do the impossible? We have to have a look. It's just phenomenal this Thursday morning as first phase of polling gets underway. The fight, ladies and gentlemen, is who is going to come back on that seat in the capital of Lucknow to run Uttar Pradesh again. That's the big challenge. It's a beautiful sight in front of us. You've got the Gomti River there, looks so beautiful. And as we turn around and the quadcopter swings around a bit, I'm well and truly harnessed inside, so you don't need to worry about me. But have a look at this. Fantastic view. And this is going to also set up the stage for all of us. Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow, and of course New Delhi, 2022 to 2024. It's a beautiful sight. You also have the Bhul Bhulaiya, Awadh ki Bhul Bhulaiya there to my right. There it comes into the frame, the Tile Wali Masjid. It's a beautiful sight aerially from here. Lucknow, absolutely fantastic. Alexa allowing me to get onto this quadcopter. But this is the big fight. 403 seats, 312 went to the BJP, 325 to the BJP and its allies, 47 for the Samajwadi Party. Can they get up to 202 and really do what looks seemingly impossible? BSP 19, Congress anywhere in the fray. We have to see all that. I'm running out of time. I'm going to head back to the studio. But in the meantime, it's over to Zaka and Maria. All right, what an amazing picture that of Anand over the Bada Imambara in Lucknow. But what is at stake today? What is at stake today, ladies and gentlemen? Phase 1, 58 seats that are up for the grabs. And take a look at what the BJP is defending. 53 out of the 58 seats at a vote share of almost 50%. That is what the BJP is defending in this Western UP belt, all the way from Muzaffarnagar, Shamli down to Mathura and Agra. This is what the BJP is defending with 53 seats. Go back 5 years before that, it's not quite the same story. Because take a look at what happened 5 years before that. The BJP was at number 3 position. It had only 10 seats out of the 58. It went up to 53 in 5 years' time. And look at the others. These others, the 9 seats, all 9 won by the RLD with a 24% vote share. So a quarter of the vote share went to the RLD in 2012. But in 2017, the RLD was completely nowhere in the picture. They just won 1 seat. And that 1 seat is the seat of Chaproli, which of course is the home gad, the native village of Ajit Singh and now Jayant Chaudhary, and he's fighting from that particular seat. But take a look at this entire sweep that the BJP made across Western Uttar Pradesh. 53 out of the 58 seats. Some of their big names from Sanjeev Balyan, Sangeet Som, they all hail from this Western Uttar Pradesh region. And this is where the J plus M, the Jat plus Muslim combine, will be put to test yet again. Because, remember, all the elections for the last 7 or 8 years, from 2013 onwards, whether it's 14, 17, 19, were all held in the backdrop of the communal polarization and the Jat-Muslim sort of divide, the fault line that had happened because of those riots. But now, is there bhaichara? Will the Kisan issue, will price rise, will inflation, will that overtake any communal fault line, communal polarization? That's the big question. As I now welcome Maria Shakil, my colleague and political editor. You've been traveling in those places. It is a fascinating contest, this.
Absolutely, Zaka. And is there a running theme or is there a dominant narrative in this belt? That we'll know perhaps only on 10th. But one thing is clear, that this is going to be an election which will decide which way and perhaps newer ways of looking at elections. It's also very interesting that this is the most urbanized and well-off sub-region of Uttar Pradesh with Ghaziabad and Gautam Budh Nagar. But Zaka, what we are seeing up there?
Yeah, there's something up in the air.
Yes.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? Is it Superman?
Well, I can hear you guys. This is the magic of Alexa, and Alexa,
okay. It's our own Superman,
right? And I'm making my way into the studio.
Oh wow! Take a look at that. The quadcopter landing into the
There you go,
studio.
guys. Hi. Morning. How are you guys?
How are you, Anand? How is it up there?
So that I can get out. So this is what I'm going to do. This is my Alexa. I'm going to put the controls back here and say thank you to Alexa and step out.
Okay.
And there you go. Back into the studio, guys.
Welcome back from up in the air.
Absolutely. It's just been fantastic.
And how long, Anand? How long was the journey?
Well, it just took seconds because it was the Alexa data dome that's actually taken me, and this Alexa quadcopter. It's good to be back on this. And now that we can get this out of the way, okay, Alexa, you can take her out. You can take her out.
Let's go back up.
There you go, up, back up. Thank you very much. We're going to go back on another trip when we get onto the other post. So let me make my way here. It was just fantastic. It's a big challenge, Zaka, and it's not going to be easy, the first phase especially.
Yes, absolutely.
Maria.
Yes. So the news coming in, as Zaka was talking about the Jat factor, this is also related to their occupational identity, which is the farmers. Has the repeal of the farm laws completely blunted the anger the farmers and the Jat farmers may have had against the BJP? Polls are underway in UP for the first phase, and my colleague Arunima spoke to Rakesh Tikait, who has been the face of this entire Kisan movement. Rakesh Tikait speaking to Arunima. Here's that conversation.
सुबह सुबह काफी लंबी कतार कुछ बूथों के बाहर दिख रही थी हमें।
देखिए लाइन लगी हुई है। देखिए।
और आप कैसे उसको देख रहे हैं? उत्साह है या कुछ और है?
नहीं लोग वोटिंग कर रहे हैं अब के, और ये लगता है कि वोटिंग परसेंटेज ज्यादा होगा। और वोट आदमी को डालना चाहिए, अपना मत का प्रयोग करना चाहिए, वो करे किसी भी तरफ करे लेकिन करना चाहिए उसको, क्योंकि ये 5 साल में एक बार आता है और जब ही आप कोई मुद्दे सोल्व करवा सकते हैं, आपकी जो भी विचारधारा है उस पर आपको वोटिंग करना चाहिए। पक्ष में करो, सत्ता पक्ष में करो, विपक्ष में करो, लेकिन ये एक अच्छी चीज़ है कि हम वोटिंग कर रहे हैं। अगर वोटिंग करेंगे तो हम क्वेश्चन कर सकते हैं फिर
जी। वोटिंग परसेंटेज कैसा पहले हमने देखा है 14 में, 17 में, 19 में जब बहुत ज्यादा हुआ है तो भाजपा की सरकार चुनकर आई है, बट इस बार खास करके जाट समुदाय के लोग थोड़े नाराज हैं।
ये एक जाति विशेष को पिछले 1 महीने से टारगेट कर रखा, मतलब सब ने पूरा टारगेट कर रखा। ये पूरे देश में एक ही जाति है क्या ये, और किसी को टारगेट कर रखा? इतनी हाईलाइट्स तो नहीं एक जाति।
इस एरिया में सबसे ज्यादा जाट बाहुल्य क्षेत्र माना जाता है। कहते हैं कि आप ही कहते हैं जिसकी जाट उसकी ठाट।
ना ये तो एक कहावत बना रखी है, ऐसा नहीं है। और हम कोई जातियां वो समीकरण ना हमारे पास में है, ना हम इस तरह का कोई संगठन चलाते हैं। हम तो किसानों का संगठन चलाते हैं और उसमें सारी जातियां हैं।
किसानों को जो किसान कानून थे जिसके खिलाफ आप गाजीपुर पे बैठे रहे,
हाँ।
प्रधानमंत्री जी ने वो किसान कानून वापस ले लिया, गृह मंत्री जी ने कुछ आपके समुदाय के लोगों से मुलाकात की, दिल्ली में कुछ बातें उसमें भी की, उसके बाद भी नाराजगी।
कानून एक जाति के तो खिलाफ थे नहीं, ये तो पूरे देश के खिलाफ थे। और करिए एक जाति से बात तो दूसरे वाले तो नाराज होंगे ना, शेख बिरादरी से। भाई कानून सारी जातियों के खिलाफ थे, वे कानून थे कृषि के, और आप बात कर रहे हो एक जाति से, तो टारगेट क्या है एक जाति को बदनाम करने का? तो कोई ना कोई साजिश है ना। हाँ साजिश है, ये तो बड़ी साजिश रची जा रही है।
अच्छा, आपके हिसाब से इस चुनाव में सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा क्या है?
गरीबी का है। गरीब हो रहे, कह रहे कि हम अनाज बांट रहे हैं। भाई देश में जनता गरीब क्यों है? बेरोजगारी, ये बच्चे स्कूल जाना था इनको, स्कूल बंद है, शराब के ठेके खुल रहे हैं।
Well, Arunima now joins us live. Arunima, you're there on ground zero. Since early morning, at least in the first phase, the voter turnout has been steady. But like Rakesh Tikat says, do you expect it to be high this time?
Yes, there are enthusiasm, on both sides. People who are wanting Badlao, they want to turn out in large numbers and vote for Badlao. People who want the incumbent to continue because they believe there is Vikas, they are also turning out in large numbers. And talking about large numbers, Ravinder, just pan and show this car. This is a marriage party which is about to take the Bharat to Deoband from Muzaffarnagar. The Dulha has just cast his vote and gone, the bridegroom. The family members have just asked them to stop here for a bit. They're also in a rush. घर में शादी है बट वोट से आप लोगों ने समझौता नहीं किया।
जी जी।
सुबह सुबह आ गए वोट देने के लिए। आप भी, मतलब आपके बड़े भाई की शादी है, बताइए कैसे?
मेरे बड़े भाई की शादी है और सबसे पहले उन्हें दिया है, उसके बाद हम आए हैं। तो वो कर चुके हैं वोट अपना, हम कर चुके हैं वोट, और वोट हमारे लिए सबसे पहले ज़रूरी है। तो अपना पहले वोट करें फिर शादी करें।
बिल्कुल सही बात है, पहले वोट करें फिर कोई और काम करें। पूरी गाड़ी भी सज गई है, आपके घर पर भी सारी तैयारियां पूरी हैं।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
बट महिलाओं को तो सजने संवरने में वक्त थोड़ा ज्यादा लगता है, बट घर की महिलाएं भी पहले वोट को प्रेफरेंस दे रही हैं।
जी हाँ, पहले
वोट दी जाएगी, उसके बाद रेडी हुआ जाएगा।
Have they already cast their vote? Have they cast their vote already?
मुद्दा महिलाओं की सुरक्षा।
They have आनंद, आप अपनी उंगली दिखाएंगे मेहंदी के पीछे से छुपी हुई, you can see
भाई
that.
सबने वोट डाला है, हमने भी डाला है भाई, यही तो जरूरी है।
The vote has been cast, दिखाइए, just look at that. They've all cast their vote, so they've come here early in the morning. शादी की तैयारियां चल रही हैं, but they put that on hold because वोट देना जरूरी है। मुझे मालूम है आपको बहुत जल्दी है, बस जल्दी से बता दीजिए किस मुद्दे पर वोट?
मैम डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ थिंग्स हैं। वुमेन सेफ्टी है जो कि पहले यहाँ पे नहीं थी, जो अब बढ़ती जा रही है। यहाँ पे डेवलपमेंट है, रोड की ट्रांसपोर्टेशन है, रात में मार्केट में जाया जा सकता है, पहले नहीं जाया जा सकता था। ये सब चीज़ें वोट होंगी, हम लोग वोट देंगे जब ही होगा।
मुद्दा आपका क्या सोच के वोट दिया आपने? आपके लिए सबसे जरूरी मुद्दा क्या था?
मुद्दा बस यही है कि डेवलपमेंट हो,
विकास।
जी जी।
आपके लिए सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट मुद्दा क्या था?
सेम है जी, डेवलपमेंट, और लोगों को जो रोजगार नहीं मिलता है, तो लोग जब रोजगार नहीं मिलता है ना, तो क्राइम बढ़ता है शहर में।
रोजगार आपके लिए मुद्दा
जी
है।
हाँ जी।
ऑल राइट, थैंक यू सो मच। आप लोगों ने वक्त निकाला, वोट दिया और हमारे व्यूअर्स के साथ ये बहुत इंस्पिरेशनल स्टोरी शेयर की कि कितना भी इंपॉर्टेंट काम हो, यू माइट हैव अ लॉट ऑफ इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग्स टू डू, बट कास्टिंग योर वोट इज इंपॉर्टेंट। एंड आई थिंक this is inspirational because it's a cold, foggy winter morning here in Muzaffarnagar. and yet the voter turnout seems to be good, at least in the city seat.
Arunima, thank you so much for speaking to them. As you heard, multiple issues are at play in this election, but one thing that you hear repeatedly in several parts of UP, be it Meerut, which is going to polls in this first phase, or Firozabad, or other regions in Bundelkhand, it is about safety, security, and law and order. Let me bring in my guests now. Dr. Kaushal K. Mishra is the BJP spokesperson. Vibhakar Shastri is the Congress spokesperson. Ajit Jha, election and political expert. And Shantanu Gupta, political analyst. Beginning with you, Shantanu. Election after election, we have been hearing about the Jat anger, and then we see the results. But will it be some kind of surprise this time around?
Maria, first of all, namaskar to all of you and who are voting in the first phase. I think they should go out and vote. I casted my vote along with my family today in Noida. I casted my vote for a better UP, for a developed UP. Having said that, Jat and different castes are important element, I think, but we failed to, a lot of our commentators failed to recognize that after 2014 and 2017, the boundaries are blurred. Now people are voting outside their caste boundaries, outside their caste consideration, and the new beneficiary voter is developed. So a woman is voting because she got a toilet at home, because she got a gas stove at home, because now she has a better law and order, which was quite a big problem in Western UP. Now they are not rights which were happening at a drop of a hat in Akhilesh Yadav's time or Mayawati's time. So though I think we are still stuck in our old commentary, but pre-2014 commentary.
Yes, Shantanu, so those traditional prisms through which elections have been viewed before 2014 has to perhaps change, because social engineering or other aspects are also changing on ground. Before I bring in the political guest, Ajit Jha, are you in agreement that there has to be a newer way of analyzing election? The reference points that were there before 2014 has to change.
Well, you know, one very important reason why 2022 assembly election is totally different from all elections held before is because you had this more than 1 year long farmer agitation. One of the hubs was Western UP other than Punjab and Haryana. Now that becomes a real X factor in explaining the mandate, in explaining the nature of anti-incumbency. We keep talking about Jat factor, but it could be the farmer factor. Now, it is true that the middle and large peasantry in this area, the sugarcane farmers, are largely Jats, but don't forget many other sort of OBC castes and Dalit castes constitute both farm laborers and small farmers. So, in trying to understand this new mandate, that is the very important change compared to every other election.
There you go, Lieutenant General VK Singh. Lieutenant General VK Singh, we just have shots of Lieutenant General VK Singh going to cast his ballot. This is Ghaziabad where he is. So he's saying he's going to come out and then talk. In the meantime, as Lieutenant General VK Singh goes in, let's quickly go across to Zakir Jacob and understand. Zakir, Prime Minister Narendra Modi yesterday said that the political lexicon has to change.
Yeah.
He said you've got to do away with the caste, jati, etc.
Correct.
Jo jati nahi hai, wo jati hai. That's you've got to change that.
Yes.
And he says we are trying to do sabka saath.
Yeah.
And we are seeing that in 2014, 2017, 2019. Is that what you're seeing there?
You know, absolutely. I
wall?
think taking off from that point that the Prime Minister made, 58 seats in this phase one. Just take a look at the seats where the RLD is fighting. In fact, RLD is fighting in 29 seats, all 29 in this first phase. Remember, RLD is the Jat party, but look at what happened in 2017. Out of the 29 seats, 28 of those seats were won by the BJP. And take a look at this vote share. It's almost 50%. So which means 1 out of 2 voters in this Western UP belt voted for the BJP in 2017. If you were to extrapolate that to the 2019 Lok Sabha, although, you know, it's not comparable, but look at the 2019 Lok Sabha. You had SP, BSP, RLD, Congress, all in an alliance, and yet BJP had 23 out of 29, 55% vote share. What the RLD really needs to do is to go back to the playbook of 2012. Look at the 2012 results. Here is where it gets interesting. The RLD won 8 seats with a 30% vote share. The BJP was nowhere in Western Uttar Pradesh in 2013. Only 13% vote share and only 2 seats. Take a look at this entire map. This entire map, one thing is very clear. The RLD needs to go back to winning seats like the way it did in 2012. Not just for itself, but also for the SP alliance. This is not a Yadav belt. Western UP is not a Yadav belt. It's not a Samajwadi stronghold. This is Muslim plus Jat, which is why people are talking about Bhaichara and J&M coming together. But take a look at this belt in 2017. Sweep for the BJP. The only seat the RLD won was Chaparoli, where right now, this election, Jain Chaudhary is fighting from. That's his native village.
General VK Singh is just spoken.
Yes.
So we come back to this and discuss this in detail and also look at the chief ministerial contenders. But let's listen into what General Singh had said.
सुरक्षा दी है, जो जनता के लिए काम किया है, वही मेन चीज है और उसी के लिए जनता भारतीय जनता पार्टी को वोट देगी। और मेरा अपना मानना है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी बहुमत से सरकार बनाएगी।
सर, गाजियाबाद बहुत ही अलग तरह की जगह है, अर्बन रूरल का कॉम्बिनेशन है। क्या देखते हैं यहाँ पे? किसान आंदोलन हुआ पिछले दिनों, इसको लेकर कितना फर्क पड़ सकता है?
देखिए, किसान आंदोलन जिन मुद्दों पर था, उससे पूरे पश्चिमी उत्तर प्रदेश में कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। ये गन्ना बेल्ट है, गन्ने का भुगतान योगी जी ने मायावती जी के टाइम का भी किया, अखिलेश जी के टाइम का भी किया, अपना भी किया, उसके अलावा और चीनी मिलें खुली, तो ये मुद्दा नहीं है। किसान भी देखता है कि उसको बिजली मिलती है या नहीं मिलती, उसकी किसान सम्मान निधि उसके पास पहुंचती है कि नहीं पहुंचती और किस प्रकार उसकी देखभाल होती है। तो मानकर चलिए, ये सब मुद्दे वो नहीं है जिनसे चुनाव के ऊपर कोई मुद्दा नहीं है।
So General VK Singh there saying that it is not an issue, hijab, but what is the benefits that have been dropped. So before we take this to our political guests, let's quickly look at our chief ministerial contenders. Who are the people? What's in it for them? One of the biggest aspects is in Uttar Pradesh, the chief minister or a party has hardly ever been repeated. So is Yogi Adityanath going to be able to break the jinx? One aspect is he's got no corruption charges personally against him. So he's got the same or a similar chavi or image like the Prime Minister. The other aspect is he's accused of silencing his dissenters. So that's the weakness where within his own party, he may have a lot of opposition, but has the BJP been able to smoothen that? The opportunity for him is that he can cement himself as the third biggest neta or face in the BJP after Narendra Modi, Amit Shah, and then Yogi Adityanath. Of course, the big threat is the murmurs of dissent within the Brahmin community. But have they been able to tide over that largely? That's the big question. Now, who's the challenger? He's a former chief minister, and this time around, he's tried to carve together another arithmetic, looking at the regional players in Uttar Pradesh itself, and positioning Samajwadi Party as the single largest party in that alliance. Now, he's a former chief minister. He has administrative experience, but has he got his playbook right? That's the big question. Now, that's his strength, that he's got administrative experience and he's governed the state in the past. The weakness is he hasn't been able to expand the base beyond Yadav Muslims. Although this time around, he's made a very, very sincere effort, but has he been able to create an outreach beyond the core voter base of the Samajwadi Party? Remains a big question. The other aspect, the opportunity, will ensure a larger role in 2024. If you won Uttar Pradesh, then you are the single largest face of the opposition. So Mamata Banerjee, Stalin, Arvind Kejriwal, all will have to take a back seat. Akhilesh Yadav becomes the big face. SP still perceived to be a Gunda party. That's the big threat. Mafiawad, Gundawad, and versus Vikaswad. This is going to be the big challenge. Zaka and Maria, we got our political guest, but we also have our Maria.
Yes, Siddhant is joining me live now. Siddhant, how does it look? Have people started turning up? Early morning, it's a winter cold morning, but what about the queue? Because, you know, we often get a sense of how many women turn up early in the morning, that before they, start their cooking for the day, they would rather cast their vote first. Pehle matdan, phir jalpan.
Well, that's correct, Maria. I cannot hear your question properly, but right now I'm reporting from one of the polling booths in Sardana constituency. And Maria, the key issues here at this particular constituency are women's safety, employment, development, and law and order. So these are the four key issues that I have understood after speaking to the voters, those who have come here to cast their votes. And you know, what is also very interesting here is that today this constituency is witnessing foggy morning, cold winter warning. Despite that, people are coming out in large number. Women, men, people from all walks of life are coming out in large numbers to cast their votes. I was traveling, and I saw there were few villages, and the homes in those villages were fully vacant. There was nobody inside, because the entire family has gone to cast votes. So this is a situation here in Sardana constituency. We'll speak to some of the voters if we have time. We'll try to understand the mood. ये बताइए क्या मुद्दे रहेंगे, किन मुद्दों के आधार पर अब आप वोट डालने जा रहे हैं, क्या कुछ क्लैरिटी है मुद्दों को लेकर?
हमारा कोई मुद्दा नहीं है।
आपका कोई मुद्दा नहीं,
लेकिन वोट डालना
आपका
ये इम्पोर्टेंट है सिद्धार्थ।
क्या मुद्दे रहेंगे चुनाव में?
कोई मुद्दा नहीं है हमारा।
मुद्दा नहीं है, लेकिन उनको बोलिए कि
अच्छा।
वोट डाल रहे हैं कि नहीं डाल रहे हैं। वोट डाल रहे हैं, दैट इज इंपॉर्टेंट। मुद्दा बताएं, नहीं बताएं,
वोट डालने हैं, वोट डालने हैं, वोट की
वोट डाल रहे हैं, that's important.
वोट डालने हैं, और जो enthusiasm है.
Yes, Siddharth, we just got news coming through. The fact is there are people queuing up to vote, ladies and gentlemen, but one of the faces of this alliance that's challenging the Yogi government is not going to cast their vote. Jayant Chaudhary will not cast his vote today. His constituency or his vote falls in Mathura, but he is busy rallying. So he's picked the poll rally over casting his own personal individual vote. Now, is that sending a message or not? प्राथमिकता कैंपेनिंग के लिए, अपना वोट डालने के लिए नहीं. Could it not have been done? That's the big question. Siddhant is with us. Siddhant, Mathura mein his vote, but Jayant Chaudhary is not going to cast his vote. He's going to campaign.
This very interesting news piece has been flashed by news agency ANI. Anand, we are still verifying on our level, but ANI has flashed that Jayant Chaudhary, RLD chief, is not going to cast his vote today because he is busy at the same time doing one political rally. So this is the news that we are getting at this point in time. So where, Anand, you know, the entire Western Uttar Pradesh, the appeal
yes, and
appeal is
apparently
being made from all
Arunima
political
also telling
parties,
us
from all
that Sanjeev
political
Balyan
leaders to come
had
out.
taken a dig at Jayant Chaudhary, saying that is he a voter in UP at all, and this entire outsider tag and this jab that has happened. So now candidates and strong campaigners are not going to cast their vote.
I think that sends a very, very wrong message. And all the more so because he's fighting the election this time from his home gard of Chaproli. So I'm really surprised why. Maybe his vote is not there. That's fine. But you have to have a vote somewhere.
You could have transferred your vote.
Absolutely.
You could have said
Absolutely.
it's very easy. You can do it online, and if you had given that importance, is it sending the right message? We can ask our guests also. Dr. Kaushal Kant Mishra is with us, and we also have Vibhakar Shastri ji with us. Dr. Mishra, how would you see Jayant Chaudhary? His office is saying he will not cast his vote today.
He himself is fighting an election, and he himself is not casting a vote. It is a negative setback, means negative publicity for him, and I think it is not good. He should cast his vote, and then he can do any job, because we have seen that there are few couples before marriage they are casting vote. You have shown that so many people are compromising their job, their certain personal thing, but he is not casting vote is a news for me, and which is not good for our democracy.
विभाकर शास्त्री, 2017 में यूपी के लड़के थे. One was Rahul Gandhi, the other one Akhilesh Yadav. This time, again, there are two ladkas, as what has been said by the BJP repeatedly. But one of them, you know, Jayant Chaudhary, is the player in Western UP. This is the belt where he belongs to. And what kind of message is he sending by not himself going to the polling booth to cast his vote?
Good morning, Maria. Good morning to all my co-panelists. And good morning to the Festival of Democracy, as we are witnessing the polling in Uttar Pradesh and in the coming state elections, in 5 state elections. Before I come to your point, I like to begin with saying that in the last 3 days, the Honorable Prime Minister has only spoken about Congress party. So there is a perceived threat to the BJP from the Congress.
But Mr. Shastri,
the message
ये जो
is loud and clear.
अभी जिस फेस का
One minute,
चुनाव है, जिस फेस का चुनाव है जिसकी हम बात कर रहे हैं, पहले आप भी अलायंस में थे सपा के साथ, आज आरएलडी है अलायंस में सपा के साथ, लेकिन जो उनके मुखिया हैं, जो जयंत चौधरी हैं, अगर वो वोट नहीं देते हैं तो ये तो आप अपने कार्डर और सपोर्टर्स को मैसेज भेज रहे हैं कि ये चुनावी अहमियत नहीं रखता।
Absolutely right, absolutely right. बिल्कुल ठीक कह रही हैं आप, बिल्कुल ठीक कह रही हैं, it's absolutely correct. It sends a very wrong message. As I was just watching on your show only, people who were going for wedding, the dulha and the bridegroom, everyone was there. They went to the polling station, they voted, and then they are going for other works. So I think Jain should have done the same thing. Unfortunate.
Absolutely.
That he's not voting.
And
very surprising.
as expected, the BJP has commented on it. Sanjeev Balyan, in fact, took a dig at Jayant Chaudhary. Let's listen in.
जयंत चौधरी जी यहाँ पर लगातार आपके विरोध में मतलब समाजवादी पार्टी के साथ जुड़े हैं आज, लेकिन वो यहाँ नहीं है। वो कह रहे हैं वो प्रचार में ज्यादा व्यस्तता है। कैसे देखते हैं आप इसको?
बड़े नेता हैं, दूर दूर तक प्रचार करना, हेलीकॉप्टर से प्रचार करते हैं। अब हमें तो यहीं पैदा हुए, यहीं रहना है, अब हमारा उनका क्या मुकाबला? हम तो छोटे से किसान हैं, जमींदार हैं।
साथ होने की मतलब गुंजाइश दिख रही है, जैसे कि गृह मंत्री जी ने कहा है कि आप गलत घर चले गए हैं।
वो उन्होंने ठीक कहा, चूंकि अखिलेश यादव का व्यवहार बहुत गलत रहा है पश्चिम उत्तर प्रदेश को लेकर, उसी संबंध में उनका इशारा था। और साथ होना नहीं होना, मैं कार्यकर्ता, मेरे यहाँ राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष और लोग निर्णय लेते हैं, मैं उस निर्णय प्रक्रिया का हिस्सा नहीं हूँ।
So again, the outsider dig very strongly being made by Sanjeev Balyan. But why is Jayant Chaudhary not giving primacy to his vote? Well, we'll ask him that. But आप जाइए उंगली कीजिए if your vote is here in any of the 58 assembly seats that go to the ballot today in phase 1 in Uttar Pradesh. We're going to take a very short break. Stay with us.
कुछ अलग सोचता है?
कुछ बदलाव नहीं है मैम। सबसे मेन चीज़ है कि युवा पढ़ाई लिखाई करता है, इसलिए करता है कि हमें कोई रोज़गार मिले, लेकिन हमारी डिग्रियां डिप्लोमा अलमारियों में पड़ी सड़ रही हैं, कोई जॉब कुछ है नहीं। सबसे मेन चीज़ है यहाँ का विकास इतनी तेज़ी से चल रहा है कि मैं खुद जेवर गवर्नमेंट ITI से ITI कर रहा हूँ। मेरा सन 2018 का बैच है, अब 22 चल चुकी है। तो आप सोचिए जो 2 साल का कोर्स है, 4 साल तक मैं बराबर पेपर दे रहा हूँ।
बहुत सारे मुद्दे गिना रहे थे कि यहाँ पे रोजगार का
बेरोजगारी है, विकास है। इन्होंने देखो जो हमारी सरकार है रोजगार के मामले में तो बहुत पीछे। विकास कुछ हद तक इन्होंने किया है, ठीक किया है, लेकिन अगर बात करते हैं इनके जो प्रत्याशी थे, जो जीते हुए प्रत्याशी हैं, उन्होंने यहाँ हमारे यहाँ कोई विकास नहीं किया। वो तो केवल अपने गांव के इर्द गिर्द, उनका गांव है रघुपुरा के नजदीक, उन्होंने केवल वहाँ विकास किया है, अपने यहाँ केवल लोकल में।
विधायक से आप नाराज हैं?
बहुत अच्छी तरह से नाराज।
मुख्यमंत्री और प्रधानमंत्री?
मुख्यमंत्री तो बहुत अच्छा है, योगी बाबा जैसा मुख्यमंत्री शासन के लिए बहुत अच्छा है।
You know, they're all saying that employment is an issue, and they're also saying that there is an issue of vikas, but at the same time, what they are saying is that as far as the chief minister and the prime minister is concerned, they don't have any specific complaint from the leadership, but they are very aggrieved with the choice of candidate of their local constituency.
Jewar International Airport, the project that has brought this sleepy hamlet in Gautam Budh Nagar to the world stage. The airport seeks to be Asia's largest and the 4th largest in the world.
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हमारे लिए राजनीति का नहीं बल्कि राष्ट्र नीति का हिस्सा है। भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य की एक जिम्मेवारी है।
At Jewar, the airport is the primary talking point. Residents are hopeful that the project will bring them greater metro connectivity to big cities like Noida, Delhi. But at the main bazaar of Jewar, these youngsters who are taking coaching classes for various competitive exams are more concerned about employment opportunities that the airport project could usher in.
डाउन नौकरी जॉब है ही नहीं, कहीं भी कोई फील्ड जॉब देता ही नहीं है। अगर 100 जॉब निकलेंगी तो 1 लाख फॉर्म भरे जाते हैं, कहाँ से नंबर आएगा? बेरोजगारी सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है, क्योंकि हम तो चाहते हैं कि हमारी गवर्नमेंट जॉब हो, हमारा फ्यूचर सिक्योर हो।
जो भी लोकल हैं
इन सबको रोजगार मिलेगा, बहुत चीज़ें बढ़ेंगी और बहुत ज़्यादा ये रोजगार के माध्यम भी बढ़ेंगे यहाँ पे।
धनकौर में वीवो कंपनी है, वो हमारे लोकल ने लेती नहीं है, ऐसे ये कर देंगे। जब 300 किलोमीटर के दूर के नेपाल करने ले रहे हैं, अगर यहाँ एयरपोर्ट आ जाएगा तो एयरपोर्ट आने के बाद फिर हमें नौकरी क्यों नहीं मिलेगी?
जो यहाँ पे कंपनी आएंगी, इंडस्ट्री आएंगी, सब में तो वैकेंसी की ज़रूरत होगी।
जब से प्रोजेक्ट एयरपोर्ट का आया है हमारे जेवर कस्बे में, जब से बाहरी लोग यहाँ पर निवेश करने लगे हैं, जिसके कारण ज़मीनों में उछाल आया है।
While locals are looking at the Jewar Airport project to change their lives for the better, compensation received for the land is a sore point. Ajay Pratap Singh at the Dayanathpur village rummages through the bricks of what was once his house. Today it is the site for the boundary wall of the Jewar Airport. Singh claims that the compensation received in lieu of his land is inadequate.
हमारे मकानों को बिना समय दिए, बिना नोटिस दिए हमारे मकानों को गांव को तोड़ दिया गया। जहां हमें बसाया गया है, पानी की सुविधा नहीं, बिजली की नहीं, कोई सुविधा नहीं है। हम लोग ग्रामीण थे, आज आप भी देख रहे हैं ग्रामीण वातावरण है, आप रास्ते से आए हैं निकलकर, लेकिन हमें जबरदस्ती नगर क्षेत्र बना दिया गया जो कानूनन अवैध है।
यहाँ किसान 1200 गज में मकान बना कर रहता था, 1200 गज में अपना का नाम है मकान भी अपनी
Welcome back. So more than 25,000 polling booths are active as 58 seats go to the ballot in phase 1 of the Uttar Pradesh elections. So let's try and bring in Alexa. I'm going to call the two robots. Come on. Chalo, kaam pe lag jao bhai. Yeah, there you go. These are the key contests and let's try and understand these seats which are going to be fought. The first contest is in Kairana, the big pike fight where you have Nahid Hassan who's going to contest against Mriganka Singh. Both of them have cases against them, but Nahid Hassan is seen as the big gangster in the mix. He is a sitting MLA of Kairana. There was a lot of controversy. They had even fielded his sister's name as an independent candidate, but eventually it is him. Then we've got Muzaffarnagar. Kapil Dev Agarwal is a sitting MLA and also minister in the Yogi government. And he is up against a businessman with no criminal cases who's been fielded by the RLD. And that is Saurabh. So in this fight again, the challenge is for Kapil Dev Agarwal to retain his seat. Will that happen in the Muzaffarnagar story? You have also Sardhana, which is again a key contest where you have Sangeet Som. Once again, controversial BJP minister, firebrand leader, and Atul Pradhan. We just were talking about Mriganka Singh. She's speaking with Arun Dhanta.
BJP's hand.
We have seen that Union Home Minister Amit Shah was here doing door-to-door campaign, and Yogi Adityanath Minister was also here. And you know, the issues that we have found that BJP has been raising, they have brought those people back who have left Kairana, and secondly also the law and order that you have maintained. But on the other hand, if you see Samajwadi Party and RLD combined, they are saying that BJP's politics is to polarize or to divide. How do you respond to that?
Well, this mass exodus of industrialist businessmen was a harsh reality 6 years back, 7 years back. But now, ever since BJP government has come into power in 2017, things have changed dramatically. People are returning here, they are opening their shops, they are opening their business establishments, and they are contented to be back in their own homes.
What are your issues on which you are demanding votes to the people?
Kairana has to look forward to continuous growth and development. So they should vote for BJP.
Vishnu with BJP. And also apart from that, we are seeing that the last 2 times when you contested from here, you lost with a close margin. What different you've done this time around, which makes you confident of winning?
Well, the BJP government that has been in power, the double-engine government that we have, it has impacted the grassroots in the villages, people in the villages also. That is the kind of confidence that I get. I have been campaigning all throughout in the last few weeks. So I thought that people were very enthusiastic to support BJP, and even they are telling me कि राम राज ही तो है ये.
People here are saying that it's a family battle between because your father's legacy and the father of your opponents. It's a family battle which they are saying. Who's going to win?
Bharatiya Janata Party is going to win, and I happen to be my father's daughter, and it's a blessing.
And last question, ma'am, what do you want to say to the voters? Because till 9 p.m. we've seen only 9 a.m. we have only seen 9% of voting. What do you want to see the voters of Kairana?
They are enthusiastic to support BJP. That's why in this cold weather also they have come out of their houses and literally proved pehle matdan aur fir jalpan.
Are you confident of your victory?
100%.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So that was BJP candidate from Kairana.
Interviewing Mriganka Singh in Kairana. And Kairana is where Amit Shah started his poll campaign this time around. We've been talking about the Jats, but the other important demographic is the Muslims. Take a look at western Uttar Pradesh. The percentage of Muslims is 29%. Almost 1 in 3 voters in western Uttar Pradesh is Muslim. And remember, this time the big question is, will the Muslim vote go en masse to the Samajwadi Party, RLD combined, or will the BSP play spoil sport? So let me take a look at the Muslim factor just to run you through the phase 1 seats and where all the Muslim factor is important in these 58 seats of phase 1. In 2017, in these 58 seats, out of the 17 seats that are dominated by Muslims, which is almost a third, in fact, little over a third, BJP won 14 out of the 17, again at 40% vote share, which is comparable to what they got statewide. The Samajwadi Party had only 23% vote share and just 2 seats, whereas the BSP also had 22% vote share. So essentially, what happened to the Muslim vote in 2017 is it split right down the middle between the BSP getting 22% and the SP getting 23%. If you go back and check in 2012, how did the Muslim vote split in this particular belt? Again, the vote split between the SP and the BSP. In fact, the BSP had more votes than the SP. BSP had 26% vote share and the SP had only 23. But the SP got more seats because this factor, the reverse polarization, as the BJP keeps saying, did not happen in 2012. If BJP could go from 23% vote share to 41 or 42% vote share, double its vote share in 5 years, that's because polarization happened on the Hindu side. Will that continue in 2022? That, I think, will hold the key to the Muslim vote.
That others vote of 20.55%, that is the RLD factor coming in. So that perhaps the counter-polarization votes were split between BJP and RLD.
And this time around, you also have the MIM entering the fray.
True.
And
so one other factor that people keep talking about in this belt is the BSP, because BSP has given tickets to 35% of its tickets has gone to Muslim candidates. So will that be enough to try and take away the Muslim vote? Because remember, the Muslim vote will go en masse or most likely en masse to the SP RLD combined. So if you add just the 23% here and the 20% of the RLD, that's a sure shot 40% plus vote share. But the question is, will the Muslims be, particularly in those seats where the BSP has fielded? And mind you, BSP had 4 seats in this region. In 2012, an election that they lost, they got 4 seats. So in those seats where the BSP has fielded a Muslim candidate, will they be inclined to vote for the BSP or will they vote lock, stock and barrel with the SP-RLD alliance?
Will it be candidate by candidate voting of the Muslim constituency? Because, Zaka, as you pointed out, a number of these constituencies, Muzaffarnagar, for example, has 43.2%.
Yes.
Muslims.
Yes, absolutely.
Then Meerut, 38.9%. And if the Muslims in these particular constituencies decide to look at the candidates, not the larger narrative that is being built by the political opponents of Yogi Adityanath, that is Samajwadi Party, and Jain Chaudhary, then we'll be waiting for
the making a very interesting point, saying that you look at jati or caste, it's not there only among the Hindus, it's among Muslims in Gujarat. He made a point of Gujarat where he said more than 70 castes. So now if there is a play there also, we don't know how it's going to go. Or is it all going to be, as he said, everybody decides that they want to vote for somebody rising above their individual caste and community considerations. Nikhil Lakhwani is in Govardhan, Brajbhumi. Radhe Radhe, Nikhil, where are you?
Radhe Radhe Anand, we are currently reporting from the Mathura seat. Now, this is one of the rare seats where the contest is between the Bharatiya Janata Party and Congress Party. Congress has fielded their four-time MLA, Pradeep Mathur, from this particular seat. He has been into the post from 2002 to 2017, but during the Modi and Yogi wave, he was elected out of this particular seat, and also sitting MLA who is a Minister of Power as well in the UP cabinet is also fighting this election. Now the challenge against him is to retain this particular seat. Anti-incumbency is what he's facing. Also you can see these are the visuals from outside one of the booth in Mathura city. Now Mathura has close to 18 lakh voters, but this is the particular seat where 4 lakh voters are registered here. They have been coming here since morning 7 AM to cast their vote. Let's take a quick view to some of these people. Sir, आप बताइए, ये एक ऐसी सीट है जहां मुकाबला कांग्रेस और भाजपा में मुकाबले का है. किस तरीके से आप आज वोट करने आए हैं, क्या कुछ मुद्दे लेकर के आए हैं?
देखिए, हमारी जो एक सोच है अपनी, वो भाजपा ने जो काम किए हैं उसमें कोई भी ऐसा काम नहीं किया जो गरीब मजदूरों के लिए मतलब कोई सहूलियत मिले. उसमें केवल और केवल एक जात और पात को लेके चले हैं.
ठीक है, सहूलियत नहीं मिली आपको. आपके हिसाब से क्या कुछ मुद्दे हैं जो आज आप जिनको लेकर के वोट करने आए हैं, आप बताइए.
सर, विकास का मुद्दा है और ये सबसे ऊपर मुद्दा है जिसको हम देख रहे हैं.
अच्छा, मथुरा की अगर बात की जाती है, क्योंकि यहाँ जन्मभूमि है कृष्णा जी की, उसको लेकर के विवाद है, मस्जिद का आपको पता है विवाद चल रहा है. आपको लगता है वो एक बड़ा फैक्टर हो सकता है वोटिंग को लेकर के आज के दिन के लिए?
जी, ऐसी तो कोई बात नहीं है, क्योंकि हम लोगों में बहुत भाईचारा है यहाँ और ये कोई ज्यादा बड़ा मुद्दा नहीं है और ये बड़े लोगों के लिए उनका निजी फैसला है और जो भी
issue of Krishna Janmabhoomi, Nikhil, has never been the one which is most important. But interestingly, in this region, the Samajwadi Party does not have too much of strength. Largely, the fight has been between the BJP Congress, BJP BSP. This is where the play has been. And BJP this time around, Kaushalji, has not won 5-on-5 the last time around. अब की बार 5-on-5 का टारगेट है, but the fight here, if there is any, is not directly with the SP, but with the Congress Party and also with the BSP. कौशल मिश्रा जी.
देखिए, कांग्रेस तो कहीं मैदान में ही नहीं है. आप आंकड़ों से देख सकते हैं, पिछले जो रुझान है उनसे देख सकते हैं. जब ये थोड़ी बहुत जो भी फाइट अगर मिल सकती है तो ये दोनों जो कंबाइन हुए उनकी वजह से मिल सकती है, लेकिन उसके बाद भी जिन एरिया में इलेक्शन हो रहा है वहां
पर आप ये भी मानेंगे कि अगर कांग्रेस पार्टी यहाँ पर अपने इंडिविजुअल पॉकेट्स में लोकल नेता, लोकल चेहरे की वजह से अगर इंपैक्ट कर पाती है तो फिर ये उनके लिए इंपॉर्टेंट है. विभाकर जी, विल यू एग्री विद मी कि फर्स्ट फेज में व्हाट द कांग्रेस पार्टी डज ऑन ग्राउंड बेस्ड ऑन इट्स ओन इंडिविजुअल कैंडिडेट्स is going to be significant as we move into phase 2, 3, 4 and 5?
Absolutely. See, your reporter only said the fight is between the BJP and the Congress. So, you know, all of you people are not realizing how the Congress party has prepared for the Uttar Pradesh elections. And we have created a new narrative which is being followed by all the parties. If you look at the manifestos being released by the BJP or the SP or any other party, they have all been talking about women empowerment. And right now what we have done, what Priyanka ji has done, she has created a new constituent in the polling pattern of the country, which is the woman. Women are going to be a very dominant part of the Indian electorate, and they are being empowered by her
yes,
policies.
But the empowerment
and we have
of women
given
can begin only after they feel safe and secure. And when you speak to women, particularly in this belt, Mr. Shastri, they do talk about safety and security, and that is primary first, and then all the talks of ladki hoon, lad sakti hoon, and other aspects can come in. I'm going to bring in Shantanu first.
But the other challenge, and Zaka is there. No, Vibhakar ji, see, there is an absolute number challenge also. You have to beat the SP, BSP, RLD to rise above them and then challenge the BJP. And when is it that they've gone into double digits?
I just want to show the Agra-Mathura belt, because we tend to sort of forget that, you know, in this whole Jat-Muslim combined, we tend to forget that there is a huge presence of Dalits as well. So you take just Agra and Mathura, it's about 13 seats. Of course, in 2017, the BJP swept. They got almost 50% vote share here. The BSP was number 2, 24% vote share. Not a bad vote share for a party that ended up as number 3 party statewide. In fact, the BSP won 1 seat out of this 13. This is the Agra-Mathura belt. But go back to 2012 and take a look at that same region, those same 13 seats. It was the BSP that was the number 1 party, 30% vote share, a huge chunk. In fact, all of Uttar Pradesh, the highest concentration of Dalits is in the Agra belt. So where will that vote go? Not the Jatav Dalit. Yes, you can divide the Jatav and non-Jatav Dalits almost 50-50 as far as Uttar Pradesh is concerned. This remaining 50% of non-Jatav Dalits, will they come back to Mayawati or will they go to the BJP as they did in 2017? There's no way the BJP could have won this belt without a significant chunk of that non-Jatav Dalit siding with the BJP. You don't get to 50% vote share just on, you know, upper caste Hindu vote. You need more than that. And I think that's where the BJP's outreach to Dalits, particularly the non-Jatav Dalits, that's why they swept in 2017. Can they maintain that?
That aspect of Dalits is more to do with class here, which turned out in 2019 and also in 2017, because 2017 elections were held after the 2016 demonetization move. So there was that sense of class.
In Agra, for example, they have brought back Baby Rani Maurya, who was the governor of Uttarakhand. And there is talk, I don't know, I mean, I'm not an expert, but there is talk that if they sweep this belt, if there is evidence that the Dalit vote, the non-Jatav Dalit vote is still with the BJP, she might even be in contention for a very big post in the Yogi government.
But see, but the case in point of party we were talking to, as Vibhakar Shastri was speaking, was Congress party. See, 7% in 2012, 4.87%. So you've got a mountain to climb, even in getting into double digits.
Correct.
And it's
for
been
seat conversion.
More than a decade and a half that you've not crossed a double-digit vote share. As a case in point for the Congress party, and we'll make that case with vote shares too. But for the moment, we're going to take a very, very short break. Stay with us.
Bhadana tries to cash in on. Campaigning in the Chiroli village, Bhadana promises better compensation for land and redressal of the issues of farmers.
भडाना जी, आप यहाँ घूम रहे हैं पूरे क्षेत्र में, सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा आपके हिसाब से जेवर की जनता के लिए इस चुनाव में क्या है?
सबसे बड़ा कि यहाँ के किसान और मजदूरों के साथ जुल्म हुए हैं। इस एरिया की जमीनें गई, उनके घर उजाड़ दिए गए, उनको जमीनों से बेदखल कर दिया गया है कि उनको इस एरिया के 200 किलोमीटर के एरिया का कोई बच्चा यहाँ नौकरी नहीं करेगा। मुझे इन बच्चों के रोजगार की बात करनी है, मुझे इनके विकास की बात करनी है। यहाँ कुछ भी नहीं है। दिखने को इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट बहुत बड़ी चीज है, लेकिन ग्राउंड पर कुछ नहीं।
Sitting BJP MLA Dhirendra Singh counters Bhadana by questioning his credentials. Bhadana has recently come to the RLD-SP combined and to Jewar after representing Mirapur as a BJP MLA earlier. Singh says issues of locals can be taken care of only by the BJP. His main plank that the Yogi government made the Jewar airport a reality, while previous governments only got scams and lawlessness.
जेवर विधानसभा इस वक्त दुनिया का निवेशकों का एक ऐसा डेस्टिनेशन है जहां बहुत तेजी से पिछले 5 साल में विकास हुआ है। प्रदेश में योगी आदित्यनाथ जी को मुख्यमंत्री देखना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि उन्हीं की वजह से आज जेवर विश्व मानचित्र पर आ गया है। अभी एक CAG ऑडिट हुआ था नोएडा प्राधिकरण का, तो 50,000 करोड़ का घोटाला मिला। तो ये घोटालेबाज लोग हैं, इन पे मुद्दा तो कुछ और है नहीं। इनके समय में यहाँ से कंपनियां पलायन करने लगी थी, बड़े बड़े उद्योग धंधे।
The constituency though is sharply divided. Right outside the Shamnagar Mandi, where Dhirendra Singh campaigned, a fight broke out between RLD and BJP supporters.
ये तो बीजेपी वाले तो न्यू कहे हैं कि चीन और पाकिस्तान, हिंदू और मुसलमान और बुरकी मार है मंदिर की। जो ठोस मुद्दा है महंगाई और बेरोजगारी, उसकी चर्चा नहीं है, उससे तो ध्यान हटका हुए हैं।
यह वह क्षेत्र है जेवर जहाँ रात को लाइटें नहीं थी, जहाँ दंगा होता था। आज की डेट में वो दंगा या तो जेलों के भीतर है या उन्हें इस दुनिया से समाप्त कर दिया है, और वो किया है केवल योगी जी ने। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार में 2017 के बाद 3 बार पुलिस के एग्जाम दे चुका। मेरा नंबर नहीं आता, उसमें मेरी गलती है। सरकार बाइज्जत रोजगार निकाल रही है और कोशिश करती है कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा रोजगार दें।
The Jewar airport will service all of western Uttar Pradesh, from Noida to Bulandshahr, Mathura, Agra, Ghaziabad and Meerut. While BJP showcases the airport and with it Yogi government's commitment to Vikas, the largely agrarian belt in these parts debate if the Kisan is getting his due.
नाराजगी की वजह यह है कि किसानों के लिए कुछ ये करना पाए 5 साल वो सरकार चलाने के बाद, जो समय पे जो फसल आवे उसकी बिक्री नहीं हो।
कोई कुछ फायदा नहीं, रोजगार नहीं, भर्ती नहीं, कुछ क्या फायदा है बताओ तुम।
Welcome back. A piece of breaking news coming in now from the Apex Court. The Supreme Court has refused to urgently list a petition seeking transfer of the petitions from the Karnataka High Court examining the permissibility of hijab in schools and colleges where a particular uniform is prescribed. Remember, a constitution bench has been set up, which is a 3-judge bench, which will be looking at the issues from the larger permissibility angle, deciding between whether it's a question of individual liberty about right or what is institutional sanctity. Harish Upadhyay is joining me on the phone line. Harish, who really approached the Apex Court?
Well, Kapil Sibal had approached the Apex Court, and rightly the Supreme Court has said that when the Karnataka High Court, which just last night has declared the larger bench which will hear this case, the Chief Justice of Karnataka High Court will be sitting on this bench, has taken up this matter. The Supreme Court has refused to entertain this plea. We do understand that all parties involved yesterday, in fact, told us they wouldn't be approaching the Supreme Court because this is still under the consideration of the Karnataka High Court. One. Second, already a fair bit of arguments have happened in the Karnataka High Court in front of Justice Krishna Dikshit. So time is also of importance here. So none of the parties wanted to waste time once again approaching the Supreme Court and starting the arguments all over again. So all parties now hoping that this argument that will start before the 3-judge bench will in a way be continuing from where they left yesterday in front of Justice Krishna Dikshit. And they are hoping that there could be an intermorder soon.
Yes,
because
but
all
Harish,
parties understand.
When you say Mr. Sibal has approached the Apex Court, the question is, has the Congress party become a party in this case, or is he petitioning on the behalf of pro-hijab activists?
Well, looks like he is appearing for someone who is pro-hijab because the Congress party in Karnataka has decided to back the students, but they've said that they will wait for the court to decide on this matter. And probably that is also something as a stance the Congress would have taken nationally. One. Second, we've already seen other lawyers with political affiliation fighting the case in this particular Karnataka High Court writ petition also. Devdas Kamath also has political affiliation. So this is something that we've seen already in this case, and probably it's a continuation of that. The Congress party here very guarded. Initially, they did not want to back the students or comment on the matter, but when it became a national issue, they backed the students. Okay. But at the same time, you haven't seen the organization on ground hitting and backing these students or doing any protest. They are still maintaining that they will wait for the court to decide on this and then see how the government implements that order.
All right. So the Apex Court saying that there is no need to urgently list this matter because this issue is being decided by a 3-judge constitution bench of Karnataka High Court. Shifting focus to our top story, where 58 constituencies of 403 in the 403-member UP Assembly is going to polls.
Yadav. Thank you for staying with us here at CNN News 18, your election news headquarters, and we're getting you news. This is Akhilesh Yadav, who's just tweeted, and he says, "Naye UP ka naya nara, vikas hi vichardhara. Development will become the ideology." Phase 1 polls underway. Akhilesh Yadav has turned around and tweeted. He says, "Naye UP ka naya nara and vikas hi vichardhara." He spent a fresh slogan for the Uttar Pradesh. Is it a fresh slogan? That's the big question. Development plank is something that the BJP has owned since 2014. And everybody now is talking Vikas and saying Vikas hi vichardhara hogi. Pranshu Mishra, our UP Bureau Chief, is live with us. Pranshu, how is this any different? How is this any different from what the BJP has already been talking about?
Anand, development is not a new agenda. We all know that Prime Minister Modi and UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is banking a big time on what they call the double engine growth phenomena and the development work that has been done over the period of past 5 years. The reason why Akhilesh Yadav is tweeting this particular slogan today, I think it's a two-way thought process on his mind. One, we saw him yesterday, day before yesterday, launching his manifesto, which he said is the real manifesto, is the true socialist manifesto, a manifesto which is aimed towards development. And the second point, I think, is that the crucial belt of West UP, which is now is presently underway, where the polling is underway. The biggest concern on the mind of SPRLD is that by the end of the polls, there is no, attempted polarization, or the communal polarization doesn't take place. That is what the biggest concern is, and I think that's the reason why even on this crucial day, through this tweet, Akhilesh Yadav is trying to remind his voters, his supporters, that ultimately the idea they have to vote for is a change, a development, which according to the BJP was, has just been a lie during the BJP government, and only the true development could be delivered by the Samajwadi Party. So I think the timing of this message is also important. The debate about development is not new. Whose development it is actually going to be endorsed by the people of Uttar Pradesh, that needs to be seen.
But ये उल्टा तो नहीं पड़ेगा Pranshu, because largely people would come out and support, and this is what you would have also seen on ground, कि हम विकास के लिए वोट दे रहे हैं is an indicator that they are going to back the BJP. So is this going to confuse the voter? Is Akhilesh Yadav confusing the voter now?
Well, that could be one argument, but I think what Akhilesh Yadav is probably trying to do is to ensure that the way that this election has not been seen as a communal election, at least in Western Uttar Pradesh, and that has been a significant, difference from the past, 2014, 17 and 2019. I think Akhilesh Yadav wants to ensure that mood continues all through this, through the day today, and therefore probably he has put forward this tweet. There could be no other reason to explain this, because we all know that development is not a new agenda, and if you talk purely about the development issue, then I think BJP clearly has more cards up its sleeves, because they have this double engine, the dynamics to prove that development is a much more stronger domain when it comes to Bharatiya Janata Party. They have owned this
development plank. Now, whether they've delivered on it, that's what the voter is going to decide. But the fact is, this plank has been owned by them for the last at least 7 years. But one can only say, there aaya durusta, if all political parties say कि विकास ही मुद्दा होगा जिस पर चुनाव लड़ेंगे. Fantastic. Charu Pragya of the BJP with us, Anuma Acharya of the Congress Party with us, Inderjeet Singh, senior leader of the RLD with us, Shantanu Gupta stays on, Dr. Nalin Mehta also with us. So let's get the apolitical voices in quickly. Nalin Mehta ji, Vikas hi vichardhara. Ideally, for every political party, Vikas should be the only ideology.
Yes, and I think what Akhilesh is doing is he's trying to remind his voters about the core message that he has, where he's, which you were just discussing as well. I think Prime Minister Modi set the agenda last night with his interview, where he repeated some of the core messaging of the BJP around law and order, around dynastic politics, around reminding people of what the Akhilesh Yadav government earlier was, and talking about Rahul Gandhi and about Do Ladke. Today also Mr. Modi has tweeted, so has Amit Shah, so has Akhilesh Yadav. I think that's par for the course. Both parties are trying to put their best foot forward. But fundamentally, this election, I think this phase 1 is really important, because chunav hawa se bhi banta hai. And this Western UP, phase 1 and phase 2 is the place where SP has not traditionally been strong, and this is the place which has been the epicenter of the farmer agitation and the Jat moves by an RLD, and so therefore I think this election, this particular phase is highly important, and now
well, Nalin, hold your thoughts. We've just got Ikra Hassan speaking with Arun Dhanta.
Nahid Hassan's sister Ikra Hassan with us. Ikra, how confident you are for the victory of your brother?
I'm very confident. We are seeing a positive turnout and everyone is excited to vote against the current government.
BJP saying, because we have spoken to Mriganka Singh as well, she's very confident saying that BJP has maintained the law and order. Everything which they have done here will work for them.
I don't know what law and order they are talking about, because according to various NCRB reports, the crime against women has increased, against girls have increased, against the OBCs, against the SC/STs, the crime rate has only increased. So I don't know what law and order they're talking about.
What are the issues on which you're going to people asking for votes?
Issue is of development, of employment. So those are the main issues. We have the exodus issue that the BJP is talking about is not an issue on ground. The main issue is of development.
Samajwadi Party alleged, in fact they tweeted that there are few booths where people were sent back and were not allowed to vote. What do you have to say? What happened exactly?
See, that is what our apprehension was. We have given them some booth numbers that we doubted they would misuse their state machinery for. So we're just scared that they might use their state machinery for the benefit of their own party, and that's why we filed some complaints and we're working on it.
We are seeing that you're visiting different booths. What is your assessment? What you found? Even just now you were inside. Everything is going smooth, and how's the polling and all?
We're getting some complaints, so I'm just going around checking if everything's going on smoothly, and it's just a election round, that's it.
Any appeal that you want to make to the voters?
Yes, my main appeal today would be to come out and vote. I would request everyone to come out and vote, to increase the voter percentage, to increase the voter turnout, and to vote for the betterment of the state.
Thank you so much. So that was Ikra Hassan talking to CNN News 18.
But Shantanu Gupta, the champion, everybody is talking about Vikas now. Every party is now putting out tweets saying Vikas के लिए वोट दें, development के लिए वोट दें, जिस पर delivery नहीं हुई है उसके लिए वोट दें.
Anand, you're right. I think as I was telling in the previous segment, after 2014 in all over India and 2017 in UP, the grammar of politics and political commentary have completely changed. That's why when I see too much of Jat, Tyagi, Brahman, I'm saying, okay, that's part of the commentary, but a very minuscule part of the commentary. The commentary is a new beneficiary vote. The women folks are voting because there's a better law and order. The women folks are voting because 2.6 toilets are being made. Women folks are voting because 1.5 crore gas connection and Anand, you were with me when I was in Boston. I was on a 3 weeks US tour, and people were like tracking everything of UP's development back there in US. So I think this election has taken almost a global form, and the petty issues the Samajwadi Party is talking about are not finding resonance at the ground.
Yes, Nalin Mehta, when you talk about the new BJP, I've been reading your book. It talks about facets that the party has acquired. And would you say that in this election, the three leaders are talking different issues? You have the Prime Minister talk about the larger double engine or development. You have Yogi Adityanath focusing on Hinduism, Hindutva, and also development, what he has delivered. And there is Amit Shah focusing on OBC consolidation, the social engineering that we keep talking about, that other parties have done, which the BJP has done as well.
Yes, Maria. I think the BJP's success in in 2019, including the 27 triumph, were built on 3 or 4 crucial factors. It wasn't just built on Hindutva. As one of the leaders told me in Yogi Adityanath's office, Hindutva to gati deta hai, Paiya to welfare hai. There were 4 or 5 key factors. The first was a complete new social engineering and bringing new caste into the tent, non-Yadav OBCs and non-Yadav Dalits. The second was a massive new kind of social welfareism built on direct benefit transfers. On Swachh Bharat, for example, 17 million toilets were built. These were personal toilets which changed the lives of women. The kind of housing that was built under PM Awas Yojana, in which 68% women houses were registered in the names of either women individually or or with their husbands, that is a huge shift, and they were built by money transfers into the bank account, not like schemes of the old where the government would build something and it wasn't useful and people didn't move. Finally, of course, Hindutva is a key factor. So what the BJP is the point is that the BJP has not been a one-trick pony, if you like.
Yes.
When it advanced, when it made these advances in the Hindi heartland and UP in particular. So what you are referring to about Amit Shah's focusing on the caste thing, or Prime Minister Modi speaking on the double engine sarkar, and Yogi Adityanath speaking on one thing, this is a combination of things that the BJP brings together. And
so that is what we have been discussing, Nalin, that the old reference points, old lexicon has to change while viewing these states, because that is what is happening. You cannot say that the BJP has not done social engineering. The party has been emphasizing on the OBC representation in Prime Minister Modi's Council of Ministers, the OBC representation in Yogi Adityanath Council of Ministers, and here is Zaka now.
No, so this is the CSDS post-poll survey from 2019 election. Take a look at this figure. I'm going to just break down the caste-wise sort of analysis. 90% of Jats voted for the BJP. 90%. How far will that fall? Even if it comes down by half, that's still 50% Jats for BJP and 50% for the other the alliance. But Yadav Muslim, no surprises here. 60% of Yadavs voted for SP alliance, and 73% of the Jatav Dalits voted for the BSP. Look at the other SCs, and I think this is a very significant factor. The non-Jatav Dalits. 50% of the non-Jatav Dalits voted for the BJP. For Mayawati, it was less than that. It was only 42%. And then this is the thing that the BJP keeps talking about, non-Yadav OBCs, the other OBCs other than the Yadavs. 76%, 3 out of 4 non-Yadav OBCs voted for the BJP, only 16% for the alliance. And I think that's where the social engineering really has come to the fore for the BJP. The other OBCs, the non-Yadav OBCs and the non-Jatav Dalits. And there is evidence to show how the BJP has socially engineered those communities.
Let's bring it to the first phase, Zaka, and let's look at the sugarcane belt, because every party is talking about Ganna Kisan and the Bhugtan. So in the sugarcane belt, how have these parties fared? And is it going to be a big challenge? See, Charu Pragya is with us from the BJP. She is aware and what happens in Bagpat. She should be with us. Anuma Acharya and Inderjeet Singh is there. But then the sugarcane belt first up. Can we set it up?
So the sugarcane belt is largely in the northwestern side of Uttar Pradesh. Some of those seats are voting today. Some of those are voting in the second phase. But in 2017, I mean, this famous thing, yahan pe ganna hai, not jinnah. In 2017, out of the 44 seats, the BJP won 27, so a little more than half, at about 36% vote share. Remember, their statewide vote share was 40%. Here, it's slightly lower. The SP and the Congress, and mind you, the Congress has done well in this belt in the past. The Congress has 20% votes. So 1 in 5 voters, even in 2012, when the Congress had only 7 seats, 1 in 5 voted for the Congress. The SP had 24% vote share. So a quarter of the vote went to the Samajwadi Party. But this belt, in 2012, if you look at the Ganna Kisan belt, it was entirely taken over by the SP and the BSP. Again, the vote split. BSP got a quarter of the votes, SP got a quarter of the votes. So if you look at the number of seats that they got, 16 seats to SP, 12 seats to BSP. BJP had only 9 seats and 18% vote share. From 18%, they doubled it in 2017 from 18% to 36%. Where have those votes come from? Those votes have come from the Ganna Kisan. Those votes have come also at the cost of the BSP. Remember, the BSP was the second largest party in this belt in 2012. In an election that the BSP lost, that quarter of the vote that the BSP got in 2012, a bulk of that went to the BJP in 2017. And I'm willing to bet that a bulk of that was also non-Jatav Dalits.
True, a lot of erosion which has also happened with all the parties. We'll try and track that over the years. Where have the votes transferred or moved towards the BJP from, and who's lost the most? But the challenge this time around, Inderjeet Singh ji, is Charu Pragya is also with us. Charu Pragya, Ganna Kisan ka Bhugtan. That's something which all parties are talking about. 15 days, 14 days, the commitment.
Anand, good morning. Let me begin by first making an appeal to all the voters of Western Uttar Pradesh. If you haven't voted already, kindly do so, because this is the festival of democracy. We are very lucky. We get to play a role in government formation in our country. So please go out and vote if you haven't done so already. Coming back to your question now, Anand, I want to say one thing. First of all, the issue of sugarcane farmers has been prevalent in Western Uttar Pradesh for the longest time, and the reason for that is the bad policies which were made by the previous government. The reason for that is also the fact that the previous government allowed the mill owners to swindle away money which rightfully belongs to the sugarcane farmers, and our party has gone a long way in governance to get rid of that one issue. As you're aware, over the last 5 years, we've paid hundreds of crores, actually lakhs of crores of rupees to sugarcane farmers. And in fact, in this manifesto, we have also said that we will be putting in interest on mill owners if the sugarcane payment does not come within 14 days. And that's a step towards making sure farmers live comfortable lives, and it's a very important one. But like I said, it's not something which we haven't paid attention to earlier. I'm in fact right now in Western Uttar Pradesh.
But there is still the talk of outstandings remaining to the tune somewhere near thousands of crores for about more than 40 lakh sugarcane farmers who are saying that there is still outstanding remaining. Some of it has been cleared, but the process has been very, very slow and trying. But will ethanol change it for the Ganna Kisan, giving them another option beyond just the chini mills? We'll have to see. But we're talking about the vote shares, ladies and gentlemen. Where has the shift happened and how is the transition happened? So there you go. The arms come back again, and then you're drawing the line. Ye rekha kheench di. Ab now here it comes up. Let's try and see. Over the years, the BJP, how it's progressed, where it has moved. And if you were to track the progress of the BJP year after year or election after election, they were somewhere at just about 17%. From 17%, they've moved 18, 15, and then 2014, the Lok Sabha 2014 elections. Look at that jump which has happened. This is the triple-fold jump which the BJP has happened for the BJP in 2014. And from there on, they have consistently tried to consolidate it. It slipped down by about 2% in 2017. But after that, in 2019, it's gone up and touched 50%. 50% vote share is no mean achievement for a party in 12 years. 2007, they were at 17%, and they have come nearly threefold in 12 years' time. From 2007 to 2019, they've jumped threefold. But at whose cost? Let's look at that. Who was ruling the roost in 2007? The BSP. Where is the BSP in 2019? At 19%. So they're nearly down 11%. Look for the Samajwadi Party. From 25%, the Samajwadi Party slipped 15%. So this is the story. But look at the Congress Party story. The Congress Party, for the last, not just till 2019, now 2022. So since 2007, the Congress Party in Uttar Pradesh has not entered double-digit vote share. In Uttar Pradesh, the Congress Party has remained below double-digit vote share, except for in 2009, when in the Lok Sabha elections, they had 19% vote share. But otherwise, they have consistently slipped from 2009 onwards. 2012, they got 12%, and then it's 7, 6, and 6. So except for 2012 and 2009, where they managed to get into double digit, they have slipped. This is the big challenge for the Congress Party. If they really want to become a force to reckon with, they will have to get back to at least their 2009 number in this election, near about 20%, to stand up there and say, ahead of Lok Sabha 2024, that we are an opposition and a force to reckon with. Short break, and we take this conversation forward.
Ghaziabad and Meerut. While BJP showcases the airport and with it Yogi government's commitment to Vikas, the largely agrarian belt in these parts debate if the Kisan is getting his due.
नाराजगी की वजह यह है कि किसानों के लिए कुछ ये करना पाए 5 साल वो सरकार चलाने के बाद जो समय पे जो फसल आवे उसकी बिक्री नहीं हो
कोई कुछ फायदा नहीं रोजगार नहीं भर्ती नहीं कुछ क्या फायदा है बताओ तुम
पिछली बार मुझे याद है 17 में 14 में 19 में मोदी जी जो भी वादे करते थे योगी जी जो भी वादे करते थे युवा वर्ग उसको बहुत अच्छे से लेता था उनको लगता था यही आपके लिए सही है अब क्या युवा वर्ग की सोच में कुछ बदलाव आ गया है कुछ अलग सोचता है
कुछ बदलाव नहीं है मैम सबसे मेन चीज़ है कि युवा पढ़ाई लिखाई करता है इसलिए करता है कि हमें कोई रोजगार मिले लेकिन हमारी डिग्रियां डिप्लोमा अलमारियों में पड़े सड़ रही हैं, कोई जॉब कुछ है नहीं। सबसे मेन चीज़ है यहाँ का विकास इतनी तेज़ी से चल रहा है कि मैं खुद जेवर गवर्नमेंट ITI से ITI कर रहा हूँ। मेरा सन 2018 का बैच है, अब 22 चल चुकी है। तो आप सोचिए जो 2 साल का कोर्स है, 4 साल तक तो मैं बराबर पेपर दे रहा हूँ।
बहुत सारे मुद्दे किनारे थे कि यहाँ पे रोजगार का
बेरोजगारी है, विकास है। इन्होंने देखो जो हमारी सरकार है रोजगार के मामले में तो बहुत पीछे, विकास कुछ हद तक इन्होंने किया है, ठीक किया है। लेकिन अगर बात करते हैं इनके जो प्रत्याशी थे, जो जीते हुए प्रत्याशी हैं, उन्होंने यहाँ हमारे यहाँ कोई विकास नहीं किया। वो तो केवल अपने गांव के इर्द गिर्द, उनका गांव है रघुपुरा के नजदीक, उन्होंने केवल वहाँ विकास किया है, अपने यहाँ केवल लोकल में।
विधायक से आप नाराज हैं?
बहुत अच्छी तरह से नाराज।
मुख्यमंत्री और प्रधानमंत्री?
मुख्यमंत्री तो बहुत अच्छा है, योगी बाबा जैसा मुख्यमंत्री शासन के लिए बहुत अच्छा है।
You know, they're all saying that employment is an issue, and they're also saying that there is an issue of vikas, but at the same time, what they are saying is that as far as the chief minister and the prime minister is concerned, they don't have any specific complaint from the leadership, but they are very aggrieved with the choice of candidate of their local constituency.
Jewar International Airport, the project that has brought this sleepy hamlet in Gautam Budh Nagar to the world stage. The airport seeks to be Asia's largest and the 4th largest in the world.
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हमारे लिए राजनीति का नहीं बल्कि राष्ट्र नीति का हिस्सा है। भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य की एक जिम्मेवारी है।
At Jewar, the airport is the primary talking point. Residents are hopeful that the project will bring them greater metro connectivity to big cities like Noida, Delhi. But at the main bazaar of Jewar, these youngsters who are taking coaching classes for various competitive exams are more concerned about employment opportunities than the airport project.
यूपी प्लस योगी बहुत है उपयोगी।
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us at your election news headquarters. Maria Shakil, Zaka Jeka with me as we set up Uttar Pradesh phase 1 of polling, 58 seats going to the ballot. More than 25,000 polling booths are seeing an active flow of voters. Jao, bahar jao, vote karke aao, ungli kar is what I would say if your vote is in any of these 58 assembly constituencies. Let's quickly set up what are going to be the big poll issues. Mudda number 1, law and order. Voters feel the state is safer, crime rate lowest in 7 years as per the NCRB. So contrary to what Ikra Hassan was claiming just a short while ago, the numbers show that the crime rate has significantly dropped. There is a significant perception on ground that Uttar Pradesh is safer than it was in the past. Samajwadi Party, the issue is they are still seen as the Gunda Party. And the BJP says it is Kaam Bhi, Lagam Bhi. That's their slogan here around. Whether it's going to resonate with the voter, we'll have to see on ground when they cast the ballot, and the 10th of March will tell us that. The other one is the Kisan anger. After the repeal of the farm laws, does that still remain is the big question. But this is what I was talking about. 40 lakh Ganna Kisans are alleging that 44,000 crores worth of dues is still pending. Bakaya hai abhi 4,000 crore ka. That's what they are saying. Where are you going to give it and when are you going to give it? The bumper crop of potato. Now the price is falling down to just about 6 rupees a kilo from 46. That's why the BJP in his manifesto has said that they will guarantee an MSP or a rate to stabilize the price of potato too, so that farmers don't suffer these kind of losses that they are seeing. The other aspect, caste and religion. Which way will the Jat vote swing? And the non-Jat votes also. Which way will it swing? Will they all rise above their Jati and community and vote for a party they believe will take Uttar Pradesh forward and give them a better future? That's the big question. 91% of the Jat, like Zaka was saying a short while ago, had voted for the BJP in this region, that is western UP. Of course, Mathura, is that the next Ayodhya? अयोध्या काशी को बनाया है, अयोध्या भी बनाया है, अब मथुरा को बनाएंगे, जो राम को लाए हैं हम उनको लाएंगे. That's the kind of challenge, but on ground on Braj Bhumi, Krishna Janmabhoomi is not the real issue. But will it become one ahead of 2024? We'll have to wait and watch. But as I make my way back, it's over to Zaka Jacob, who's going to take the story forward on the wall.
Talking about that faith, about the temple issue and how the faith factor has helped the BJP over the last many elections, but particularly in this election. So we've taken out the holy cities, as it were. This is Mathura Vrindavan here. You've got Ayodhya, and then you have Prayagraj, and of course Banaras, which is the Prime Minister's constituency. So these big four cities that we've taken out, and see how it has changed over the last 5 years, between 2012 and 2017. Out of those 35 seats, remember in 2017, the BJP won 27 at about 38% of the vote share. The SP was a distant third at 17%. In fact, it was the others with 16%, but more number of seats, and the BSP with 20% vote share that was in the number 3 position. But I want to zero in just on Mathura because that's the city that's going to polls today. Ayodhya, Prayagraj and Banaras vote in the later phases. But just in Mathura alone, out of the 5 seats, and Anand was referring to this, out of the 5 seats, BJP won 4 out of 5 last time around. Let me just bring the district filter on this and you'll get a better understanding of what I'm talking about. Take a look at the Mathura district itself. Out of the 5 seats, BJP won 4. The only other seat was won by the BSP. And this is at almost 50% vote share. The number 2 party is BSP with 22% vote share. And Samajwadi Party had less than 1% vote share in this particular belt. This is 5 seats in Mathura Vrindavan. Samajwadi Party is not a factor at all in this belt. You go back and check 2012, it's a slightly different story, because the main city seat of Mathura was actually won by the Congress. Then the BSP had 1 seat. The rest of the 3 seats were swept by the RLD. The question is, can the RLD bring back that vote in this belt? Because they were at 45% vote share in 2012. That entire vote share of the RLD in this belt went off to the BJP. The question is, will that split? If that splits, then how does the seat proportion work?
And what happens now in Muzaffarnagar, where Arunima is? Arunima, how does it look? 4.5 hours now. People have started queuing in. You have got us some good voices from the ground. The emphasis on going out and casting the vote.
There is a steady stream of voters in the Muzaffarnagar city as well. Right behind me, you see Rakesh Tikait has come in with his entire family, his wife, his daughter-in-law, son, granddaughter. They're all here. They've come to the city seat to cast their vote. The main Tikait family seat is in their village, of course. That too is in Muzaffarnagar. And here in this booth, if you just go to the other side, on the other side also you'll see these people queuing up to try and coming. And this steady stream of voters has continued since 7 in the morning, since the time voting has begun. What is the issue? What are the concerns here, ma'am? आप काफी देर से यहाँ इंतजार कर रही हैं, वोट देकर आ गई हैं. क्या मुद्दा है महिलाओं के लिए खास करके? मुझे आपको देख के लग रहा है गृहिणी है, घर चलाना मुश्किल हो गया है.
हाँ जी, घर चलाना मुश्किल हो गया है, पर सरकार अच्छी है, यही सरकार आनी चाहिए.
यही सरकार आनी चाहिए. Okay, so that's one voice from here. Let me see if I can get, ma'am, आप वोट देने जा रही हैं अंदर. Have you voted? आपने वोट दे दिया? What you look like a young voter to me. Please share your issues. What is the young voter in Muzaffarnagar thinking?
The thing is, like, I always feel proud whenever I give the vote. So today is usually I am out of time. This is the first time I am in a Muzaffarnagar, so I'm feeling very proud to give the vote.
Oh, you are just happy that you could cast your vote this time. As a woman who lives in Muzaffarnagar, is the issue of safety on your mind when you cast your vote? आपको लगता है महिला सुरक्षा एक मुद्दा है?
I personally feel in such a way. This is the reason that I can say like education is also one of the parties here.
Right.
Forget about the women issues.
Right.
Just because of that only we are going outside and out of Muzaffarnagar. I believe such colleges should be there. So people would be stay. Female also should be stay and they can live with their family.
So education and employment is
Yeah,
your
should be
issue.
there. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So you know, I've got different kinds of voices, and even though the official numbers about the voting percentage is still around 10% across Western Uttar Pradesh, it is likely to go up because that's what anecdotal evidence seems to suggest. I actually spoke to Sanjeev Balyan, Union Minister, who's also helping the Bharatiya Janata Party campaign, and my colleague spoke to Sangeet Som, one of the contenders from the Meerut constituency from Sardana. Let's listen in to what the two high-profile members of the Western UP Bharatiya Janata Party establishment had to say. सुबह से बहुत ठंड है, मुजफ्फरनगर में खास करके कोहरा है, लेकिन वोटर्स लगातार बूथ्स की तरफ जा रहे हैं। रिकॉर्ड तोड़ वोटिंग हो रही है, ऐसी इनपुट आ रही है आपके पास?
देखिए, ये तो नहीं कह सकता कि रिकॉर्ड, चूंकि कुछ जगह ज़्यादा आ रहे हैं, कुछ जगह अभी तक पूरा मैं एनालिसिस नहीं कर सका।
अच्छा।
तो मैं अभी नहीं बता सकता।
आपके पास जैसी रिपोर्ट आ रही है, कुछ जगहों पे वोटर्स ज्यादा संख्या में निकल रहे हैं
और कुछ जगह कम संख्या में है।
जी।
कुछ जगह बहुत ज्यादा संख्या, कुछ जगह कम संख्या। तो पूरा एनालिसिस अभी नहीं हुआ है।
जी। कुछ लोग बात कर रहे हैं कि विकास और गुंडागर्दी से निजात पाना है। आपका अपना क्या रहा है जब आप घूमे हैं, लोगों से आपकी बातचीत कैसी रही?
देखिए, ये चुनाव पूरा का पूरा हम लोग पिछले 5 साल प्रदेश सरकार और 7.5 साल केंद्र सरकार में जो हमारे काम हुए, हम उनके आधार पर लड़ रहे हैं। अच्छा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, अच्छी सड़कें, 24 घंटे बिजली, बहुत बढ़िया लॉ एंड ऑर्डर, और साथ के साथ 12 से 17 उनकी नाकामयाबी जो अखिलेश यादव की सरकार रही है। चूंकि अखिलेश यादव नए किसान प्रेमी है, 17 से पहले वो किसान नहीं थे।
बड़ी तादाद में लोग सुबह सुबह पहुंच रहे हैं। पहले 1 घंटे में महिलाएं, पुरुष लंबी लंबी कतारों में लगे हुए हैं। मैं 3-4 जो पोलिंग बूथ हैं, 112, 24, 23, इन सारे पोलिंग बूथ होके आया। इसको आप कैसे इंटरप्रेट कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, आप समझ नहीं रहे हैं। मैं मीडिया को शुरू से यही बताना चाह रहा हूँ, लोगों के अंदर चल क्या रहा है। लोगों ने 5 साल में सुरक्षित महसूस किया है। बहन बेटी गले में चैन 17 में से पहले गले में चैन पहनना बंद कर दिया था, कानों में कुंडल पहनना बंद कर दिया था। अखिलेश यादव लैपटॉप पे बैठ के राजनीति करते हैं, लैपटॉप पे थोड़ी होती। जरा जमीन पे तो आके देखे साहब, राजनीति जमीन पे होती है। बच्चों के साथ गेम खेलने से राजनीति नहीं होती। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जाति की राजनीति नहीं करती और सभी जाति के लोग भारतीय जनता पार्टी को वोट देते हैं। और आप यहाँ सभी जाति के लोग हैं, आप इनसे बात करेंगे, सब एक तरफा भारतीय जनता पार्टी को वोट दे रहे हैं। तो हमारे यहाँ जाट गुजर ठाकुर की कोई वो नहीं है। हमारे यहाँ सबका साथ सबका विकास है।
Let me go back to the guests now and bring in the RLD spokesperson Inderjeet Singh. इंद्रजीत जी, सवाल तो आपसे ये जरूर उठेगा कि अगर पार्टी के मुखिया इस चुनाव को सीरियसली अपने वोट से नहीं ले रहे, तो आप कैसे अपील करेंगे लोगों को कि आकर के वोट दें?
देखिए, बात यह है, हर फैमिली के अंदर, हर परिवार के अंदर सबकी अपनी नेचर, अपनी आस्था अपनी है। मान लो कोई आदमी कहीं जुड़ा हुआ है, कोई कहीं जुड़ा हुआ है, इससे मैं फोकस नहीं कर रहा हूँ। मेन मुद्दा जो फोकस ये है कि किस तरीके से किसानों के साथ पिछले 5 साल में हुआ है, किस तरीके से युवा रोजगार के बिना अधूरा रहा है, किस तरीके से व्यापारियों के साथ हुआ है, कोई चीज अछूती नहीं रह गई है।
जी, बड़े मुद्दों पर हम जरूर जाएंगे, उस पे आपके साथ ही चर्चा करेंगे, लेकिन सवाल आज का ये है कि जयंत चौधरी वोट क्यों नहीं देने जा रहे?
कहाँ वोट देने नहीं जा रहे?
आज उनका वोट था मथुरा में, लेकिन वो रैली अटेंड कर रहे हैं।
नहीं तो वोट उन्होंने बाय पोस्ट कर दिया होगा।
अच्छा, तो
कौन सा नेता बाय पोस्ट वोट करता है? बताइए, एक का नाम बता दीजिए।
वो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष है।
कौन सा नेता वोट करता है?
सुनिए,
क्या बात कह रहे हैं आप?
अरे सुनिए सरकार, सुनिए वो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं और वो उनके जो प्रचार प्रसार की जो पहले से शेड्यूल बना हुआ है, उनको ये नहीं पता। आप जो टीचर्स हैं जो आज चुनाव ड्यूटी पे लगे हुए हैं,
क्या प्रचार करना वोट देने से महत्वपूर्ण है? ये बताइए, क्या मैसेज जा रहा है आपके खुद के काडर के पास? क्या मैसेज जा रहा है?
आप समझिए, उनकी परिवार ने पूरे ने वोट करा है। अगर जयंत चौधरी जी की मीटिंग्स लगी हुई हैं तो वो उन्हें
ज्यादा अहमियत रखती हैं। जयंत चौधरी अगर लोगों से अपील कर रहे हैं कि वो वोट दें उनकी पार्टी को, तो वो खुद क्यों नहीं वोट दे रहे हैं?
नहीं, अभी
एक रिस्पॉन्सिबल सिटीजन का ये जरूरी है। This is more important than anything.
Listen me. अभी शाम को 6 बजने में टाइम है। पहली बात, मैं एकदम से तो नहीं पूछ सकता अपने राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष से कि आपने वोट जो बैलेट से डाला है, आपने बाई पोस्ट डाला है। अभी शाम तक है, एक घंटे में हेलीकॉप्टर में आदमी कहीं भी पहुंच सकता है। मैं आपको एक अपने नॉलेज से बता रहा हूं कि मे भी क्योंकि पहले से शेड्यूल बना हुआ था, अखिलेश जी ने साथ जाना था, बहुत सारी चीजें ऐसी जो सुविधाएं सरकार के द्वारा दी जा रही है। सरकार कोई
बिल्कुल
भी
कन्विंसिंग नहीं है आपका जवाब, क्योंकि कोई भी ज्यादा काम इतना अहमियत वाला नहीं है कि आप अपना मतदान ना दें, जबकि आप उस पार्टी के चीफ हैं। Coming on this, Charu Pragya, I can see you smiling. Of course, the BJP has got an issue on the platter this morning.
Maria, I'm not even sure Jain ka vote kahan ka bana hua hai. That's the first point I want to make, because they are not just him, his father before him. They have never casted votes in Uttar Pradesh as far as I'm aware, and that's a sad thing, because here you are being a part of democracy, being a part of nation building, and you don't even think casting your vote is important. Then how morally can you come in front of the public and say मुझे वोट दो, जब आप खुद वोट की अहमियत नहीं समझते, आप दूसरों से वोट कैसे मांग रहे हो? So, I'm going to flip my camera around with your permission, Maria. Here I am crossing the city of Badot on my way to cast my vote today, and it's wonderful to see the turnout in this region. It's wonderful to see how people are very conscious. For the first time, Uttar Pradesh has more women voters.
Yes, we are seeing long queues of women voters, and that certainly gives us a lot of hope. Let's move away from the M factor that we have been discussing so far, that has been the Muslim factor. The focus should be on the Mahila voter, or the other M, which have become the primary talking point election after election. Will they be voting as, the Labhartis? And that brings me to Nalin Mehta. Nalin Mehta, time to talk about the Mahila voter. हम लोग इनके बारे में चर्चा किए हैं बहुत सारे चुनाव में, बिहार में किए हैं. We did also in Bengal recently.
Absolutely, Maria. Maria, before I respond to your question, I just want to say that on the last point you were mentioning, you mentioned that BJP has got an issue on its platter, and almost as if on cue, Amit Malviya has tweeted in the last 2 minutes saying, how responsible is it for Jayant Chaudhary to not go out and vote because he has an election rally? What message is he sending?
Yes.
Has he already abandoned the idea of winning? Why should people come out and even consider the RLD when he isn't serious about casting his vote? There's a direct quote from Amit Malviya's tweet.
Yes, I'm just going to put that out for our viewers. This is what he's just tweeted. I was just about to come to that, and you've taken the cue, Nalin. Clearly, you've got the news bug in you too. So this is what Amit Malviya has said. Amit Malviya coming out and saying, how is it responsible from someone like Jayant Chaudhary? After Jayant is decided not to cast his vote, questions are, does his vote even belong in Uttar Pradesh is the one question. The BJP chief, IT chief, has hit out, IT cell chief Amit Malviya hitting out at Jayant Chaudhary. How responsible is it to not vote is the question that's been asked. What is the message that you're sending to your own cadre is the question that's being asked. If you yourself are not going to go to vote, have you either conceded defeat, or are you telling your cadre don't go out and vote? What is it? Has he already abandoned the idea of winning is again a question that's going to be asked. And it's being asked. इंद्रजीत सिंह जी देखिए, अमित मालवीय ने भी ट्वीट किया है, हर कोई यही पूछने वाला है कि जयंत चौधरी क्यों वोट नहीं कर रहे हैं. आप भी यही कहेंगे?
आप अगर डिबेट पे मुझे रखा है और क्वेश्चन करेंगे तो मुझे उसका जवाब देने का मौका
जी आप दीजिए.
मैं ये कहना चाह रहा हूँ कि अभी सुबह के 11:30 बजे हैं. अभी आपने इसको इतना मुद्दा बना दिया है, क्या देश के अंदर बाकी सब मुद्दे खत्म हो गए हैं? जयंत जी के वोट के ऊपर डिबेट हो रही है. अगर जयंत जी शाम तक वोट डालने नहीं जाएंगे.
इंद्रजीत जी, दावेदारी मैं आप ही से पूछ रहा हूं. दावेदारी आप पेश कर रहे हैं. आप कह रहे हैं कि जयंत चौधरी और समाजवादी पार्टी अखिलेश यादव ही जवाब है उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए. ये बेल्ट है जो आपका गढ़ माना जाता है, यानी आरएलडी का गढ़ माना जाता है, फर्स्ट फेज में इंपॉर्टेंट है. और मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूं कि जयंत चौधरी के ऑफिस से खबर आई है, जो कि एएनआई ने चलाया, कि वो आज अपना वोट नहीं कर रहे हैं, वो बिजनौर में कहीं रैली कर रहे हैं, रैली को प्राथमिकता दे रहे हैं. तो फिर क्या सवाल तो बीजेपी पूछा, हम भी पूछ रहे हैं कि आज के दिन, जिस दिन आपका वोट आता है, उस दिन वोट करना प्राथमिकता नहीं होनी चाहिए?
मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ जो बिग लीडर्स, जब कोई बड़े लीडर्स हैं, किसी पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं, वो कहीं से भी अपना वोट कर सकते हैं। आपने कोई क्वेश्चन पुटअप करा है, आपके इतने बड़े चैनल पे मेरे लिए कोई भी चीज गलत कोड करना शायद मेरे लिए और पार्टी के लिए ठीक नहीं होगा। आप मुझे जस्ट वेट कीजिए, मैं आपको क्लैरिफाई, अभी मैं शाम तक आपके साथ हूँ, आपको क्लियर करूंगा। लेकिन मकसद ये नहीं है कि वोट कैसे नहीं करेंगे, किस माध्यम से करा है।
मैं बस आपसे अंदर जीजिए, मैं आपसे ये पूछ रहा, मैं आपसे ये कह रहा हूँ कि 9:30 बजे हमें ये खबर आई थी। अब देखिए माफी चाहता हूँ, 10:30 बजे खबर आई थी और 11:30 से ऊपर हो गए, 1.5 घंटा तो कम से कम हो गया जब से ये खबर आ रही है। और जब आरएलडी की तरफ से फौरी तौर पर कोई क्लैरिफिकेशन अभी तक नहीं आया है। फौरी तौर पर तो ये आ जाना चाहिए था, क्योंकि कोर्ट उन्हीं के ऑफिस को किया गया है।
जी, आपने मेरे से हार्डली 5 मिनट पहले आपने मेरे से कोई क्वेश्चन,
मैं तो आपसे पूछ रहा हूं, लेकिन आपको खुद ये इंटीमेशन 1.5 घंटे में अगर नहीं आया तो फिर तो कुछ तो चल रहा है, कुछ तो वहां पर ये कुछ तो गड़बड़ है ना। मैं यही पूछ रहा हूं आपसे। मेरे साथ अरुण ढांटा भी मौजूद हैं। अरुण ढांटा, प्लीज टेल अस, इज जयंत चौधरी गोइंग टू कम एंड कास्ट हिज वोट? आप उसी एरिया में है, ब्रज में ही है। Arun, can you hear me? Is Jayant Chaudhary going to cast his vote?
Yes. Well, Anand, I am in Kirana at this moment, and I can tell you about the Kirana situation. What is going on? Because
Arun, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull away from you for a bit. Charu Pragya wanted to make a point, and then I'll try and connect with Nikhil Lakhwani, who's there in Braj in Mathura, in that region, where it is Jayant Chaudhary supposedly has his vote. So we'll try and find out on ground what are the RLD cadres saying. 45% vote share you had in 2012. That is that area where you want to come back, which the BJP has taken away your vote share, just as Zaka was telling us. Charu Pragya, you want to make a point?
Anand, first of all, RLD has been a party which has lost its vote share because it has stayed fickle to its ideology. They are not sure which way they want to go. There are conflicting statements which come from their leader. One day they want to be a Jat party, the next day they want to be a Kisan party. Why can they not just be a party which is focusing on people and their welfare? And moving on from there, I think they don't understand the importance of clean and celebratory democracy. If the leader of a party, the chief of a party, declares very openly and happily that he does not want to cast his vote because he has something else more important, well, I want to ask, what is more important on a day such as today than casting your vote?
Irrespective of who they vote for, whether whichever party they vote for, or even if they go and press the nota button, it is important that everybody goes out to vote. Anumaji, I'm sure you would agree with that. Isn't it surprising that a leader who's taking claim and challenging the incumbent is saying that I'm not going to vote today?
Who is Amit Malviya? Who is Amit Malviya, who is always looking for such kind of things? See, I am not from that party, but I'm just laughing to myself that this is how the fake news and the narrative is built up. So this is what is happening. This is so surprising to me. Congress, I will talk about Congress, which always, we have led by example. We have distributed 40% tickets to the women. I don't see any reference to that in this entire show. I have been here for last 45 minutes. So, why can't we talk about an inclusive politics? And here we heard a candidate of BJP talking about, "Hum jati ki rajniti nahi karte." तो आप तो धर्म की राजनीति करते हैं, but Congress doesn't do both the rajniti, neither of.
No, but Anumaji, you would also agree that the Congress party is also fighting the SP and the RLD. They are also opposition for you. The BSP is also opposition for you because you have to win. Your candidates have to win above them. See, so for you to take up, so why are you steering clear of taking a position on Jayant Chaudhary not going out to vote?
No, here the issue is this is a constitutional right and he should exercise it. Beyond that, I limit my comment. There is no requirement of me talking about some Amit Malviya who is a fake narrative builder.
No, it's not Amit Malviya. The story is Jayant Chaudhary, ma'am. And in the same region of Mathura where the Congress is in contention and you can win votes. And in the past, the RLD had held sway and the BJP holds sway. Everywhere, you are the one who's got to eat onto the vote share of every other party. Not just the BJP. You got to eat onto the vote share of SP, BSP, RLD, everywhere.
If you are so much into data churning, then you would know that our vote share will increase from the voters who have voted for BJP. Our vote share will definitely increase. There is no, I mean, nobody can challenge that.
So you want only BJP voters to move to the Congress. You don't want SP, BSP or RLD voters to move to you at all.
I begin my, take from saying that we are all-inclusive party. We look after everybody, whether they are Dalits, whether this is a Hindu, anybody, Muslims, all-inclusive.
You know, that argument, everybody has a base, every political party has a base, and then there are additions to it. Nalin Mehta, come in on this. You know, while we talk about Jayant not going to vote, and that will be very difficult for him and also his alliance partner, the Samajwadi Party, to defend, because on such an important occasion, nothing is more important than going to cast your vote, exercising that right. You keep talking about it. You are trying to motivate your cadres, trying to ask for your party, from everybody to vote for your party, and you yourself, as the chief of the party, not going to cast your vote. Nalin, let me go back to the question here. Here is the Congress party leader saying that we are looking at our voting percentage will go up. It has been declining. Anand just showed it to us on the map as well. But every party has a base. Then there is addition to that base. Look at regional parties, even the BJP. What has happened to the BJP base? How has that base changed? And when they look at addition, does it have to do with gender as well?
Absolutely, Maria. You mentioned the M factor has often been talked about as the Muslim factor. It's also the Mahila factor, as you said it. The fact of the matter is the BJP's core base has been the Hindutva base for a very long time, 17-18%. But the reason why it's been winning elections in the last 5 years more than it's been losing or doing better at them compared to before is because it's added newer classes of voters, and a very significant part, we talked about the caste factor, but a very significant part of the newer kind of voters that have come to the BJP is women voters. In this country, historically, women have not voted as much as men from the time the Election Commission started collecting gender-based data on voting in the mid-60s. That started changing. In 2019 was the first election when the women voter turnout rate was higher than the men turnout rate. Along with this much more women voting now than ever before, along with that, the second factor which has changed is that at a national level, these women voters, who a significant part of which, of whom earlier preferred the Congress, and a whole bunch of surveys show that compared to the BJP, the gap was this much between the Congress and BJP. That has changed. And in 2019, the BJP's triumph was driven by the fact that in state after state after state, in the majority of states, women voters voted more for BJP than for Congress, in UP in particular. And you know, there is a dichotomy here that the opposition to the BJP on many issues like CA, NRC and so on, in urban areas has often been led by women activists. But conversely, the BJP's electoral triumphs have been driven by
one more aspect to this women voter, and Zaka will come in on this. And Zaka, not only their own vote, women have started influencing the vote of the household. Which is a shift from what we had seen in the past.
It used to be, you know, the
patriarch,
the patriarch would decide and the women would follow. Now the opposite is happening. But actually, just to add to what Nalin was saying, this is a playbook that Mr. Modi cultivated as Chief Minister of Gujarat. You go back to the 2007 Gujarat election, go back to the 2012 Gujarat election, women formed a core vote base for Mr. Modi as Chief Minister. He's now managed to successfully replicate that in UP, in Bihar, in other North Indian states. But the playbook is the same from Gujarat. It's definitely from 2007 and 2012.
And in UP also, it's almost 48-49% women voters.
Yes,
it's
absolutely.
not a small number, and
they
can significantly swing.
And women tend to look at their, you know, the monthly bill. And that gets impacted by multiple aspects, be it the Ujjwala or the ration scheme. And then initially, it was about the men folk in the house deciding which way the entire household will vote. Now, the women voters are deciding also for their young boys and young girls. So, the direction of politics is also, intelligently
also, how far do I have to go out, step out of the house to even, conduct my daily routine? Do I really have to go into the khet anymore? Do I have to really, how far do I have to walk to get water? Can I go out for a jog early in the morning without having to worry? Is there a school, college nearby which I can access? Many questions which remain. Who's delivering on these promises? That's the challenge. And who do you think will deliver on the promise? For that, you've got to go and vote. Stay with us.
where Dhirendra Singh campaigned, a fight broke out between RLD and BJP supporters.
ये तो बीजेपी वाले तो न्यू कहे हैं कि चीन और पाकिस्तान, हिंदू और मुसलमान और बुरकी मार है मंदिर की। जो ठोस मुद्दा है महंगाई और बेरोजगारी, उसकी चर्चा नहीं है, उससे तो ध्यान हटका हुए हैं।
यह वह क्षेत्र है जेवर जहाँ रात को लाइटें नहीं थी, जहाँ दंगा होता था। आज की डेट में वो दंगा या तो जेलों के भीतर है या उन्हें इस दुनिया से समाप्त कर दिया है, और वो किया है केवल योगी जी ने। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार में 2017 के बाद 3 बार पुलिस के एग्जाम दे चुका। मेरा नंबर नहीं आता, उसमें मेरी गलती है। सरकार बाइज्जत रोजगार निकाल रही है और कोशिश करती है कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा रोजगार दें।
The Jewar airport will service all of western Uttar Pradesh, from Noida to Bulandshahr, Mathura, Agra, Ghaziabad and Meerut. While BJP showcases the airport and with it Yogi government's commitment to Vikas, the largely agrarian belt in these parts debate if the Kisan is getting his due.
नाराजगी की वजह यह है कि किसानों के लिए कुछ ये कर ना पाए 5 साल वो सरकार चलाने के बाद, जो समय पे जो फसल आवे उसकी बिक्री नहीं हो।
कोई कुछ फायदा नहीं, रोजगार नहीं, भर्ती नहीं, कुछ क्या फायदा है बताओ तुम।
पिछली बार मुझे याद है 17 में, 14 में, 19 में मोदी जी जो भी वादे करते थे, योगी जी जो भी वादे करते थे, युवा वर्ग उसको बहुत अच्छे से लेता था। उनको लगता था यही आपके लिए सही है। अब क्या युवा वर्ग की सोच में कुछ बदलाव आ गया है, कुछ अलग सोचता है?
कुछ बदलाव नहीं है मैम। सबसे मेन चीज़ है कि युवा पढ़ाई लिखाई करता है, इसलिए करता है कि हमें कोई रोज़गार मिले, लेकिन हमारी डिग्रियां, डिप्लोमा अलमारियों में पड़ी सड़ रही हैं, कोई जॉब कुछ है नहीं। सबसे मेन चीज़ है यहाँ का विकास इतनी तेज़ी से चल रहा है कि मैं खुद जेवर गवर्नमेंट ITI से ITI कर रहा हूँ। मेरा सन 2018 का बैच है, अब 22 चल चुकी है। तो आप सोचिए जो 2 साल का कोर्स है, 4 साल तक तो मैं बराबर पेपर दे रहा हूँ।
बहुत सारे मुद्दे गिना रहे थे कि यहाँ पे रोजगार का
बेरोजगारी है, विकास है। इन्होंने देखो जो हमारी सरकार है रोजगार के मामले में तो बहुत पीछे। विकास कुछ हद तक इन्होंने किया है, ठीक किया है, लेकिन अगर बात करते हैं इनके जो प्रत्याशी थे, जो जीते हुए प्रत्याशी हैं, उन्होंने यहाँ हमारे यहाँ कोई विकास नहीं किया। वो तो केवल अपने गांव के इर्द गिर्द, उनका गांव है रघुपुरा के नजदीक, उन्होंने केवल वहाँ विकास किया है, अपने यहाँ केवल लोकल में।
विधायक से आप नाराज हैं?
बहुत अच्छी तरह से नाराज।
मुख्यमंत्री और प्रधानमंत्री?
मुख्यमंत्री तो बहुत अच्छा है, योगी बाबा जैसा मुख्यमंत्री शासन के लिए बहुत अच्छा है।
You know, they're all saying that employment is an issue, and they're also saying that there is an issue of Vikas, but at the same time, what they are saying is that as far as the Chief Minister and the Prime Minister is concerned, they don't have any.
जनता पार्टी की डबल इंजन की सरकार एक बार फिर से आपके पास आई है। आज मैं आपसे कह सकता हूं कि 5 साल के बाद आज हम सब ये कह सकते हैं कि आज उत्तर प्रदेश बड़े बड़े माफिया और अपराधी जो पहले सत्ता के संरक्षण में रह करके उत्तर प्रदेश के व्यापारियों का, आम नागरिकों का जीना हराम करते थे, जो गुंडे और सौदे बेटियों की सुरक्षा के लिए खतरा बने हुए थे, आज मैं 5 साल के बाद कह सकता हूं ये अपराधी और माफिया आज उत्तर प्रदेश की धरती से या तो छोड़ करके जा चुके हैं या उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार की बुलडोजर ने उनको ठिकाना लगाने का काम भी कर दिया है। आज पश्चिमी उत्तर प्रदेश हो या मध्य उत्तर प्रदेश, पूर्वी उत्तर प्रदेश हो या बुंदेलखंड, चारों ओर उत्तर प्रदेश की कोई भी बेटी, कोई भी बहन बेझिझक जा सकती है। उसे आज कोई भय किसी सौदे और किसी गुंडे का नहीं है। ये बेटी की सुरक्षा के साथ, उत्तर प्रदेश के व्यापारियों की सुरक्षा के साथ, उत्तर प्रदेश के नागरिकों की सुरक्षा के साथ जो वायदा भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने किया था, अपने उस वायदे को भारतीय जनता पार्टी की डबल इंजन की सरकार ने पूरा किया। भाइयों बहनों, ये वही सहारनपुर है जो सीमांत जनपद होने के कारण सदैव उपेक्षित रहता था। यहां के बारे में पिछली सरकारों को कोई फुर्सत ही नहीं थी और पहली बार आपने देखा होगा डबल इंजन की सरकार किस रूप में कार्य करती है। 1 दर्जन से ज्यादा बार मैंने अकेले सहारनपुर का दौरा किया था और यहां के विकास की योजनाओं के साथ यहां के जनप्रतिनिधियों से चर्चा की थी। आज सहारनपुर दिल्ली मार्ग हो या सहारनपुर से हरिद्वार जाने वाला मार्ग, या भाइयों बहनों आपकी बहुप्रतीक्षित मांग कि सहारनपुर में मां शाकंभरी के नाम पर हमारा एक विश्वविद्यालय होना चाहिए, आज उस विश्वविद्यालय की मांग को भी सहारनपुर के अंदर पूरा कर दिया गया है। भाइयों बहनों, ये सीमांत जनपद होने के नाते जो सदैव एक चुनौती हम सबके सामने बनी रहती थी, और वह चुनौती इस बात की बनी रहती थी कि सीमांत जनपद होने के नाते यहां पर विकास नहीं पहुंचता था, यहां पर शासन की योजनाएं नहीं पहुंचती थी, और पिछली सरकारें सपा की रही हो या बसपा की, उन सरकारों में उन्हें जब यहां पर बिजली नहीं दे पाए थे तो उन्होंने इसे डार्क जोन भी घोषित कर दिया था। भाइयों बहनों, वे अंधेरे में रहने के आदी थे, उन्होंने सहारनपुर को डार्क जोन घोषित किया था। लेकिन भाइयों बहनों, हमारी सरकार आई, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की डबल इंजन की सरकार ने डार्क जोन से मुक्त करके 24 घंटे बिजली देने का काम भी किया, डार्क जोन से मुक्त करवाया, और सूखे हुए हैंडपंप को उखाड़ करके पाइप पेयजल के माध्यम से घर घर शुद्ध जल उपलब्ध कराने के एक नए कार्यक्रम को आगे करने का कार्य कर रही है। भाइयों बहनों, जो लोग पहले यहां पर दंगा करवाते थे, कोई भूला नहीं होगा मुजफ्फरनगर का दंगा, सहारनपुर का सिख विरोधी दंगा, और कोई व्यक्ति कैराना और कांधला को पश्चिमी उत्तर प्रदेश में कभी भूल नहीं सकता। ये वही क्षेत्र हैं जहां पर कभी व्यापारी प्लान करता था। आपको याद होगा क्या मुजफ्फरनगर के दंगे के पीछे का कारण क्या था? दंगे का एक ही कारण था, सचिन और गौरव नाम के 2 युवक अपनी बहन की रक्षा करने के लिए, एक सौदे से बचाने के लिए जब कबाल कस्बे में जाते हैं, इन 2 नवयुवकों की हत्या कर दी जाती है। उस समय एक लड़का सत्ता में बैठ करके लखनऊ से दंगा करवा रहा था, और दूसरा लड़का, जो ये 2 लड़कों की जोड़ी आई है, ये दूसरा लड़का दिल्ली से दंगों का तमाशा देख रहा था। तब इसके मुंह पर कभी नहीं निकला कि ये निर्दोष नागरिकों की हत्या क्यों हो रही है। एक तरफ नौजवान मारे जा रहे थे, एक तरफ नौजवानों की निर्मम हत्या हो रही थी, बेटियों की सुरक्षा खतरे में पड़ी हुई थी, और दूसरी तरफ किस प्रकार की अव्यवस्था और अराजकता थी कि सत्ता प्रायोजित अपराधी और आतंकवादियों के द्वारा, पेशेवर माफियाओं के द्वारा किस तरीके से भावनाओं के साथ खिलवाड़ हो रहा था। ये मुजफ्फरनगर का दंगा इसका जीता जागता उदाहरण था। कोसी कला का दंगा रहा हो या फिर मुजफ्फरनगर का दंगा, सहारनपुर का दंगा रहा हो या मेरठ और बुलंदशहर का उपद्रव, अलीगढ़ के दंगे रहे हों, दंगों की श्रृंखला चलती थी। पिछली सरकारों के समय भाइयों बहनों, उस समय किस प्रकार की अराजकता थी। सरकार एक तरफ कर्फ्यू लगा करके, दंगा करा करके कर्फ्यू लगाती थी, पर्व और त्योहार नहीं मनाने देती थी, अव्यवस्था और अराजकता का तांडव कराती थी, और दूसरी तरफ पर्व और त्योहारों पर रोक लगाती थी, कावड़ यात्रा नहीं निकलने देती थी। हमने कर्फ्यू को हटाया, लेकिन भाइयों बहनों, कावड़ यात्रा को भी हमारी सरकार ने ही प्रारंभ किया। आज उत्तर प्रदेश में कर्फ्यू नहीं, आज उत्तर प्रदेश में कावड़ यात्रा निकलती है, बड़ी धूमधाम के साथ कावड़ यात्रा निकलती है। आज उत्तर प्रदेश में कावड़ यात्रा पर कोई रोक नहीं लगा सकता, कोई माई के लाल की हिम्मत नहीं कावड़ यात्रा को उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर अब रोक सके। ये नए भारत का नया उत्तर प्रदेश है, जहां पर अराजकता नहीं, कर्फ्यू नहीं, जहां पर 24 घंटे लाइट रहती है और जहां पर आस्था का सम्मान करते हुए पश्चिम में कावड़ यात्रा निकलती है। मथुरा वृंदावन में ब्रज तीर्थ विकास परिषद का गठन होता है, तो पूरब में अवध में भगवान राम का भव्य मंदिर के निर्माण का कार्य भी संपन्न होता है। ये सभी कार्यक्रम भारतीय जनता पार्टी की डबल इंजन की सरकार करवा रही है। और इसलिए भाइयों बहनों, आज मैं आपके पास आया हूं आपसे कहने के लिए, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी कुछ ही देर में उनका सानिध्य हमें प्राप्त होगा। मेरी आप सबसे अपील होगी, इधर जो लोग खड़े हैं उनसे मेरी अपील होगी, वे लोग खड़े न रहें, सीधे पहले अपना आसन ग्रहण कर लें, कुर्सी ग्रहण कर लें। जल्दी से आकर के वे लोग उधर उधर बैठे ना, वहां तुरंत चले जाए, अपनी जगह बैठ लें, स्थान ले लें। भाइयों बहनों, आपने देखा होगा वर्तमान में पूरी दुनिया और पूरा देश कोरोना महामारी का सामना कर रही है। कोरोना के दौरान या तो केंद्र सरकार कार्य कर रही थी या राज्य सरकार कार्य कर रही थी या फिर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पदाधिकारी और जनप्रतिनिधि कार्य कर रहे थे। एक एक व्यक्ति का हालचाल लेना, उनकी सेवा करना, उनके सहयोग के लिए खड़ा रहना, और सरकार ने तो फ्री में टेस्ट, फ्री में उपचार, फ्री में वैक्सीन, कितने लोगों ने वैक्सीन ले लिया है? कोरोना का वैक्सीन कितने लोगों ने लिया है? आप सबको मैं हृदय से अभिनंदन करूंगा कि आप सबने वैक्सीन ले लिया है। फ्री में वैक्सीन, सबको वैक्सीन, ये मोदी जी ने दिया है। भाइयों बहनों, जो लोग वैक्सीन के खिलाफ दुष्प्रचार करते थे, कहते थे ये वैक्सीन भाजपा वैक्सीन है, कहते थे ये वैक्सीन मोदी वैक्सीन है, आज उनको जवाब दीजिए, ये वैक्सीन है भाजपा वैक्सीन नहीं, हमारी जान को बचाया है। और फ्री वैक्सीन, सबको वैक्सीन के साथ ही भाइयों बहनों डबल डोज राशन का, डबल इंजन की सरकार ने डबल डोज राशन का भी सबको उपलब्ध करवाया है। आज मैं आप सबसे अपील कर रहा हूं, कुछ ही देर में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का आगमन हो रहा है। मैं आप सबसे अपील करूंगा कि आप सभी जो लोग यहां कोने में खड़े हैं, कृपया वे लोग कुर्सी ले लें, इस साइड को आकर के वहां खड़े न रहें, तो तुरंत जाएं। वे जो लोग पीछे खड़े हैं, वे लोग जाकर के वहां कुर्सी ले लें। और भाइयों बहनों, ये कार्यक्रम हमारा निरंतर चलेगा। आज के इस अवसर पर मेरी आप सबसे अपील होगी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के बेहट के प्रत्याशी श्री नरेश सैनी, नकुड़ से प्रत्याशी श्री मुकेश चौधरी, सहारनपुर नगर से श्री राजीव गुंबर, सहारनपुर देहात से श्री जगपाल सिंह, देवबंद से कुंवर ब्रजेश सिंह, रामपुर मनिहारन से श्री देवेंद्र निम और गंगो से कीरत सिंह गुजर, इन सभी प्रत्याशियों को कमल चुनाव चिन्ह पर 14 फरवरी को भारी बहुमत से विजयी बनाने की अपील आप सबसे करते हुए मैं अपनी वाणी को यहीं पर विराम देता हूं। आप सब मेरे साथ बोलेंगे, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, जय जय श्री राम, जय जय श्री राम।
आपके बीच में चंद मिनट।
Well, that was the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath standing in Saharanpur and saying that we've brought the story of development, but more importantly, trying to highlight the issue of lawlessness, law and order versus lawlessness, Mafiyawad versus Vikaswad, Tamanchawadi versus Vikaswadi Rashtrwadi. This has been something, a line that Yogi Adityanath has not shifted from. he has continued to maintain and take this position, and once again telling the people of Saharanpur, just ahead of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Any moment now we will have Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who said that it is for the first time in a long time, after the COVID protocols were taken away or lifted by the Election Commission, that he's going to be attending a physical rally. So he has this big rally in Saharanpur at this point, and he will be addressing other rallies too. But the Prime Minister also telling the people that the issue of law and order is important, is going to be one of the first or most prime issues in the minds of the people. The issue of development, and more importantly, Sabka Saath. He's saying that this is a narrative or the talk of pro-incumbency, where because we have delivered on our promises, where because we have worked for every section of society, this is going to, the people should cast their ballot or repose their faith in us. Will that happen? We'll have to see. What is the force and energy that the Prime Minister brings to this platform when he addresses people physically? We'll have to wait and watch, because he's been in his aggressive, combative best over the last 3 or 4 days. First the Lok Sabha, the tirade against dynastic politics, and saying this is the bane as far as our politics is concerned, because that's what we've had to deal with large part of the 75 years, underlining that once again in that interview with ANI only yesterday. Let's listen into some of the reactions as UP goes to the polls today. The first phase, 58 seats in the fray, nearly about 20 to 22% voting so far. So there is steady polling at the booths. A high voter turnout is expected. And let's quickly listen into some of the reactions before the Prime Minister steps in.
I'm joined by MOS General VK Singh. Sir, you tell me how firm you are, how BJP is going to perform.
BJP is going to perform very well, and we will have a majority government in UP.
What are the issues that people are voting for?
People are voting for the type of security environment that is there. There are no land grabbers, there are no mafias, there are no people from whom your daughters and sisters were scared of. And overall, there is stability. Second is, there has been an all-round development without any discrimination.
So there's an alliance between RLD and SP. How challenging this alliance is for BJP?
In 2019, there was an alliance between SP and BSP.
Right.
How much did it last? You will see the same thing happening.
We have seen in 2017 you've lost with a close margin. How prepared you are for this time?
Well, as you can see, the people in Kairana, they are very enthusiastic to support BJP. So that gives me confidence that this time things are going to be different and people will vote for BJP, and this time Kairana will be in BJP's hand. Ever since BJP government has come into power in 2017, things have changed dramatically. People are returning here, they are opening their shops, they are opening their business establishments, and they are contented to be back in their own homes. Kairana has to look forward to continuous growth and development. So they should vote for BJP.
How confident you are for the victory of your brother?
I'm very confident. We are seeing a positive turnout and everyone is excited to vote against the current government.
BJP is saying, because we have spoken to Mriganka Singh as well, she's very confident saying that BJP has maintained the law and order. Everything which they have done here will work for them.
I don't know what law and order they are talking about, because according to various NCRB reports, the crime against women has increased, against girls have increased, against the OBCs, against the SC/STs, the crime rate has only increased. So I don't know what law and order they're talking about.
What are the issues on which you're going to people asking for votes?
Issue is of development, of employment, so those are the main issues.
14 में 17 में 19 में जब बहुत ज्यादा हुआ है तो भाजपा की सरकार चुनकर आई है, बट इस बार खास करके जाट समुदाय के लोग थोड़े नाराज हैं।
ये एक जाति विशेष को पिछले 1 महीने से टारगेट कर रखा मतलब सब ने पूरा टारगेट कर रखा है। ये पूरे देश में एक ही जाति है क्या ये, और किसी को टारगेट कर रखा? इतनी हाईलाइट्स तो नहीं एक जाति।
इस एरिया में सबसे ज्यादा जाट बाहुल्य क्षेत्र माना जाता है। कहते हैं कि आप ही कहते हैं जिसकी जाट उसकी ठाट।
ना ना, ये तो एक कहावत बना रखी है, ऐसा नहीं है। और हम कोई जातियां वो समीकरण ना हमारे पास में है, ना हम इस तरह का कोई संगठन चलाते हैं। हम तो किसानों का संगठन चलाते हैं और उसमें सारी जातियां हैं।
So what is the test and what are the issues for the BJP which is going to work for them? Let's try and understand that. Let's try and see what is it that these are the factors which will come into play for the BJP, which has been looking to ride this entire wagon of Vikas plus Vishwas, the underlying fierce Hindutva line that they are taking, Rashtravad. Its mission is to consolidate further. 300 seats. Now look at it. Now in terms of vote share, they have touched 50% vote share in Lok Sabha 2019. In Lok Sabha 2014, they had 42% vote share, and into 2017, they were almost able to hold nearly all of it, just a 2% slip. So if they are anyway going to hold on close to more than 40% vote share, they are home. They are home. Once again, not just retaining seats but also doing better. But is that going to be possible? That's the big challenge. It's a growing voter base that we are seeing year after year for the BJP. Let's try and move to the next aspect, which is important again for the BJP, as far as the Karma Yogis, the Modi Yogi combine. They almost mirror each other. That's the level to which Yogi's rise has been since 2017. He came from nowhere, from the Nath Sampradaya, from Gorakhpur, brought there and made the chief minister, and he has tried to deliver on the prime minister's vision. Every time the prime minister has underlined that Yogi is a karma yogi, and Yogi has very clearly said that had it not been for the prime minister's support, Uttar Pradesh wouldn't have been on the path to Vikas. The Purvanchal Expressway, the focus that they have given to that part, eastern Uttar Pradesh, it's a huge deliverance where that has happened there. Kushinagar Airport, the development in Gorakhpur, the Purvanchal Expressway that is connecting that region to the rest of Uttar Pradesh, and the promise that eventually from Balia to Ghaziabad, they will try and make that drive under 12 hours. That's the big commitment of development and connectivity that they are trying to give. So Purvanchal Vikas model is also to try and improve the 2017 tally and do better, because Awadh plus Purvanchal account for about 215 seats, of which the BJP won 157 last time. So if they improve that, then they are clearly home. Not just majority, but absolute majority is what they will be looking at. So this is what the BJP is trying to do. And of course, you have the temple card that will also come into play. Faith aspect will come into play. So PM Modi's constituency is in Varanasi. Yogi Adityanath's constituency, Gorakhpur, that is also in Purvanchal. So Kashi, Varanasi, then Ayodhya, just bordering on Awadh and Purvanchal region. And of course, this is the challenge. Phase 1 largely has been seen as BJP's weakest, although they still have a sizable vote share and a hold there. But because of the Kisan protests, is that going to eat into this belt? This is also the sugarcane belt. Are the Ganna Kisan happy? Are they assuaged by the promises made by Nitin Gadkari that within 6 months their Ganna will be procured even for the production and consumption and use of ethanol? That is the big question. And also, so far they have won 50 out of the 66 seats. So can they better that? More importantly, can they defend the 50 seats? Because that also sets them on course for the remaining 6 phases. So plenty of issues as far as BJP's mission UP is concerned. They face a tough fight between SP and RLD. But how much will this matter that Jayant Chaudhary is not going to cast his vote? Is that going to impact the RLD SP combine? It's important. And of course, Ayodhya or Kashi ho gaya, Mathura bhi baki hai. Will that resonate? In Braj, I have been there, it doesn't. But across Uttar Pradesh, the aspect of holding up to Hindu Astha, our culture, our traditions, how important will that be? Zaka Jacob with me on the magic wall, but we've got the big newsmaker, Narendra Modi, there in Saharanpur. Yeah. So let's go across to that. So Prime Minister Narendra Modi being gifted a huge statue of Hanuman, Bajrang Bali in Saharanpur. So Prime Minister Narendra Modi has arrived in Saharanpur. The introductions are being made, a glass of water being served, but it's his first physical rally after the Election Commission lifted the campaigning protocol. So more than a month and a half, Zaka, you're with me, and this is going to be significant, what he says, especially over the last 72 hours, he's been at his combative and aggressive best.
Absolutely, and I think Saharanpur, westernmost district, northernmost district as far as Uttar Pradesh is concerned. Also, this used to be Imran Masood's territory at one point of time. What he says here is going to be of significance. I just want to run our viewers through as we can move to a double window of why Western Uttar Pradesh is so important as far as the BJP is concerned. You can see how they swept in 2017. They swept in 2019 as well as Prime Minister Modi arrives there in Saharanpur. In what I say, it used to be Imran Masood territory, but the BJP has sort of taken that over, particularly in the last couple of election cycles, as it were.
Yeah, we'll try and take you on the magic wall on one end as we stay with the visuals from Saharanpur, and we'll cut to that as the PM starts to speak. But you were making a point here on the magic wall. Can we try and get that, please? Yeah.
Out of the 66 seats, and you were showing this on the Stipe as well, out of the 66 seats that are there in this region, in 2017, the BJP won 50 out of those 66 at a vote share of 41%. So that is just a little bit more than the state average that they got. They got about 40% vote share statewide, 41%, but 50 out of 66 seats. And the reason why and how they managed to do that is because the vote, the remaining vote split almost identically between the BSP with 21% and the SP with 20%. So the opposition vote got split identically between the SP and the BSP, and that's how the BJP managed to get to 41%, and that too at 50 seats. If you go back to 2012 and check the same set of seats in this Western Uttar Pradesh belt, take a look at this particular region. Again, the BJP was really nowhere in the picture as far as this region is concerned in 2012, because the BJP was number 3 party with just 12 seats. So they quadrupled the number of seats from 12 to 50 in 5 years. Only 18% vote share. They doubled their vote share from 18 to 41%. And it's the SP and the BSP almost neck and neck in terms of vote share. 27% for BSP and 23% to Samajwadi Party. 24 seats SP, 21 seats to the BSP. And just take a look at the 2019 results. All right, let's listen into Yogi Adityanath, the UP Chief Minister, speaking ahead of the Prime Minister.
सबसे बड़ी महामारी के दौरान देश के 135 करोड़ लोगों के जीवन को बचाने के लिए जिस कोविड प्रबंधन के माध्यम से दुनिया के अंदर पूरे भारतवासियों के सम्मान को बढ़ाने का कार्य किया है, आज उसका परिणाम हमारे सामने है कि कोरोना की तीसरी वेव कब आई, कब चली गई, किसी को पता नहीं, लेकिन हर व्यक्ति सुरक्षित भी है और डबल इंजन की सरकार डबल डोज राशन का भी प्राप्त कर रही है। भाइयों बहनों, उत्तर प्रदेश विधानसभा चुनाव का आज प्रथम चरण का मतदान हो रहा है। प्रदेश की 58 सीटों पर 11 जनपदों में जहां ये मतदान बड़े धूम धड़ाके के साथ एक बार फिर से आदरणीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व और मार्गदर्शन में डबल इंजन की सरकार उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर फिर से आएगी, इस संकल्प के साथ उत्तर प्रदेश का मतदाता वोट देने के लिए उत्सुक है। तो आज जब आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 2022 के विधानसभा चुनाव में अब तक वर्चुअली सभी प्रदेशवासियों का और देशवासियों का मार्गदर्शन किया, और आज जब प्रत्यक्ष रूप से उपस्थित होकर के वह आज अपना मार्गदर्शन दे रहे हैं, तो उन्होंने मां शाकंभरी के इस पावन धाम को चुना है। मैं इस अवसर पर आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का एक बार फिर से आप सभी की ओर से हृदय से स्वागत और अभिनंदन करते हुए आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को सादर आमंत्रित करता हूं कि आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी हम सबका मार्गदर्शन प्रदान कर रहे हैं। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी।
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की।
मां शाकुंभरी की भूमि सहारनपुर के समस्त भाइयों और बहनों को आदरपूर्वक नमस्कार। जहां मां दुर्गा के 4 रूपों से एक जगह दर्शन होते हैं, ऐसी पावन जगह से मैं सभी माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों का अभिनंदन करता हूं। मुझे खुशी है कि इस चुनाव में प्रत्यक्ष जनता जनार्दन के समक्ष आप सबके दर्शन करके प्रचार की शुरुआत सहारनपुर से ही हो रही है। और मैं आज यहां से प्रथम चरण के मतदान जो चल रहा है, वहां के मतदाताओं की भी क्षमा चाहता हूं। मेरा एक फर्ज बनता था कि चुनाव घोषित होने के बाद उनके बीच में जाऊं, लेकिन मैं जा नहीं पाया था। इलेक्शन कमीशन ने कुछ मर्यादाएं रखी थी। वर्चुअल तो समिट में जरूर उनसे मिल लिया था, लेकिन रूबरू जाकर के दर्शन नहीं कर पाया था। तो मैं प्रथम चरण के मतदाताओं की क्षमा याचना के साथ दूसरे चरण के मतदाताओं को प्रणाम करते हुए आपके आशीर्वाद लेकर के आज चुनाव अभियान का आरंभ कर रहा हूं। भाइयों बहनों, इस क्षेत्र के लोगों ने ठान लिया है, जो यूपी को विकास की नई ऊंचाई पर पहुंचाएगा, उसको ही वोट देंगे। जो यूपी को दंगा मुक्त रखेगा, उसे ही वोट देंगे। सही है ना? दंगा मुक्त होना चाहिए कि नहीं होना चाहिए? ये दंगों के खेल फिर से आने नहीं देना है ना। जो हमारी बहन बेटियों को भय मुक्त रखेगा, हम उसे ही वोट देंगे। जो अपराधियों को जेल भेजेगा, हम उसे ही वोट देंगे। आज पश्चिमी यूपी के कुछ विधानसभा क्षेत्रों में पश्चिमी उत्तर प्रदेश के कुछ विधानसभा क्षेत्रों में पहले चरण का मतदान चल रहा है। अभी रास्ते में जो मुझे पहले ट्रेन की खबर किसी ने दी, मुझे बहुत आनंद हुआ कि ठंड में भी सुबह सुबह लोग बहुत बड़ी बड़ी कतारें लगा करके मतदान के लिए पहुंचे हैं। मैं चुनाव आयोग का, चुनाव की ड्यूटी में लगे सभी कर्मचारियों का और अपनी लोकतांत्रिक जिम्मेदारी निभाने के लिए कतार में खड़े रह करके मतदान के लिए आगे बढ़े हैं, ऐसे सभी मतदाताओं का भी मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथियों, भाजपा ने यूपी चुनावों के लिए अपना जो घोषणा पत्र जारी किया है, ये घोषणा पत्र लोक कल्याण का संकल्प पत्र है। डबल इंजन की सरकार जो काम कर रही है, उसके पीछे और उसके लिए यूपी में भाजपा सरकार बहुत जरूरी है। गरीबों को पीएम आवास योजना के घर मिलते रहे, इसके लिए यूपी में भाजपा सरकार बहुत जरूरी है। गरीबों को अच्छे अस्पतालों में 5 लाख रुपए तक के इलाज की मुफ्त सुविधा मिलती रहे, इसके लिए यूपी में भाजपा सरकार बहुत जरूरी है। छोटे किसानों के बैंक खाते में पीएम किसान योजना, उसका पैसा सीधा उसके खाते में पहुंचता रहे, इसके लिए भी यूपी में भाजपा सरकार जरूरी है। गरीबों को इस महामारी के समय मुफ्त राशन मिलता रहे, इसके लिए भी यूपी में भाजपा सरकार जरूरी है। गरीबों को कोरोना के कालखंड में वैक्सीन मुफ्त लगने में दिक्कत ना हो, इसके लिए भी यूपी में भाजपा सरकार जरूरी है। भाइयों बहनों, ये मैं इसलिए दोहरा रहा हूं, मैं ये इसलिए कह रहा हूं क्योंकि ये जो गोर परिवारवादी लोग सरकार में होते तो शायद वैक्सीन रास्ते में ही कहीं बिक जाती और आप कोरोना से भय से आतंकित होकर के जीवन मृत्यु की लड़ाई लड़ने के लिए मजबूर हो जाते। डबल इंजन की सरकार हमारे यहां जो यूनिवर्सिटी बना रही है, सहारनपुर को आधुनिक सड़कों द्वारा दिल्ली और उत्तराखंड से जोड़ने का काम कर रही है। इस तरह के काम बेरोक टोक चलते रहे, इसके लिए यूपी में भाजपा सरकार जरूरी है। साथियों, सहारनपुर खेती किसानी के साथ ही उद्यमियों का भी गढ़ है। यहां लकड़ी का, फर्नीचर का इतना काम होता है। आप सभी जानते हैं कि कोई भी सामान समय पर पहुंचाना कितना जरूरी होता है। ऑर्डर मिले लेकिन समय पर सामान न पहुंचे तो फिर ऑर्डर ही मिलना बंद हो जाता है। किसान भी जानते हैं कि उनकी उपज, चाहे फल हो, सब्जियां हो, फूल हो, अगर जहां पहुंचाना है वहां पहुंचाने में अगर देर हो जाती है तो उसमें से काफी मात्रा में उनका पैदावार बर्बाद हो जाती है, सड़ जाती है। इसे समझते हुए ही योगी जी की सरकार यूपी के अलग अलग जिलों को अच्छी सड़कों से जोड़ रहे हैं, यूपी की कनेक्टिविटी बढ़ा रहे हैं। गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे, दिल्ली देहरादून एक्सप्रेसवे, दिल्ली यमुनोत्री हाईवे, दिल्ली सहारनपुर 4 लेन, सहारनपुर एयरपोर्ट, यूपी में इतनी तेजी से इतने बड़े बड़े काम पहले कभी नहीं हुए। पहले कभी हुआ था क्या? ऐसे काम हुए थे क्या? इतने जल्दी से होते थे क्या? भाइयों और बहनों, भाजपा सरकार का ये इतिहास है, ये परंपरा है। भाजपा सरकार जो संकल्प लेती है उसे पूरा करके दिखाती है। ये हमारी ही सरकार है जिसने गन्ना किसानों को पहले के मुकाबले कहीं ज्यादा का भुगतान किया है। गन्ना किसानों को जितना पैसा पहले की सरकारों के 10 साल में मिला था, उससे ज्यादा राशि योगी जी की सरकार ने उन्हें दी है। हम गन्ना किसानों को एक और परेशानी से मुक्ति दिलाने का स्थायी उपाय भी कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि ऐसी समस्याएं हर बार आए, राजनीति चलती रहे और किसान बेचारा ये राजनेताओं पर निर्भर रहे। हम किसान को भी आत्मनिर्भर बनाना चाहते हैं, गन्ने किसान की ताकत बढ़ाना चाहते हैं। हमारे गन्ना किसानों के सामने एक ऐसी समस्या होती है कि चीनी की कीमतें कम हो या फिर चीनी मिलें बंद हो तो गन्ना किसान सबसे पहले परेशान हो जाता है। दुनिया के बाजार में चीनी की पैदावार बढ़ जाए तो भी भारत में चीनी कारखाने चीनी की पैदावार से डरते हैं, कारखाने बंद करते हैं, गन्ना किसान को परेशानी होती है। अनेक प्रकार की चुनौतियां, चीनी का वैश्विक बाजार ऊपर नीचे हो जाए तो मुसीबत गन्ना के किसान को, हमारे के यहाँ के चीनी के उत्पादन कम अधिक हो जाए गन्ना किसान को परेशानी, हमारे चीनी कारखाने चले या बंद रहे गन्ना किसान को परेशानी। इस चुनौती से निपटने के लिए हमारी सरकार एक बड़े विजन के साथ स्थायी उपाय के रास्ते पर इस पूरे क्षेत्र को ले जाने के लिए काम कर रही है। गन्ना किसानों के हितों को ध्यान में रखते हुए अब गन्ने से सिर्फ चीनी बने ऐसा नहीं, चीनी न बने तो गन्ना किसान परेशान हो जाए ऐसा नहीं, दुनिया में चीनी की मांग कम हो जाए और चीनी पैदा करने वाले चीनी पैदा करना बंद कर दे तो गन्ना किसान परेशान हो जाए, ऐसी स्थिति से बाहर निकालने के लिए अब गन्ने से जब जरूरत पड़ेगी तब चीनी बनाएंगे, जब जरूरत पड़ेगी तब इथेनॉल बनाएंगे, लेकिन गन्ने किसान को परेशानी नहीं आने देंगी और इसके लिए बहुत बड़ा अभियान चल रहा है। ये गन्ना किसानों को लाभ भी दे रहा है और उनकी आर्थिक व्यवस्था को एक गारंटी देता है, सुरक्षा देता है। मुझे खुशी है योगी जी ने ताबड़तोड़ इस काम में मेरी मदद की और भारत सरकार जो मिशन लेकर के चल रही थी, योगी जी कंधे से कंधा लेकर के मिलाकर के मेरे साथ चले और इतने कम समय में यूपी को 12,000 करोड़ रुपए गन्ने से जो इथेनॉल बना ना, 12,000 करोड़ रुपया इथेनॉल से मिले हैं जो उत्तर प्रदेश के काम आ रहे हैं। भाइयों बहनों, गन्ना किसान को सुरक्षा दे रहे हैं। और मेरे गन्ना किसान भाइयों, मेरे उत्तर प्रदेश के नौजवानों, मेरे शब्द लिख करके रखिए। आने वाले दिनों में ये मामला 12,000 करोड़ अटकने वाला नहीं है, ये राशि और बढ़ने वाली है। और इससे गन्ना किसानों की आमदनी में भी वृद्धि होगी और उनकी समस्याओं का स्थायी समाधान निकलेगा। यूपी में जो पहले सरकारें रही, वो इस तरह का विजन लेकर काम कर ही नहीं सकती थी। कारण परिवारवाद, परिवार से बाहर देखना ही नहीं, सोचना ही नहीं, आपकी चिंता कभी करनी ही नहीं, सब कुछ माफियाओं के भरोसे चलाते रहना। भाइयों बहनों, हम स्थायी समाधान के लिए कदम उठाते हैं, हम स्थायी समाधान के लिए रास्ते खोजते हैं। हम हिंदुस्तान के हर गांव को, हर किसान को, हर नागरिक को आत्मसम्मान के साथ जीने देने का अवसर देने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। साथियों, सहारनपुर में व्यापार कारोबार बढ़े, हमारे दुकानदार साथी बिना चिंता के काम कर सके, इसके लिए कानून का राज भी बहुत आवश्यक है। सहारनपुर के मेरे प्यारे भाइयों बहनों, बताओ जरा, मुझे ताकत से जवाब देना, कानून का राज होना चाहिए कि नहीं होना चाहिए? कानून का डंडा चलना चाहिए कि नहीं चलना चाहिए? हर बहन बेटी को सुख चैन की जिंदगी मिलनी चाहिए कि नहीं मिलनी चाहिए? एक एक नागरिक को सुरक्षा मिलनी चाहिए कि नहीं मिलनी चाहिए? भाइयों बहनों, ये जो आप चाहते हैं, इसके लिए योगी जी काम कर रहे हैं। तो कहते हैं देखो, योगी जी ने उसको जेल में डाल दिया, उसको जेल में डाल दिया, तो क्या उसको महल में भेजे क्या? क्या उसको महल में भेजे क्या? भाइयों बहनों, पहले यहां क्या स्थिति थी, ये आप लोग मुझसे ज्यादा जानते हैं। कानून व्यवस्था सुधारने पर उत्तर प्रदेश में निवेशकों में एक बार फिर औद्योगिक विकास का विश्वास आया है। भाजपा सरकार यूपी के हर जिले, हर क्षेत्र की ताकत, वहां की विशेषता को पहचान कर उसे बढ़ाने में जुटी है। इसी सोच के साथ वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन प्रोडक्ट योजना शुरू की गई है। योगी जी की सरकार ने छोटे, लघु और कुटीर उद्योगों को बढ़ावा देने के लिए भी निरंतर काम किया है। साथियों, आपका उत्साह, आपका प्यार मेरी सर आंखों पे, आपने इतना प्यार दे रहे हो। मेरे प्यारे भाइयों बहनों, आपका ये प्यार, आपके ये आशीर्वाद मैं आपको ब्याज समेत लौटाऊंगा, विकास करके लौटाऊंगा, आपका कल्याण करके लौटाऊंगा। साथियों, सहारनपुर की लकड़ी की नक्काशी आज विश्व में अपना डंका बजा रही है। हमारे कितने ही छोटे मोटे परिवार, अनेक नौजवान, अनेक परिवार इस कुटीर उद्योग से जुड़े हुए हैं, लेकिन इस लकड़ी की नक्काशी को एक बड़े ब्रांड के तौर पर आगे बढ़ाने का काम भाजपा की सरकार ने ही किया है। 2017 से पहले कोई इस उद्योग की सूद लेने वाला नहीं था। भाइयों बहनों, मुझे बताइए, एक सवाल का जवाब देंगे आप? मुझे बताइए, ये योगी जी की सरकार बनने के पहले ये नक्काशी का काम यहां होता था कि नहीं होता था? होता था कि नहीं होता था? उसके पहले जो सरकारें चलती थी तब भी होता था कि नहीं होता था? मोदी जी दिल्ली में आए उसके पहले भी होता था कि नहीं होता था? आपके दादा परदादा भी करते थे कि नहीं करते थे? लेकिन इतनी सरकारें आई, इतने नेता आए, किसी ने आपको पूछा ही नहीं। ये भाजपा सरकार है जिसने आपकी ताकत को पहचाना है और दुनिया में डंका बजाया है। आज देखिए, आज ये नक्काशी, लकड़ी का नक्काशी का जो काम है, उसको जीआई टैग ये डबल इंजन की सरकार ने ही दिया है। ये दिलवाने का काम हमारी सरकार ने किया है। जब मैं वोकल फॉर लोकल बोलता हूं, वोकल फॉर तो उसमें भी सहारनपुर के स्थानीय उत्पादों को आपकी जो उत्पादन की ताकत जुड़ी हुई है, उसका सामर्थ्य जुड़ा हुआ है। भाई और बहनों, मैं इन दिनों देख रहा हूं कि कुछ गैर परिवारवादी लोग, एक पूरी पार्टी परिवारवादी, जनता से लगातार खोखले वायदे किए जा रहे हैं। वो इसी सोच पर चल रहे हैं क्योंकि उनको मालूम है कि उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता इनके पुराने कारनामों को याद करके फिर से कभी उनको घुसने देने वाली नहीं है। उनके नसीब में सत्ता लिखी नहीं है। उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता ने उनको नकार दिया है और इसलिए बड़बोले वचन देना, कुछ भी वचन दे देना, हम ये करेंगे, हम वो करेंगे, उनका क्या जाता है? आना तो है नहीं, करना तो है नहीं, बोलते जाओ। आप मान के चलिए, जब कोई बड़े बड़े वादे करता है ना, तो समझ लेना वो खोखले ही होंगे, गैर जिम्मेदारी होंगे। और इसलिए मेरे प्यारे भाइयों बहनों, इन लोगों के बहकावे में नहीं आएगा। इन लोगों को जब आपने मौका दिया तो इन्होंने क्या किया, ये कभी मत भूलिएगा। आप याद करिए, इन लोगों ने शहरों को 22 घंटे और गांवों को 20 घंटे बिजली देने की बात कही थी। ऐसे वादे किए थे, लेकिन उन्होंने ऐसा पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में नहीं किया। उत्तर प्रदेश को अंधेरे में रखा और किया तो कहां किया? अपने परिवार के जिले में किया। परिवारवादी सोच बिजली में भी वहीं पर अटक गई। सहारनपुर जैसे बाकी जिले ऐसे ही छोड़ दिए गए। ये लोग कभी यूपी के विकास के बारे में, गरीबों के बारे में सोच ही नहीं सकते हैं। इन लोगों को गरीब का दर्द ना दिखता है और ना ही वो दुख दर्द को समझ पाते हैं। केंद्र सरकार जो घर बनाने की योजना चलाती है, उसने भी, हमारे गरीबों ने भी ये परिवारवादी लोगों की निर्दयता को झेला है। मैं भाइयों बहनों आपको कुछ आंकड़े देना चाहता हूं। बताऊं क्या? मैं आपको कुछ आंकड़े बताना चाहता हूं। ये आंकड़े सुनकर के आप चौंक जाएंगे। सिर्फ इतने आंकड़े सुनोगे ना तो भी आपको लगेगा हां, भाजपा की सरकार हमेशा रहनी चाहिए। आप सुनिए साथियों, जब यहां पे ये गौर परिवारवादी लोग सत्ता में थे, सिर्फ परिवार के लिए ही जीने वाले लोग सत्ता में थे, तो इन्होंने, मैं सिर्फ यहां की लोकल बात करता हूं, बाहर की नहीं करता हूं ताकि आप चेक कर सकें, इन्होंने सहारनपुर के शहरी इलाकों में, हमारे इस सहारनपुर के शहरी इलाकों में 500 गरीबों के लिए घर बनाएंगे, ये उन्होंने स्वीकृति दी थी। कितने कितने कितने? सिर्फ 500। और इतनी बड़ी बातें करने वाले लोगों ने 500 घर भी बना नहीं पाए, सिर्फ 200 घर बनाए। कितने कितने? यानी 500 की बात की और बनाए कितने? अब देखिए 2017 में आपने लोगों के लिए जीने वाली, उत्तर प्रदेश का भला करने वाली, उत्तर प्रदेश का कल्याण करने के लिए जी जान से जुटी हुई, उत्तर प्रदेश को गरीबी से बाहर निकालने के लिए काम करने वाली, जब योगी जी की सरकार बनाई, जो बदलाव आया उसके आंकड़े भी सुनने जैसे हैं। मैं बताऊं, पहले की सरकार ने 500 का लक्ष्य रखा, सिर्फ 200 कर पाए। योगी जी ने क्या किया? भाइयों बहनों, सहारनपुर शहर की मैं बात कर रहा हूं, 31,000 कहां 500 और कहां 31,000। 31,000 घरों को स्वीकृति, यानी 31,000 गरीब परिवार लखपति बनाने का लक्ष्य, और इनमें से 18,000 का तो काम पूरा कर दिया। अब मुझे बताइए भाइयों, 500 और 200 के बीच में भी जो लटके पड़े रहते हैं, उनकी जरूरत है कि 31,000 के लोगों की जरूरत है। सीधी समझ है भाइयों, काम करने वाली सरकार चाहिए, योजनाओं को जमीन पर लागू करने वाली सरकार चाहिए, और यही होती है डबल इंजन की सरकार की ताकत। सिर्फ और सिर्फ अपने परिवार की सेवा में लगे रहने वाले लोग, अपने परिवार का भला सोचने वाले लोग, गरीब के लिए, दलित, पीड़ित, शोषित, वंचित के लिए, छोटे किसान के लिए ये कभी भी सोच नहीं सकते, काम कभी कर नहीं सकते हैं। साथियों, आपको याद होगा इन लोगों के राशन माफिया, याद है ना राशन माफिया? ये हमारे गरीब का राशन भी खा जाते थे। डबल इंजन की सरकार ने इनके ये कारनामे भी देखे हैं, कारस्तानी भी देखी है, और हमारी सरकार ने उसको बंद कर दिया, अलीगढ़ का ताला लगा दिया। अब मुझे बताइए, जिन लोगों के खेल बंद हो गए उनको गुस्सा आएगा कि नहीं आएगा? ये चोरी डकैती के काम बंद हो गए, वो लामबंद होंगे कि नहीं होंगे? वो हमारे खिलाफ जहर उगलेंगे कि नहीं उगलेंगे? मुझे बताइए, क्या मुझे इससे डर जाना चाहिए क्या? मुझे काम बंद करना चाहिए क्या? मुझे भाग जाना चाहिए क्या? मुझे आपकी भलाई के लिए काम करना चाहिए कि नहीं करना चाहिए? जी जान से करना चाहिए कि नहीं करना चाहिए? आपकी भलाई के लिए मेरी जिंदगी खपानी चाहिए कि नहीं खपानी चाहिए? भाइयों बहनों, ये मैं तब करता हूं क्योंकि आप मेरे साथ हैं, इसके कारण मुझे ताकत मिलती है। भाइयों बहनों, 100 साल के सबसे बड़े संकट काल में कोरोना जैसी वैश्विक महामारी में गरीबों की सरकार ने किसी गरीब को भूखे नहीं सोने दिया। आज करोड़ों यूपी वासियों को मुफ्त राशन का डबल बेनिफिट मिल रहा है। इसमें बड़ी संख्या में हमारे दलित भाई बहन, पिछड़ा वर्ग के साथी भी हैं। गरीब के लिए यही सेवा भाव जो यूपी का गरीब, दलित, पिछड़ा आज साफ साफ अनुभव कर रहा है, आंखों के सामने देख रहा है। डबल इंजन का डबल बेनिफिट यही उत्तर प्रदेश आज चाहता है। साथियों, सबका साथ, सबका विकास ही यूपी के विकास का मूल मंत्र है। भाजपा के लिए विकास में बेटियों की सहभागिता सबसे बड़ी प्राथमिकता है। इसलिए आज हर सेक्टर को बेटियों के लिए खोला जा रहा है। मुस्लिम बहन बेटियां हमारी इस साफ नियत को भली भांति समझती है। हमने मुस्लिम बहनों को 3 तलाक के जुल्म से मुक्ति दिलाई है और हमने जो 3 तलाक के खिलाफ कानून बनाया है, उसने मुस्लिम बहनों को सुरक्षा का विश्वास दिया है। लेकिन साथियों, जब मुस्लिम बहन बेटियों का समर्थन खुलेआम भाजपा को मिलने लगा, जब मुस्लिम बेटियां 1-1, 2 मिनट के अपने वीडियो डालने लगी, भाजपा की सरकार की तारीफ करने लगी, सदियों के बाद इतना बड़ा सम्मान मिला, इसके लिए गौरव गान करने लगी, तो जो कुछ वोटों के ठेकेदार होते हैं, उनकी नींद हराम हो गई। वो बेचैन हो गए, अरे हमारी ही बेटी मोदी मोदी करने लग गई। उनके पेट में दर्द होने लगा। मोदी की तारीफ में मुस्लिम बहनों के बयान, उनके वीडियो देखकर इन ठेकेदारों को लगा कि इन बेटियों को रोकना होगा, ये बड़ी मोदी के तरफ में चली जाएगी तो घर में ही उनका राज आ जाएगा। और इसलिए मुस्लिम बहन बेटियों का उनको हक रोकने के लिए, उनके विकास के आकांक्षाओं को रोकने के लिए नए नए तरीके खोजे जा रहे हैं। वो लोग मुस्लिम बहनों को बरगला रहे हैं ताकि मुस्लिम बेटियों का जीवन हमेशा पीछे ही रहे। साथियों, हमारी सरकार हर मजलूम, हर पीड़ित मुस्लिम महिला के साथ खड़ी है। कोई मुस्लिम महिलाओं पर जुल्म न कर सके, योगी जी की सरकार इसके लिए बहुत जरूरी है। भाइयों बहनों, आपसे बात करते हुए मैं एक और बात जरूर करूंगा। मुजफ्फरनगर में जो हुआ वो तो कलंक था ही, यहां सहारनपुर में जो कुछ हुआ था वो भी खौफनाक था कि नहीं था? याद है कि नहीं है? राजनीतिक संरक्षण में कैसे लोगों को निशाना बनाया जाता है, सहारनपुर का दंगा इसका प्रमाण है मेरे भाइयों बहनों, प्रमाण है। ऐसी ही करतूतों के कारण 2017 में आप लोगों ने दंगावादियों को ऐसा सबक सिखाया और आज उत्तर प्रदेश को दंगा मुक्त करने में योगी जी को सफलता मिली। लेकिन मेरे प्यारे भाइयों बहनों, आप ये मत सोचना कि ये दंगावादी लोग सुधर गए हैं। आप मत सोचना ये परिवारवादी सुधर गए हैं। वो तो मौके की तलाश में है, मौका मिल जाए इसके इंतजार में है। सहारनपुर के दंगों के बड़े गुनहगार को अब इन माफियावादियों ने इस चुनाव में अपना साथी बना लिया है। और सिर्फ सहारनपुर की बात नहीं है, पूरे पश्चिम यूपी में इन लोगों ने चुन चुन करके अपराधियों को मैदान में उतारा है। हालत तो ये है कि ये लोग अब राष्ट्र विरोधियों को अपना प्रस्तावक तक बना रहे हैं। इसका इरादा आप जरूर समझिए। योगी जी की सरकार ने अपराधियों के खिलाफ कार्रवाई की, उन्हें जेल भेजा, इसलिए इनका गुस्सा 7वें आसमान पर पहुंचा हुआ है। ये लोग यूपी के लोगों से बदला लेना चाहते हैं, आपसे बदला लेना चाहते हैं। और मैं ये देखकर हैरान हूं कि जो लोग उस समय दंगाइयों को कोस रहे थे, वो इस चुनाव में दंगाइयों के साथ गले मिल रहे हैं, उनके साथ खड़े हो गए हैं। भाइयों और बहनों, हम विकास भी करते हैं, अपनी विरासत पर भी उतना ही गर्व करते हैं। हम इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर भी बनवाते हैं और करतारपुर साहिब कॉरिडोर का भी निर्माण कराते हैं। ये हमारी ही सरकार है जिसने गुरु गोविंद सिंह जी के वीर साहिबजादों की स्मृति में 26 दिसंबर को वीर बाल दिवस के तौर पर घोषित किया है। ये हमारी ही सरकार है जिसने 47 के बंटवारे में मारे गए अपने भाई बहनों की याद में 14 अगस्त को विभाजन विभीषिका स्मृति दिवस घोषित किया है। ये काम पहले की सरकार भी कर सकती थी, लेकिन उन्होंने नहीं किया। इसलिए आज देश की जनता सबसे ज्यादा भरोसा भाजपा पर कर रही है। उत्तर प्रदेश भरोसा भाजपा पर कर रहा है। पश्चिम उत्तर प्रदेश भरोसा भाजपा पे कर रहा है। सहारनपुर का पूरा क्षेत्र भाजपा पे भरोसा कर रहा है। यूपी के विकास को जारी रखने के लिए इस बार आपको ज्यादा से ज्यादा संख्या में वोट करना है। आजकल शादियों की सीजन चल रही है। शादी में व्यस्त होना बड़ा स्वाभाविक है, लेकिन इतनी व्यस्तता में भी मैं आपसे आग्रह करूंगा, शादी हो, बारात आने वाली हो, बारात आई हो, तो भी वोट देने का काम जरूर कीजिए। करेंगे ना? सुबह जल्दी जल्दी वोट करेंगे ना? औरों से भी वोट करवाएंगे ना? वोट करने के लिए पूरे मोहल्ले के, सोसाइटी के लोगों से मिलेंगे ना? घर घर जाएंगे ना? ज्यादा से ज्यादा वोट करवाएंगे ना? सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ देंगे ना? आपके आशीर्वाद के लिए, आपके विश्वास के लिए मैं आपका बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। भारत माता की।
Press of the Prime Minister in Saharanpur, a very strong attack against the opposition party, is also urging every citizen to come out and cast his or her ballot. This is a festival of democracy in which each and every individual need to participate. That's the message coming in from the Prime Minister. He also slammed the opposition parties for the sort of work that has been done so far, what has not been done so far. Batted for UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, who according to him has worked a lot of, has done a lot of things for the development of this region. Law and order, interestingly, has been one of the key issues that has resonated with the voters, and also one of the key issues that the Chief Minister and the Prime Minister in their addresses have repeatedly spoken about. Yes, a physical rally. Right now, the Western UP, about 58 seats, 11 districts are polling right now. And you heard that big statement coming in from the Prime Minister that opposition has misled the Muslim women. And of course, they also spoke, he also spoke about the triple talaq legislation and the outlawing of triple talaq by none other than the Supreme Court of India, and the eventual criminalization by the government of the day. Well, at the top of 1 p.m, once again, a very warm welcome here on CNN News 18. Good afternoon, I'm Anusha Soni. Well, amidst this polling season, there's another controversy which has become this hot debate point across the country, which is the Karnataka hijab row. Now, this has taken a totally different turn. A day after Karnataka High Court constituted a 3-judge bench to hear the matter, AIMIM put up a controversial poster in Maharashtra's Bid district, which read, and I'm quoting it right now, "Pehle hijab, phir kitab," unquote. Right-wing outfit Hindu Mahasabha has demanded a statewide ban on burqas in Karnataka. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court refused a plea filed by Kapil Sibal. The plea was filed by one of the girls coming in from Udupi. It was mentioned by her lawyer, Mr. Kapil Sibal, seeking the transfer of petitions from Karnataka High Court to the Supreme Court. The Chief Justice of India, Justice N.V. Ramana, said the High Court is hearing the matter. We will not interfere at this point in time. Going back to what's happening at the High Court, there's a larger bench which has been constituted after the single judge referred the matter for wider deliberation and consideration. The judge believed that there should be a bigger bench that should hear the matter. 2:30 p.m. is when we are expecting the hearing to begin. As we talk about the story, let's begin by listening what the Chief Minister of Karnataka had to say.
I appeal the outsiders not to provoke anything which will disturb the peace and tranquility of the school campuses and in the state at large. Since the matter is pending in the court and day-to-day hearing is going on, it is our duty to create a peaceful atmosphere so that justice can be delivered.
ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ದೇಶಗಳನ್ನು ಒಳಗೊಂಡಂತೆ ಬುರ್ಕವನ್ನು ನಿಷೇಧ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಸ್ಥಳಗಳಲ್ಲಿ. ನಾವು ಅನೇಕ ಬಾರಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ಈ ಬುರ್ಕದ ಹಿಂದೆ ಅನೇಕ ಕ್ರೂರ ಕೃತ್ಯಗಳಿಗೆ ಬಳಕೆಯಾಗುವಂತ ಪ್ರಸಂಗಗಳು ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಸ್ಥಳಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬುರ್ಕವನ್ನು ನಿಷೇಧ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಎಂಬುದು ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ಧರ್ಮ ಗುರುಗಳ ಹತ್ರ ವಿನಂತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ಧರ್ಮ ಗುರುಗಳು ಬುರ್ಕವನ್ನ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಸ್ಥಳಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಧರಿಸುವುದನ್ನ ತಡೆಯುವಂತೆ ಪತ್ತು ಹೊರಡಿಸಬೇಕು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದರ ದುರ್ಬಳಕೆಯನ್ನ ಅದರ ಪವಿತ್ರತೆಯನ್ನ ಉಳಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಈ ಮೂಲಕ ನಾನು ವಿನಂತಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
My colleague Swastika is joining us on the broadcast, getting us more details on that story. Harish will also join us just in a bit to give us more perspective about it. But Swastika, first you give us an overview of the law and order situation in the state right now. About 2 days ago, we saw some very unfortunate scenes emerging from different schools and districts across the state. What is the situation right now, and what are the various political voices coming in from the state?
Well, at ground zero here in Udupi, in fact, I'm coming to you. I'm standing right outside the government PU college. This is where the entire protest started. This is where the girls, the petitioners in the Karnataka High Court are from. Now, you can see, I'm going to request my camera person Venkatesh to show you the colleges, all schools and educational institutions are shut. So, there are police personnel deployed inside the college. In fact, even the school principal is not here. The entire college has been cordoned off. In fact, nobody is being allowed to enter. And when we tried to reach out to some authorities, somebody from the administration department here earlier today, nobody really responded to us. So that is how the situation is on the ground here in Udupi. Practically at most areas where the protest took place, all of those areas are now being heavily guarded by the police officials. Now, speaking of the political voices, well, I reached out to the local Muslim organizations here in Udupi who have made it amply clear that they are going to fight for the hijab thing. When I asked them whether they are going to focus on education, since a lot of students, their education is being compromised, the larger consensus is that they want the authorities to budge, they want the students to be allowed to wear whatever they want to. Now, this college does not have a specific dress code. You know, the understanding that was signed by the students clearly says that the students were supposed to follow a specific uniform, but nothing has been explicitly written on whether hijab or headscarf would be allowed or not. And that is where the confusion lies. That is why the Muslim organizations here have been highlighting that if a student wants to wear hijab, it should be completely left to their own devices. That is the argument coming forth from the political voices here. All eyes on the Karnataka High Court, of course.
All eyes on Karnataka High Court. Harish is also with us on the broadcast. Harish, over the last 24 to 48 hours, we have elaboratively spoken about the key arguments that have been made before the Karnataka High Court. Yesterday, the key insistence that came from the petitioners was that they wanted some kind of interim relief. And when that matter has been referred to a larger 3-judge bench, of course, the larger constitutional issues are important, but they would be seeking some kind of interim relief.
Well, absolutely. In fact, Judge Krishna Dikshit also mentioned that even the aspect of giving any interim order or interim relief will have to be decided by the larger bench. He did not want to discuss that. And most probably today, that will be the first aspect that will be mentioned by the petitioners in front of this larger bench. As you rightly mentioned, that there are larger points to be debated and argued and pondered upon, which will take a lot of time. But perhaps right now the petitioners would be seeking an interim relief. The government too, remember, understands that it doesn't have too much time. But the government, on the other hand, wants a full-fledged order before Monday. That's when the schools are set to reopen. The government today is saying that we will see how the court hears today. Based on that, we will take a call on whether the classes need to be suspended further or not. Because 3 days holidays have been declared. That is till Friday. Weekend the classes are not there. So it's only Monday when the classes are set to resume. So the government too understands it doesn't have too much time.
And I can tell you with my limited experience, Harish, that constitutional matters is not something that you can get an order in a day or two. Waris Pathan is also joining us on the broadcast. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to us. एक मुद्दा बन गया देश में, एक कंट्रोवर्सी है जिसके बारे में सब बहस कर रहे हैं. हाई कोर्ट भी इस मसले को सुनने वाला है. आपके हिसाब से किस तरह की संवैधानिक बहस इस देश के हित में है और किस तरह की बातें हैं या प्रेयर्स हैं जो पिटिशनर्स की हैं आपको जायज लगती हैं?
कि जो कर्नाटका की सरकार, भाजपा की सरकार ने जो नोटिफिकेशन निकाला है, मैं उसकी निंदा करता हूँ. ये असंवैधानिक है. इट इज अ वायलेशन of Article 14, 15, 19, 21 and 25 of the Constitution of India. It is also against the judgment laid down by the Supreme Court in Puttu Swami's case, which speaks about choice of freedom. What I want to wear, what I should wear, what I should eat will not be decided by the BJP and the RSS. It is a person's individual choice. The matter here is of choice. And if somebody wants to go to a college with a hijab and a burqa, why does anybody have an objection to? See, I have Sardar friends, Sardarjis, you must be having friends. And we have been seeing since long that their children also go to school and colleges wearing turbans. Nobody objects. Go, we have no objection. But similar way, if a Muslim girl, she wants to wear a hijab and go to a college or school, why should there be an objection? Why so much hue and cry? It is my choice. Tomorrow, you should not say, I should not eat
Sir,
that.
I understand your criticism. I understand your criticism, and everybody in this country has a right to put forward their arguments and what they think is the interpretation of the Constitution. Yes, of course, the final arbiter is going to be the courts of the law, the constitutional courts of this country. मगर एक आर्ग्यूमेंट जो बीजेपी की तरफ से और बहुत सारे दूसरे लोगों की तरफ से भी आ रहा है जो एपॉलिटिकल है वो ये कि एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट्स में अगर एक ड्रेस कोड है और वहां पर अगर स्कूल कहता है कि आप रिलीजियस सिंबल्स मत पहनिए, सिर्फ यूनिफॉर्म पहनिए, तो कहीं ना कहीं हमें उस बात का समर्थन करना चाहिए। इस पर आपकी क्या प्रतिक्रिया है?
ये प्रतिक्रिया ये है कि आप अगर स्कूल में भी जाते हो तो आप संविधान को तो नहीं छोड़ देते हो ना। वो जो संविधान ने आपको राइट दिया है, फ्रीडम दिया है, जो चॉइस है, फ्रीडम ऑफ चॉइस है, तो उसको तो आप पीछे नहीं छोड़ सकते हो, चाहे स्कूल हो, कॉलेज या कोई भी इदारा हो। और ये तो आज से तो नहीं पहन रहे, बरसों से लोग पहन रहे हैं। हिजाब एक इंसान का पर्सनल चॉइस है, तो अगर वो पहन रहे हैं तो अभी इनको क्या तकलीफ होना शुरू हो गया? अचानक से ये कौन लोग हैं जो आकर ये सब बात कहने लगे? मैं अभी एक ये पढ़ रहा था आर्टिकल, इसके अंदर लिखा हुआ है कि अगर आप इक्वालिटी की बात करते हो स्कूल में तो आप ये भी समझ लीजिए कि कर्नाटका के काफी सारे स्टूडेंट्स स्कूल के अंदर नाराज है मिड डे मील्स को लेकर, क्योंकि वहां पर गार्लिक और अनियन नहीं डाला जाता एक समुदाय के लिए। ठीक है, जैसा अपना चॉइस। तो आप देखिए, इक्वालिटी, फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच, एक्सप्रेशन सब गारंटी अंडर दी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन। आप ये नहीं बोल सकते कि मुझे, एक तो आपको पता है कि किस तरह से मुस्लिम वुमेन ऑलरेडी कम एजुकेशन में है।
वारिस जी, एक विषय के बारे में और बात करिए, और मैं पूरे अदब से आपसे सवाल पूछ रही हूँ। ऐसा भी कहा जाता है कि हिजाब हो, बुर्का हो, मैं घूंघट की भी यहाँ बात करूंगी, या किसी भी तरीके का नकाब जो औरत को अपने आप को ढकने के लिए कहता है, एक पुरुष प्रधान मानसिकता का प्रतीक है, और उस मानसिकता को एक विकसित समाज को धीरे धीरे खत्म करने की कोशिश करनी चाहिए। इस पर आपकी क्या राय है?
नहीं, मैं आपकी बात से जरा भी सहमत नहीं हूँ। ये आपकी जो सोच है या जो भी सोचता है, ये बिल्कुल गलत सोचता है। ये तो देखिए, हमारे फ्रीडम टू प्रैक्टिस रिलीजन है। अगर हमारे रिलीजन के अंदर ऐसा होता है कि हमको हमारी चेस्टिटी को, ऐसा वुमन को अपनी चेस्टिटी को बचा के रखना चाहिए, छुपा के रखना चाहिए, तो अगर वो करती है रिलीजन के अपने दायरे में रह कर भी उसकी अपनी मर्जी से, तो क्या प्रॉब्लम है? कोई फोर्स तो नहीं कर रहा है ना किसी को। जिसको नहीं पहनना है नहीं पहनना, जिसको पहनना है उसको पहनने दिया जाए। तो क्यों आपत्ति जता रहे हैं ये लोग? मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा। उसमें मैन का क्या आ गया है इसके अंदर? कहाँ से ये सब चीजें लेके आ रहे हैं? नई नई चीज ये जो ला रहे हैं, सिर्फ नफरत फैला रहे हैं। एक्चुअली प्रॉब्लम इनको हिजाब से नहीं है, प्रॉब्लम इनको नफरत जो फैलाना है ना, इनको ये ही इनका ये टारगेट। आपने देखा ना किस तरह से एक लड़की हिजाब पहनकर मांडिया के अंदर कर्नाटका में आई, स्कूटर लगाकर, और 25-30 लोग सैफरन शॉल डाले हुए उसके सामने आए, जय श्री राम के नारे लगाए।
सवाल है, मैंने पूरे सब्र से आपकी बातें सुनी। मेरी एक बात का जवाब दीजिए। एक पोस्टर है जो AIMIM का बीड़ में आया है, उसमें लिखा है पहले हिजाब फिर किताब। आपको ये रिग्रेसिव नहीं लगता ये आइडिया?
ये देखिए, अभी मैंने देखा नहीं है, इसके बारे में इंक्वायरी करेंगे। हिजाब, किताब, सब जो भी है, पढ़ाई भी तो होना चाहिए। हमको पढ़ने नहीं दोगे आप तो किस तरह चलेगा? बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ की आप बात करते हैं मोदी जी। अगर एक बेटी हिजाब पहनकर कॉलेज में जाके पढ़ने चाहती है तो आप उसको पढ़ने नहीं दे रहे हो, तो ये तो आपका जुमला और या तो आपकी डुप्लीकेसी दिख रही है ना। तो हम तो पढ़ना चाहते हैं। वैसे ही मुस्लिम लेडीज के अंदर
मेरे साथ बने रहिए। एक दूसरा पक्ष भी मैं इस पूरे डिबेट में जरूर लाना चाहूंगी। शाइना NC of the BJP is joining us on the broadcast. शाइना, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए। The key argument that वारिस पठान is making is कि कोई भी एक मुस्लिम महिला को फोर्स नहीं कर रहा है कि वो हिजाब पहने या ना पहने। अगर वो स्कूल में यूनिफॉर्म के साथ अपना हिजाब पहनना चाहती है, अपना सर ढकना चाहती है, तो उसे इस देश में आज़ादी है ऐसा करने की।
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो मैं 2-3 चीज कहना चाहती हूँ जिसके बारे में शायद हम सबको जानकारी नहीं है और जानकारी होनी चाहिए। आप एक स्कूल कॉलेज क्यों जाते हैं? जाते हैं पढ़ने के लिए। आप थोड़ी ना वहाँ जा रहे हैं अपने मजहब को बरकरार रखने के लिए। आप जब मदरसा जाना चाहते हैं तो आप जरूर हिजाब पहनिए, लेकिन जो आप एक गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज या गवर्नमेंट स्कूल पे जाते हैं तो स्वाभाविक रूप से आपको रूल्स, रेगुलेशंस, इक्वालिटी, इक्विटी, हम सबको देखना है कि कैसे हम ये संविधान के अनुसार समझ ले कि बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट ने 2003 में, मद्रास हाई कोर्ट ने 2006 में, केरला हाई कोर्ट ने 2018 और स्वयं सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने 2015 में कहा कि हिजाब इज नॉट नीडेड फॉर एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट। जो लोग अपने आप को गुमराह कर रहे हैं और गुमराह करना चाहते हैं, मैं यही कहूंगी, आप जाते हैं पढ़ने के लिए, सरस्वती ज्ञान लेने के लिए, और जो आपको लगता है कि आप वो कॉलेज में नहीं जाना चाहते हैं तो आप क्यों साइन करते हैं?
शाइना जी, दो पॉइंट्स में आपसे बोलना चाहती हूँ, फिर मैं वारिस पठान को भी इस डिबेट में लाऊंगी। पहली चीज तो आपने जो कानूनी पोजीशन ली है मेरे हिसाब से वो आधी है। अगर इस देश में ये लॉ सेटल्ड होता कि हिजाब इंट्रिंसिक पार्ट है या नहीं है तो कर्नाटका हाईकोर्ट एक लार्जर बेंच सेटअप नहीं करता। वो सारे सिंगल जज बेंच के ऑर्डर हैं और क्वालिफाइड हैं बहुत तरीके से, उनमें बहुत सारे रीजंस, फैक्ट्स और सर्कमस्टेंसेस थे। दूसरी चीज जो मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ, हमारा देश जो एक डाइवर्स कंट्री है जिसमें बहुत सारी सभ्यताएं रहती हैं, सबके अलग अलग तरीके हैं रहने के, खाने के, ओढ़ने के। आप बिल्कुल ठीक कह रही हैं कि जब आप पढ़ने जाते हैं तो आप शिक्षा लेने जाते हैं, वहां पर आपको जरूरी नहीं अपनी रिलीजियस आइडेंटिटी असर्ट करने का। बट दैट बीइंग सेड, हमारे देश में यूनिफॉर्मिटी का मतलब होमोजेनिटी तो कभी नहीं था। सबको एक सा होने की जरूरत ही नहीं है हमारे देश में।
नहीं, देखिए, हमारे देश में जस्टिस टू ऑल एंड अपीजमेंट टू नन आपको समझना ही चाहिए, क्योंकि फंडामेंटल राइट टू प्रैक्टिस एसेंशियल रिलीजियस प्रैक्टिसेस कैन बी इन योर ओन प्लेस एंड इन योर ओन स्पेस। इस्लामिक फेथ को भी आप देखिए तो 54 ऐसे कंट्रीज हैं जहां हिजाब पहनना जरूरी है भी नहीं, और बल्कि कहते हैं कि ये आपके कुरान में भी नहीं लिखा है। तो वो आर्ग्यूमेंट एक तरफ रखे, ये समझिए कि कोई भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में आज आप पायलट बनो तो क्या आप हिजाब पहन के पायलट बनेंगे, या आप एक डॉक्टर बन गए तो हिजाब करके सर्जरी करेंगे, या आप कोई होटल इंडस्ट्री में हो तो हिजाब पहन के आप वहां जाएंगे, या वहां की यूनिफॉर्म और एक I think it's very well articulated by the honorable court, as has been by our leadership, to say that there are, when you're taking the admission, there is a form which you sign.
Yes,
about
there's an undertaking that you give. I'm running short of time, Shaina. I'm running short of time. वारिस पठान, 30 seconds to you. आप एक जल्दी से एक जवाब दीजिए जो शाइना जी ने अभी तक कहा।
ये शाइना जी की बात से मैं जरा भी सहमत नहीं हूँ। ये पूरा गलत बोल रही है कि पायलट पकड़ेंगे तो क्या हिजाब पहनेंगे। मैं उनको बताना चाहता हूँ, फीफा वर्ल्ड कप जो है उसमें भी हिजाब पहनकर फुटबॉल खेलना अलाउड है। इंटरनेशनल बास्केटबॉल एसोसिएशन जो है वो हिजाब पहनकर बास्केटबॉल खेलने की इजाजत देता है वुमेन को। और हमारे सरदार भाई हैं काफी सारे पायलट्स, वो अपना टर्बन, अपना पगड़ी पहन के प्लेन भी चलाते हैं, फाइटर प्लेन भी चलाते हैं। हमको खुशी भी होती है। हम किसी के इसके बारे में नहीं बोलते, तो किसी को दूसरे के रिलीजन के बारे में बोलने की कोई जरूरत नहीं।
मुझे लगता है हम सबको हक है इस देश में एक डिबेट करने का, एक दूसरे से वाद विवाद करने का। एंड एज फार एज द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल इश्यूज आर कंसर्न, शाइना, एनसी, वारिस पठान, थैंक यू both of you for joining us on the broadcast. What the law of the land is, what does the constitution protect and what it does not protect. Perhaps the constitutional courts, the court of records in this country, the High Court and the Supreme Court will answer in the time to come. We'll talk about the story and much more here on CNN News 18 on the other side of a quick break.
नहीं, मेरी लोगों से यही अपील है कि ऐसे इश्यूज़ पे हमको अनावश्यक आंदोलन करने की आवश्यकता नहीं है, क्योंकि ये कोई दूसरे स्टेट में कोई घटना हुई और उसका संबंध लगा के अगर हम हमारे स्टेट में ऐसे आंदोलन करेंगे तो ये ठीक नहीं है। मैं सभी राजकीय पक्ष और संगठनों को विनती करता हूँ कि आप ऐसा आंदोलन मत करिए। इस राज्य में शांति बनाए रखने के लिए सबका सहयोग हो।
असं आहे की डोक्यावर पदर ठेवणे, दुपट्टा घालणे, हिजाब घालणे म्हणजे तोंड लपवणे नाही। हिजाब आणि बुरका याच्यात अंतर आहे। म्हणजे महिला या देशामध्ये कुठल्याही हे जर डोक्यावर हिजाब टाकत असेल तर कुठलाही त्याच्यात गैर नाही. ज्या पद्धतीने भाजपचे लोक हे सगळं त्यांनी रचलेलं आहे, कुठेतरी लहान मुलांमध्ये जे काही मानसिकता ते तयार करत आहे हे धोकादायक आहे. म्हणजे यामुळे देशाचं नुकसान होणार, कुणाचा फायदा होणार नाही.
We'll go back on another trip when we get on to the other post.
यूपी प्लस योगी बहुत है उपयोगी।
Fantastic, isn't it? As I say good morning, this is what Alexa has allowed me to do again. Get back on that quadcopter and right above the Rumi Darwaza, just beside the Bada Imam Bara over Lucknow. It's the fight for this. Who's going to come back? Is the BJP going to break the jinx? Or is it going to be the SP-RLD combined that's going to mount the challenge and perhaps do the impossible? We have to have a look. It's just phenomenal this Thursday morning as first phase of polling gets underway. The fight, ladies and gentlemen, is who is going to come back on that seat in the capital of Lucknow to run Uttar Pradesh again. That's the big challenge. It's a beautiful sight in front of us. You've got the Gomti River there, looks so beautiful. And as we turn around and the quadcopter swings around a bit, I'm well and truly harnessed inside, so you don't need to worry about me. But have a look at this. Fantastic view. And this is going to also set up the stage for all of us. Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow, and of course New Delhi, 2022 to 2024. It's a beautiful sight. You also have the Bhul Bhulaiya, Awadh ki Bhul Bhulaiya there to my right. There it comes into the frame, the Tile Wali Masjid. It's a beautiful sight aerially from here. Lucknow, absolutely fantastic. Alexa allowing me to get onto this quadcopter. But this is the big fight. 403 seats, 312 went to the BJP, 325 to the BJP and its allies, 47 for the Samajwadi Party. Can they get up to 202 and really do what looks seemingly impossible? BSP 19, Congress anywhere in the fray. We have to see all that. I'm running out of time. I'm going to head back to the studio. But in the meantime, it's over to Zaka and Maria.
All right, what an amazing picture that of Anand over the Bada Imam Bara in Lucknow. But what is...
Welcome back. And the Mahayuddha for Uttar Pradesh has officially begun with polling underway for the first phase of election. As many as 58 constituencies across 11 districts are at stake. Till 11 a.m. across these 11 districts, a little over 20% voters have already casted their votes. Now, political row has also erupted after RLD chief Jayant Chaudhary revealed that he won't be casting his vote due to a political campaign. He is a voter of Mathura region. BJP has hit out at Jayant Chaudhary for not casting his vote and instead picking to attend a rally. Some breaking news coming in. Let's go to that. And facing flack from his political rivals, RLD chief Jayant Chaudhary now says he will try to finish his poll rally and cast his vote from Mathura. Clearly much criticism that has come from the political opponents. Let's listen in to Jayant Chaudhary.
नहीं, मेरा वोट मथुरा में है. हम लोग यहाँ बिजनौर में है क्योंकि सेकेंड राउंड और पहले राउंड के बीच में सिर्फ 2 ही दिन जो है चुनाव अभियान के हैं. चारू जो मेरी पत्नी हैं वो सुबह ही जाके मथुरा वोट डाल चुकी हैं. यहाँ कार्यक्रम ख़त्म होगा तो 6 बजे तक जो मतदान केंद्र खुले हैं मैं कोशिश करूँगा वहाँ पहुँच के अपनी वोट डालूँ. और मैं सबको कहता हूँ कि वोट ज़रूर डालें, मत अधिकार का प्रयोग करें. और उत्तर प्रदेश में परिवर्तन लाने के लिए वोट दें।
My colleague Nikhil Lakhwani is joining us live from Mathura and getting us more details on that story. Nikhil, clearly political pressure building up, leading the leader to change his opinion and perhaps try and cast his vote. Many would say politically irresponsible.
Well, definitely is political very irresponsible, because these are the leaders who, urge every time that come out and vote in huge numbers. And if we talk about the numbers since morning, we are seeing in Mathura constituency as well that people are coming in large numbers. But earlier there were reports that due to the rally in Bijnor, Jayant Chaudhary, chief of RLD, is not going to cast his vote today. But after many of the there were many of the instructions and also the deliberations by inside the party leaders. Finally, he has decided that after completing his rally in Bijnor district, he would be heading towards the Mathura district. And this morning, his wife Charu has casted her vote in the Mathura seat. But after much of the deliberations, finally, what we are getting to hear is that he is also going to come up in the Mathura seat. This is the place where he will be casting his vote. So anytime now, after the completion of his rally, he would be coming here. But his opposition parties, particularly Bharatiya Janata Party, was clearly raising some questions as to how irresponsible of these leaders, because they are the one who are deciding their priorities. What his priority is as of now, to address the rally. And these are the voters in first phase who are going out, but Jayant Chaudhary wasn't coming till this morning.
He wasn't coming till this morning, politically irresponsible, and after much criticism, of course, he is ceding to that pressure. Well, let's take you through the key issues, political issues that dominate the politics of Western Uttar Pradesh. Well, many would say law and order. If you've been hearing the voters since morning, then law and order is one issue that has resonated across. If you talk about women voters, they will say they feel safer in the state and the crime rate has significantly come down in this region, also says the NCRB data. Well, Samajwadi Party, I'm sure, has their side of the story, but the NCRB data will tell you that there have been less riots in the last few years. Well, moving on, Samajwadi Party is still seen somewhere as a Gunda party. That's what the BJP accuses them of. BJP also says, hum kaam bhi karenge aur lagam bhi lagayenge. That's what is the political rebuttal which Yogi Adityanath is saying. Let's talk about the agrarian crisis. About 40 lakh sugarcane farmers, and they say about 4,000 crore dues which are yet to be paid to them. And not just the sugarcane farmers, there is also building resentment about another key agriculture area in this area, which is the potato farmers. They argue that because of the bumper crop, the prices have come down, and they need some kind of support or an industry that can help use this bumper crop. Now, moving on from the agriculture issues, if you go forward from the Kisan anger, there is always the faith and religion, which is the undercurrent of UP politics. Well, if you talk about faith and religion, Jat vote. Will they vote as Hindus, or there would be sharp caste consolidation? Even among Jats, there are sharp divisions that one would very often talk about. 91% of the Jats voted for the BJP if you talk about 2019. Of course, Lok Sabha elections, but in the last Vidhan Sabha elections as well, there was a consolidation that happened in the favor of the BJP, and hence they could sweep the state with the sort of numbers that we saw. And of course, the most important issue, Mathura, is also a key constituency which is voting today. The twin-fold objective of the BJP, Vikas bhi, Vishwas bhi. We will make infrastructure. Kashi Vishwanath also corridor is also an infrastructure development we have done. And Mathura will develop for tourism, industry and trade by developing the temple premises. So clearly that's the pitch which is being made, and going forward we'd have to see which way the issues really sit with the voters. Is it really that simplistic as the experts would like us to believe? Well, people who've been following the politics of Uttar Pradesh will tell you that UP is anything but not simplistic. Our managing editor, Zakir Jacob, also decodes some of the key facts for us on the magic wall. Have a look.
What is at stake today, ladies and gentlemen? Phase 1, 58 seats that are up for the grabs. And take a look at what the BJP is defending. 53 out of the 58 seats at a vote share of almost 50%. That is what the BJP is defending in this western UP belt, all the way from Muzaffarnagar, Shamli down to Mathura and Agra. This is what the BJP is defending with 53 seats. Go back 5 years before that, it's not quite the same story, Because take a look at what happened 5 years before that. The BJP was at number 3 position. It had only 10 seats out of the 58. It went up to 53 in 5 years' time. And look at the others. These others, the 9 seats, all 9 won by the RLD with a 24% vote share. So a quarter of the vote share went to the RLD in 2012. But in 2017, the RLD was completely nowhere in the picture. They just won 1 seat, and that 1 seat is the seat of Chaproli, which of course is the home gad, the native village of Ajit Singh and now Jayant Chaudhary, and he's fighting from that particular seat. But take a look at this entire sweep that the BJP made across Western Uttar Pradesh. 53 out of the 58 seats. Some of their big names from Sanjeev Balyan, Sangeet Som, they all hail from this Western Uttar Pradesh region. And this is where the J plus M, the Jat plus Muslim combine, will be put to test yet again. Because remember, all the elections for the last 7 or 8 years, from 2013 onwards, whether it's 14, 17, 19, were all held in the backdrop of the communal polarization and the Jat-Muslim sort of divide, the fault line that had happened because of those riots. But now, is there bhaichara? Will the Kisan issue, will price rise, will inflation, will that overtake any communal fault line, communal polarization? That's the big question.
I'm joined by MOS General VK Singh. Sir, you tell me how firm you are, how BJP is going to perform.
BJP is going to perform very well, and we will have a majority government in UP.
What are the issues that people are voting for?
People are voting for the type of security environment that is there. There are no land grabbers, there are no mafias, there are no people from whom your daughters and sisters were scared of. And overall, there is stability. Second is, there has been an all-round development without any discrimination.
So there's an alliance between RLD and SP. How challenging this alliance is for BJP?
In 2019, there was an alliance between SP and BSP.
Right.
How much did it last?
Some breaking news coming in. Ashish Mishra gets bail. This is the Lakhimpur Kheri case. He's the son of Union Minister of State for Home. He was arrested after that unfortunate incident in Lakhimpur Kheri where multiple farmers were mowed down and there was huge uproar. Clearly, there were many FIRs that were registered and Ashish Mishra was booked under 2 of them. Let me cut across to my colleague Pranshu Mishra, who is with us on the broadcast. Pranshu, if I remember correctly, there were multiple FIRs that were filed. Was Ashish Mishra named in all of them, and has he got a bail in one of them or all of them?
Anusha, there was the one key FIR that was filed against him, and subsequently there were more charges which were enhanced against him. So prima facie, it was one FIR, and if you recall, there was enhancement of section 302, and that was an SIT report which said that in their investigation they found that Mr. Ashish Mishra was not just the part of conspiracy, he was very much the part of that convoy which has overran the farmers, and therefore he was also made a murder accused in this case. Now, after being behind the bars for almost more than 3 months, his bail application that has been accepted and has been approved by the Lucknow bench of Allahabad High Court. The charge sheet was filed earlier on, so we are still in the process of collecting more details as to what sureties and conditions have been put in his bail. But the big development news was is that Ashish Mishra's bail plea has been accepted. It has been approved by the Allahabad High Court. So I think now he can actually walk out of the jail after the due formalities are completed.
Arunima is also with us on the broadcast. Arunima, you've tracked this case from the ground. Ashish Mishra getting bail. Not to forget that this is the poll season. Tell us more about the story.
So just to give you a backgrounder, I think our viewers are all aware of what really had happened. Ashish Mishra and his aides have been accused of mowing down farmers. Also one journalist who was killed. Like Pranshu pointed out, the charge sheet has been filed and there is a charge of murder against him that the police have found prima facie. So that matter will have to be decided on the basis of evidence. But like you said, this is poll season. What is it that the opposition has been harping on time and again is that in this government, farmers are made to brave the winter, made to brave the rains, made to sit at the Ghazipur and the Singhu border. And if they protest still, their sons and their aides mow the farmers down. This has been the opposition's narrative all this while. And I'm sure now that Ashish Mishra has gotten bail, Lakhimpur Kheri goes to polls in the next few phases. Opposition is bound to make this an issue once again. However, Ashish Mishra's father, Mr. Ajay Mishra Teni MOS home, he has kind of refrained from commenting much on this case after the initial outburst in the media. He has accused the media of running a smear campaign against his family.
Yes,
so we'll have to wait and see. Once Ashish Mishra comes home, will he continue to be in Lakhimpur Kheri, his hometown, or will he be kept away from the poll-bound areas of Uttar Pradesh?
Absolutely. Well, bail is the right of any accused. So the court must have seen the circumstances why they have given him the bail. Sandeep Chaudhary, who's an RLD leader, is joining us on the broadcast. My colleague Pranshu Mishra is also with us. But before that, I'll go to Sandeep Chaudhary. Sandeep ji, I'd like your reaction on the bail which has been given to Ashish Mishra.
देखिए मैडम, मैं आपके चैनल के माध्यम से पूरे देश को बताना चाहता हूँ, जिस तरीके से कानून के साथ खिलवाड़ किया जा रहा है, आपको वो चीज भी याद होगी जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजों ने सामने आकर प्रेस के कहा था कि आज हमारे स्वतंत्रता नहीं है। इसी तरीके से आप देखिए दूसरे लोगों को तो किस तरीके से, अगर मैं आपसे पूछूं, आप बड़ी पत्रकार है, आप भी नहीं बता सकते कि नाई दसन ने किसका बलात्कार किया है, किसकी हत्या की है, किसके ऊपर गाड़ी चढ़ाई है। लेकिन जो सर्वविदित है, पूरी दुनिया में हर कोई बता सकता है कि हिंदुस्तान के गृह राज्य मंत्री के बेटे ने किस तरीके से किसानों को रोना और उनको ऐसे इलेक्शन के टाइम पे इलेक्शन का माहौल बनाने के लिए जमानत मिल जाती है। तो सोचिए हमारे देश में किस
आप जो आरोप लगा रहे हैं वो काफी गंभीर है। देखिए संदीप जी, ये फैसला कि कौन दोषी है या निर्दोष अक्सर लोग एक पब्लिक परसेप्शन बना लेते हैं, लेकिन अंतिम फैसला हमेशा कानून और कोर्ट का होता है। मैं इस बात में बहुत मानती हूँ। और दूसरी चीज मैं आपसे ये भी पूछना चाहूंगी कि क्या आपका ये सीधा सीधा आरोप है कि जो न्याय विधि है या जो कोर्ट है वो किसी तरीके से कॉम्प्रोमाइज्ड है? क्या ये एक आरोप आप लगा रहे हैं?
जी बिल्कुल, मैं आरोप लगा रहा हूँ। आपने ये चीजें किसी से छुपी नहीं है। अगर मैं जस्टिस लोढ़ा की बात करूँ, उनकी हत्या कैसे हो जाती है, जिस तरीके से जजेस सामने आए थे प्रेस के, हिंदुस्तान में के इतिहास में पहली बार हुआ था, जिस तरीके से सीबीआई के लोगों में अस्थाना में एक प्रॉब्लम्स क्रिएट हुई थी, आपने देखा था पहली बार हुआ था। तो ऐसी तमाम चीजें पहली बार हुई है और जिस चीज को कोई सोच भी नहीं सकता। आप ये बताइए किस मुंह से अब किसानों के बीच में जाएंगे, किस मुंह से किसानों की वोट मांगेंगे? अगर ये उसके आदमी की पैरवी करते हैं जो किसानों को रोन देता है, तो इसका क्या रिजल्ट रहेगा? चुनाव का माहौल है, लोग गिनती कर रहे हैं पर वोट करेंगे और ऐसी सरकार को सबक सिखाने का काम करें।
Sandeep ji, that's the political message you're going to take to the people. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. On that note, I want to go to my colleague Pranshu Mishra, who's with us on the broadcast. Pranshu, it is very clear from what the RLD leader is saying, this is going to politically backfire for the BJP. Is that what we can assess with the situation? How do you see this politically really panning out? We are in the heat of the election season. Today is the first phase of polling in Western Uttar Pradesh.
Anusha, see, it clearly has two aspects to it. One is the legal aspect, the other is the political aspect.
Sure.
Now, as far as the legal process is concerned, we all know that in the cases of murder, where someone is a murder accused, generally the bails are denied from the session court. Then that also happened in the Ashish Mishra's case. His bail was, initially rejected by the sessions court in Lakhimpur, and we often have seen that, High Court is a competent authority, the competent judicial place, where generally these cases are brought, and, in many cases, even in the other murder cases, accused do get bail. So Ashish Mishra was, behind bars for almost, I'll say more than 3 months now. So that bail, comes out as a part of a legal process. Now, opposition can question that whether the UP police actually, pursued strongly against this bail, request, whether it actually demanded for denial of the bail in the High Court or not. That is something which we are not aware of at the moment. Politically speaking, yes, the opposition now gets to, bring back those memories of Lakhimpur incident, saying that, somehow the case has not been pursued pursued in the manner it should have been pursued against Ashish Mishra, given the fact that his father, Ajay Mishra, is still a part of the union cabinet, and is something which likes of Priyanka Gandhi, Akhilesh Yadav, Jayant Chaudhary and every other opposition leader has been demanding that why no action was taken against Ajay Mishra. But what I can tell you is that, see, BJP's point of view is that we never, relented in pursuing the case against Ashish Mishra. If you remember, and you also followed this case, initially he was not made the accused of the murder charges. 302 was not slapped against him. And then UPSIT came forward saying that in our investigation we have found ample proof to slap this, the section 302 as also against him. Now that was seen as a big proof that how UP police is doing this probe quite independently without any political intervention. Otherwise, the minister's son would not have been booked under section 302. So the bail process or the bail, acceptance could also be seen as a part of a normal legal course, because see, Ashish Mishra is the son of a minister, doesn't mean that his legal rights have been curtailed. Absolutely. He has also got a bail like any other accused in a murder case could get. But yes, politics will of course escalate on this issue, because see, the incident of farmers being crushed under the wheels in Lakhimpur, that has been not just a Lakhimpur-centric issue. It has also been seen a lot of resonance, a lot of politics, even in the Western UP belt, which is presently going
please stay with us on the broadcast. I'd love to chat with you more about the political ramifications of it, but I can't agree with you more when you say that the political ramifications of a case are absolutely different from the legal rights of an accused. Every accused has a legal right, including the right to bail. Yes, it's a murder case. Generally, you don't get bail from a sessions court. You have to reapply. That's exactly what happened in Ashish Mishra's case as well. Vandana Singh of the Samajwadi Party is joining us on the broadcast. Vandana ji, I'd like your reaction with Ashish Mishra getting bail.
Well, I'm speechless. I don't know what to say. How did he get a bail? That means everything was hotched up by the police. The evidence is there, which is staring at us. And if we're calling Yogi Adityanath ji that he is very strict with law and order, why is this happening?
But Vandana ji, is that also to say that any accused cannot get a bail just because he's the son of a minister? I'm just turning the argument around, that's all.
No, not at all that he cannot get a bail just because, he's a VIP or something. But here, the police, what was the SIT report? Clearly, there is a tussle for power within BJP in UP. I'm surprised.
But Vandana ji, before I bring in Anila Singh of the BJP into the discussion, Vandana ji, I'm trying to scratch through your surprise and understand what the surprise is really about. If you ask me as a student of law, a murder accused gets a bail. It's very difficult, usually denied at the initial instances, but eventually even a murder accused is able to get a bail.
I'm not a student of law, but there is a little bit of common sense I do have. And all along they have been saying that Yogi ji is famous for maintenance of law and order, no gundagardi, so how?
Okay, let me take that question to Anila Singh. Anila ji, one of the key things that your Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has spoken about in his poll campaign, and we heard the voters also talking about it, that law and order right now in UP, especially in Western UP, is very good. Then how come Ashish Mishra has got a bail? He's an accused in such a heinous case. That's what the Samajwadi Party is asking. Please answer.
See how a political party can answer this question. This question should be asked from the court, because court has given the bail, not Bharatiya Janata Party. And court works according to the legality, not according to the fake promises done by, as if done by the opposition. So definitely, this question should be asked from the court. If court has given the bail, there must be a provision for it. So how Bharatiya Janata Party as a political party can answer this question?
But Samajwadi Party is saying that somewhere the SIT and the manner in which they conducted the investigation was vitiated. That's what they're arguing.
They can say anything. They can say anything, whatever they want to say. And this is a Lal Tobi ki Gundagardi wali party, and they think that anything can be twisted. But at the same time, I can say that this is a high-profile case, and even everybody, like right from the courts to everybody, they know that this case is under the magnifying glass. So do you think that anybody is going to show some sort of leniency? Even the Bharatiya Janata Party's government in the state, they did not show any leniency. That is why Ashish, is behind the bars. Today, if he has been given the bail, the question should be asked from the court, not from BJP.
Vandana ji, Anila ji, please stay with us on the broadcast. Hanan Molla of the CPI is also joining us on the broadcast. Hanan ji, my question to you is, this is a process of law. Everybody gets bail. That's what Anila ji is arguing, that if you want to ask this question, why he's got a bail, ask the courts. BJP has not given him a bail.
You know, this is, my opinion is, this is most unfortunate judgment. Because we definitely, judgment is important on any cases come before it. But always judgment does not give justice. It is a judgment, but it is not justice. So because we know the conspirator, we know how the farmers are being killed, and we know how his role in mobilizing Brahmin vote in Uttar Pradesh election. We know, and he, in spite of all this, his son is involved. A conspiracy was found in the inquiry. In spite of that, he was sitting in the cabinet. So in the system, in a political system...
Anila ji, I'll just come to you.
So, okay.
Nee, Mr. Hanan Molla, if you want to finish your point, sir. I don't mean to interrupt you.
Yes, that is the question. I think it is unfortunate. But many Christians will consider, always do not get justice, but judgment is there. Okay.
Anila ji, do you want to come in and respond? But the key argument, I think, which the opposition is making is that the SIT did not do their job properly. They only buckled under the pressure of the Supreme Court because they were monitoring the case. I remember those hearings at the Supreme Court where the top court was very closely looking at the evidence, and eventually, because of their bad investigation, he's got a bail. That's what the opposition is accusing the state of UP.
I really feel pity on opposition. Material, a concrete material to put their points across. If they are saying that SIT has compromised the investigation, then they are questioning Supreme Court. Honorable Supreme, this SIT was made under the guidance of Honorable Supreme Court. Now the opposition is saying every agency, every institute in the country is compromised, right from Supreme Court to lower, right from CBI to ATS to SIT, everything is compromised. I mean, do they agree that we have a country here? या उसको भी बोल देंगे कि नहीं नहीं ऐसा कुछ है नहीं, ये बीजेपी का षड्यंत्र है कि भारत नाम का एक देश इन्होंने क्रिएट कर
दिया. Vandana ji, I'll come to you. Vandana ji, I'll come to you. Please make your point. Yes, Vandana ji, please go ahead.
Everything is compromised today, and this is a grave issue. It is happening almost every day in various forms, in various places, and all you talk about is we have governance. We have shown the governance. Mr. Modi comes on the stage and he calls Akhilesh Yadav, the stint as a CM, is a Gunda Raj. What is this? Would you call this a Gunda Raj? What will you call this? Farmers have died. Who's answerable to that? It's very well. You just sweep the dirt under the carpet. That doesn't make you holier than thou. And it's no rocket science that everything is compromised here.
When you're saying everything is compromised, would you want to substantiate that, Vandana ji? What do you mean by that?
Unless the Supreme Court had intervened here.
That is why earlier I said that I really pity opposition. I really pity them. Today they are not. They cannot see that how this great country, which is a union of states, which work on the federal system, is doing so well that whole of the world is recognizing the power and the strength of our country, and they are saying everything is compromised. Everything is
I'll come
compromised.
to you. I'll give you the opportunity to speak. Anila ji, finish your point. Finish your point.
I mean, they cannot see the growth and the strength of the country. That is a problem with these regional parties because they work on caste and religion base. So when they are restricted to one particular area, to one particular caste, to one particular religion, they cannot see the strength of our country. Our country is great. Our country is beautiful. Our country is a democratic country. And today is the day when we are celebrating democracy. And this is the festival of voting. People are voting and they're going to vote for crime-free, corruption-free, and for the development.
Well, that's the part about this case, that this is not just legal, it's hugely political. And that is why you had the intervention coming in from the Supreme Court itself. Vandana ji, you were making a point, but I want to add one more point, and please respond to that as well. Feel free to, negate the point or argue otherwise, is that this is a legal case which is going on. Supreme Court monitored the case. They also looked at the team which is investigating. Evidence, I can tell you, was very closely looked at. Who was charge sheeted, whose statement was recorded under 164 CRPC. All of those details were looked at by the Supreme Court. Now, when somebody is getting a bail under an ordinary process of law, why politicize it?
We all live in this country.
Yes, ma'am.
I like the way she was saying, beautiful country, democratic country. This country is as much as ours as BJP's or it's hers. And we don't need her confirmation about this country. Her opinion, her rhetoric, she can keep it to herself. We all know what has happened. It was right on our face. And is this Ram Raj? We were told we're going to get Ram Raj. Achhe din. Sabka saath, sabka vikas. Is this the vikas?
Rashid Alvi of the Congress Party is also joining us. Vandana ji, please stay with us on the broadcast. Mr. Alvi, how do you see this development? Ashish Mishra has got a bail.
You know, just last word, the goalpost has moved from development
yes, Rashid ji, I'm just coming
to religion to caste. Because he's a Brahmin, so now this has been done. They didn't even ask him to resign, that Mr. Tani, on moral grounds.
Are you really saying that he's got a bail because he's a Brahmin? Vandana ji, are you really saying that he's got a bail because he's a Brahmin?
Well, why wasn't he asked to resign on moral grounds?
No, resignation and getting a bail are two very different things, Vandana ji. Resignation and getting a bail are two very different things. I'm sure you want to clarify your point.
I'm talking about bail. I'm talking about Mr. Tani. Yes, his importance is what? Everybody knows who he is. Just because he's a Brahmin. This is to attract Brahmin votes. Yes, I repeat myself.
To attract Brahmin votes, that is why Ashish Mishra has been granted a bail. That's your statement.
No, that is why Mr. Tani has been, Mr. Ayodhya Mishra has been retained.
Okay. Okay. Let me bring in Mr. Rashid Alvi also into the discussion. Mr. Alvi, how do you see this development? Bail has been granted to Ashish Mishra, the key accused in Lakhimpur Kheri violence case.
It is very unfortunate. I am sorry, I do not want to make any comment on the court. But I can say that this district court, I do not know who is the judge who has granted bail. 4 persons are killed. Whether he has set any example, he has set any precedent that you kill the people and get bail and get free. What is this? What is going on under the when Narendra Modi is the Prime Minister of the country? It is very unfortunate.
Okay. I see the opposition party is making that point that Ashish Mishra getting bail is not an ordinary judicial procedure, but rather this is a process that shows that how the UP police did not do their job properly. On the other side, well, most legal experts, lawyers and BJP would say this was an ordinary process of law. He's an accused and like any other person, he has a right to bail. That's not reserved for ordinary people, even if he's a VIP or this is a high-profile case. Bail is clearly something which is the right of an accused. But the political storm will continue to build up. We are in the thick of the poll season. Expect some more reactions, a lot of reactions to come in on the story. We talk about this and much more on the other side of a quick break. Stay tuned.
Kisan issue, will price rise, will inflation, will that overtake any communal fault line, communal polarization? That's the big question. As I now welcome Maria Shakil, my colleague and political editor. You've been traveling in those places. It is a fascinating contest, this.
Absolutely, Zaka. And is there a running theme or is there a dominant narrative in this belt? That we'll know perhaps only on 10th. But one thing is clear, that this is going to be an election which will decide which way and perhaps newer ways of looking at elections. It's also very interesting that this is the most urbanized and well-off sub-region of Uttar Pradesh with Ghaziabad and Gautam Budh Nagar. But Zaka, what we are seeing up there?
Yeah, there's something up in the air.
Yes.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? Is it Superman?
Well, I can hear you guys. This is the magic of Alexa, and Alexa,
okay. It's our own Superman,
right? And I'm making my way into the studio.
Oh wow!
Take a look at that. The quadcopter landing.
Yes,
There you go. Yes, hi. Hi, morning. How are you guys?
How are you, Anand? How is it
properly,
up there?
please, so that I can get out. So this is what I'm going to do. This is my Alexa. I'm going to put the controls back here and say thank you to Alexa and step out.
Okay.
And there you go. Back into the studio, guys.
Welcome back from up in the air.
Absolutely. It's just been fantastic.
And how long, Anand? How long was the journey?
Well, it just took seconds because it was the Alexa data dome that's actually taken me, and this Alexa quadcopter. It's good to be back on this. And now that we can get this out of the way, okay, Alexa, you can take her out. You can take her out.
Let's go back up.
There you go, up, back up. Thank you very much. We're going to go back on another trip when we get on to the other post.
यूपी प्लस योगी बहुत है उपयोगी।
Fantastic, isn't it? As I say good morning, this is what Alexa has allowed me to do again. Get back on that quadcopter and right above the Rumi Darwaza, just beside the Bada Imam Bara over Lucknow. It's the fight for this. Who's going to come back? Is the BJP going to break the jinx? Or is it going to be the SPRLD combined that's going to mount the challenge and perhaps do the impossible? We have to have a look. It's just phenomenal this Thursday morning as first phase of polling gets underway. The fight, ladies and gentlemen, is who is going to come back on that seat in the capital of Lucknow to run Uttar Pradesh again. That's the big challenge. It's a beautiful sight in front of us. You've got the Gomti River there, looks so beautiful. And as we turn around and the quadcopter swings around a bit, I'm well and truly harnessed inside, so you don't need to worry about me. But have a look at this. Fantastic view. And this is going to also set up the stage for all of us.
Welcome back. In a quick check of some key stories from across the country. Professional wrestler and former WWE star Dalip Singh Rana, better known as the Great Khali, has joined the Bharatiya Janata Party ahead of the Punjab Assembly elections. As COVID cases dip, the Health Ministry has revised the guidelines for all international arrivals from February 14. The government has done away with home quarantine on arrival and has advised travellers to self-monitor for 14 days. India has reported over 67,000 new cases and over 1,200 deaths in the last 24 hours. The daily positivity rate has decreased from 4.54% yesterday to about 4.44% today. Reserve Bank of India has kept the repo rate unchanged at 4% for the 10th consecutive time. Likewise, the reverse repo rate is also unchanged at 3.35%. Indrani Mukherjee, accused in the Sheena Bora murder case, has applied for bail in the Supreme Court. The apex court will take up the matter on the 14th of February. And an unidentified person allegedly hurled a petrol bomb at Tamil Nadu BJP headquarters late last night. Tamil Nadu BJP unit has now demanded NIA inquiry into the incident. Well, all the hustle-bustle as the Western UP votes on 58 seats and everything that will happen during the course of the day in the hearing in the hijab matter, a 3-judge bench is all set to hear that case. All that and much more lined up here on CNN News 18, slipping into a short break.
In 5 years' time, and look at the others. These others, the 9 seats, all 9 won by the RLD with a 24% vote share. So a quarter of the vote share went to the RLD in 2012, but in 2017, the RLD was completely nowhere in the picture. They just won 1 seat, and that 1 seat is the seat of Chaproli, which of course is the home gad, the native village of Ajit Singh and now Jain Chaudhary, and he's fighting from that particular seat. But Take a look at this entire sweep that the BJP made across Western Uttar Pradesh. 53 out of the 58 seats. Some of their big names from Sanjeev Balyan, Sangeet Som, they all hail from this Western Uttar Pradesh region. And this is where the J plus M, the Jat plus Muslim combine, will be put to test yet again. Because remember, all the elections for the last 7 or 8 years, from 2013 onwards, whether it's 14, 17, 19, were all held in the backdrop of the communal polarization and the Jat-Muslim sort of divide, the fault line that had happened because of those riots. But now, is there bhaichara? Will the Kisan issue, will price rise, will inflation, will that overtake any communal fault line, communal polarization? That's the big question. As I now welcome Maria Shakil, my colleague and political editor. You've been traveling in those places. It is a fascinating contest, this.
Absolutely, Zaka. And is there a running theme or is there a dominant narrative in this belt? That we'll know perhaps only on 10th. But one thing is clear, that this is going to be an election which will decide which way and perhaps newer ways of looking at elections. It's also very interesting that this is the most urbanized and well-off sub-region of Uttar Pradesh with Ghaziabad and Gautam Budh Nagar. But Zaka, what we are seeing up there?
Yeah, there's something up in the air.
Yes.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? Is it Superman?
Well, I can hear you guys. This is the magic of Alexa, and Alexa,
okay.
It's
our
all
own
control,
Superman,
right? And I'm making my way into the studio.
Oh wow!
Take a look at that, the quadcopter landing into the
There
studio. Yes, hi, morning. How are you guys?
How are you, Anand? How is it
properly,
up there?
please, so that I can get out. So this is what I'm going to do. This is my Alexa. I'm going to put the controls back here and say thank you to Alexa.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. You're with CNN News 18. I'm Ridhima Bhatnagar, getting you all the top stories over the next 60 minutes. Let's begin with our top focus. In the hijab row, the Supreme Court has refused to urgently listen a petition that seeks the transfer of petitions from the Karnataka High Court, which examine the permissibility of the hijab in schools and colleges where a particular uniform is prescribed. Now, the Apex Court has said that the Karnataka High Court must decide on the matter first. A 3-judge bench of the State High Court is slated to resume the hearing in about half an hour. Prime Minister Modi also hit out at the opposition, saying they are misleading Muslim women. He reiterated that the BJP government was praised for its move to ban triple talaq and Muslim women have better security than what they had before.
हमने मुस्लिम बहनों को 3 तलाक के जुल्म से मुक्ति दिलाई है और हमने जो 3 तलाक के खिलाफ कानून बनाया है उसने मुस्लिम बहनों को सुरक्षा का विश्वास दिया है लेकिन साथियों जब मुस्लिम बहन बेटियों का समर्थन खुलेआम भाजपा को मिलने लगा जब मुस्लिम बेटियां 1-1, 2 मिनट के अपने वीडियो डालने लगी भाजपा की सरकार की तारीफ करने लगी.
Let me bring in my colleagues also. Let me first go across to Harish, who's joining us on the phone line from Bengaluru, and he's been keeping a very close eye on all these developments. Harish, as we await the Karnataka High Court to resume its hearing in about half an hour, the Supreme Court has also refused an urgent hearing. What can we expect today? Harish, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
I will just repeat my question. I was saying all eyes back on the High Court, which will resume its hearing in about half an hour. The Supreme Court has refused for an urgent hearing. What can we expect from the High Court today?
Well, with the fact that the single judge bench now has referred the matter to a larger bench, and it has Justice Krishna Dixit, who was part of the single judge bench, somewhere the hearing will now be continuation of the arguments that we had seen earlier. In fact, already Justice Dixit has mentioned that even the question of immediate relief, some sort of an interim order, will also be from this larger bench itself. So you will have the Council for Students arguing that there should be some interim relief because they've already missed colleges for quite a number of days, and holidays have been declared for 3 days. So the parties for the kids and also probably the CDC will push for an interim order, and has to be seen if the state government will maintain its stance of asking for a full-fledged order and not an interim relief.
You know, before I bring Anusha in also to understand the legal aspect of what the law stands and whether there can be an interim relief that can be given to the students, I also want to talk about the political ramifications. Harish, if you can hear me, I want to talk about the political ramifications as well. Political reactions continue to trickle in. A big comment made by the Prime Minister also that this is the opposition which is upset because today the BJP has the support of the Muslim women as well.
Well, this is something that was on expected lines. We had already seen this getting politicized at a very local level in Dakshina Kannada, then over the last week in the state. And now the fact that there's an election going on in Uttar Pradesh, we've seen it spilling over to other states and Uttar Pradesh as well. This was kind of expected. In fact, many in Karnataka were saying that the campaign for Uttar Pradesh is partly happening in Dakshina Kannada with all these incidents. And we have seen some strong reactions coming in from the Congress and the BJP as well. Although at the end of those reactions, you've had leaders putting in a caveat saying that they wouldn't want to comment much because the future of these children are on the line. But nothing stopped them from politicizing this issue.
Okay, Harish, I'll request you to stay on with us. Let's listen into some political reactions and we'll come back to this conversation.
I appeal the outsiders not to provoke anything which will disturb the peace and tranquility of the school campuses and in the state at large. Since the matter is pending in the court and day-to-day hearing is going on, it is our duty to create a peaceful atmosphere so that justice can be delivered.
ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ದೇಶಗಳನ್ನು ಒಳಗೊಂಡಂತೆ ಬುರ್ಕವನ್ನು ನಿಷೇಧ ಮಾಡಿದ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಸ್ಥಳಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಅನೇಕ ಬಾರಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಈ ಬುರ್ಕದ ಹಿಂದೆ ಅನೇಕ ಕ್ರೂರ ಕೃತ್ಯಗಳಿಗೆ ಬಳಕೆಯಾಗುವಂತ ಪ್ರಸಂಗಗಳು ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಸ್ಥಳಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬುರ್ಕವನ್ನು ನಿಷೇಧ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಎಂಬುದು ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ಧರ್ಮ ಗುರುಗಳ ಹತ್ರ ವಿನಂತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ಧರ್ಮ ಗುರುಗಳು ಬುರ್ಕವನ್ನ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಸ್ಥಳಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಧರಿಸುವುದನ್ನ ತಡೆಯುವಂತೆ ಪತ್ತು ಹೊರಡಿಸಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದರ ದುರ್ಬಳಕೆಯನ್ನ ಅದರ ಪವಿತ್ರತೆಯನ್ನ ಉಳಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಈ ಮೂಲಕ ನಾನು ವಿನಂತಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
Continues to be with us. Harish, you know, at the center of all of this is how education is also being deprived. Schools and colleges have been shut as a proactive measure by the state government. All eyes, as I said, back on the High Court. But you've been speaking to a lot of representatives of the state government. Does it look like schools and colleges will reopen on Monday?
It is unlikely. A lot of it depends on the stance that the court takes now and whether the hearing goes on in a manner where there could be interim relief either today or at the max tomorrow, because by tomorrow afternoon, the government has to take a call on whether the classes needs to be suspended further on after Monday. The Chief Minister too has spoken on similar lines, saying that he would be meeting the Education Minister and other ministers of the cabinet later on in the evening, and that's when there will be a decision on whether classes need to be suspended further.
Okay, Harish, I'll request you to stay on with us. Let's bring in our colleague Swastika also, who is joining us from Udupi, from where the first protests had broken out. I believe she has the BJP MLA from Udupi with her. Swastika, over to you.
Well, joining me now is BJP Udupi MLA Mr. Raghupati Bhatt. He is also the president of the College Development Committee of the Government PU College where the protest first began. Mr. Bhatt, thank you so much for speaking to CNN News 18. I want you to educate us saying what exactly is specified in the rule book of the college? Is the dress code mandatory?
See, in our college resolution, earlier to this issue, the dress code have been mentioned in the resolution of our college committee. In that, blue color pant, white and blue color checks shirt, ladies, and blue shawl wearing the shoulder, that is written, not in the head, that is written. So that is in the written, but I think more than we have a document before 2002 More than that, because before that we don't have a books. Before that, only when the college started in 1985, from there only the this dress code is there. Means uniform was there. Hijab was not part of the uniform inside the classroom. One thing you should clear: hijab is not banned in the veranda. Hijab is not banned in the ground or entry or anything. When you sit for the class inside the classroom, Muslim girls used to remove their head scarf and sit in the their this one what with shawl. They used to bring their own scarf for a covering the hijab as a hijab. Then they remove it and keep it inside. That was a procedure for us till now. From 25 years it is going on. It is not that hijab totally banned. Why our earlier people? I became MLA in 2004 there. Before that only it was there. Why they have done earlier people means, see, uniform means there should be equality. Uniform, your definition is equal.
Yes. So, but the allegation put forth by the 6 petitioners is that they were allowed to wear hijab earlier, in fact, but why is it that they are telling me that I spoke to them, they tell me that their seniors were allowed to wear, but apparently, allegedly they were tortured by the school management, college management for wearing a hijab, and they are saying that these protests are being done specifically to target them.
See, you should understand, if one student say that it's a torture when the discipline is implemented, then you should guess them how they are. The discipline should be brought in the every college. Okay, so they are saying earlier they were allowed. They were never allowed. I got a lot of photos I can give you. In this protesters, one Alia Banu, who is not speaking with you, other Alia Banu, she is not coming to college because of this protest, you want hijab. She is in 29/10/2021. She is as a college union leader, student leader, is an interactive president. She has taken a oath without hijab. And November 1, our Kannada Rajyotsava Day, all colleges we celebrated Matad Kannada, Kannada songs singing. 1,000, including high school, and 1,000 girls have gathered there. I can show you that photo. I will give you that photo. In that photo, you cannot find one hijab there.
Their argument is that the rule book does not explicitly say you cannot wear a headscarf or a hijab, and they were saying that they have been wearing it to the college, and it was only until recently that they were
No, 200% no. You should not believe that undisciplined girls. They are undisciplined girls. After requesting them lot of time, they are not hearing. The college development committee, principals, all lecturers, even Muslim leaders, even Congress Muslim leaders, they requested also. They are undisciplined girls. I am 200% sure that. See, I have a document, 2009-10, we have done one.
Are these documents before the Karnataka High Court?
Yeah, we have all produced. Everything is there. The decision will come on behalf of that.
So you are saying that the rule has been in place since many years?
Many years, more than 25 years.
So why do you think suddenly the protests have
This is because of some organizations like Campus Front of India, SDPI. They want to create
a word that's coming in from the Udupi MLA, who's quoting the rule book and saying these are rules that the BJP has not made. They've been in place since 1985. He's also clarifying that the hijab is not banned as far as coming from home to the campus is concerned. But while taking classes, there is an issue because you want to maintain a sense of uniformity. Let's understand what can we expect from the High Court today. My colleague Anusha Soni is also now joining us. Anusha, I want to first talk to you about what the petitioners have been saying. They've been looking for some sort of an interim relief yesterday. That wasn't given, so status quo is maintained. Can we expect interim relief today?
As you pointed out, that's what the petitioners are going to be pressing upon. The key argument that these petitioners have made before the single judge bench of the Karnataka High Court, and now a full bench of 3 judges who are sitting, is that their right to education is being hindered, and the court should hear this matter with a certain degree of urgency. Urgency is the sole reason why you saw another girl from Udupi, a Muslim girl, approaching the Supreme Court via the advocate, represented by Senior Advocate Mr. Kapil Sibal. A mentioning was made that this matter should be listed However, the Supreme Court said that while the Karnataka High Court is already seized of the matter, we don't want to interfere right now. So all eyes on that 3-judge bench. Very briefly, Ridhima, I also want to take our viewers through the composition of this bench. You have the Karnataka High Court Chief Justice R.R. Awasthi, who's leading the bench as expected. You have Justice Krishna Dikshit, who was earlier the single judge who had referred this matter. He has also been included. You also have Justice Qazi
Anusha, I apologize for interrupting. We're cutting across to Uttarakhand now. Let's listen in.
कमलेश्वर महादेव की ई पावन धरती का मेरा दाना शयना दीदी भूलिया भूला भौजियो थे मारू सिमान्या मारू प्रणाम। आशा करत आप सब कुशल मंगल होला। जय बद्री विशाल, जय केदार। जब वर्चुअल रैली होती है और पिछले दिनों वर्चुअल रैली के माध्यम से आपसे मिलता तो था, मैं दिल्ली में होता जरूर था, लेकिन मेरा मन उत्तराखंड के लिए ही भागता था। जब मनोरथ सच्चा हो तो बाबा केदारनाथ और बद्रीनाथ जी की सच्ची इच्छा को पूरी कर ही देते हैं और उनके आशीर्वाद से इलेक्शन कमीशन ने भी और मौसम ने भी मुझे आपके बीच आने का सौभाग्य दिया, आपके दर्शन करने का सौभाग्य दिया। उत्तराखंड का हर नागरिक जानता है मेरा इस देवभूमि से नाता क्या है। उत्तराखंड का हर नागरिक जानता है कि इस देवभूमि से मेरा लगाव कितना है। कोई कल्पना कर सकता है कि 2019 में चुनाव का आखिरी दौर चल रहा था, मैं खुद जिस काशी के चुनाव लड़ रहा था वहां पर मतदान होना था, लेकिन मेरा मन कर गया इस देवभूमि की माटी को माथे चढ़ाने का। यहां तो चुनाव हो गया था, यहां मतदान बाकी नहीं था, काशी में मतदान बाकी था, लेकिन बाबा केदार ने मुझे पुकारा और मैं फिर यहां चला आया था। चुनाव के मैदान में भी और खुद का चुनाव होने के बावजूद भी मैं यहां आपके बीच चला आया था, कारण ये देवभूमि के प्रति मेरी भक्ति, ये देवभूमि के प्रति मेरा लगाव, और ये देवभूमि है, वीर भूमि भी है। यहां से सदा सर्वदा एक ऊर्जा मिलती है, प्रेरणा मिलती है। भाइयों बहनों, मां गंगा, गढ़वाल की वीरांगना रानी कर्णावती, चौथकोट की तीलू रौतेली, सुबाड़ी के पंजा दादा, मलेथा के माधोसी भंडारी, ऐसे अनेक व्यक्तियों से प्रेरणा पाने वाली इस धरती को, यहां के लोगों को भी मैं आदरपूर्वक प्रणाम करता हूं। भाइयों और बहनों, कल ही उत्तराखंड भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने अपना संकल्प पत्र जारी किया है। ये संकल्प पत्र इस दशक को उत्तराखंड का दशक बनाने में बहुत बड़ी भूमिका निभाएगा। इसमें उत्तराखंड के विकास के लिए यहां के युवाओं, महिलाओं, किसानों सभी के लिए नए संकल्प लिए गए हैं। इसमें गरीब बहनों को ताकत देने का समाधान है। इसमें जिला मेडिकल कॉलेज या उसके जैसी सुविधा देने का संकल्प है, इरादा है। कृषि भूमि सर्वेक्षण और बीमा में नई ड्रोन नीति लागू करके यहां के किसानों को बेहतर सुविधा मिलेगी। मल्टी मॉडल लॉजिस्टिक पार्क और मल्टी मॉडल कार्गो टर्मिनल से उत्तराखंड में नए उद्योगों के लिए रोजगार के हजारों नए अवसरों को रास्ते खोलने का इरादा भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने संकल्प लेकर के व्यक्त किया है। उत्तराखंड की धरोहर को बचाने और यहां हेरिटेज टूरिज्म को गांव-गांव पहुंचाने पर भी जोर है। मैं धामी जी और उत्तराखंड भाजपा की पूरी टीम को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। साथियों, उत्तराखंड के लोगों ने हमेशा सजग प्रहरी की तरह देश की रक्षा की है। आज पौड़ी गढ़वाल के ऐसे ही वीर सपूत जनरल बिपिन रावत जी की स्मृतियां मुझे भावुक कर रही है। उन्होंने देश को दिखाया कि उत्तराखंड के लोगों के पास न केवल पहाड़ जैसा साहस होता है, बल्कि हिमालय जैसी ऊंची सोच भी होती है। लेकिन भाइयों बहनों, मेरे मन में एक गहरी तकलीफ भी है। मुझे ये जिक्र इसलिए भी करना पड़ रहा है क्योंकि कांग्रेस पार्टी अपने प्रचार में जनरल बिपिन रावत जी के कटआउट लगाकर, उनकी फोटो लगाकर वोट मांग रही है। कुर्सी के लिए कोई इस सीमा तक जा सकता है, मुझे विश्वास ही नहीं हो रहा। उत्तराखंड के लोग कभी भूल नहीं सकते सेना को लेकर इन लोगों का रवैया क्या रहा है। जब भारत के वीरों ने आतंकी अड्डों पर सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक की तो ये लोग सेना पर ही सवाल उठाते रहे। दिल्ली की कुछ नेताओं ने तो बाकायदा टीवी पर जाकर सेना से सबूत मांगे थे। इन लोगों ने जनरल रावत को देश का पहला सीडीएस बनाए जाने पर भी खूब सियासत की थी। इसी कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता ने बिपिन रावत जी को सड़क का गुंडा तक कह डाला था। ये है देश के सैनिकों के लिए इन लोगों की नफरत। आज अगर वोट के लिए ये लोग जनरल रावत का सियासी इस्तेमाल करना चाह रहे हैं तो उन्हें जवाब देने की जिम्मेदारी उत्तराखंड के लोगों की है। जवाब देंगे ना? जवाब देंगे ना? करारा जवाब देंगे ना? आगे से ऐसी गलती न करें, ऐसा करेंगे ना? भाइयों बहनों, जिनकी सोच केवल सत्ता के सुख तक सीमित हो, वो बलिदान और देश सेवा का मूल्य नहीं समझते। इतने सालों तक ये सत्ता में थे, लेकिन वन रैंक वन पेंशन को लेकर झूठ बोलते रहे, आंख में धूल झोंकते रहे। ये हमारी ही सरकार है जिसने वन रैंक वन पेंशन की व्यवस्था लागू की। ये भी भाजपा सरकार ही है जो देहरादून से उत्तराखंड के शहीदों के सम्मान में सैन्य धाम बना रही है। और मैंने एक बार कहा था, उत्तराखंड यानी 4 धाम, ये इतना ही सोच काफी नहीं है। उत्तराखंड में 4 धाम तो सदियों से है ही है, हमारी प्रेरणा भी है, लेकिन उत्तराखंड में एक 5वां धाम है, सैन्य धाम, वीर सपूतों का धाम, वीर माताओं का धाम। उत्तराखंड का ये गौरव उन लोगों की समझ में नहीं आएगा जो देश की सेना और शहीदों का मजाक उड़ाते हैं। साथियों, जब अलग उत्तराखंड राज्य बना था, अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी ने आपके सपनों को साकार करने के लिए बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय किया था। तो ये संकल्प उत्तराखंड के लोगों ने और भाजपा ने मिलकर पूरा किया था। उत्तराखंड के स्वर्णिम भविष्य के लिए सपने भी हमने मिलकर देखे थे। उत्तराखंड में आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो, अच्छी सड़कें हो, शिक्षा स्वास्थ्य की आधुनिक सुविधाएं हो, आपका जीवन आसान बने, युवाओं का भविष्य बेहतर बने, ऐसे अनेक संकल्प हमने मिलकर लिए थे। लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से इस प्रदेश की कमान कई साल के लिए उनके हाथों में चली गई जिन्होंने हमेशा उत्तराखंड को अस्तित्व में आने से ही रोका था, इसका जन्म ही रोक दिया था। उन्होंने हमारे इन सपनों को कुचलने में कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ी। जब केंद्र व राज्य दोनों जगह उनकी सरकार थी, तब उत्तराखंड को डबल ब्रेक लगाकर हर तरफ से पीछे धकेला गया। ब्रेक लगाना ही जानते हैं वो। 2014 के बाद एक ब्रेक हटा, लेकिन देहरादून वाला ब्रेक लगा हुआ था। दिल्ली वाला ब्रेक हटा था। उत्तराखंड वासियों ने 2017 में ये देहरादून वाला भी ब्रेक हटा दिया, उसको भी यहां से निकाला और डबल इंजन की सरकार यहां पर काम पे लग गई। भाइयों और बहनों, इन 5 सालों में आपकी डबल इंजन सरकार ने इतना काम किया है कि अब ब्रेक लगाने वालों को भी वही वादे करने पड़ रहे हैं जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने काम करना शुरू कर दिया है। जब ये सत्ता में थे तब इनको कभी 4 धाम की याद नहीं आई। जिन्हें यहां आस्था ही नहीं, उन्हें भी अब 4 धाम की याद क्यों आ रही है? क्योंकि उन्हें एक कुर्सी हासिल करने का रास्ता लग रहा है, जबकि भाजपा के लिए 4 धाम और देवभूमि का विकास आस्था, संस्कृति और जन सेवा का हमारा संकल्प है, हमारा समर्पण है। साथियों, केदार धाम में हमने 2017 में पुनर्विकास के काम शुरू किए थे और ज्यादातर परियोजनाएं पूरी भी हो गई हैं। बद्रीनाथ धाम के विकास के लिए भी कई 100 करोड़ की लागत से प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया गया है। 4 धाम प्रोजेक्ट के तहत 12,000 करोड़ की लागत से ऑल वेदर रोड बनाई जा रही है। 4 धाम प्रोजेक्ट में गढ़वाल का बड़ा हिस्सा कवर होता है, इसलिए इसका बहुत बड़ा लाभ पूरे गढ़वाल को भी मिलेगा। इसी तरह ऋषिकेश कर्णप्रयाग रेल लाइन, ऐसे बड़े प्रोजेक्ट्स पर भी तेजी से काम हो रहा है। अब पहाड़ों पर एक जगह से दूसरी जगह जाना मुश्किल नहीं रहेगा। यहां पर्यटकों की संख्या भी बढ़ेगी, रोजगार भी बढ़ेगा और पढ़ाई की, इलाज की सुविधा भी बढ़ेगी। प्रदेश के अलग अलग हिस्सों में हेली सर्विस शुरू की जा रही है। भाइयों और बहनों, इस बार केंद्र सरकार जो बजट लेकर आई है, उसका भी बहुत बड़ा लाभ उत्तराखंड को मिलेगा। देश के पहाड़ी इलाकों के लिए खास तौर पर बजट में पर्वतमाला प्रोजेक्ट की घोषणा की गई है। इसके तहत पहाड़ों पर आवागमन के लिए रोपवे जैसी सुविधाओं का निर्माण किया जाएगा। जिन सीमावर्ती इलाकों को कांग्रेस सरकार ने जानबूझकर विकास से वंचित रखा था, उनके विकास के लिए वाइब्रेंट विलेज योजना शुरू की जाएगी। किसानों के लिए गंगा के किनारे किनारे नेचुरल फार्मिंग को बढ़ावा देने के लिए कई महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय लिए गए हैं। उत्तराखंड को तो प्राकृतिक खेती, नेचुरल फार्मिंग के लिए प्रकृति का असीम आशीर्वाद मिला हुआ है। लेकिन ये लाभ आप तक तभी पहुंचेगा जब दिल्ली से चलने वाली विकास की धारा को देहरादून से भी ताकत मिले। ऐसे लोग ना आ जाएं कि दिल्ली से आ रही विकास की धारा को वहीं ठप कर दें, वरना फिर उत्तराखंड जो पहले की हालत थी उस तरफ डूब जाएगा। इसके लिए जरूरी है कि आप 14 तारीख को बेईमानी और भ्रष्टाचार को ही रोक दें, ब्लॉक कर दें उसको। 14 तारीख को आप वंशवाद और परिवारवाद को ब्लॉक कर दें। 14 फरवरी को आप संप्रदायवाद और तुष्टीकरण को देवभूमि से बाहर का रास्ता दिखा दें। करेंगे ना? बाहर का रास्ता दिखाना चाहिए कि नहीं दिखाना चाहिए? साथियों, कांग्रेस पार्टी की एक ही पहचान है, सत्ता आती है तो इनका भ्रष्टाचार बेलगाम हो जाता है और सत्ता जाती है तो पूरी ताकत षड्यंत्रों में लगा देते हैं, बौखला जाते हैं, जितना बुरा कर सकते हैं बुरा करने के रास्ते पकड़ लेते हैं। पिछले 10 सालों से लोकसभा में उत्तराखंड के लोग इन्हें शून्य दे रहे, शून्य, बिग जीरो। विधानसभा में भी 5 साल से ये सत्ता से बाहर है। इसलिए कांग्रेस के लोग उत्तराखंड के लोगों से भड़के हुए हैं। सत्ता तक पहुंचने के लिए अब ये देवभूमि की संस्कृति और पहचान को मिटाने की साजिश कर रहे हैं। ये लोग तुष्टीकरण और वोट बैंक वाला फॉर्मूला आजमा रहे हैं। ये लोग देवभूमि के लिए किस तरह की यूनिवर्सिटी का समर्थन कर रहे हैं, ये आप देख रहे हैं। आपने सुना है ना क्या करना चाहते हैं? सुना है ना? इसे उत्तराखंड को बचाना है कि नहीं बचाना है? बचाना है कि नहीं बचाना है? भाइयों बहनों, अगर ये वापस आ गए तो अपनी सारी बौखलाहट यहां की जनता पर निकालेंगे। भाइयों और बहनों, इन्होंने सालों तक पहाड़ के लोगों को पानी की सुविधा से वंचित रखा। पानी के लिए माताओं बहनों को सर पर घड़ा रखकर कोसों जाना पड़ता था। हमने जल जीवन मिशन के जरिए घर घर पाइप से पानी पहुंचाने का अभियान शुरू किया। आज उत्तराखंड में करीब 8 लाख
Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow, and of course New Delhi, 2022 to 2024. It's a beautiful sight. You also have the Bhul Bhulaiya, Awadh ki Bhul Bhulaiya there to my right. There it comes into the frame, the Tile Wali Masjid. It's a beautiful sight aerially from here. Lucknow, absolutely fantastic. Alexa allowing me to get onto this quadcopter. But this is the big fight. 403 seats, 312 went to the BJP, 325 to the BJP and its allies, 47 for the Samajwadi Party. Can they get up to 202 and really do what looks seemingly impossible? BSP 19, Congress anywhere in the fray. We have to see all that. I'm running out of time. I'm going to head back to the studio. But in the meantime, it's over to Zaka and Maria.
All right, what an amazing picture that of Anand over the Bada Imambara in Lucknow. But what is at stake today? What is at stake today, ladies and gentlemen? Phase 1, 58 seats that are up for the grabs. And take a look at what the BJP is defending. 53 out of the 58 seats at a vote share of almost 50%. That is what the BJP is defending in this Western UP belt, all the way from Muzaffarnagar, Shamli down to Mathura and Agra. This is what the BJP is defending with 53 seats. Go back 5 years before that, it's not quite the same story. Because take a look at what happened 5 years before that. The BJP was at number 3 position. It had only 10 seats out of the 58. It went up to 53 in 5 years' time. And look at the others. These others, the 9 seats, all 9 won by the RLD with a 24% vote share. So a quarter of the vote share went to the RLD in 2012. But in 2017, the RLD was completely nowhere in the picture. They just won 1 seat. And that 1 seat is the seat of Chaproli, which of course is the home gad, the native village of Ajit Singh and now Jayant Chaudhary, and he's fighting from that particular seat. But take a look at this entire sweep that the BJP made across Western Uttar Pradesh. 53 out of the 58 seats. Some of their big names from Sanjeev Balyan, Sangeet Som, they all hail from this Western Uttar Pradesh region. And this is where the J plus M, the Jat plus Muslim combine, will be put to test yet again. Because, remember, all the elections for the last 7 or 8 years, from 2013 onwards, whether it's 14, 17, 19, were all held in the backdrop of the communal polarization and the Jat-Muslim sort of divide, the fault line that had happened because of those riots. But now, is there bhaichara? Will the Kisan issue, will price rise, will inflation, will that overtake any communal fault line, communal polarization? That's the big question. As I now welcome Maria Shakil, my colleague and political editor. You've been
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. In the hijab row, a 3-judge bench of the Karnataka High Court is slated to resume the hearing anytime now. Now, the bench is headed by Chief Justice Rituraj Avasthi. It includes a Muslim woman judge as well, and the judge who referred the matter to a larger bench. Now, the Supreme Court had refused to urgently listen to a petition that sought to transfer petitions from the Karnataka High Court, which examined the permissibility of the hijab in schools and colleges where a particular uniform is prescribed. Now, the Apex Court has gone on to say that the Karnataka High Court must decide on the matter first. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi also hit out at the opposition, saying they are misleading Muslim women. He reiterated that the BJP government was praised for its move to ban triple talaq and that Muslim women have better security than what they had before.
हमने मुस्लिम बहनों को 3 तलाक के जुल्म से मुक्ति दिलाई है और हमने जो 3 तलाक के खिलाफ कानून बनाया है उसने मुस्लिम बहनों को सुरक्षा का विश्वास दिया है। लेकिन साथियों, जब मुस्लिम बहन बेटियों का समर्थन खुलेआम भाजपा को मिलने लगा, जब मुस्लिम बेटियां 1-1, 2 मिनट के अपने वीडियो डालने लगी, भाजपा की सरकार की तारीफ करने लगी।
Let me bring in my colleagues as well. Anusha Soni now joining us on the broadcast. She tracks developments coming in from the court, and Swastika also joining us from Udupi. Anusha, let me come to you first. All eyes back on the Karnataka High Court. There was no interim relief that was given yesterday, so status quo is maintained. I want to talk to you about what are the options before the High Court.
Well, Ridhima, the first thing to watch out for is that the constitutional debate cannot be settled in a day or 2 or even 1 week. Issues like these usually take time, and it will take some time for the arguments to advance, for things to really settle down. What the petitioners would really be seeking is some kind of interim relief on this matter, which means that the girls are going to assert that their right to education is being hindered, and that is why the court should intervene into this matter. I also briefly want to mention what is it that the petitioners are seeking. There are prayers in a petition, and only on that interim relief can be granted.
Correct.
They argue that in this academic calendar, there are just about 3 months which are left. For these 3 months, they should be allowed to wear their hijab, take the exams, attend the classes, and with the new sessions, the new rules can be enforced. Till then, they should be allowed, until the time there is also the larger debate which is likely to be settled. That's the hope is. Let's see if the High Court agrees to do so. As you rightly pointed out, today the Supreme Court refused to intervene into the matter because the High Court is already seized of it.
Okay. Anusha, I'll come back to you to talk a little more about what the law says and what the past precedents have been. But Swastika, you were speaking to the BJP MLA from Udupi a short while ago. Now, the biggest bone of contention as far as the Muslim students and Muslim women have been, they've been saying that this was allowed till now, so why the change? But this was in stark contrast to what the Udupi MLA was saying. He was saying these rules were formed way back in 1985. The BJP hasn't done anything new. So the big question is, are these documents to support what the BJP MLA was telling you? Have they been given in the High Court as well?
Ridhima, if that question was for me, can you please repeat?
Yes, Swastika, that was for you. Essentially, I was asking you what the BJP MLA was telling you a short while ago, that these rules have been formed decades ago in 1985. It says that there is a uniform code, but the students are saying that this is a recent change. So the documents supporting what the BJP MLA is saying, have they been submitted in the High Court as well?
Well, yes, the documents have been submitted, and in that we were speaking to the BJP MLA, who's also the president of the College Development Committee. Now, any MLA, in fact, who is elected as the leader of Udupi is automatically chosen as the president of the College Development Committee, and that is how the BJP MLA, because he has been in power since 2004, has been associated with the college since that time. Now, he says that since the time that he has been looking after the college administration, and right from its inception in 1985, there were no rules that said that wearing of headscarf is banned. He's saying that there is a uniform dress code which has been in place in the college since these many years. In fact, the girls are also allowed to wear headscarf or hijab and roam in the balcony or veranda of the institution, but it is only that they're not allowed to wear headscarf or any sort of religious symbol inside the class while the classes are going on. And this has been a practice which has been in place. This is what is the claim that is being put forth by the BJP MLA, who also functions as the president of the College Development Committee. We also had a word with the principal of the government PU college where the protest started. He too had the same thing to say. Now, on the other hand, the girls are alleging that, or the petitioners are claiming that they were being harassed repeatedly, allegedly by the college authorities for wearing the hijab. In fact, they say that their seniors also were allowed to wear hijab, but they were also made susceptible to the same kind of mistreatment allegedly by the college authorities. The Muslim organizations here in Udupi have also been backing the girls fighting for hijab. But the larger consensus, even among the parent association that I've spoken to, who are not really okay to come in front of us and speak in front of the camera rather, said that because of the debate that is happening on the ground, it's the education which is getting compromised. They are of the opinion.
Swastika, I apologize for interrupting. Some live reactions now coming in. Let's listen in.
And all is already taken. So I am not, otherwise I will take this one. I am supposed to be just like this. But I am not using this one because already he is mentioned.
Please, you speak on the subject.
Okay.
You speak on the subject.
If somebody is trying to teach, I'll be the first one to die for my Hindu bahans.
Please, आपस में बात न करें.
Our constitution such a freedom of choice. Therefore, my second submission to the government and this house is we need to eradicate this hate economy from our country because it is a slow poison to our country. It is dangerous as corruption or black money. Honorable Chairman, this budget speaks of a 25 years version of Gati Shakti. I appreciate the government's intention about the bright future for our country. I suspect this budget will contribute towards our common goal.
Your name will be called when your turn will come. Please go at your seat.
I suspect this budget will contribute towards our common goal. For the future to be bright, the present should be in good condition. I want to the attention of the government to the wonderful opportunity of knowledge economy. It's a wonderful thing, but it has to be, where it has to be implemented, you have to invest more in youth, you have to invest more in education, in universities and all, not just like Gadi Shakti. It is not possible without proper knowledge economy. Sri Nirmala Sridharan herself is a product of our prestigious JNU. Sri Jayashankar is also the product of JNU. The Nobel laureate in economics, Sri Abhijit Banerjee, is a product of NU. But what are the prevailing conditions of our country?
RCPC.
Yeah, but my 5 minutes will go.
Please speak to the chair, please.
Our students do not have subscription to international journals, articles and books. They have to use proxy website C-Hub for article. They have to use proxy websites LibGen for books. Our university labs do not have enough instruments and chemicals to do research.
So the hijab controversy there being raised in the Rajya Sabha as well. My colleagues Anusha and Swastika continue to be with us. Swastika, I'll come back to you in just a bit, but Anusha, I want to come to you first. Now, what we've heard from the petitioners so far and the voices that we have heard from these young Muslim women is that hijab is a part of Islam. Is it fair to say that this has been their interpretation of Islam? What does the law say?
Well, Ridhima, very interestingly, in Quran it is mentioned that modesty, they talk about modesty. It is only in Hadith it is mentioned about a face cover or some kind of parda that you can have. Yesterday in the High Court, this was also a debated point. One of the copy of Holy Quran was also brought to the High Court. They discussed at length the various chapters in the Holy Quran which talk about the concept of modesty for women and what does the Hadith eventually say. Well, that was only for the beginning of the arguments. Of course, there are going to be different versions of it. As you rightly pointed out that yes, hijab, a cover, a burqa is largely a cultural concept. It exists across the world in different formats, different women, different cultures, and it has been something which we call in Islam a concept called ijtihad. Yesterday, this point about the Muslim personal law, ijtihad is a recognized concept of Muslim personal law, which means right to self-interpret your own religion for the betterment. Now, this concept has been very progressively used in the interpretation of Muslim personal law here in India. And to build up upon your argument that whether I want to wear a hijab or not, it's the interpretation of that woman or that particular family, frankly, it is. But is it protected under the Constitution? That is what the court is going to answer.
Okay, Anusha, I'll request you to stay on with us. What we are now understanding, as we said, all eyes on the High Court. The three-judge bench has now assembled. Thus, the hearing on the hijab controversy will begin very, very shortly. But Swastika, I want to come to you. And now we're understanding that, in fact, that hearing has begun in the High Court. So we'll have to wait and watch which way the High Court goes. Can we see some sort of an interim relief? That's what the petitioners have been asking for. But Swastika, I want to come back to the point that we were discussing earlier. The Muslim students are saying that this is a recent change. The school authorities, the state government is saying that nothing has changed on the ground recently. Certain pictures have been put out by the CDC as well, which show pictures from the school campus, which show that hijab or a headscarf wasn't allowed in classes. Where did this controversy really begin with? Where is the communication gone wrong?
Well, let me give you a timeline according to what has been put forth by the college authorities, and we are talking about the government PU college here in Udupi. Now, they are of the opinion that before, when the rules were stipulated, that all the students, as is the regular norm in any college, are supposed to take an undertaking. In that, it's mentioned that the students will comply with specific dress code given by the as is the norm in all government colleges. Now, these students or teachers are of the opinion that all this while these students were not wearing hijab. They were wearing hijab and entering the campus, as is the norm, but when it came to attending classes, none of the students, as specified by the rules, were allowed to wear hijab and attend classes, and that exactly has been the procedure since these many years. Now, what they are essentially blaming is that the recent developments in which the 6 petitioners, they've pinned the blame on 6 petitioners, saying that these students allegedly broke the rules and started wearing hijab in the class itself. and the objections were allegedly raised by other students who were not okay with them wearing hijab and attending classes. When the protest began at the government PU college, the basic allegations that came to light was that these students were not allowed to enter the college premise in the first place. But the MLA we spoke to earlier said that each and every student was allowed to enter the campus. The protest, the massive protest where we saw visuals of girls not being allowed to enter the college happened in another area, but that was not in Udupi. As far as Udupi is concerned, the stand from the state government side is very clear that the rules remain same for everybody. Everyone is allowed to wear hijab, but it's only inside the classrooms that they are not allowed to. But the contention from the Muslim organization is that if anybody, it's a fundamental right of the student to wear hijab, to wear headscarf, and no college authority has the jurisdiction to bar them from doing so. So this has been the main contention between the two parties and all the stakeholders involved in the debate here in Udupi.
Okay, so Swastika, I want to go back to Anusha now to understand what are the legal proceedings that are taking place. As I said, all eyes on the High Court. The bench has assembled. Anusha, talk to us about the composition of the bench and the representation that we are seeing.
Well, right now the hearing is underway. As you pointed out, the bench assembled just roughly about 5 minutes ago. You have Mr. Sanjay Hegde and Mr. Devdutt Kamath, the two key lawyers who are appearing on behalf of the petitioners, various girls who have come before the High Court. It's a three-judge bench. Ridhma, as you pointed out, you have the Chief Justice who's on the bench, R.R. Awasthi. You have Justice Krishna Dikshit, who was a single judge who had referred this matter to a larger bench. And very interestingly, you also have a Muslim woman judge on the bench. The name is Justice Qazi Jaybunisa Moinuddin. She's a woman Muslim judge on the bench, and she is also part of that composition which is going to hear the matter. Right now, facts are being dictated to the court. What has happened so far? What is the response of the state government? And then the petitioners are arguing that some kind of interim relief should be given to them as soon as possible. As we were earlier talking, Ridhima, the key focus is on getting some kind of immediate interim relief.
A timely intervention is very, very important, right, Anusha? Because this is what we were discussing, that schools and colleges have been shut. This is the fag end of the academic session. Exams are on. Every hour, every day lost will be a big setback to the students as well.
Absolutely, and the fact that there is a shutdown of schools due to the law and order situation across the state is a cost that each and every student is bearing. The state government is also mindful of the fact that due to COVID, a lot of academic time has already been lost, and they would not want to do that any further. I also want to reiterate that for any state government to come before the court and say, look, we cannot maintain the law and order situation if this is permitted, is not a stand that any state government would like to take before a constitutional court of the country. So let's see, if at all there is a discussion on the interim relief being granted, what is the reaction that you hear from the state government? Because of the law and order situation, they shut down the schools. How long that can really go on?
You know, I'll go to Swastika also in just a bit, but staying with Anusha. Anusha, we spoke about what the arguments have been as far as the petitioners are concerned, as we pointed out that they're looking for some sort of an interim relief. What about the arguments from the other side?
Education Act, there is a prescribed code of conduct that exists, and most of the state government affiliated schools and colleges are permitted to frame their own rules. There is also the argument that the school committee had decided on a particular dress code, and there was a signed undertaking that was given by these girls to the college. Now, the change of mind of these girls, like they decide one day they now want to wear a headscarf, is something which is not really permitted under the rules of the school. One more point, Ridhima, I want to bring across. Yesterday, it was interestingly argued by Mr. Sanjay Hegde, who's appearing on behalf of the petitioners, that even if these girls are flouting the rules of the school, they can be fined. Why are you barring them from accessing their education completely? That is clearly ultra-virus or disproportionate action on part of the school authorities. Will that argument be accepted? Let's see what happens at the High Court hearing, Ridhima.
Okay, I want to quickly go back to Swastika also. Now, Swastika, we heard a lot of comments that came from these young women where they made some comments allegedly saying that they were tortured and mentally harassed as well because of this entire hijab controversy. A lot of political reactions also coming up. What is the sentiment currently in Udupi? Because this was seen as the epicenter from where the protests then broke out to various districts like Shivamogga and others.
Well, from the law and order perspective, since last 2 days, the situation in Udupi has been pretty much under the control of the state police department, who have deployed police personnel at all the areas where protests erupted. And I'm talking about the government PU college, which is shut, and there is heavy security outside the college. You talk about the MGM college, which saw intense violence 2 days ago. There too, heavy police deployment is in place. So from law and order perspective, the situation in Udupi is much better. But you talk about the contention between all the stakeholders. There are multiple stakeholders involved. Let's talk about what the petitioners in this case have to say. Now, they are saying that it was only until recently that the college stopped them or started barring them from wearing hijab. They say that in 2021, when they were attending classes as 11-year-old, now they are in class 12, when the students were studying in this college since class 11, they tell me that the teachers were completely okay with them wearing hijab, but it was only until recently that the teachers started according to them, targeting students who started wearing hijab. But we spoke to the college administration. They say that there has been no such treatment given to the students. There are 75 students, Muslim students, studying in the college, and they say that it's only these 6 students who are allegedly being used by certain political outfits directly.
And that seems to be part of the arguments of the petitioners today, as well as the updates that we are getting. And this is what Sanjay Hegde has gone on to say, that there has been some sort of discrimination against the students, girls with headscarf, who are made to stand outside. My colleague Harish is also now joining us. Harish, what's the latest that you're picking up as far as this ongoing hearing is concerned?
Well, the bench has now said that they want to understand the kind of arguments that have happened and some of the crucial questions that are before the bench right now, and perhaps after that they can decide on how to go further. The petitioners in all likelihood will strongly push for an interim order, looking at the fact that the students have missed classes for quite a number of days now, and they would be arguing that their academic career is on the line right now and there needs to be a decision. This can't be extended any further. But even to pass an interim order, does the bench think that already all points have been covered, and will the state government change its stance? Because since yesterday, the state government has been very adamant that they wouldn't be wanting any interim relief and they would prefer a full-fledged order, and till then the government's circular, government's dress code can continue.
Okay, I want to go back to Anusha now. Anusha, this is where things currently stand. The Muslim students continue to say that this was allowed to the longest time. Why change it now? We're at the fag end of the academic session. State authorities saying this is to bring a sense of uniformity. Talk to us about some past precedents and what have we seen the court do in those cases?
Sure, Ridhima, I'll come to that just a bit. There is a point I want to reiterate, as Harish was pointing out, that this hearing is underway. The Chief Justice has made a request to the media. Now, the judges these days are very cognizant of the fact that, there is live, webcasting of sort which is happening. There's a live commentary like we are doing on national television. The court is very afraid of the fact that there should be no reporting which is done out of context. The Chief Justice goes on to say that don't report any observation made by the court during the arguments without seeing the order. The fear of the court is that any observation which is being made should not be put out of context, and we take that observation and suggestion coming in from the High Court very seriously here on CNN News 18, and all the arguments are being presented in that larger context. Coming to the precedents that you were mentioning, there are 2 cases I think that we can very, very closely look at. One is Nada Rahim and the other is Fatima Tasneem 2018. These are judgments of single judge benches that have come subsequently over the last 4 to 5 years. I want to quote the case where a CBSE student, a pre-dental examination, there were CBSE guidelines, and she went to the High Court first and said that I want to wear full sleeve clothes and a headscarf and I want to take my examination. The CBSE doesn't permit that for the fear of cheating that might happen. The Supreme Court and the High Court upheld the notification of the CBSE and said it is not unreasonable to have a dress code, but the Muslim girls will be allowed to wear their headscarf. If they want to, they should report at the examination center 2 hours before, any kind of checking or frisking if that is required. So the court on various occasions has tried to strike a balance. To come to the moot question, whether hijab is the basic tenet of the religion of Islam, is that protected under Article 25 to 28 of the Indian Constitution, or under Article 19 is a question which is yet to be answered emphatically by a constitution bench of this country, whether a High Court or the Supreme Court.
Okay, let me take in a word from Swastika and Harish also. Swastika, as I said, the story has become extremely political also in the last few days, especially the reaction that came in from Priyanka Gandhi yesterday, where she said that the entire debate should be around the word choice. It should be the choice of the woman herself, whether she wants to wear a bikini, a gungar, jeans, or in this matter, a hijab. Now, that has seen some very strong reactions from the BJP, some suggesting that was Priyanka Gandhi suggesting that students should wear bikinis in schools. Talk to us some of the reactions that we've seen, at least today. Swastika, can you hear me? Okay, we'll try and fix that connection with Swastika. Let me take that question to Harish. Harish, as I said, this has become extremely political also over the last few days, especially with the reaction that we saw and I mentioned of Priyanka Gandhi. Talk to us about some of the political reactions that we've seen.
Well, you have the JDS, which is blaming the state government, saying that on one hand, the union government says Beti Padhao, Beti Bachao, but you have at least 6 girls who have been barred from entering class for the last nearly 6 weeks, and now the entire higher education and college education has been shut down in the state for the last 3 days, and looks like it will extend for the next few days as well. So they are questioning the government on whether they are really serious about this, and they've also hit out against the government for failing to ensure that this issue is tackled when it emerged at one college in Udupi, instead allowing this to spread across Karnataka. You have the Congress, which is directly blaming the BJP, saying that it's in fact the BJP and the other right-wing organizations which wanted this. They've gone on to make some sensational allegations, saying that nearly 1 lakh saffron shawls were mobilized from Pinya Industrial Area in Bengaluru on the 6th of February, and this has been dispatched to various places, and that's the reason you saw such widespread violence. And they're asking, how is it that hundreds of students suddenly got saffron shawls? They're backing it with some WhatsApp chats that have been leaked talking about bringing saffron shawls to school. So clearly, Congress saying this is a larger conspiracy that has the backing of the BJP and active involvement of various right-wing organizations.
Okay, I'll request all my colleagues to stay on with us. We'll continue this conversation. Let me introduce our guest joining us on this broadcast as well, Supreme Court lawyer Ashutosh Srivastava and activist Yogita Bhayana, also now joining us on the broadcast. Good afternoon to both of you. Yogita, let me come to you first. Keeping the political angle aside, you know, while the Muslim students feel that this is part of their fundamental right and it always been allowed to them, so why change it now? Somewhere down the line, do you think we're forgetting the debate as far as what hijab represents? It is, at the end of the day, a patriarchal practice, and somewhat down the line does represent a regressive mindset as well.
I agree. I mean, when I heard for the first time about this whole fiasco, you know, it is a very difficult stand to choose, because on one hand, we are definitely promoting that, you know, we should be at the level where there should be a same uniform and everything, the progressive mindset, no hijab. But these things, you know, they take time. You know, it's a process. You know, it's a social change which cannot be imposed overnight to anyone. For that matter, you know, even if you talk about the Sikh community, I mean, they wear their turbans in the schools. So in any community for that matter, you know, when we can have a chief minister sitting in a CM office, running the whole office well, I mean, so we really can't just say that hijabs are not good, and especially getting it overnight like an ordinance, like GST, like demonetization. I mean, you really cannot do this to students. You have to prepare them, you know, and give them little logic, make them understand, do a little conditioning before putting such things. You know, it's not that I'm also against hijabs in that sense, that of course it is very regressive, but at the same time, once the community is prepared, then you can put some laws, and then it should be universal in the sense of, you know, for all the
nobody is really
cannot
passing a judgment on what Muslim women should do or what their parents should follow. It is an individual choice. The reason I asked you this, because we're talking about minors here. Do they have the maturity and the scope to really understand what they're being asked to follow? I'll ask you to respond to that in just a bit, but I want to go across to Ashutosh. Ashutosh, this is an extremely extremely sensitive issue. We've seen emotionally charged reactions from the students on the other side as well. How can the High Court strike a balance here?
Now the High Court has constituted 3 judges bench, and they have considered it to be a question of law. And they will have to examine all the related laws, whether it is a Muslim Personal Application Act 1937, or if it is the Karnataka Education Act, or if it is the constitutional rights like Article 25 to 28, then Article 14. So all these things have to be examined by the court, and the court has to come to a conclusion whether wearing hijab is something is as per the law, whether it is mandatory as per the Muslim personal law or not, and whether the educational institutes in Karnataka, they have the rights to and the power to make the uniform compulsory for the students. So all these things will have to be considered, because Article 14 says there has to be equality before law. Article 25 says that every Indian citizen has the right to have religion. They can perform their own, they can follow their own religion. Then Section 133(2) of the Karnataka Education Act says that the educational institutes have the powers to make rules so far as uniform dress code is concerned. So now all these questions have to be determined. The court has to also see whether in educational institutes, one student, whether they are supposed to carry the religion inside the inside the school premises, because uniform is basically, it has been made that nobody should be discriminated, whether rich, poor, or any religion, caste, nothing should come in the way of imparting education to the students. And every student should be only treated as a student and the Indian citizen. So all these things.
Ashutosh, I apologize for interrupting. I'll request my guests and colleagues to stay on with us. We're getting some exclusive details right here on CNN News 18. And this is the Karnataka Intel report, which actually now reveals how the hijab row had in fact started. It says it originated in rumors of the rape of a girl in Udupi in October, leading to protests organized by the ABVP. The Intel report says protests by BJP leaders from Udupi rattled the STPI after 8 Muslim girls joined the campus front of India. Both CFI and ABVP entered the college and tensions erupted. The CDC decided to take a strong stance on following dress code in December, and girls were then barred from entering the college. Harish Upadhyay is getting us all these details. So Harish, we're essentially understanding this row dates back to October end. Take us through the fine print.
Well, the Intel report now coming in clearly pans out what exactly happened before this hijab row started in Udupi. On December 28th, that there are rumors that there is a rape that happened in Udupi. The victim is a Hindu. That's when ABVP starts a protest, organizes a protest in fact. 2 leaders, emerging leaders from Udupi organize this protest. You have people taking part in this protest from the Udupi Girls PU College, some of them wearing hijab and taking part in this ABVP protest. This comes to the notice of the CFI. The STPI, which had won a few seats in the Kapu Assembly constituency, takes note of this and then starts approaching the family of these girls who took part in the protest that was organized by the ABVP. Then we understand that the STPI convinces some of these families to ensure that these girls join CFI, the Campus Front of India, affiliated to the PFI. On November 7th, some of the girls from this college, in fact, joined the CFI, post that photo on Facebook, confirm that they have joined the student organization. That's when you have 2 opposing ideological student wings entering the college campus, the ABVP and the CFI. Later on, there is tension in November. There are multiple rounds of meeting that happens between the parents of these kids and this college development committee. The ABVP and other right-wing groups insist that the CDC shouldn't allow Muslim girls to wear hijab within the campus. On December 9th, there is also another altercation that happens within the college campus, after which on December 28th, we believe, the girls wear hijab. The CDC puts its foot down and says, we can't allow you wear hijab inside the classroom. They're barred from the college. On December 30th, again, there's another meeting. The girls refuse to budge. That's where the stalemate started.
Okay, so as you're pointing out with the timeline of how the rumors of a rape actually triggered, there's somewhere around November about 8 girls joined the CFI. Now remember, Harish, this is important because there had been a narrative by a lot of politicians, especially from the comments that we heard from the Home Minister, who had said that there was a lot of vested interest behind the protest that we are seeing panning out, and it was not just restricted to colleges, schools and institutions. How does this intel report then play to that narrative?
Well, absolutely. There's enough evidence now. In fact, some of the parents have confirmed that SDPI and members affiliated to these organizations did approach them, asked them why they sent their kids to a protest organized by ABVP, which is a right-wing affiliated student group. And when there is already a student group that is affiliated to the SDPI, or rather the PFI, why are they sending it to the ABVP? Later on, these parents are convinced to back CFI and the fact that the kids can join the CFI. We see that photo where some of the students have joined the CFI on November 7, and after which is when this problem really starts. Because till then, the students were wearing their hijab inside the campus except for the classroom. Even in this ABVP video that we have exclusively accessed, you can see some of these Muslim girls wearing a hijab in a ABVP protest. Looks like that is what irked the SDPI there. Remember, this protest was organized by 2 emerging leaders from Udupi, and with elections round the corner, SDPI, which had won a few seats in Kapu in Udupi, wanted to extend its base and was somewhere rattled that people who it believes is their core vote bank were taking part in a protest organized by their opposing group, the ABVP, decided to approach these families and enter the college campus. That's where this really escalated and went out of hand, and this is something that college sources too have confirmed now.
Okay, Harish, I'll request you to stay on with us. I want to talk about how the BJP is reacting to it. S. Prakash of the BJP now joining us on the broadcast. Sir, your first reaction to details that are now emerging of a chain of events, and also the role of the ABVP, the SDPI, the clashes that emerged, and how it all started in October to what we are seeing currently.
Madam, we have been saying repeatedly and consistently, this entire hijab incident is a conspiracy by SDPI and PFI, offshoot campus front of India. There was no issue in Karnataka about wearing hijab. There are 3 types of incidents were there. One, there was no compulsion on any uniform, and students were allowed to wear hijab even in the classroom. Secondly, some of the colleges with the uniform also, they were permitting hijab inside the classroom. But here, where this issue has cropped up, they were not allowing any hijab inside the classroom till yesterday from the last 15 years. But overnight in December end, the students started wearing hijab. That too, only 6 students who were prompted by the SDPI and their campus front of India. This has been our stand. Now we have been vindicated.
Mr. Prakash, fair to say, do you think students are being made pawns for political agendas?
They are being used by SDPI and PFI for their political agenda. It's very unfortunate. The students have fallen for their trap. They should realize education is paramount important, and they should focus on the studies, not rather than all these hijab and other non-relevant issues.
Okay, that's the word that's coming in from the BJP, where S. Prakash is saying that this is what we'd been saying from day one. He's now requesting students to focus on their primary education and not get distracted by political interests and political outfits. I'll go back to my colleague Harish. Harish, how does this now pan out? Because the students had been saying that they have no affiliation with any political groups. Nobody has really fueled them. This is a part of their fundamental rights, and that's where the debate really stood. But if you heard from what the BJP is saying, they're saying we stand vindicated. This is exactly what we've been saying from day one, that somebody has fueled these students, and that is why it has escalated to the unprecedented scenes that we saw a couple of days ago.
Well, this might not have any direct bearing on the Karnataka High Court hearing that's currently on, but what it does is give you an idea on how we really reached here. That there were 2 organizations, one which got some of these students to take part in a protest, after which the other organization got rattled and approach the families. Now, that's the first point of contact for the SDPI and the PFI. They approach these families, tell them that why are you sending your kids for a ABVP protest, after which you see at least 8 to 9 girls joining the campus
Harish,
front of India.
I'll just come back to you and we'll talk about the chain of events in just a bit. Let me take in a reaction from the Congress also. Brijesh Kalappa now joining us. Brijesh, good afternoon. So you heard what S. Prakash of the BJP was saying. He was essentially saying that this is what we'd been saying from day one, that there were vested interests at play. There were political outfits that were fueling these students. And today that Intel report proves exactly that.
See, if the intelligence reports are saying, speaking of the SDPI involvement, then equally enough, both Mr. Ishwarappa and Mr. Raghupati Bhatt have clarified yesterday that it was the BJP and the Hindutva groups which have been providing these saffron shawls. So I think they have been dividing their kind of enterprise, that on the one hand, the SDPI stokes the flames in the Muslim community, and the benefit of it is reaped by the BJP among the Hindu community. So basically, the idea is that they should ensure that the Congress party, which stands in the middle of the road, should be, should be isolated in this entire thing. And this is a pre-planned issue which both the SDPI and the BJP have worked out together. You must remember that both the SDPI and the BJP are two sides of the same communal coin, and this benefits neither of them. So for this reason, I think it's essential for the intelligence report to be complete, not just in regard to the SDPI.
But Mr. Kalappa, I know you're pinning the blame
BJP.
on the BJP, but don't you think it's unfortunate that in this back and forth between political outfits, our students, our future of the country, have become pawns as far as political agenda is concerned?
Certainly, because this is not the time for the BJP to be supplying saffron shawls to the students, because it's the month of February. Next month, the children have examinations. Would any responsible government have done something like this? To hand out lakhs and lakhs of these shawls to ask them to proceed in protest, I think is something which is completely irresponsible. And the fact that the BJP has done that has shown that they have absolutely no concern for the BJP, for the students, and they're only concerned for the votes.
Okay, so the BJP hasn't done this, but I'll leave the conversation there, Mr. Kalappa. We're getting some other breaking developments now coming in as well. And the Udupi College principal is now confirming CNN News 18's news break. He's gone on to say that 3 to 4 Muslim girls who are protesting now did attend the ABVP protest on the 28th of October. The attitude of the girls started changing after that protest. So was this the changing moment of things that followed in the last couple of days? Harish continues to be with us. Harish, talk to us about what the principal has confirmed in terms of the girls who participated in this protest and what happened after that.
Well, this is Rudra Gowda, the principal of the Udupi Government Girls PU College, confirming CNN News 18 super exclusive news break here. He says at least 3 to 4 of these girls, some of them who are also petitioners and who were barred from entering class on the last week of December, did take part in this ABVP protest that happened on the 28th of October. He says one of them, who is also a class monitor, took part in this protest, and all of them were marked absent by the class teachers. There were other girls from the college, hijab-wearing girls, who took part in this protest. He says post which, on December 9th, is when at least 2-3 or at least 3-4 people from SDPI and other affiliated organizations barge into the college principal's office and make 2 serious allegations. They say that students have been sent to a ABVP protest by the college. They also say that the teachers have forced some of these Muslim students to take part in a puja that is associated with the Tulu culture. They oppose these two and argue with the principal. This is on the 9th of December. The principal says after that particular incident on December 9th, he started seeing changes in the behavior of some of the students. He says for a good 2 weeks is when the midterm exams were happening at this Udupi college, and when they came back after the college, after the exams, that's when the girls insisted that they would be wearing hijab inside the classroom. This is around December 28th. He says despite negotiation, between the College Development Committee and the girls. They couldn't go for any sort of a compromise. He makes another serious allegation. He says on December 30th, despite asking students to bring their parents, they got others who claimed to be the relatives of these students, and the parents of these students actually did not turn up
Harish,
for
if I
any of these
understood you
meetings.
correctly, this
On
is
December
important to
30th,
understand. You're saying what the principal essentially is saying, that somewhere around the 28th of October, after these girls took part in this ABVP protest, their attitude started to change. So what he's essentially saying, and correct me if I'm wrong here, they were not wearing a hijab in the class before that, or post that their demand came up of wearing a hijab inside the class. Is that correct?
Well, I couldn't hear your question properly, Ridhima, but what it does, it kind of corroborates what we've gathered from the intel sources of the Karnataka Police Department. 28th, the students go to this ABVP protest, after which you have the SDPI and other organizations approaching the families of these students, Muslim students who went for this ABVP protest, after which on November 8th, you see 3 people, in fact, approaching the principal, blaming him. In fact, just before that, you have them joining the CFI student organization on November 7th. After that is when you have some of the members of the SCPI, in fact, approaching the principal, blaming him for sending the students to the ABVP protest. At the same time, they say that they are being forced to take part in rituals associated with the pujas of the Tulu culture over there in Udupi. So clearly you see how after that protest, organizations reach out to the families, then students join, some of the students in fact join the organization, then they approach the principal, make these allegations, and next 2 weeks is when the principal believes some amount of training has happened during that midterm exams, and then you see the stance hardening around December 28th, students refusing to enter class without the hijab. And he also makes a significant point that on the December 30th, 3 people from the SDPI barge into his office, get into an argument saying that hijab should be allowed. He also says post December 28th, the parents never spoke to the CDC or the college principal. It was individuals who came in claiming to be the relatives. He says claiming to be the relatives of these students.
Okay, Harish, we'll keep tracking all these developments. Multiple developments here taking place in intel reports which dates back to this entire controversy to October, the comments coming in from the principal as well, and the hearing that's underway at the Karnataka High Court. I'll request my colleagues and guests to stay on with us. We'll keep tracking all these multiple developments. For now, slipping into a very short break.
Me to get onto this quadcopter. But this is the big fight. 403 seats, 312 went to the BJP, 325 to the BJP and its allies, 47 for the Samajwadi Party. Can they get up to 202 and really do what looks seemingly impossible? PSP 19, Congress anywhere in the fray. We have to see all that. I'm running out of time. I'm going to head back to the studio. But in the meantime, it's over to Zaka and Maria.
All right, what an amazing picture that of Anand over the Bada Imambara in Lucknow. But what is at stake today? What is at stake today, ladies and gentlemen? Phase 1, 58 seats that are up for the grabs. And take a look at what the BJP is defending. 53 out of the 58 seats at a vote share of almost 50%. That is what the BJP is defending in this Western UP belt, all the way from Muzaffarnagar, Shamli down to Mathura and Agra. This is what the BJP is defending with 53 seats. Go back 5 years before that, it's not quite the same story. Because take a look at what happened 5 years before that. The BJP was at number 3 position. It had only 10 seats out of the 58. It went up to 53 in 5 years' time. And look at the others. These others, the 9 seats, all 9 won by the RLD with a 24% vote share. So a quarter of the vote share went to the RLD in 2012. But in 2017, the RLD was completely nowhere in the picture. They just won 1 seat. And that 1 seat is the seat of Chaproli, which of course is the home gad, the native village of Ajit Singh and now Jayant Chaudhary, and he's fighting from that particular seat. But take a look at this entire sweep that the BJP made across Western Uttar Pradesh. 53 out of the 58 seats. Some of their big names from Sanjeev Balyan, Sangeet Som, they all hail from this western Uttar Pradesh region. And this is where the J plus M, the Jat plus Muslim combine, will be put to test yet again. Because, remember, all the elections for the last 7 or 8 years, from 2013 onwards, whether it's 14, 17, 19, were all held in the backdrop of the communal polarization and the Jat-Muslim sort of divide, the fault line that had happened because of those riots. But now, is there bhaichara? Will the Kisan issue, will price rise, will inflation, will that overtake any communal fault line, communal polarization? That's the big question. As I now welcome Maria Shakil, my colleague and political editor. You've been traveling in those places. It is a fascinating contest, this.
Absolutely, Zaka. And is there a running theme, or is there a dominant narrative in this belt? That we'll know perhaps only on 10th. But one thing is clear, that this is going to be an election which will decide which way and perhaps newer ways of looking at elections. It's also very interesting that this is the most urbanized and well-off sub-region of Uttar Pradesh, with Ghaziabad and Gautam Budh Nagar. But Zaka, what we are seeing up there?
Yeah, there's something up in the air.
Yes.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? Is it Superman?
Well, I can hear you guys. This is the magic of Alexa, and Alexa,
okay. It's our own Superman,
right?
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. Remember that very crucial hijab row hearing currently underway the Karnataka High Court. Some developments now coming in. The Karnataka High Court has expressed concern over the closure of schools. Courts have gone on to say that the education should not suffer. State government has also batted for schools to reopen. Remember, schools and colleges have been shut for a period of 3 days after this unprecedented scenes that we saw, where protests had erupted not just in Udupi but in other districts as well. Anusha Soni continues to be with us. Education cannot suffer. That's the word that's coming in. With no interim relief that came yesterday, Anusha, it was looking like that even reopening of schools by Monday would be unlikely.
Well, too early to say that, Ridhima, because I want to give the broad tone and tenor of what is happening in the court. First of all, I want to point out that in the interest of transparency and justice, the High Court of Karnataka has gone on for the live streaming of this hearing which is happening right now, which means anybody can see it on YouTube. That's a big step for any constitutional court to take. Even Supreme Court on many occasions has been very reluctant to take that step forward. That being said, the Karnataka High Court has also cautioned that any kind of reportage done on this issue needs to be done with abundant caution, and hence we are reporting all the observations coming in from the Karnataka High Court very, very carefully. In fact, this is a broader concern, not simply quoting what the court has said, but a broader concern that the court has expressed, that schools cannot be shut, education must resume. And on this suggestion, there is a broad agreement that came from the state government, that came from the petitioners as well. The larger atmosphere which is building right now in the court is that everybody agrees that for the court to adjudicate whether 95 or whether it's a part of essential religious belief can take some time. In the interim, schools cannot be shut. How do we make some kind of interim arrangement? The petitioners' lawyers have given a sequence of events, the chain of events that have happened so far, how various representations have been made, and right now Mr. Sanjay Hegde and Mr. Devdutt Kamat, the two key lawyers for the petitioners, are arguing for an interim relief in this matter. Will that be granted? The hearing is underway.
I'll go across to Harish and my guests in just a bit. But Anusha, I want to also quickly understand, we'd spoken about the arguments by the petitioners citing fundamental rights, right to education, so on and so forth. I want to understand the arguments on the other side, because what we've heard till now has been to bring a sense of uniformity and the fear that if today hijab is being asked for, tomorrow you could see 4 new demands as well.
Well, Ridhima, I'm going to answer that question quite technically or legally, simply put, because there's, politically speaking, there's a lot of whataboutery that happens. When in a court of law you adjudicate whether hijab or a headscarf is a basic essential faith or, basic tenet of the faith of Islam or not, you do not bring and compare it with a, turban of a Sikh or
Sure.
the kirpan that they carry. That's not the argument which is made. The argument will have to be made on the religious texts that exist, on the Holy Quran, the Hadith, the practice which are being followed. Is this a practice which is customary? Is it covered under privacy? purely on the merits of it that's going to come. And if on the basis of it there are 4 other religions who want to come forward and say, look, this is also our fundamental rights, I dare say that as a student of law, that even that argument is going to be allowed before the courts of this country. So for a floodgate argument, it's called a floodgate argument in law, for that floodgate argument, you cannot stop the petitioners from making their case. That's what they're doing at the court right now.
Okay, Anusha, we'll continue to come back to you. We also have Supreme Court lawyer Ashutosh and activist Yogita Bhayana. But I want to take in a quick word from my colleague Harish as well. Harish, multiple developments that are taking place, especially with the inputs that we're picking up from the Intel report, which in a way traces back to when this row had really begun and the involvement of political outfits as well. Talk to us about the big takeaways.
Well, 3 points here. One, it kind of backs government's case that there was a conspiracy and this wasn't a spontaneous protest by few students demanding hijab. Conspiracy is being established by this Intel report. They are also kind of corroborating it with the kind of outreach that has happened to the families, the change in behavior, them missing the classes, attending some of these protests, and members of the SCPI and PFI barging into the school of this the college and barging into the principal's office, having an argument at multiple points in time over the last 2 months, especially November end and December, those 2 crucial months when actually the stalemate was brewing over there. So the government indicating, or rather preparing a case that there was a conspiracy on which this has happened. Now second is, now the government will probe on whether these organizations and individuals stopped at just this conspiracy and stalemate, or were they behind the violence that happened just earlier in the week. Because that will be a much more serious issue, because property has been damaged, people's lives have been affected, also a lot of people have been injured. So that is also a larger probe that will happen. But somewhere the first suspicion that has to be ruled out is whether these organizations were behind those violent acts that happened in Shivamogga, in Bagalkote and other places as well. The third aspect is, what was the scope of this conspiracy? Was it just purely a few leaders and organizations from Udupi who indulged in it? Or as several BJP MLAs have been saying, that it's a larger conspiracy having people from various parts of the country. In fact, Raghupati Bhatt says that there could be people from abroad as well backing this. He is making 3 crucial points. He says, how is it that much before the national media here picked it up, that you had international media and media from various other countries in the Gulf and other places were highlighting and hyping up this story? What was their hidden agenda? So all this will be probed by the government, but at least for now, they seem to have figured out how it really started.
Okay, Harish, I'll request you to stay on with us. Ashutosh, I want to come to you first from the latest development that we have from the High Court, where the High Court has expressed concern over the closure of schools and colleges that we have seen. Now, one of the comments that has come in from Sanjay Hegde, he's gone on to say that uniforms are school phenomenon. He's quoted the Karnataka Education Act. He's saying there's no provision for uniform in that. Can you talk to us about what does the Act say?
See, the Act says, Section 133, particularly subsection 2, says that the educational institutes like schools, colleges can decide on the dress code. It is not mentioned what kind of dress code. There is no clarity in details. But yes, there are powers mentioned, and see, in any school or college in the country, they are making dress codes, many of them. If it is not there, in some of the colleges it is fine, but it is not mandatory also at the same time for the colleges to make the rule like that. But they have the powers; they can do so. And I think the matter, since it has been referred also to the Supreme Court by filing a transfer petition, so there are chances that the entire matter may be heard before Supreme Court as well by constituting, a special bench. And the Chief Justice of India has the powers to do so under Article, 145(3) and 143. So there are chances that this may also take place. Now, at the moment, as rightly said by the court, that there should not be any suffering so far as the education is concerned. There should not be closure of schools and colleges. Now, it should be the responsibility of the state and the authorities to maintain peace and order. that even when the students go and attend the classes, there should not be any protest or any insecurity or any kind of riot nearby the colleges, and that has to be maintained because education is the I think should be the prime focus now, and everything is based on that. So that court has to decide. As I said, that there are different laws. Article 14 says equality, then Article 25 says, person has the right to profess any kind of religion. But whether wearing certain thing is a part of that religion, that is also a question of law. Just I am wearing something, that doesn't mean that it is a mandatory thing as per the as per a particular religion. Otherwise, I can't belong to a particular religion. And when I'm carrying a religion to holy places like schools and colleges, that first thing I'm trying to show that I am belonging to so and so religion, so and so caste. I think that also has to be seen that way. Students should be treated equally without
and that essentially
having any
seems to be the narrative of the authorities from the schools and colleges as well, even as the petitioners are quoting Article 25 that a ban on hijab is a violation of that. School authorities are saying that this is an institution for education. This is where you need to learn and grow and then chart out your path for your future course of life with your career, etc. And this is where we want a sense of standardization. Yogita, where do you stand on this? Schools and colleges are saying that these are minors that we're talking about. A sense of standardization is very important. Because of the kind of polarization that we've seen in the last few days, fair to say that this is also the need of the hour.
I totally agree with you on the standardization and the universal code of uniform, which is supposed to be followed. But I am only concerned about the timings. Why only 3 months before the exams? Why we have to get down to that level of law and order? Why it was not a slow process? When a lot of things takes a lot of time in this country, why you have to impose it overnight? That's my only question. You have to gradually prepare these students, or give a notice that by next session you will not have hijabs, or there is a policy change. I mean, there is a policy extent, we are planning to execute it. I mean, you have to prepare them. You just cannot dictate them. You have seen, and I mean, why we have come to that level where we have to maintain peace? Why it led to so much of unplanning and indiscipline? Why I mean, there was something missing in the planning. I mean, and I can go on record and saying it was a deliberate action, because this is not the only thing which we have seen. Sully-bully, we see so many things. So somehow down the line this community feels that they are being targeted, and I will support that, because why in a row we see so many things happening around. So I also, being non-Muslim, I get apprehensive, why they are being targeted. You please tell them that from next year onwards we will have to have this standardization. We will have to kind of make it a uniform, and that's how it is to be done. You really cannot dictate them. That even if they want to wear burqa, you have to really, as I mentioned earlier also, you kind of it is a social change. Even if it is in the policy, you have
that's
to
why
bring
when I
it out.
started, I had asked that, are we completely forgetting the debate around how hijab and what it represents as far as a mindset, simply because these are minors that we're talking about. But I want to bring in my colleagues also. Anusha, some commentary that I'm looking at as far as what Sanjay Hegde is saying. He's essentially gone on to say that Article 25 is being violated with a ban of hijab, and as far as this uniform code that we are talking about, the hijab doesn't violate it.
Yes, his argument, if I were to paraphrase what Mr. Hegde has argued so far, I'm going to quote him. Irrespective of what kind of dress, food, faith, all of you are children and daughter. Essential is to maintain education. That is what he's argued before the Karnataka High Court. He's saying that the state government must focus on resuming the education, a concern that was earlier expressed by the Chief Justice as well while he's hearing this matter. I also want to bring into this discussion another layer, as you were discussing many things with the guest, Ridhima. There's a very interesting case of Bijoy Emmanuel versus State of Kerala, which was about a national anthem being sung and a particular person did not want to stand on it, and the court ruled that you have a right not to stand on it if your faith doesn't allow you to do so. That's a case which is being cited as one of the key beacons of individual liberty in this country, even when it offends the most of them. That case has been an example, and that is what is being quoted by Mr. Sanjay Hegde. He goes on to say that in India, it has been a pluralistic society. We have accommodated different kind of views, and we should be accommodated if this is the customary practice which is being followed. And just to give it a broad technical perspective, they are arguing on interim relief right now. What kind of interim relief can be expected? Because broadly the state and the petitioners agree that the core issue of deliberating whether the headscarf is covered under Article 25 and whether it's an essential practice or not cannot be done immediately. The arguments of Mr. Hegde and Mr. Kamath are building up to asking for an interim relief on this matter, quoting Ambedkar, Bijoy Emanuel and many other cases.
Okay, but we also need to understand that these are students at the end of the day who need to go back to their classes. Exam time, they need to be focusing on their studies. And Harish, I want to bring you in with the kind of inputs that we're putting out from that Intel report. The BJP, we spoke to the spokesperson a short while ago saying we stand vindicated. Any other political reactions that have come in so far?
Well, in fact, people within the government here are stating that this is something that we had suspected all along. And in fact, we had asked the cops to specifically look at the role of the Campus Front of India. Much before this Intel report came out, there were some serious questions on why the CFI was stage managing the protest at Udupi. Why is it that they were not giving access to these students or their parents to school principal, the college principal, the media, the activists, well-meaning activists who wanted to fight the case of these students? None of them, remember, had direct access to either the students or the parents of these students. It was only via the members and activists of the CFI that everyone could manage to reach to the student, and it was under their under their eyes that you had to conduct an interview or speak to them and approach them. So this is something the government had all along questioned on why it is that CFI was acting as gatekeepers to these students and their families. And perhaps now the government will say, well, our Intel report suggests that you have stage managed it right from day one, from this conspiracy time itself, and now you are just ensuring that it's implemented. So the government is stitching together their larger case. Now, just coming back to the hearing that's on at the Karnataka High Court, let's also not forget the other line of argument that's currently on, whether it's Sanjay Hegde or others who are appearing for the petitioners, saying that do not leave it to the discretion of the College Development Committee. And there seems to be some merit in that argument, and that is already evident what's happened in Udupi and Kundapur. Let's remember what happened in Udupi. Let's recollect, in fact. The principal himself says the CDC allowed hijab inside the college campus. Only in the classroom between 9:30 and 4 they were asked to remove hijab. Well, in the case of the Kundapur college, they were allowed to wear the hijab in the classroom as well. So that is the larger point since yesterday that Sanjay Hegde and others have been making, that it's very arbitrary. It's left to the whims and fancies of a college development committee, the principal and local MLA. There needs to be some bit of a uniformity there, or at least a policy decision by the court or at least the government that acts as a guiding principle.
Okay, Harish, Anusha, I'll request you to stay on with us. I want to go back to our guest. And Ashutosh, I want to understand, with the kind of examples that we've seen globally, and specifically I'm talking about educational institutions, there is either a partial or a complete ban as far as hijab is concerned. Then is India, or at least as far as those school authorities or pre-university authorities in Karnataka, are they doing anything out of the ordinary then?
I personally do not feel that they are doing completely something which is wrong or which is out of context or which is against the law. The Constitution itself has given them certain powers as per the educational institute. When somebody is joining any educational institute to gain a sort of education, obviously the educational institute will have its rights to make certain rules and regulations. And rules and regulations are not only made for a particular religion, it is for everyone, for all the students. If a student of any other religion is also following or doing something, then the people will come and that we want to do something, we want to do worship, we want to have some yagyas or anything.
The reason
like
I asked you this is because what does the rule book say? What does the Constitution say? Because on the first day of the hearing, the High Court had categorically said we will go by the Constitution. What does the rule book say?
Yes. See, the Constitution says, Article 25 says about an individual's rights to profess and propagate a religion. But it does not speak about any dress code or something. See, that is something to be interpreted. If somebody is following a particular religion, that is fine. But But whether, wearing a particular dress or particular dress code to an educational institute where all the other religious, students will also be present, whether that will form a part of Article 25, that has to be decided. Now, further, it has to be decided when the Constitution itself has given powers to the state and the state education system and the institutes to make their own rules and regulations. And accordingly, the Act has been formed, that is Karnataka Education Act in this particular case. Whether the provisions of this particular Act is in violation or is in contradiction of the constitutional laws, that has to be seen. See, the Constitution is a very big, thing. And every aspect has to be interpreted. It cannot carry each and every, minute details about it. But yes, the same Constitution also says under Article 14 that there has to be equality before law. Everybody has to be treated, equally. Article 15 says that nobody should be discriminated on the basis of caste, religion, etc. Now, whether allowing this and making students feel that somebody belongs to a particular religion, somebody belongs to a particular caste, somebody belongs to a richer family, some belongs to a poor family, whether all these discriminations will it be at par with the Constitution, whether this will also not violate the constitutional system of our country. So all these aspects have to be taken into consideration. Our country is based on the basis of unity in diversity. That fundamental principle has also to be maintained. It doesn't mean that, everybody, whether it is any religion, I'm not talking about a particular religion in this particular case, but if suppose other religion is also allowed to, do whatever they want to do or wear as per the, then what will be the situation? There will not be
go
any...
back to the same argument, which is how can the High Court strike that perfect balance in such a sensitive situation. But Yogita, I want to come back to you, and my biggest concern is today whether you see the fine print of what's coming out from the Intel report or now some sort of a suggestion that there were vested interests at play, there were political outfits who were using these students as pawns, and both sides involved, whether the Muslim students or students of the same class who protested with those saffron shawls. Isn't this a big failure of the kind of education that we're giving in these educational institutions as well? Because at the end of the day, this is all happening outside their schools and colleges.
Very unfortunate, but very true. This is a complete failure, not only of the education system, of administration system, of how do we run the country, where we are talking about we have to discuss this on a national television. These things, what message does it give to the international community? I mean, we are talking about hijab, no hijab, interference in the education system from both sides, people bullying each other. I mean, this is really not called for, and this is not we expected in 21st century. I mean, we really wanted to have evolved generation, but unfortunately, this is the fact of our country. And my problem is that these things are being aggravated by both sides, political ambitions of certain people, and these students are being used. I would not call them completely at fault because they are at their innocent age. They really don't know. They need directions, but they are puppets. Both sides. I'm again saying both sides are being puppet, in the hands of these politicians with their own agendas from both sides. So yes, so as aware citizens, as aware people, as aware journalists, we really need to kind of reiterate it and make sure that it, I was hearing the earlier panelists that yes, every religion, people do follow their own things. Even in education system, we were studying, when I was studying in Delhi, we had every community person studying with me in my class, and everybody had their own kind of religion to follow, and it never interfered. So why these things are popping out now? Why it is becoming important now? The timing is important. So that's the reason I'm just pointing out the timings.
The
it
timing
has something
is
to do.
Correct. As I said, it also points to the larger issue of who is really, pressurizing these impressionable minds. As we said, they're extremely young. If my colleagues are still with us, if Anusha is still with us, Anusha, can you give us an update of what's happening at the High Court currently?
Well, the petitioners are arguing, Ridhima, as I hear you, I was also hearing that, hearing which is underway, the 3-judge bench is hearing the matter. Let me just reiterate what Mr. Sanjay Hegde is arguing. He has said that dispose the matter for now on a smaller issue, which is that how can these girl students who want to attend their education also want to wear a hijab, how can we make an arrangement where the education of these children are not interfered with? At the same time, the larger issue can be debated on a later date. You also have Mr. Devdutt Kamath, who is appearing on behalf of other petitioners. He has also said that the High Court can go into larger questions, but right now an interim arrangement needs to be made. I also want to reiterate that yesterday, before a single judge bench, when there was a conversation about what kind of interim arrangement can be made, and Justice Dikshit was trying to probe the petitioners and the state government about what are the solutions which are on the table, the state government was vociferously against any kind of relief being given to the petitioners. The state government is of the clear opinion that there is a rule that the college administration or the school administration believes should be followed with, it should be followed with. We cannot give it a go away. If there is any kind of middle path for an interim arrangement that needs to be reached, it needs to be via a way of order that needs to come from the High Court as it hears the matter. And I must also say it's almost 4 p.m. It's 3:50 now. Correct. At around 4:30, the court usually wraps up. Expect a development in the next 30 minutes, Ridhima.
Okay, Anusha, thanks for getting us that update. I'd like to thank Harish also, and I'd like to thank our guests as well, Ashutosh and Yogita. We will keep tracking all these developments. As Anusha was pointing out, another 20 to 30 minutes and we should see some development come in from the High Court. We'll keep tracking those updates, slipping into a very short break.
Share of almost 50%. That is what the BJP is defending in this Western UP belt, all the way from Muzaffarnagar, Shamli down to Mathura and Agra. This is what the BJP is defending with 53 seats. Go back 5 years before that, it's not quite the same story. Because take a look at what happened 5 years before that. The BJP was at number 3 position. It had only 10 seats out of the 58. It went up to 53 in 5 years' time. And look at the others. These others, the 9 seats, all 9 won by the RLD with a 24% vote share. So a quarter of the vote share went to the RLD in 2012. But in 2017, the RLD was completely nowhere in the picture. They just won 1 seat. And that 1 seat is the seat of Chaproli, which of course is the home gad, the native village of Ajit Singh and now Jayant Chaudhary, and he's fighting from that particular seat. But take a look at this entire sweep that the BJP made across Western Uttar Pradesh. 53 out of the 58 seats. Some of their big names from Sanjeev Balyan, Sangeet Som, they all hail from this Western Uttar Pradesh region. And this is where the J plus M, the Jat plus Muslim combine, will be put to test yet again. Because, remember, all the elections for the last 7 or 8 years, from 2013 onwards, whether it's 14, 17, 19, were all held in the backdrop of the communal polarization and the Jat-Muslim sort of divide, the fault line that had happened because of those riots. But now, is there bhaichara? Will the Kisan issue, will price rise, will inflation, will that overtake any communal fault line, communal polarization? That's the big question. As I now welcome Maria Shakil, my colleague and political editor. You've been traveling in those places. It is a fascinating contest, this.
Absolutely, Zaka. And is there a running theme or is there a dominant narrative in this belt? That we'll know perhaps only on 10th. But one thing is clear, that this is going to be an election which will decide which way and perhaps newer ways of looking at elections. It's also very interesting that this is the most urbanized and well-off sub-region of Uttar Pradesh with Ghaziabad and Gautam Budh Nagar. But Zaka, what we are seeing up there?
Yeah, there's something up in the air.
Yes.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? Is it Superman?
Well, I can hear you guys. This is the magic of Alexa, and Alexa,
okay. It's our own Superman,
right? And I'm making my way into the studio.
Oh wow!
Take a look at that, the quadcopter landing.
Yes,
There you go, guys. Hi, morning. How are you guys?
How are you, Anand? How is it up there?
So that I can get out. So this is what I'm going to do. This is my Alexa. I'm going to put the controls back here and say thank you to Alexa and step out.
Okay.
And there you go. Back into the studio, guys.
Welcome back from up in the air.
Absolutely. It's just been fantastic.
And how long, Anand? How long was the journey?
Well, it just took seconds because it was the Alexa data dome that's actually taken me and this Alexa quadcopter. It's good to be back on this. And now that we can get this out of the way, okay, Alexa, you can take her out. You can take her out.
Let's go back
there
up.
You go. There you go, up, back up. Thank you very much. We're going to go back on another trip when we get on to the other post.
शांति अच्छी लगती है ना, कर्फ्यू अच्छा नहीं लगता है ना, और कावड़ यात्रा भी निकलती है। पहले गरीबों पर, किसानों पर निर्दोष बम फेंकने वाले या तो जेल में है या दूसरे लोग की यात्रा में हैं। अब तो कावड़ यात्रा में निकल हर शिव भक्त बोल पड़ता है, हर बम बम हर हर। आज शिव भक्त हर हर बम बम। कावड़ यात्रा पिछली सरकार रोक, बसपा और सरकार के समय श्री कृष्ण जन्माष्टमी के कार्यक्रम को रोक लगा दी थी। हमने कहा भी देखो, श्री कृष्ण जन्माष्टमी का कार्यक्रम रोकेगा नहीं, वह कार्यक्रम चाहिए, और हर थी और हर जेल में भी जन्माष्टमी का कार्यक्रम आयोजित हो रहा है। भाइयों बहनों, देश के अंदर महोत्सव के नाम पर क्या होता था? तो महोत्सव के नाम पर अयोध्या का दीपोत्सव का कार्यक्रम, मथुरा का रंगोत्सव और श्री कृष्ण जन्माष्टमी का कार्यक्रम, काशी में देव दीपावली का कार्यक्रम, भव्य कुंभ और दिव्य कुंभ का आयोजन होता है। पहले इन सब पर रोक रहती थी। आज भाइयों बहनों, इन पर रोक नहीं, आज हर एक घर तक हो रहा है। पिछली सरकारों का विकास पर नहीं, बिजली देने में नहीं, के शौचालय या फिर गरीबों के लिए आवास की सुविधा देने में नहीं, गरीबों को फ्री में उपचार और फ्री में राशन देने में नहीं। पिछली सरकारों का विकास एक जगह था, और वह था केवल कब्रिस्तान की बाउंड्री वाल तक। कहां था? और हमारा विकास है ऐतिहासिक केला मंदिर के सुंदरीकरण पर। मथुरा, वृंदावन, बरसाना, गोवर्धन, इन सभी के विकास के लिए ब्रज तीर्थ विकास परिषद का गठन करके हम लोगों ने इसका भव्य विकास के कार्यक्रम को आगे काम किया है। भगवान राम का भव्य मंदिर का निर्माण का कार्य है, और काशी में भगवान विश्वनाथ धाम का निर्माण भी डबल इंजन की सरकार ने कर दिया है। विकास सड़कों में दिखाई देता है, घर घर में बिजली में दिखाई देता है, गरीबों में दिखाई देता है, अन्नदाता किसानों को कर्ज माफी में दिखाई देता है। हमारा विकास।
Now shifting focus, News18.com senior editor spoke to Union Minister Nitin Gadkari about his expectations from the Uttar Pradesh polls. Let's listen in.
What do you think is going to happen in Uttar Pradesh? Is Mr. Yogi coming back to power, or is what is Akhilesh is saying that there's going to be a badlav in 2022?
I am fully confident that we will get absolute majority in Uttar Pradesh. Because if you can compare the present situation with the previous time, when the Samajwadi Party regime was there, the comparison between the two regimes clearly indicates that the law and order situation at the time when the Samajwadi Party was there was totally worst. And it is the credit to Yogi ji, the way in which he handled and removed Gunda Raj from UP. And that is one of the reasons for law and order situation is good. And that is the reason that the common people have faith on Yogi ji.
The non-Yadav OBC vote bank last time voted in a big way for the BJP. Now this time we saw some ministers leaving the government and going to the Samajwadi Party side. And in West UP, there is this new alliance between Samajwadi Party and Jayant Chaudhary's RLD, which is expected that, it is the refrain from that side is that the Jats are moving back towards the SP and the RLD combined and not to the BJP. What do you think about these challenges?
It never happens in politics. 2 + 2 = 4. It never happens. Actually, the politics for progress and development is the most important politics for the BJP. We don't want to play politics on the basis of caste, creed, sex, and particularly religion. We want to play the politics for progress and development. Social equality and economic equality is the mission for us. Neither we don't want to discriminate anybody on the basis of caste, creed, sex, religion, and language. And that is the reason that our politics is Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Prayas. So the basic spirit between the other party and BJP is our agenda is on the basis is development, helping to the poor people, Gaon, Garib, Mazdoor, Kisan. The welfare of Gaon, Garib, Mazdoor, Kisan is our agenda. Unfortunately, the other party's agenda is who is Yadav, who is Muslim. They want to discriminate voter on the basis of caste, creed, sex, and religion and language. We are not in favor of all this politics.
Do you think the Jats will stay with you?
100%. I am confident that.
And as UP is seeing the first phase of polling the biggest newsmakers here on CNN News 18, let's now listen in to an exclusive conversation with Akhilesh Yadav and Jayant Chaudhary.
Well, right now I'm on a Samajwadi Party bus, and trust me, it was very difficult for me and my camera person to get on the bus because of the massive crowd that I could see around this bus. And you could see, sir, thoda pan karke dikhaiye zara bheed. This is a crowd, the fan following of Akhilesh Yadav. They have come to see Akhilesh Yadav and Jayant Chaudhary combined in Bijnor. We are in Bijnor at this point in time. Let's not waste time. Take first question to Akhilesh ji. Akhilesh ji, जो वोटिंग हुई है, टर्नआउट तो मैसिव है, पिछली बार से ज्यादा टर्नआउट लग रहा है जाएगा इस बार. क्या उम्मीद है पश्चिमी उत्तर प्रदेश में? इसको इंटरप्रेट कैसे करेगा? टर्नआउट ज्यादा है तो बाबा का फायदा है या आपका फायदा है?
अगर टर्नआउट ज्यादा है और जिस तरह का जोश और उत्साह मैंने कार्यक्रमों में देखा है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी गई. जो परिणाम 10 मार्च को आना था वो परिणाम आज ही आ गया है. भारतीय जनता पार्टी का सफाया उत्तर प्रदेश से हुआ है. साइकिल और हैंडपंप ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी का दरवाजा बंद कर दिया है. आज 10 फरवरी को ही परिणाम 10 मार्च का आ गया है.
अखिलेश जी, एक और सवाल है. कल प्रधानमंत्री ने एक इंटरव्यू दिया, उन्होंने कहा एक बार और प्रयोग हुआ था यूपी के लड़कों का और हमको बोला गया था 2 गुजरात के गधे हैं. क्या हाल किया यूपी की जनता ने, सबने देखा. इस बार फिर 2 लड़कों का प्रयोग हो रहा है यूपी में. आपको जयंत जी की उन्होंने एक तरीके से बात की, क्या जवाब देना चाहेंगे प्रधानमंत्री जी को?
पुरानी बातें नहीं फाड़नी चाहिए. पुरानी बात इतनी पुरानी है, उसके बाद 2-3 चुनाव हो चुके हैं, इसलिए पुरानी बात भूलनी चाहिए. भारतीय जनता पार्टी ये बताए कि जो उन्होंने संकल्प पत्र में लिखा था, क्या आज जनता को सब कुछ मिला है? क्या किसान की आय 2 गुनी हो गई? क्या किसानों के ने जो 700 शहीद हुए हैं, क्या उसके लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी माफी मांगेगी? इतने बड़े पैमाने पे बेरोजगारी है, क्या रोजगार का जो भरोसा दिलाया था, क्या आपने रोजगार दे दिया? तो ये बड़े सवाल है, महंगाई के, बेरोजगारी के, किसान के, और अर्थव्यवस्था चौपट की है इन्होंने. इसलिए उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता पुरानी बातों को भूल करके उत्तर प्रदेश को नए विकास की ओर ले जाने के लिए, खुशहाली की ओर ले जाने के लिए, भाईचारा को बना करके रखने वालों के लिए गंगा जमुनी तहजीब पर वोट डाले जा रहे हैं.
अखिलेश जी, एक और सवाल है. इधर आप यहाँ पर अपनी रैलियां कर रहे हैं, दूसरी ओर लखीमपुर मामले में आशीष मिश्रा को लखनऊ कोर्ट ने बेल दे दी है. कई लोग इसको पॉलिटिकल रंग देने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, आप इसको कैसे देखते हैं?
देखिए, मुझे उम्मीद है कि जब ये बात और हाई कोर्ट से सुप्रीम कोर्ट की तरफ जाएगी और जब पैरवी अच्छी होगी और कहीं न कहीं सरकार की नीयत और मंशा को भी दिखाती है कि पूरे देश ने देखा है कि क्या घटना हुई है, किस तरीके से जीप से कुचल दिए गए किसान, उनकी जान चली गई. मुझे लगता है कि अंतोगत्वा न्याय मिलेगा, सुप्रीम कोर्ट, हाई कोर्ट में जब दोबारा बात रखी जाएगी तो दोषियों के खिलाफ कार्रवाई भी होगी और सजा भी मिलेगी उन्हें।
ओके, मेरा अगला सवाल जयंत जी से। जयंत जी, जेपी नड्डा साहब ने रैली में आप पे हमला किया है, कहा है कि एक पार्टी के नेता हैं, लोकतांत्रिक पार्टी कहते हैं, और खुद वोट डालने नहीं गए।
नहीं, मेरी पत्नी की वोट है और मेरी वोट मथुरा शहर में है। यहाँ से वो बहुत दूर है। आप जानते हैं कि मैं बिजनौर में हूँ और हमारी जिम्मेदारी है कि गठबंधन के लिए लगातार हम प्रचार कर रहे हैं। पहले चरण और दूसरे चरण में सिर्फ 2 दिन खाली है प्रचार के। 10 तारीख में पहला चरण था, फिर 14 में दूसरा है, तीसरा चरण फिर 20 तारीख में है। तो तीसरे चरण और दूसरे में फिर भी ज्यादा समय है। तो कम समय में हमें ज्यादा प्रचार करना है, लोगों तक अपना मैसेज देना है और लोकतंत्र के ही और संवैधानिक मूल्यों की रक्षा करने के लिए हम चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं।
आशीष मिश्रा को
वोट डालने की बात है, मेरी वाइफ ने कास्ट किया है। जैसे मैं यहाँ से फ्री होऊंगा, मैं निकलूंगा, कोशिश करूंगा समय में पहुंच के वोट करूंगा।
आशीष मिश्रा को बेल मिल गई है लखनऊ कोर्ट से।
दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और किसानों के अंदर बहुत भारी रोष है इस बात को लेकर। ये सरकार की कमजोर पैरवी का ही नतीजा है। इसी व्यवस्था को हमें बदलना है।
Okay. So there you see the crowd on both sides of this bus where Jayant Chaudhary and Akhilesh Yadav are sitting. This is the bus that they are using in Bijnor. Me, Siddhant Mishra, signing off from Samajwadi Party's rally in Bijnor with video journalist Narendra for CNN News 18.
So the big voices they're coming in, as I said, as UP continues to vote in the first phase as far as Western Uttar Pradesh is concerned. We'll keep tracking those developments, but also let's shift our focus to the other big story that we're tracking. As the hearing on the hijab row takes place in the State High Court, CNN News 18 has now unearthed a mega exclusive on how this row actually began. As per intel in October last year, rumors spread about the alleged rape of a girl, and Hindu groups claimed that the victim was Hindu. The next day, the ABVP organized protests against this incident, and Muslim girls from the Udupi College took part in the protest while wearing a hijab. Then, on the 2nd of November, the Campus Front of India, or the CFI, and the ABVP entered the college campuses, and this is when the friction began. Then, in mid-November, the ABVP mounted pressure on the colleges to ban the hijab. In December, the College Development Committee then took the stance that the dress code should be followed with no exemption. And this is when girls wearing the hijab were barred from entering college. Let me first understand what the chain of events really were and what this intel report is throwing up. My colleague Harish Upadhyay is joining us live from Bengaluru. He's been keeping a very close eye on these developments. Some very important points that are coming up and the role of vested interest as far as this row is concerned. Talk to us about the big takeaways.
Well, there are 5 crucial developments that this intel report talks about. On the 26th, 27th, 28th is when the rumor spreads, and on 29th of October, the ABVP organizes a protest in which you can see some of these girls in the hijab taking part in the protest. This kind of rattles the SDPI, which in Kapu had won a few seats in the local body elections, and this particular ABVP protest was being organized by few emerging leaders of the BJP in Udupi and Kapu. So clearly, politics comes to the forefront there. In the next few days, you have the SDPI reaching out to the families of these Muslim girls who took part in the ABVP protest, asking them why they sent their kids to a ABVP protest, why not affiliate or associate with the Campus Front of India, which is an affiliate of the PFI. On the November 7th, you have at least 9 Muslim girls from this college, in fact, joining the Campus Front of India.
Okay.
On December 9th, this is what the principal tells us, that December 9th, you have 3 women from the SCPI PFI barging into the principal's office, alleging that the college was forcing these Muslim girls to join the ABVP protest and also take part in some of the pujas according to the Tulu culture ritual.
Okay.
After which, the principal says he started seeing a change in the behavior of these girls. On the December 28th, 29th, he says the girls insisted that they will wear hijab inside the classroom. Till then, hijab was allowed in the campus only between 9:30 and 4 through the day. Inside the classroom, it wasn't allowed. He says post December 29th, the college couldn't meet the parents of these protesting students.
Okay.
They were getting people from various other organizations and claiming that they were relatives of these students. He says on December 30th, few STPI activists barged into his office and got into a heated argument. So clearly, the principal is in a way corroborating what the intel report says on how this whole sequence of events panned out in Udupi.
Okay, Harish, I'll request you to stay on with us. Let me introduce our guest joining us on this broadcast. A state committee member of the CFI or the Campus Front of India, we have Fatima Usman, and an advocate from the Supreme Court, Ashwini Dubey. Good evening to both of you. Fatima, I want to come to you first and I want to talk to you about the fine print of the intel report. Now, essentially, the chain of events is saying this, that there was a meeting or a protest by the ABVP. There were a handful of these Muslim girls who took part in it. And after that, there was some sort of a counseling that was done by the CFI. And this is being now corroborated by what the principal is saying, that there was a change in attitude of these girls post this. And this is when they started demanding that hijab should be allowed as far as classrooms are concerned. How would you want to respond to that? Because this is what a lot of state authorities had also been saying from day one, that there were vested interests at play.
Yeah. Okay. Firstly, I need 2 minutes to talk without any. Okay. Right now, the discussion needs to be the conspiracy of ABVP, not the discussion about how the conspiracy began or how the girls are going to, why the girls are going to wear the hijab or like that. And one more thing is that the title of this debate channel should be ABVP conspiracy or Hindutva conspiracy, not how the conspiracies began. You know, the media people, you people are not showing the reality that's happening in Karnataka. In Karnataka, the violence that started and those boys who started with the hatred, they came to the campus with chanting Jai Shri Ram and
Fatima, why don't you respond to the specific question that I asked rather than saying what the media is doing, because we are showing all aspects of how the developments stand, whether it's the hearing of the High Court, the voices of the petitioner or the arguments that are being made. Why don't you respond to what I am saying and what the principal of the college is essentially saying, that after they were quote unquote counseled by your outfit, which is the CFI, there was a change in attitude that was seen as well.
First thing I need to say, that principal, they sent to the ABVP protest by forcefully. We didn't even counsel them. The students who were asking for their rights, it is their individual right. No one have the right to interfere with their individual choice. It has nothing to do with that. You know, and one thing, the conspiracy here is starting with the ABVP goals. You have to show the reality of that Karnataka, the happening. It is the conspiracy of state government that is doing. You know, in past 3 days, the government of Karnataka given holidays for colleges. Why? The conspiracy is done by the ABVP goals. They are trying to hide this reality. And one more thing,
what reality are they trying to hide? I'll come back to you in just a bit, because the bigger question right now is that this religious freedom that we're talking about, is this above the law and order situation that we're seeing play out in the state? But Ashwini Dubey, I want to talk to you about the legal aspect and the hearing that is still underway as far as the High Court is concerned. Some observations that we've already seen, especially as far as how education is being deprived to these students. Schools and colleges have been shut. We don't know if there will be an interim relief that will come in or not. What do you think will be the best options before the High Court?
None of the high courts of this country have categorically ruled whether the hijab should be allowed to be as a dress code in the schools that the private schools or the schools run by any government authorities. It's a personal right based on the personal scriptures. If we talk about the law, because I have 3 points to make here. One, if we talk about the law, then Article 13 of the Constitution of India says that any law framed by the Parliament or any law which passed the test of the Parliament. Second, this hijab is not one of the tests which has been passed the Parliament. It derived from the personal laws. Personal laws are not the codified laws. Second, the larger issue which was decided in Shaira Banu's case, this issue was left open whether the personal laws should be allowed to be practiced in entirety, that too in the government run organization, that to the places where the government or the private institutions these people come in, take part either in the government jobs or the schools. On third question, which was the important question, that whether the Right to Education Act should be which gives power to these students to study, and by virtue of that can they prohibit it. Here I see it, the government of Karnataka passed an order stating that the student of pre-university colleges will have to mandatorily wear the uniform prescribed by the college administrative board. And in the absence of any prescription, cloths which disturb equality, integrity and public law and order couldn't be worn. That has to be seen by the Honorable High Court.
Okay.
Because Honorable
Ashwini,
High Court
on that note, I'll just request you to stay on with us. I'll request Fatima also to stay on with us. We're getting some update coming in from the court. We're understanding the lawyer for the petitioner, Sanjay Hegde, has argued that constitutional rights cannot be left to the education of the politicians, whether they are in power or not, and whether they're elected or unelected. The petitioners assert the right to wear hijab on the freedom of conscience as well as their right to religion. My colleagues Anusha and Harish continue to be with us. Anusha, to you first. Talk to us about what Sanjay Hegde has argued as far as constitutional rights, and he's gone on to say that cannot be left to the education of politicians, whether in power or not.
Well, Ridhima, I heard the discussions you've been having, and it's a very, I must say, a vociferous debate which is happening in the public domain about what kind of religious symbols can be permitted in state-run institution and where do we really draw the line. Let me take you through some arguments which are being made purely in the court of law from the legal and the constitutional point of view. Whether it was the Shrirur Mutt case, whether it was the Bijoy Emmanuel case, or the two cases of Nada Rahim and Fatima Tasneem which have been elaboratively quoted, Mr. Sanjay Hegde argues that our country is a country of diversity, and the high courts on repeated occasions have stood up for individual rights. As the learned advocate on the panel was rightly pointing out that there is no high court judgment, and I dare say of a division bench, not of a single judge bench, because only a division bench at the very least can decide a constitutional matter. There is no judgment of the High Court division bench that lays down that hijab is a fundamental right. That question is largely unanswered. But Mr. Hegde is arguing on interim relief that needs to be given. On that interim relief, he is arguing that these girls have a right to education. Even during the time while the court adjudicates this matter, in the interest of the larger constitutional and diverse ethos of our country, we should allow these girls to wear this hijab and keep the politics of the matter really aside. Well, the High Court earlier, Ridhima, as we've reported, has already expressed concern over the fact that the schools are shut. The state government is also worried that the academic time is being lost. But at the same time, what kind of interim arrangement can everyone really agree to? And if there is no agreement, what kind of arrangement can be suggested or ordered by the High Court? All eyes on that crucial order, Ridhima.
But Anusha, as you were pointing a short while ago that about 4:30 is when the courts shut and we're already at 4:15. So does it look like that we could see some sort of an interim order today? Or do you think it could be carried forward as well?
I wouldn't be surprised if this stretches far beyond 4:30, because we have seen that in the digital world, because everybody is arguing from their different locations. It's an online hearing which is happening. So often, usually court extends the time. And if the petitioners are not able to wrap up their arguments, that court might extend the duration of the hearing by today. But what I anticipate is that the petitioners will make the argument, the state government is going to make the argument. Either you will have some kind of interim relief coming in today, the orders may be reserved. The third possibility is that the hearing could spill over to tomorrow as well. These are the three scenarios we are broadly looking at, Ridhima.
Before I quickly go to Harish, I also want to quickly understand from Anusha, we saw a mention being made as far as right to privacy is concerned and that judgment being mentioned. Could you talk to us about what the petitioners have said there?
There is a threefold test that exists in the Puttaswamy judgment, the glorious judgment of the Supreme Court that says privacy is a fundamental right, all pervasive in Part 3 of the Indian Constitution, which means it's a broad fundamental right. In that judgment, it has been laid down that whenever the state government takes away the right of privacy of any individual, it will, right? We all give our Aadhaar for fingerprints, we all give our personal data to the government. The government must have a legitimate aim to pursue. With that legitimate aim, the means that the government is deploying should be proportionate. Now, let me apply this to this case. The argument is that even if the children were wearing a headscarf, which is not in consonance with the prescribed uniform, you can't expel them from the school. You can fine them, you can tell them, you can give them warnings, but expulsion is not prescribed under the rules and it's disproportionate. And that is how the Puttaswamy judgment, which was later reiterated in the Aadhaar judgment as well, was cited before the court.
Okay, Harish, I also want to quickly come to you. And of course, the Intel report is one part of the narrative that we are tracking, but I also want to go across to what the state authorities have been saying for the longest time. Now, the petitioners have said that there was quote unquote some sort of a discrimination that was meted out to these Muslim students. What has been the version coming in from the state authorities?
Well, the state government is making one thing very clear, that these are rules that have been in place for a very long time. They haven't been brought in suddenly. The second point that's being made is that we had allowed the CDCs to take a decision at a very local level, decentralized level, and there has been no problem whatsoever for the last so many number of years, that now we have to change the way it operates. They're also saying that even now the government hasn't mentioned hijab ban anywhere. They've
Correct.
just left it to the College Development Committee. The government says if the students have an issue, they should go back to the College Development Committee. That's their primary redressal mechanism. Why is it that they've suddenly approached the Karnataka High Court? They could have tried to see if the CDC can be convinced that they be allowed to wear hijab. The government also mentions that in fact several colleges till Feb and till Jan end in fact had allowed hijab within the classroom as well.
Okay. I'd like to thank Anusha and Harish for getting us all those updates. We'll continue to come back to you. But I want to go back to my guest, Ashwini Dubey, Supreme Court advocate and State Committee member of the CFI. Fatima Usman continue to be with us. Fatima, I got interrupted what we were discussing earlier. There is no denying the fact to say that these protests, what we saw, these unprecedented scenes, they were not spontaneous. There was vested interest at play, and that's the question that I was asking, that these students have been demanding, citing religious freedom. But is religious freedom above the law and order situation?
Well, I didn't hear your question.
Fatima, can you hear me? Okay, we'll try and fix that connection with Fatima. But Ashwini Dubey continues to be with us. Ashwini, you've heard some of the arguments that have been made by the petitioners so far. The Education Act also has been, as far as Karnataka is concerned, has also been quoted by Sanjay Hegde. Now, this is where things really stand. Now, what Sanjay Hegde is saying, that this is not a violation of the uniform code that the state authorities or the pre-university colleges are quoting. The pre-university colleges and the state authorities are saying that this is a uniform that's given to every student, and anybody who wishes to attend the class, there needs to be a standardization. Could you give us, our viewers, a sense of what does the Act and the law really say?
See, there are 3 points. One point is that the State of Karnataka Act, Education Act 1983, which prohibits the wearing of hijab in classroom.
Okay.
And the state government's order placed reliance on the Kerala High Court verdict on the case of Fatima Hussain Sayyed versus the State of Kerala, although there are several judgments taking a contrary instance. Third, the Kerala High Court, in the Kerala itself, some of the Muslim girls, when they were the part of parcel of the NCC unit, they asked for that they should be allowed to wear hijab in the NCC program. Then the state government said, no, you cannot wear it. Then went to High Court. High Court said, no, you cannot wear it. Now in Madras High Court, in Ajmal Khan's case, when some people approached to the High Court saying कि मेरी photo अगर आप उस पर लगाएंगे lady की, तो पर्दा नशीन lady होती है, that will be contrary to the basic tenets of the Islam. Court said, no, the laws framed by the Election Commission shall prevail. Third, the right to privacy judgment was being discussed here. This has a 3 tests. One test is it must have a legislative mandate. Second test is the legitimate state purpose. And third, it must be proportionate. That is, such state action, both in its nature and extent, must be necessary in a democratic society, and action not to be at least intrusive to the available alternatives. So now see here, schools have a uniform code. Schools have a uniform code for all in the country. If your students will keep religion more important, then what sort of future society is building? This is the basic concept. कल एक national education policy बनी हुई है देश में. Somebody comes, no, I don't want to read English. I don't want to study in Hindi. I want to study in a particular subject. Will this be allowed? I think no. So the schools are a place where people come and follow the uniform policy made by the state governments as well as checked by the state bodies. So here is a law which is already in place. Now the question comes in whether the religious practices should be allowed to take over the laws framed by the state government or not. That's the basic question which will be decided by, so far as my knowledge is concerned. Personal laws have still not been given the right to go ahead, because scriptures, laws derived from the scriptures are still the issue is debatable before pending before the Honorable Supreme. The Supreme Court said, look, we will ask the religious scholars of different religions and we will take their view, then we will pass the judgment.
Okay, okay. Good to hear that clarity in where the things stand and where the law actually stands. But I believe Fatima is also now back with us. And Fatima, if you can hear me this time around, I essentially was going back to what the Intel report has said and also what the principal of the Udupi College has said. There is no denying the fact now to say that these protests were spontaneous. They were not. If you trace the events back, friction had been building since the month of October. Religious freedom is what has been quoted as part of the voices that we have heard. My basic question is religious freedom really above public order or the law and order situation that we are seeing play out?
Is religious What did you say? I can't hear you properly.
Okay, we'll actually try and fix that connection with Fatima so that she could respond. But Ashwini Dubey, that's the question, right? That with the kind of unprecedented scenes that we saw play out in Udupi, then moving to Shivamogga and other districts as well, is religious freedom really above public order or the law and order situation? And these are students that we are talking about, they're minors that we are talking about. What kind of atmosphere are we building up in a quote-unquote educational institution?
That's in the name of Article 25 of the Constitution, ignoring Article 25A, which puts the reasonable restrictions on every citizen of the country, making it humankind. And it is not only limited within the India. Have you seen the tweet of a Pakistani minister? Have you seen? It's an attempt to disturb the internal peace, and it is an attempt not within the people who are in this country. This has not really now the question which is within the India. Now the foreigners, even Malala, who writes in I Am Malala कि ये सब practices नहीं होनी चाहिए. She has jumped into the fray. My point is here, when the court's matter is already seized with the court, and the Honorable Supreme Court during the farmers' agitation has already ruled that you cannot choose both ways. On the one way, you can approach to the court saying that, look, my fundamental right is being violated. I should be allowed to do this. And on the contrary, पूरे hijab controversy को पूरे देश भर में फैला देना. Tomorrow I say, I am a follower of Hindu belief. Tomorrow I say that I will not wear the band and the uniform as suggested in the courts. I should be allowed to wear dhoti, tilak, kurta, and I should be allowed to practice. Will I be allowed? No.
That is exactly the argument that has come in from the state authorities and the college universities, that today it's the demand of a hijab, tomorrow there will be 4 other demands. Can that really be allowed in a classroom where the idea is only to focus on education and nothing else? I'll leave the conversation there. Like to thank my guests. Let's see some other reactions that are coming in as well. Now, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari has spoken to News18.com's Aman Sharma on this raging hijab row in Karnataka. Let's listen in.
The principles you mentioned, harmony is also an important principle in India, and the last 3-4 days we have seen what has happened in Karnataka over this the hijab issue, and students protesting from both sides. Do you think this issue, what do you think, it should have been handled better? What has happened there?
My suggestion is we should respect all religion, all languages. All people belongs to different class, different variety, different creed, sex and anything. And we should establish the equality between them. And I always telling people that any person is not great because of his religion, caste, creed and sex. He is great because of his qualities. We have to support good qualities in the society. We are all part and parcel of the one parivar. Some people may go to the to masjid, some people going to mandir, gurudwara, Buddha vihar. I always remember the song in RSS, Sanskriti sabaki ek chirantana, पुरखे जिसके हिंदू है, विराट सागर समाज अपना, हम सब इसके बिंदु है. We are all part and parcel of one society. We should respect every religion and we should make religious harmony between the society, between the people. We are Indians, we are Bharatiya. We will fight for this nation and we will make this nation super economic power strong in the world. That is the feeling of Bharatiya Janata Party. These are the small incidents are not good for the society. We have to think in a wider interest that how we are going to run the society and how we are going to make this country.
Let's now listen into some other political reactions as well. Let's begin in what the Chief Minister had to say.
I appeal the outsiders not to provoke anything which will disturb the peace and tranquility of the school campuses and in the state at large. Since the matter is pending in the court and day-to-day hearing is going on, it is our duty to create a peaceful atmosphere so that justice can be delivered.
कर्नाटक में आपने देखा कि हिजाब के ऊपर से बुर्के के ऊपर से कुछ लोग राजकारण कर रहे हैं। हिजाब और बुर्का ये आज से नहीं है, कई सदियों साल से परंपरा चालू है। इस्लाम में ये परंपरा शुरू है और हमारी जो बच्चियां हैं, हमारी जो बहनें हैं, ये हिजाब और बुर्का पहनकर ही बाहर निकलती है। तो इसके ऊपर किसका आक्षेप रहना नहीं चाहिए। आज कई लड़कियां जो है तो बहुत कम कपड़े पहनती है, नहीं के बराबर पहनती है, तो हमारा उसके ऊपर कोई आक्षेप नहीं है। लेकिन हमारा जो इस्लाम हमें इजाज़त देता है, कहता है, तो हम उसकी परंपरा का पालन हम करने वाले हैं। तो इसके ऊपर किसका बात नहीं रहना चाहिए और हम कोई बात करना नहीं चाहते। हम सिर्फ हमारा राइट मोहब्बत से कायदे के चौकट में डॉक्टर बाबा साहेब अम्बेडकर के संविधान से माध्यम से हम मांगना चाहते हैं।
नहीं, मेरी लोगों से यही अपील है कि ऐसे इश्यूज़ पे हमको अनावश्यक आंदोलन करने की आवश्यकता नहीं है, क्योंकि ये कोई दूसरे स्टेट में कोई घटना हुई और उसका संबंध लगा के अगर हम हमारे स्टेट में ऐसे आंदोलन करेंगे तो ये ठीक नहीं है। मैं सभी राजकीय पक्ष और संगठनों को विनती करता हूँ कि आप ऐसा आंदोलन मत करिए। इस राज्य में शांति बनाए रखने के लिए सबका सहयोग हो।
Well, we'll keep tracking all these developments, but for now, we're slipping into a very short break.
Helicopter swings around a bit. I'm well and truly harnessed inside, so you don't need to worry about me. But have a look at this. Fantastic view, and this is going to also set up the stage for all of us. Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow, and of course New Delhi, 2022 to 2024. It's a beautiful sight. You also have the Bhul Bhulaiya, Awadh ki Bhul Bhulaiya there to my right. There it comes into the frame, the Tile Wali Masjid. It's a beautiful sight aerially from here. Lucknow, absolutely fantastic. Alexa allowing me to get onto this quadcopter. But this is the big fight. 403 seats, 312 went to the BJP, 325 to the BJP and its allies, 47 for the Samajwadi Party. Can they get up to 202 and really do what looks seemingly impossible? BSP 19, Congress anywhere in the fray. We have to see all that. I'm running out of time. I'm going to head back to the studio. But in the meantime, it's over to Zaka and Maria.
All right, what an amazing picture that of Anand over the Bada Imambara in Lucknow. But what is at stake today? What is at stake today, ladies and gentlemen? Phase 1, 58 seats that are up for the grabs. And take a look at what the BJP is defending. 53 out of the 58 seats at a vote share of almost 50%. That is what the BJP is defending in this western UP belt, all the way from Muzaffarnagar, Shamli down to Mathura and Agra. This is what the BJP is defending with 53 seats. Go back 5 years before that, it's not quite the same story. Because take a look at what happened 5 years before that. The BJP was at number 3 position. It had only 10 seats out of the 58. It went up to
यूपी प्लस योगी बहुत है उपयोगी।
Welcome back. The Mahayuddh for Uttar Pradesh has officially begun with polling underway for the first phase of elections. As many as 58 constituencies across 11 districts are at stake. Till about 3 p.m., 48.24% voters have cast their votes. In the midst of it all, RLD chief Jayant Chaudhary sparked a row after he had revealed that he won't be casting his vote due to a political campaign. However, later, while speaking to CNN News 18, he affirmed that he will cast his vote. Jayant Chaudhary is a voter from Mathura. The voting will end at 6 p.m. Now, News18.com senior editor spoke to Union Minister Nitin Gadkari about his expectations from the Uttar Pradesh polls. Let's listen in.
What do you think is going to happen in Uttar Pradesh? Is Mr. Yogi coming back to power, or is what is Akhilesh is saying that there's going to be a badlav in those arbais?
I am fully confident that we will get absolute majority in Uttar Pradesh. Because if you can compare the present situation with the previous time, when the Samajwadi Party regime was there, the comparison between the two regimes clearly indicates that the law and order situation at the time when the Samajwadi Party was there was totally worst. And it is the credit to Yogi ji, the way in which he handled and removed Gundaraj from UP. And that is one of the reasons for law and law and order situation is good. And that is the reason that the common people have faith on Yogi ji.
The non-Yadav OBC vote bank last time voted in a big way for the BJP. Now this time we saw some ministers leaving the government and going to the Samajwadi Party side. And in West UP, there is this new alliance between Samajwadi Party and Jayant Chaudhary's RLD, which is expected that, it is the refrain from that side is that the Jats are moving back towards the SP and the RLD combined and not to the BJP. What do you think about these challenges?
It never happens in politics. 2 + 2 = 4. It never happens. Actually, the politics for progress and development is the most important politics for the BJP. We don't want to play politics on the basis of caste, creed, sex, and particularly religion. We want to play the politics for progress and development. Social equality and economic equality is the mission for us. Neither we don't want to discriminate anybody on the basis of caste, creed, sex, religion, and language. And that is the reason that our politics is Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Prayas. So the basic spirit between the other party and BJP is our agenda is on the basis is development, helping to the poor people, Gaon, Garib, Mazdoor, Kisan. The welfare of Gaon, Garib, Mazdoor, Kisan is our agenda. Unfortunately, the other party's agenda is who is Yadav, who is Muslim. They want to discriminate voter on the basis of caste, creed, sex, and religion and language. We are not in favor of all this politics.
Do you think the Jats will stay with you?
100%. I am confident that.
Let me bring in my colleagues. Our Uttar Pradesh Bureau Chief Pranshu is now joining us. Pranshu, talk to us about the voter turnout. Has it increased from the last time around?
Yes, it clearly seems to be, increasing as compared to last time. So we have this official report up to 3 p.m. and it's almost, it has crossed 50% on an average on almost all the 58 constituencies which are going to poll. Last time it was roughly around 60 to 62% vote percentage in all the constituencies. So it seems that this time around the voter turnout is more. Now, whenever the voter turnout is more, it becomes a very baffling question for everyone to guess as to in whose supporter or who's against this voter turnout is actually happening. But yes, the good sign for democracy that voter turnout is clearly happening, and the sort of tough contest which we are seeing, the bipolar contest on many seats. In some seats, of course, it's also a triangular fight with Bahujan Samaj Party being able to retain its core vote, and therefore the prediction becomes very difficult that which way the wind is blowing. But what we can tell our viewers is that the challenge, the biggest challenge, of course, is for the Bharatiya Janata Party. The reason being, it was clearly sitting on a position of great prominence. 53 out of those 58 seats, the remaining 5 seats, 2 had won by the Samajwadi Party, 2 by BSP, and only 1 by RLD. This time SP-RLD are together, and they have in fact presented a very strong fight to the Bharatiya Janata Party. We are also witnessing a scenario where the communal polarization like the past, that is clearly not the case. On the ground, on the very surface, there might be some sort of a communal leaning when it comes to the voting, but overtly, see, there has not been that sort of a communal agenda in this election. So the issues are basically the farming issues. That is one thing. The law and order is the another major issue on which the BJP has been emphasizing upon. The SPRLD has been emphasizing upon the so-called, ill treatment and ignorance of the farmers by the ruling Bharatiya Janata Party. So I think it's a complicated election, and the voter turnout clearly will be a cause of, a deep analysis by every side, and it seems that by the time this polling ends, it might be touching somewhere around 70%. That is what the estimate at the moment is.
Okay, Pranshu, we leave the conversation there, and voting will end in about an hour and a half at around 6 o'clock. Now, my colleague Anand Narsimhan takes us through some of the big poll issues in the poll-bound state of Uttar Pradesh.
Let's quickly set up what are going to be the big poll issues. Mudda number 1, law and order. Voters feel the state is safer, crime rate lowest in 7 years as per the NCRB. So contrary to what Ikra Hassan was claiming just a short while ago, the numbers show that the crime rate has significantly dropped. There is a significant perception on ground that Uttar Pradesh is safer than it was in the past. Samajwadi Party, the issue is they are still seen as the Gunda Party. And the BJP says it is Kaam Bhi, Lagam Bhi. That's their slogan here around. Whether it's going to resonate with the voter, we'll have to see on ground when they cast the ballot, and the 10th of March will tell us that. The other one is the Kisan anger. After the repeal of the farm laws, does that still remain is the big question. But this is what I was talking about. 40 lakh Ganna Kisans are alleging that 44,000 crores worth of dues is still pending. Bakaya hai abhi 4,000 crore ka. That's what they are saying. Where are you going to give it and when are you going to give it? The bumper crop of potato. Now the price is falling down to just about 6 rupees a kilo from 46. That's why the BJP in his manifesto has said that they will guarantee an MSP or a rate to stabilize the price of potato too, so that farmers don't suffer these kind of losses that they are seeing. The other aspect, caste and religion. Which way will the Jat vote swing? And the non-Jat votes also. Which way will it swing? Will they all rise above their Jati and community and vote for a party they believe will take Uttar Pradesh forward and give them a better future? That's the big question. 91% of the Jat, like Zaka was saying a short while ago, had voted for the BJP in this region, that is Western UP. Of course, Mathura, is that the next Ayodhya? अयोध्या काशी को बनाया है, अयोध्या भी बनाया है, अब मथुरा को बनाएंगे, जो राम को लाए हैं हम उनको लाएंगे. That's the kind of challenge. But on ground on Braj Bhumi, Krishna Janmabhoomi is not the real issue. But will it become one ahead of 2024? We'll have to wait and watch.
What is at stake today, ladies and gentlemen? Phase 1, 58 seats that are up for the grabs. And take a look at what the BJP is defending. 53 out of the 58 seats at a vote share of almost 50%. That is what the BJP is defending in this Western UP belt, all the way from Muzaffarnagar, Shamli down to Mathura and Agra. This is what the BJP is defending with 53 seats. Go back 5 years before that, it's not quite the same story. Because take a look at what happened 5 years before that. The BJP was at number 3 position. It had only 10 seats out of the 58. It went up to 53 in 5 years' time. And look at the others. These others, the 9 seats, all 9 won by the RLD with a 24% vote share. So a quarter of the vote share went to the RLD in 2012. But in 2017, the RLD was completely nowhere in the picture. They just won 1 seat. And that 1 seat is the seat of Chaproli, which of course is the home gad, the native village of Ajit Singh and now Jayant Chaudhary, and he's fighting from that particular seat. But take a look at this entire sweep that the BJP made across Western Uttar Pradesh. 53 out of the 58 seats. Some of their big names from Sanjeev Balyan, Sangeet Som, they all hail from this Western Uttar Pradesh region. And this is where the J plus M, the Jat plus Muslim combine, will be put to test yet again. Because, remember, all the elections for the last 7 or 8 years, from 2013 onwards, whether it's 14, 17, 19, were all held in the backdrop of the communal polarization and the Jat-Muslim sort of divide, the fault line that had happened because of those riots. But now, is there bhaichara? Will the Kisan issue, will price rise, will inflation, will that overtake any communal fault line, communal polarization? That's the big question.
Let's also now play out some ground reports. While on one hand, you have the likes of Jayant Chaudhary, who have not cast their vote till now and prioritized poll campaigning, there is a couple who was getting married today, but they made no compromise as far as the ballot was concerned. Let's take a look.
You know, this is a marriage party which is about to take the Bharat to Deoband from Muzaffarnagar. The Dulha has just cast his vote and gone, the bridegroom. The family members have just asked them to stop here for a bit. They're also in a rush. घर में शादी है, बट वोट से आप लोगों ने समझौता नहीं किया।
जी जी।
हाँ, सुबह सुबह आ गए वोट देने के लिए। हाँ, आप भी, मतलब आपके बड़े भाई की शादी है, बताइए कैसे?
मेरे बड़े भाई की शादी है और सबसे पहले उन्हें दिया है, उसके बाद हम आए हैं। तो वो कर चुके हैं वोट अपना, हम कर चुके हैं वोट, और वोट हमारे लिए सबसे पहले ज़रूरी है। तो अपना पहले वोट करें, फिर शादी करें।
बिल्कुल सही बात है, पहले वोट करें फिर कोई और काम करें। पूरी गाड़ी भी सज गई है, आपके घर पर भी सारी तैयारियां पूरी हैं।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
बट महिलाओं को तो सजने संवरने में वक्त थोड़ा ज्यादा लगता है, बट घर की महिलाएं भी पहले वोट को प्रेफरेंस दे रही हैं।
जी हाँ,
पहले वोट दी जाएगी, उसके बाद रेडी हुआ जाएगा।
I'm joined by MOS General VK Singh. Sir, you tell me how firm you are, how BJP is going to perform.
BJP is going to perform very well, and we will have a majority government in UP.
What are the issues that people are voting for?
People are voting for the type of security environment that is there. There are no land grabbers, there are no mafias, there are no people from whom your daughters and sisters were scared of. And overall, there is stability. Second is, there has been an all-round development without any discrimination.
So there's an alliance between RLD and SP. How challenging this alliance is for BJP?
In 2019, there was an alliance between SP and BSP.
Right.
How much did it last? You will see the same thing happening.
गौतम बुद्ध नगर जिले से आप सांसद हैं और पंकज सिंह को क्या लगता है कि दोबारा प्यार मिलेगा जनता का पंकज सिंह को?
प्यार उससे दुगना मिलने जा रहा है, क्योंकि पिछले 5 वर्ष पहले तो हम विश्वास दिलाकर लाए थे कि हम गौतम बुद्ध नगर को नया बनाएंगे, नोएडा को नया बनाएंगे। अब हमने करके दिखाया है। यहाँ से मेरठ चले जाइए 45 मिनट में, 2.5 घंटे लगते थे। आगरा से, देहरादून से, उत्तराखंड से, मेरठ से, दिल्ली से एक भी रेड लाइट के बिना आप एयरपोर्ट पहुंचेंगे। 400 हेक्टेयर में बना हुआ ओखला बर्ड सेंचुरी, 180 एकड़ में बना हुआ बॉटेनिकल, देश का आज़ाद भारत का पहला बॉटेनिकल गार्डन, मेट्रो का जाल। इसी सेक्टर के सामने ट्रैफिक जाम रहा करता था। पूछिए हमारे अध्यक्ष हैं हमारे RWA के, कि पीछे से एलिवेटेड रोड बनकर जा रहा है। तो इतने बड़े काम जो हुए हैं, अब तो हमारे पास वो भी कहने। पिछली बार तो हम लोगों ने कहा हम काम करेंगे, इस बार हमने कहा हमने काम करके दिखा दिया।
अखिलेश यादव जी कहते हैं इतनी बड़ी हार देंगे करहल में कि पूरा प्रदेश याद रखेगा, तो इस पर आप क्या लगता है?
आज की तारीख, स्थान और समय जरूर नोट करके रखना। उन्होंने इतनी बड़ी कहा है, तो उन्होंने ये भी कहा था पर्चा दाखिल करने से कि मैं अब चुनाव 1.5 लाख से जीतूंगा, आपको ही कहा था, और अब मैं चुनाव के बाद आऊँगा और कार्यकर्ता चुनाव लड़ेंगे। तो मैंने भी, ये उनका दम्भ बोल रहा था और मेरा कॉन्फिडेंस बोल रहा था। मैंने अखिलेश उसी दिन 2:18 पे कहा था, अगर अखिलेश यादव जी आपको 7 दिन के अंदर मैं करहल में ना बुलवा लूँ तो मेरा नाम भी SP सिंह बघेल नहीं है। परसों हमारे फर्स्ट राउंड का आखिरी दिन था, और आप बुद्धिजीवी पत्रकार हैं, ये सब लोग स्टार प्रचारक हैं, ये सब लोग एक को छोड़ के सभी वहाँ पर थे। और आखिरी दिन नेता जाता है, अपना हेलीकॉप्टर उतारता है और जो जिताऊ वोट है वो दिलाने का काम करता है। लेकिन सेफई वाले घिर गए, सेफई वाले बंद गए। परसों जब उनको जाना चाहिए था फर्स्ट राउंड में, वो सब लोग गांव में वोट मांगते घूम रहे थे।
मतदान का आज पहला दिन है, तो आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे और किस उम्मीद के तहत आपने इतने दिन तक चुनाव प्रचार किया?
देखिए, बजरंगबली भगवान श्री राम का भव्य मंदिर बनने से बहुत प्रसन्न है। इसलिए जो ये इलेक्शन है, जिस तरह से विकास हुआ उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर और कानून व्यवस्था दुरुस्त रही है और सारी चीज़ें उत्तर प्रदेश नंबर 1 प्रदेश बने, उसके लिए लोग आज मतदान करेंगे। और जिस तरह का उत्साह मैं देख रहा हूँ, उससे भले ही अनुमान लोग 300 पार का करते हैं, लेकिन मेरा 350 पार का अनुमान है।
कांग्रेस पार्टी को, पंखुड़ी पाठक को क्यों चुना जाए?
सबसे पहली बात कि मैं नोएडा क्षेत्र से आती हूँ, मैं कहीं बाहर से नहीं आई हूँ, मेरा घर यहाँ है। जो नोएडा के लोगों की समस्याएं हैं वही मेरी समस्याएं हैं। अगर आपके घर में गंदा पानी आता है तो मेरे घर में भी गंदा पानी आता है। अगर आप लोग अपने अधिकारों के लिए लड़ रहे हैं तो मैं भी लड़ रही हूँ। और जो भी यहाँ पर समस्याएं हैं उसकी आवाज उठाने का मैंने काम किया है, चाहे जमीन पर हो, चाहे सोशल मीडिया पर हो, चाहे मीडिया के सामने हो। यहाँ के लोगों ने अपने सुख दुख में मुझे देखा है, अपने आंदोलन में मुझे देखा है और अपनी आवाज उठाते मुझे देखा। से मैं एक महिला होने के नाते बता सकती हूँ, अगर मैं अपनी प्राइवेट गाड़ी में भी रात के समय निकलूँ तो मैं नोएडा में सुरक्षित नहीं महसूस करती हूँ। तो सुरक्षा का जो मुद्दा है, मुझे लगता है उत्तर प्रदेश में लगातार वो बना हुआ है और महिलाओं के लिए खासकर सुरक्षा के मुद्दे पे बहुत कुछ अभी करने की।
So 58 seats are at stake in this first phase. Can the BJP hold on to its domain, or can a dent be created by the SP-RLD alliance? We'll keep tracking those developments. For now, slipping into a very short break.
The Alexa data dome that's actually taken me, and this Alexa quadcopter, it's good to be back on this. And now that we can get this out of the way, okay, Alexa, you can take her out. You can take her out.
Let's go back
there
up.
You go. There you go, up, back up. Thank you very much. We're going to go back on another trip when we get on to the other post.
यूपी प्लस योगी बहुत है उपयोगी।
Fantastic, isn't it? As I say good morning, this is what Alexa has allowed me to do again. Get back on that quadcopter and right above the Rumi Darwaza, just beside the Bada Imam Bara over Lucknow. It's the fight for this. Who's going to come back? Is the BJP going to break the jinx? Or is it going to be the SP-RLD combined that's going to mount the challenge and perhaps do the impossible? We have to have a look. It's just phenomenal this Thursday morning as first phase of polling gets underway. The fight, ladies and gentlemen, is who is going to come back on that seat in the capital of Lucknow to run Uttar Pradesh again. That's the big challenge. It's a beautiful sight in front of us. You've got the Gomti River there, looks so beautiful. And as we...
Now coming in, as far as the hijab hearing is concerned, the Karnataka High Court has proposed this, that neither a headscarf nor a saffron shawl should be allowed. This is the High Court's proposal as far as the hijab row hearing is concerned. Anusha Soni continues to be with us. Anusha, talk to us about what is the High Court proposing.
Well, Ridhima, as I talk to you, that hearing, the bench is just rising. What the High Court has said, and I'm going to report this very cautiously because at the High Court in the beginning itself clarified that you'd have to wait for the written orders, don't jump the gun. This is what High Court has proposed, and I'm quoting them. Till the matter is pending, nobody can wear a headscarf or a saffron shawl. You have to cooperate if you want us to hear this matter. It is only a matter of few days. We are going to restrain everyone from creating a law and order situation, and we expect the authorities to implement this order as soon as possible. They also want the educations to start. The hearing has been adjourned to Monday till 2:30 p.m. That's when the court will hear the matter yet again. Now, when the written order copy really comes out, we will know the nuances of this order. But as of now, we can confirm to our viewers that this is what the High Court has said is going to be its order subsequently. Orally, the High Court has indicated its order, and the High Court has said that we are going to restrain everyone from wearing religious symbols to state institutions. Now, after the High Court said that they are going to pass these orders, there was a very vociferous opposition that came from the petitioners. The petitioners argued that you are suspending my fundamental right. And if you are suspending my fundamental right, I cannot put my faith on hold.
Anusha, I apologize for interrupting. So the matter has been adjourned for 2:30 Monday. Harish is also now joining us. Harish, what's the word coming in from the petitioners?
Well, the petitioners were opposing this, whether it's Sanjay Hegde or Devdas Kamath, saying that this, as Anusha pointed out, one of the petitioners said, you're asking us to choose between food and water, both of which is essential. But the court now has said that we will ensure that everyone is restrained from wearing any sort of a religious symbol to educational institutions. In fact, this is a shot in the arm for the government, because this is precisely what the government was asking for. They asked that let our orders continue, let our circular passed in the first week of February continue. We can decide this matter. That is what the court seems to be inclined towards, that let the schools start from Monday, after which we can decide on the larger question and also come to a conclusion. So the interim order right now, almost what can be termed as an interim order, as Anusha rightly pointed out, the nuances of it will come out later, but right now the court very clear that they are restraining people or students from wearing any sort of a religious symbol to schools and colleges right now.
So essentially no relief for these hijab students, because this is what the High Court has said, that neither a headscarf nor a saffron shawl. My colleague Swastika is also now joining us. Swastika, the focus also has been that educational institutions now need to reopen. Any initial reactions coming in?
Well, the initial reaction that I've picked up is that they're not happy, and we're talking about the Campus Front of India, which has been leading the protests here in Udupi. They are the ones who have been so-called advocating for the Muslim women's rights here, saying that it's the fundamental right of the women. In fact, Harish got us that breaking where how some of these activists have joined hands with the CFI after their parents were approached by the CFI to lend in their voices and support. So the initial reaction is they're not at all happy. They want an early resolution for this matter, and they have clearly said in the past, we are not going to cast any aspersions on what the High Court's final order is going to be, but they said rather that if it does not go in their favor, they are going to move to the apex court.
Anusha, I want to come back to you quickly. You know, this is what we were discussing, that a timely intervention is what is needed because there is a loss of educational hours and days. What happens to the educational institutions that have been shut?
The state government is fully equipped and free to open the educational institute. This interim order which has come, I must say, and the written order copy which we are awaiting right now is clearly a setback to the petitioners, because the High Court has said that we are not going to allow any kind of religious symbols, whether it's a hijab or a saffron shawl, till this matter is decided conclusively. As Swastika and Harish were pointing out very correctly, that once the written orders come out, because that's a procedure and a formality you require before you can appeal to the Supreme Court, this is likely all set to go to the Supreme Court of India. There was already a mentioning that was made this morning by one of the girls from Udupi, Fatima. That time the Supreme Court said we will not interfere. The High Court is seized of the matter. But with the petitioners going disappointed from the High Court because they've not got what they wanted, they were saying that these girls should be permitted, give us an interim relief. The High Court has said you are free to go to the schools, but in the meanwhile you will have to adhere to the dress protocol which has been prescribed by the college. A setback to them, and in all likelihood this is further to escalate at the top court of the country. Ridhima.
Two things here, Anusha. So as you're pointing out, it looks like that this will be escalated. It's possible that the petitioners once again go knocking at the Supreme Court. What can we expect from Monday? And also just quickly give us a recap of the arguments that were made.
The petitioners argued elaboratively on the liberal constitutional principles that exist in our democracy: free speech, right to expression, right to propagate your religion, Article 25, Article 30. And they said that there are clear precedents with which one can gauge that the believer can come to the conclusion that hijab is a part of her religion of Islam and she is entitled to cover her head. There were also verses of Quran that were quoted by the likes of Mr. Devdutt Kamath, and Mr. Sanjay Hegde argued on the Srimat case, also the Bijoy Emanuel case and various other judgments that have been cited. The key argument of the petitioners was that till the time this matter is being conclusively decided, the constitutional debate is being conclusively decided, the benefit of doubt on the balance of probabilities should be given to the petitioners. That is, they should be allowed to exercise their faith as they understand it. However, the High Court does not agree. And in my understanding, one of the key things that is weighing upon the mind of the High Court is the law and order situation, the shutdown of the school and the deep polarization that we have seen.
Swastika, I want to bring you in here because we did see a big focus on this, how education is being compromised and educational institutions need to open. With what the High Court has said as of now, any word that you're picking up as far as colleges in Udupi are concerned?
Well, colleges in Udupi are very clear, and this is the government PU college we are talking about. The local MLA is the president of the college development committee, and he said that there was already rule in place that girls were not banned from wearing hijab. First of all, they were allowed to wear it, but not inside the classroom. So they said that these rules have been in place since the time the college was established back in 1985. Now, Bjp MLA also happens to be the CDC of other government PU colleges here in Udupi, and the same rule applies everywhere. So certainly the Karnataka High Court's interim order comes as a setback to the petitioners, but a big shot in the arm for what the college authorities have been stressing upon.
Okay, so this is where things currently stand. This is what the proposal has come from the High Court. Neither a headscarf nor a saffron shawl. It's been adjourned till 2:30 Monday. We'll continue tracking all these developments. I'll request all my colleagues to stay on with us. It's a wrap from my side. Tossing it over to my colleague, Anand.
Well, thanks for that, Ridhima. Good evening to all our viewers. Namaste. The big announcement this. The single bench of Justice Dixit also refused to give any interim relief. Now the courts, we are waiting for the detailed order, but so far they say colleges must reopen. All other students and all other educational institutions should not suffer. So let colleges start. There is a very limited time before the exams get underway. So schools and colleges must open. That's what the courts believe. But the courts have also said that there should be no overt display and insistence of religious practices. So either saffron shawls or hijab should not be done. And that is, you have to wait for a few days till we are ready to pass our order. And the hearing now adjourned till Monday 2:30 p.m. But it looks like there will be a certain conclusion. But the bigger aspect is there is no interim relief for the petitioners. The court is of the mind that as good as status quo ante. So you follow the rules, don't make an insistence, and just go ahead and attend classes till Monday. So tomorrow is one big day, that is Friday. Saturday, Sunday, if there are classes, that's another aspect. But so far, this is what we can understand. Swastika now joins us with more on this story. We also have Harish Upadhyay. We'll try and go across to them to try and understand and get a sense of how things pan out. We'll also have Anusha Soni join us in just a bit. Anusha is also there with us. Anusha, if you look at the way the mind of the court, the way the courts have turned around and said, they've said that you make sure you attend classes. So primacy to education over what people are claiming to be personal belief and faith and exercising their personal choice in terms of their faith.
Absolutely, Anand. And the fact that it has become a larger law and order issue, the fact that this is not just about one school or one college in one particular district, the fact that this fire has spread across the state and it is deeply polarizing the students, affecting the academic calendar, shut down across the state for 3 days. And the Advocate General for the state of Karnataka argued that the norms that have been set by the school should be followed in letter and spirit. Yes, there was a very vociferous argument that came from the side of the petitioners who said liberty must be granted, they must be allowed to wear their hijab. But the High Court was of the view that in this deeply polarizing atmosphere where education has stopped because of these issues, the court is ready to listen to this matter. But in the meantime, no hijab or no saffron shawl. They will not be permitted. The High Court orally indicated that in some time from now, we will have those written orders coming in. As I was earlier pointing out to Ridhima as well, Anand, in the morning, we saw that mentioning happening before the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court said, look, the High Court is seized of the matter. We will not interfere. In all likelihood, you will see another mentioning happening before the Supreme Court of India tomorrow. It is all set to go to the top court.
True, there are other judgments of other high courts also, including a 2003 judgment of the Bombay High Court, which has also been stated by many who are apprised of the matter, where clearly rules of the institution supersede individual rights and individual beliefs. When you go and subscribe to an institution, are part of it, you have to follow the codes and rules and regulations of that institution, especially educational institutions. Harish Upadhyay also tracking the story. Harish, some very strong vociferous arguments being made from the petitioner, but the Attorney General and others saying you can set aside the constitutional matter aside, but first look at the interim aspect, the interim relief of opening up colleges and under what conditions, and the courts have decided on that.
Well, the initial reaction coming in from the government says that prima facie they believe that the High Court has brought the kind of arguments made by the Advocate General and the government. They believe the fact that so far the High Court hasn't passed any negative remarks about the orders passed by the government the first week of February, empowering CDCs, the College Development Committees, to decide on the dress code means that they have done a few things right. This is something that the government was asking from day one, that please follow the orders now. We can look at other aspects later, whether it's constitutional aspects or the fact now that the government already has announced that they would form an expert committee to look at all these aspects and formulate a policy on the dress code in government colleges.
Right.
But other parties involved, petitioners, had rejected that. But with this kind of an interim order, the government believes that somewhere they're on the right track to implement their order.
It's a matter of just one working day as far as schools are concerned. Swastika, what is likely to happen? Are there any reactions on ground?
Well, initial reactions from the CFI is that they are not at all happy with this Karnataka High Court interim order. They say that in all likelihood they are going to approach the apex court. They've been very firm, saying that they are not fighting on behalf of any political organization. They are here fighting for the rights of the Muslim women, the petitioners, before the Karnataka High Court. The initial reaction is that they are going to appeal before the apex court, is what sources within the CFI have told me. But on the other hand, the College Development Committee of the Udupi PU College, where the entire protest started, they tell me that they welcome the decision. They say this comes as a big relief to them and something that they have been standing for. They say that rules have been in place and there have been no violation from their side, and today the High Court order reflects exactly that.
No, and some of the banners and posters that have been put out are itself questioning of the mindset, and if the CFI is not directly involved, that itself is being challenged because the amount of interference and the role that they are playing. There are many who are saying that the CFI's intervention is not post-December or the end of December. It is much before that. Many people are also saying that this is purely being instigated because there is a political motive or an ulterior motive beneath that. Anisha, stay with me. Just quickly going across to Harish. Harish, you have one of the lawyers with you.
Well, in fact, there's so much interest in this case that we've had so many lawyers turning up, some of them also making a few prayers yesterday and today as well. I have with me Advocate Subhasini here. Ma'am, you've seen the argument. You also made a very small prayer, but the High Court making it very clear that the schools need to start. That's the priority.
Yes. लेकिन मैंने पूछा जज को, मैंने पूछा कि ये लोग इतना डिवाइड एंड रूल पॉलिसी कर रहे हैं मुस्लिम एंड हिंदू का, इट इज़ ऑल पॉलिटिकल वेव, काइंडली आपने एक ऑर्डर तो कीजिए कि मीडिएशन रेफरेंस, बिकॉज ये लोग हमारा फैमिली है, हम मान रहे हैं। क्यों? बिकॉज ये लोग इंडिया में पैदा हुआ है, वो लोग ने पाकिस्तान में नहीं पैदा हुआ, तो इधर का पैदा हुआ लोग हमारा साथ ही रहना, हम ये लोग को भाई भाई समझना ही है। हमारा
आपको लगता है कि सरकार ने जो बताया था कि आप लोग ये ड्रेस रूल को फॉलो कीजिए, हम एक पॉलिसी फॉर्मुलेट करेंगे, आप लोगों को भी हम कंसल्ट करेंगे, इट वाज इन अ वे a mediation policy or a mediation offer that was done much before the petitioners approached the court, so they've rejected it.
Yes, क्योंकि ये लोग पहले से ही आ रहे हैं, ये नया नहीं है, ये लोग का दादा दादी मामा सब लोग पहले से ही यही ड्रेस कोड में आ रहे हैं पूरा कोर्ट में, तो अभी इमीडिएटली ये लोग कैसे छोड़ सकते हैं? और वो लड़की लोग ने इतना अच्छा से ओपनली बोला है, अगर ये ड्रेस ये हम लोग ने नहीं पहना तो, ये बुर्का ये सब हम लोग ने नहीं पहना तो हम लोग को स्कूल को नहीं हमारा दादी माँ भेजेगी, फिर हमारा एजुकेशन स्टॉप हो जाएगा। तो ये पहन के जाने से ही हम लोग को अलाउड किया है कि हम लोग पढ़ सकेगा। अगर ये स्टॉप कर दिया तो हम आम आदमी का जैसे घर में रहना है, ये लड़की लोग का जिंदगी बर्बाद हो रहा है। ये समझ के अभी मोदी जी ने बोला है कि हम लोग ने सुप्रीम कोर्ट में आपके लिए 3 तलाक किया है, हम आपको फेवर किया है। इतना ये लोग के ऊपर विश्वास है तो क्यों नहीं डाउन टू अर्थ ये लोग नहीं आ सकते पॉलिटिशियंस? ये लोग आके ये लोग को कॉम्प्रोमाइज क्यों नहीं कर सकता था? इतना दिन ये लड़की लोग इतना मर रहा था, कोई आया कोई पूछा?
कॉम्प्रोमाइज को अटेम्प्ट करना चाहिए था गवर्नमेंट को। Well, Anand, it's in fact one of the point that Sanjay Hegde made, that it's no more a question of religion. In fact, it's a question of their education. That's the point even Sanjay Hegde made in front of the judge. But the court saying that before we consider all that, we want the students to return to class and some sort of normalcy to return to educational institutions.
Well, Harish and Swastika, thank you for your inputs. I have Ashwini Dubey, Advocate Supreme Court with us. Zakia Somanji, women's rights activist and co-founder of the Bharatiya Muslim Mahila Andolan is also with us. Ambar Zaidi, social activist, is also with us. My namaste and greetings to all of you. Ashwini Dubey, how would you see the court and the arguments that have been made in court? You know, case after case, there are high courts across the country over the last two decades, if not more, who have very clearly said rules of an institution supersede the display of faith. The other aspect is, in fact, the Bombay High Court has also in 2003, correct me if I'm wrong, stated to the effect that hijab or a headscarf or a head cover is not an essential part of Islam.
Yes, Anand Bhai, first the Right to Education Act is in place. Right to Education Act passed by the Parliament says that everyone has a right to get education. The question here is that even the school administration or the authorities have not denied those girls to come inside the schools and take part in the educational process. Only thing was that the dress code which they are wearing is not within the ambit of the law passed by the Karnataka Education Board in 1983, which says that you have to wear the uniform which makes everyone uniform under one roof. It wipes out differences as a poor, rich, powerful religion. The second argument of mine, the personal laws which are derived not from the constitution but from the religious scriptures does not pass the test of Article 13 of the Constitution of India. Any law which is uncodified law, which does not pass the test, because Article 13 is very clear in this, that any law passed by the Parliament and which passed the test of the Constitution of India. So here what they are claiming, that the personal laws can override the laws framed by the state government. Court said no. You will go there, you will follow the school uniform policy, you will follow the school rules, and you will go and take the education. Third argument is that Supreme Court, Anand Bhai, you remember, the Supreme Court at the time of farmers' agitation said that, look, you cannot choose both ways. One, you approach to the court of law that, look, my fundamental rights are being violated. This law has been passed contrary to the basic object of the Constitution of India. And you also resort to protest on the roads, blocking the roads. And therefore, the laws derived must be inconsistent with the Constitution list. As very rightly you have referred about the 2003 judgment. 2003 judgment clearly says that it is not the integral part of the Islam, and you cannot practice and propagate it, because Article 25A also puts a restriction. The Article 14 argument which is being given, Article 14, 15, 25 and 26 of Constitution of India is right to equality of women vis-a-vis their male counterpart, and also vis-a-vis the Hindu women, vis-a-vis Christian women, vis-a-vis the Sikh women. And now another argument, since the Sikhs are allowed to have kirpan and wear the pagadi, therefore they should be allowed. Sikhs having kirpan and wearing pagadi is already given and wide acceptance in the Constitution itself. Over to you.
Well, absolutely. The other aspect is that this argument suddenly, is it all being done because of there is a political motivation and an instigation? Zakia ji, earlier in the day, there is an article penned by scholar Zinat Shaukat Ali ji, who's also come out and said that this is not an essential part. This insisting that it's an essential part of somebody's religion and faith, there is a deliberate act of mischief here, because across the world you want to move forward and be progressive. This is somewhere regressive. Look at some of the banners which they've said. They've said har keemti cheez. You're immediately objectifying the woman. They've said har keemti cheez ko parde mein rakhte hain. So the attitude or the mindset itself is on display there, Zakia ji.
Yeah, so Anand, now it has become quite a common knowledge that hijab or burqa or parda is not essential to Islam, nor is it essential to the Quranic teachings or the teachings of the Prophet. So it's a matter of it being a patriarchal imposition. But having said that, Anand, I would like to say, just like was said by the lady lawyer and by the panelists also, that the most important thing here, the priority here is the education of the girls. Yes. And that has been, hindered in this whole politicized kind of a climate. So it should have been resolved, at the very beginning within the educational institution. I'm sure that there are enough number of, teachers and faculties over there who can sort of, be talking to, dialoguing with the parents, etc., and they could be sorting it out. But unfortunately, it has blown, disproportionately into a kind of political conflict.
I totally agree. You know, we spoke to the education minister. We also spoke to members of the College Development Council, and what they say is that the girls were never insisting till the time there was the influence of an external entity there. And that is purely political and electoral. There is a sequence of events that we have unearthed, which intelligence inputs are also telling us, that it all started sometime in September 2021, when there was a shift in the political attitude or disposition of certain groups there. And some groups got very, very upset with that, and they said, let's try and instigate this. There is more information that's coming through. I don't want to quote that right now. We'll just put it out in a short while from now. But Zakirji, what is happening is now somewhere there are external groups which are pressuring the parents to say that if my child is not going to be allowed to wear a headscarf, we will not send her to school. See, now internationally, it started the same way. Ambar Zaidi in Afghanistan. This is how it started. And eventually they'll say, we will not send our children to school. Now everybody will be then worried. So who's going to question the parents? Aren't they denying a fundamental right to education to their child? So why isn't somebody turning around and telling these parents, how can you say that?
See, Anand, they are doing the greatest disservice to themselves. They are doing the greatest disservice to their own daughters. But we have to understand where they are coming from. You know, that region in Karnataka is a very backward and conservative place. And, we have, this kind of politics going on the ground because there are different communities living there. And there is a lot of political religions which are prevalent over there. So in such a circumstances, we cannot expect, the girls particularly to be able to understand and to be able to withstand the kind of social pressure that they will be feeling over there. So it's, that's why I'm saying that it calls for a very judicious kind of intervention on the part of the education authorities, because I'm sure that they are, first and foremost, they are concerned about the girls' education to be continued in an unhindered manner. And I think they should steer clear of all the political controversies which are like seem to be sort of surrounding this whole issue now. So yeah, it's I mean, again, I realize that, it's easier said than done, but the people who actually live there, who work there, who belong there, and I also feel that the ordinary citizens there, the parents, I'm calling upon all. I'm saying, be the Hindus, be the Muslims, be the Christians, whoever, they should all come together and, amicably resolve this whole question.
No, but if there is a political involvement, and that's what it's coming across to, Ambar Zaidi, now it's coming across that there were these groups, there were these girls who were standing out and coming out in protest, seeking justice for other girls who had been victimized there, and they turned out along with the ABVP. So there is another entity called the Campus Front of India, which took umbrage because it's also the offshoot of the Popular Front of India, saying, how can this happen? And now there is a direct involvement which is being shown that they are the ones who started instigating and saying, no, go ahead and do this. And it all started with some kind of resistance to the new education policy which said, let's push for local languages. And somewhere it all started from there. Now, a lot of details are coming to the fore, but these are the visuals we have where the girls were Muslim girls were part of this protest, and they were wearing the headscarf, or they had covered their head as they stepped out in public and they were walking around. And then they were told that there is no rule which says you can't wear the hijab, so you insist on wearing the hijab. That's when the college said that if you're going to try and insist, then we'll have to invoke the rules and we'll have to form fresh rules. Amber.
Absolutely, that is what we are discussing since last 2-3 days since that video went viral on social media, and we all know that how it has been staged and how it has been come into the light, and we all know how that has been politicized. We all are seeing that how Taliban came praising that girl Muskan, that she's how Bahadur and Himmat Wali, she's Sherni, people are calling Sherni and what not. And also the Pakistan High Commission yesterday night summoned Indian High Commission, Indian High Commission in Pakistan, and they call upon the International Foreign Affairs Ministry of Pakistan. So that is also Malala Yousafzai tweeted about India. Malala Yousafzai is the same person who expressed her discomfort about burqa hijab, and she herself doesn't wear hijab burqa. And in a free country like India, she's supporting the hijab and burqa in our country. It's not about what you wear in your personal life. We all know that Article 14 till 25, that in the PI also, the petitioner's lawyer has also mentioned this legal aspect about how our constitution has given the right of freedom of expression and whatnot. We all know that, but we are talking about the freedom of we are talking about the uniformity. We all are following since ages in our country. I was a student, you were also a student. We all went to the school and we followed uniform. And we follow that uniformity. We go with the religious identity in an educational institution, and then we talk about equality and uniformity. That is the hypocrisy is all about. Anand, I just a few minutes ago, I was doing a live session on my YouTube channel.
Right.
I was taking people's opinion on this particular topic, and somebody, a person came in into my live session, and he was showing me his private parts. I got so upset. This is the mentality that we have been fighting about, that it's not just about the freedom of choice, it's about the mindset, the regressive mindset the regressive mindset they promote. If you wear a hijab, you are a good girl. If you don't wear hijab, you are not good enough. You are not considered poison jannati. That is the mindset we are fighting about. In a free country like India, the girl who are standing and coming out bravely and expressing themselves, how they want to express themselves, and what they had to face.
True.
It's not just about
Amber,
me, it's about
Amber,
the
I must
country
say
and
that if
thousands of girls of India.
somebody has misbehaved with you and committed an act of indecency in your live session, you must share that link with the authorities, report this, because what we need to see is not the face of the person who showed his private parts there, the face of the person who decided that he will do this indecency, and we need to name and shame that person, and we will do it. And I'm telling you here that if you follow this story forward, and if you take this complaint forward, we will check with the authorities that this culprit, this person, this coward is brought to book. This is what the fight is against, ladies and gentlemen. This is not a hijab versus saffron or a hijab versus Hindutva argument. This is a regression versus progression argument. A regressive mindset versus a progressive mindset. That's the argument. The binary has been deliberately shifted, and that is what is the most unfortunate part, because through the course, and even as the courts were hearing this, we've been tracking this story, and we've here at CNN News 18 unearthed a very serious Karnataka intel report on how this entire row began. Clear indications are emerging of the SDPI influencing 8 girls who joined the Campus Front of India, CFI, which is a student offshoot of the PFI. SDPI is the political wing of the PFI, into creating a furor over wearing the hijab. These girls had joined the CFI in November, and the principal of the college says that there was a notable change in their attitude after they returned during the COVID break, and then they returned. Now, this is when the college development committee took the decision that the dress code should be followed with no exemption. Now, have a look at the entire sequence of events. We'll put this out, the entire sequence of events. As per the intel reports, in October 2021, rumors were spread about the alleged rape of a girl, and Hindu groups claimed that the victim was a Hindu. Now, what happened next was the ABVP the very next day organized protests against the incident, and there were Muslim girls from Udupi College who also joined these protests demanding justice, and there they were seen wearing a headscarf or the hijab. On the 2nd of November, the Campus Front of India and the ABVP entered college campuses. This is when the friction began. Now, in mid-November, the ABVP mounted pressure on colleges to ban the hijab. In December, the College Development Committee then took the stance that the dress code of this college should be followed with no exemption. And if it was not written that hijab is part of the uniform or not, they made it explicitly clear, no display of any particular faith or religion is accepted. And this is when the girls wearing the hijab were barred from entering the college, and they continue to remain adamant that this is how they would do it. Harish Upadhyay is also with us. Harish, the intel report that we've accessed clearly shows that there is a political motive behind it, because there is also evidence that the local municipal elections, the SDPI had won 4 seats. But if it saw ground support shifting towards the BJP, it was a political concern. The Campus Front of India, which says we never were involved, now cannot deny it because these people were involved. There were people who were involved with the Campus Front of India in November 2021 itself.
Absolutely. There are 3 aspects that points clearly towards the involvement of SDPI and Campus Front of India. One, soon after these Muslim students took part in an ABVP protest, you had SDPI members visiting the families of all these girls who took part in the ABVP protest, convincing them to not take part in any ABVP activities and instead associate with the CFI. Just days after that, you see at least 8 girls joining the CFI on the 8th of November. Post which, once again, on the 9th of December, this is something the principal of the Udupi Government Girls PU College has confirmed to CNN News 18, that 3 of the women from SDPI come to his office and allege that it was the school, it was the college which was sending Muslim girls to see ABVP protest and also forcing them to take part in pujas related to Tulu culture and their rituals.
Yeah.
Again, the college principal makes one more very crucial observation. He says on the 30th, the SDPI members came to his office, in fact barged into his office, and once again had an argument. And post 29th of December, he says these girls were getting people who were related to SDPI or PFI and claiming that they were their relatives but never got their parents. The CDC itself couldn't talk to their parents ever after December 29th. He says all along it was random individuals who were being brought in, and the girls claim that they were their relatives. So clearly enough evidence with the government now to indicate that there was a conspiracy, people from CFI were part of it, and it was political conspiracy that was out there. It wasn't just a random protest that started.
Absolutely. Now, there are more facts that are emerging, and I'm going to try and see if we can connect, and then we can say on social media there are multiple exposes which are saying the involvement of these politically driven entities has started way before, from September, October 2021, and the influence is very clear. So for them to come and say they approached us is wrong, and there could be something totally against. So these are all very clearly, they seem to be instigated. Now, Ashwini Dubey, despite all the aspects that have come to the fore and the judgments in the past, if there is a deliberate attempt to politicize by those people who have vested interest and an agenda, then this also needs to be brought to the cognizance of the court which is apprised of the matter, because there are clearly political entities involved. The petitioner's counsel itself, his political leanings are out there for everybody to see. Ashwini. We'll try and connect with Ashwini Dubey in just a bit. Ambar Zaidi, you're nodding your head.
Yeah, hello?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, please, can you repeat your question? I didn't hear your question.
No, there seems to be a clear political and external motivation towards fueling this agitation and to escalating this.
Absolutely, Anand, how in September 21, how this Campus Front of India has they have run a drive in campus to join a membership drive in the campus and Udupi College also, and we all know that it's part of Popular Front of India, which is an extremist group, and that is the deliberate effort to politicize the issue and that fringe elements they were trying to fuel that situation, and now we all are seeing how it has been politicized and polarized on international level. Every anti-India forces are coming up to criticize India about this issue. So that is the deliberate political politicization to malign the India's image on international forum. So
well,
how that is coming.
True. Now, there is this, the founder of Only Fact India has put out an entire thread on Twitter. I've just accessed this and I want to see if we can try and connect with Vijay Gajera. and get him to tell us why he's put out and where he sourced this. Now, if I can show it on my laptop, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to twist this around and just turn around a bit and work this out for you. So have a look at what has been said. Have a look at what has been said. This is what he's saying. There is a real-time timeline of this entire hijab propaganda, is what he has said. Vijay of Only Fact India. Yeah, Vijay Patel is with us. Vijay Patel is with us on the phone line. Vijay Patel, your hashtag is your handle is Vijay Gajera, Only Fact India. You're the founder. But what you are saying is that these people, these three, the agitators, the main agitators, the ladies, the girls, were already members of the Campus Front of India. ये अक्टूबर में ही कैंपस फ्रंट से जुड़ चुके थे.
जी बिल्कुल, ये सच है. उसका ट्विटर का टाइमलाइन आप देखेंगे.
हाँ.
तो इसी टाइम में सीएफआई ने एक कैंपेन स्टार्ट किया था मेंबर बनाने के लिए.
जी.
वो मेरा पहला ट्वीट है.
जी.
तो वहाँ से जाके ये पूरे कॉलेज से ग्रुप जुड़े हुए हैं.
जी.
वहाँ से
ये 11 अक्टूबर का आपने टाइमलाइन डाला है जब इनका मेंबरशिप ड्राइव हुआ है.
बिल्कुल. और इसका ट्विटर का सबसे पहला ट्वीट ही इसके सपोर्ट में ही आता है. मतलब कोई नया बंदा अगर आया है ट्वीट में तो ऐसा जरूरी नहीं है ना कि इसी सब्जेक्ट पे करे. तो ये सब लोग एक ही ग्रुप से जुड़े हुए हैं. एक ही जो हैशटैग वो देते हैं सीएफआई वाले, वही लोग यूज करते हैं.
तो ये आप कह रहे हैं कि ये सारे जो है एक ही दिन अक्टूबर 2021 में ही इन्होंने ट्विटर भी ज्वाइन किया.
3 जो गर्ल्स है उसने अक्टूबर में किया, एक ने नवंबर में किया.
एक ने नवंबर में किया. तो 3 लोगों ने अक्टूबर में ज्वाइन किया, एक ने नवंबर में ज्वाइन किया. यानी कि इनका कैंपस फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया से ऑलरेडी नाता था, कनेक्शन था.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल
ठीक है.
बिल्कुल, क्योंकि ये कॉपी पेस्ट ट्वीट से कोई मतलब ऐसे नहीं है कि मेरे खुद से उसने लिखे हुए हैं. सारे कॉपी पेस्ट ट्वीट है. तो या तो उसे कोई व्हाट्सएप के थ्रू दे रहा है या कोई टूल के थ्रू दे रहा है. तो वही जो हैशटैग वो यूज कर रहे हैं वो सीएफआई वाले मतलब कैंपेन चला रहे हैं.
लेकिन इन्होंने तो मीडिया को कहा है कि ये कैंपस फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया से बिल्कुल जुड़े ही हुए नहीं है, क्योंकि इन्हें सपोर्ट नहीं मिल रहा था, इसीलिए ये कैंपस फ्रंट के बाद मदद के लिए गए थे. ये उन्होंने मीडिया हाउसेस को भी बताया है.
बिल्कुल, मैंने वो एक ट्वीट में इंक्लूड किया है. बीबीसी के एक इंटरव्यू में देखा था. उसने बोला कि भाई ये हिजाब का जो कंट्रोवर्सी है उसके बाद ही हम गए हैं. लेकिन इसी चीज को कंफर्म करने के लिए मैंने उसका पिछला मतलब सारा डेटा देखा. तो ये गलत हो रहे हैं वहाँ पे, क्योंकि इसके सारा मतलब आप ट्विटर अकाउंट देखेंगे तो आपको पता चल जाएगा कि वेरी वेल कनेक्टेड विथ व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप और आइदर या तो कोई टूल किट से जुड़े हुए हैं.
जी. इन्होंने नवंबर में 1 नवंबर को आपने अगले थ्रेड में आपने डाला है कि इन्होंने कुछ पोस्ट किए हैं अगेंस्ट द नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. तो वही सीएफआई मूवमेंट चला रहा था उसी टाइम पे. उसके आप वेबसाइट पे जाके भी देखेंगे तो आपको लगेगा, उसके ऑफिशियल हैंडल पे भी जाके देखेंगे तो आपको पता चल जाएगा कि ये हैशटैग है उन लोगों ने स्टार्ट किया था.
तो जो सीएफआई हैंडल स्टार्ट कर रहा था या हैशटैग स्टार्ट कर रहा था उसे ये लोग एम्पलीफाई कर रहे थे. ये वही लड़कियां हैं जो प्रोटेस्ट कर रही हैं, आप कह रहे हैं?
बिल्कुल, हाँ बिल्कुल वही लड़कियां हैं. क्योंकि उसको वेरीफाई करने के लिए मैंने द न्यूज़18 का एक पत्रकार है, उसने इंटरव्यू लिया था. तो उसके नीचे जो इंटरव्यू लिया उसके नीचे इसने हैंडल भी मतलब टैग किया था उसका. तो वहीं से जाके मैंने कंपेयर किया कि भाई ये ऑफिशियल हैंडल ही है, मतलब वही लड़कियां है. और उसने बायो में भी लिखा हुआ है कि हिजाब बिन विक्टिम, 4 लड़कियों ने लिखा हुआ है.
जी लिखा हुआ है. तो फिर तो यानी कि आप कह रहे हैं कि ये वही लोग हैं, लेकिन ये हमेशा से, यानी कि दिसंबर में जब ये बवाल शुरू हुआ उससे पहले से ये सीएफआई के मेंबर्स हैं.
बिल्कुल 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 सीएफआई के मेंबर हैं. और सीएफआई
इन्होंने बाबरी मस्जिद पर भी ट्वीट्स किए हैं जो कि सीएफआई के प्रेसिडेंट और फाउंडर ने शुरू किए थे. ये भी आप क्लेम कर रहे हैं?
बाबरी मस्जिद के खिलाफ भी किए हैं. और एक जो सीएफआई का पकड़ा गया है यूपी में राउफ करके, उसके सपोर्ट में भी किए हुए हैं. तो ये जो सीएफआई पूरा मूवमेंट चला रहा है, लेकिन वरना ये लड़कियों को क्या राउफ से क्या लेना देना. तो वही उसके सपोर्ट में भी उसने ट्वीट किए हुए हैं. जो मतलब ईडी ने उस पे केस किया हुआ है करोड़ों रुपए का, मतलब दिल्ली दंगा या फिर हाथरस में पूरी स्थिति बिगाड़ने की जो कोशिश हुई थी, उसमें जो मतलब गिरफ्तारी हुई है उसमें वो राव शामिल है. तो उसके सपोर्ट में भी इन लड़कियों ने ट्वीट किए हैं.
ये मौलाना अबुल कलाम आजाद जी के नेशनल एजुकेशन डे, उनके बर्थ एनिवर्सरी पर क्या उन्होंने ट्वीट किया?
वो सिर्फ सपोर्ट में है. उस दिन उसका बर्थडे था तो उसके रिगार्डिंग उसने सपोर्ट में किया।
सपोर्ट किया, लेकिन आप ये कह रहे हैं कि जो भी CFI ट्वीट करता था उसी चीज को ये लोग भी फॉलो करते थे, एम्पलीफाई करते थे। आपने ये केस बनाने की कोशिश की है, ये आर्ग्यूमेंट है आपका कि ये पहले से एक दूसरे को जानते हैं, ये इनकी साठगांठ है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
और फाइनली
CFI के ऑफिशियल वेबसाइट पे आप जाएंगे तो ये सारे जो हैशटैग उन लोगों ने चलाया है उसका डेटा भी आपको मिल जाएगा।
जी विजय आप प्लीज मेरे साथ फोन पे रहिए। मैं we've got the education minister of Karnataka Shri BC Nagesh ji with us. BC Nagesh ji, now we are getting an expose here which has been done, which shows that the campus front of India was involved with these students since November 2021. And these people, the girls who started the protest, the 6 of them, are also members of the Campus Front of India since October 2021. That's the effect, that's the claim that is being made now with evidence, social media evidence.
Yeah, definitely. Yes. Yesterday also I told that we have some doubts about some organizations are behind the student. Our home department is investigating it. Finally, we will come to know that who are involved in that.
But here the allusion or which is being made with the exposure, with the evidence, is that they are directly members of the Campus Front of India, which is the student wing of the Popular Front of India, or the SDPI, which is the political wing of PFI.
Yeah, as you said, we had doubt about them. Because even the day before yesterday, PFI had openly spoken about the courts and court judgments. Definitely, they may be behind that, but anyhow, investigation will finalize that things.
The Campus Front of India says we are only supporting the students. We are not a political entity. Will you accept that?
If they really, Campus Front of India is supporting the student, they would have really supported their education, not this. The students which had followed the uniform prescribed by the college for last 1.5 years, how come they changed their mind and they started hijab, which was not a part of the uniform?
But sir, there is also one more question, Mr. Nagesh. The protest in September where the students were part of an ABVP protest rally, the girls are seen covering their head using the same school dupatta.
No, I doesn't know. I doesn't have any such information. Definitely, after getting that, I will react to it.
True. So, if there was no stipulation about a hijab is allowed or not, the rule that hijab is not allowed was formed only in December after the CDC was brought to, was made aware of it. Now, do you think the students should follow the rules? Because their argument is earlier you didn't object, why are you objecting now?
Now the act was made in 1983, first thing.
Right.
Second, the rule was made in 1995.
Right.
Rule 11 of educational, according to the rule formed according to the Educational Act, clearly says that all registered institutions have every right to prescribe their uniform, but the Act also says that the dignity, maintain dignity, decorum and discipline in the institution. You should create oneness among the student and brotherhood among the student. It's clearly that that particular Udupi college, since 1885, are following the uniform before even the act and rule of the Karnataka. Every student was following. Even today, out of 90 plus students belonging to that particular caste, they are following the whatever the uniform prescribed by the association, except these 6 girls. So definitely, as you said, they have maybe been instigated by some organization like that, and they have changed their mind not to follow the uniform.
Now, there is a Karnataka intelligence report also which suggests that external influence is there. There is now a thread on social media, on Twitter, that's been put out by Only Fact India, which very clearly says that there is a clear connection of the campus front with these girls, and their attitude changed ever since they came into connection or they became a part of Campus Front of India. So would you want a deeper investigation and some hard action?
definitely it has to be investigated. Otherwise, such organization will see that no Muslim student will attend the colleges and their education will not be continued.
Will you request the state to also raise this matter and apprise the Karnataka bench of the High Court? The bench of the Karnataka High Court?
Our legal department will look into it.
So will you request
our legal department will look into it.
Ji. Mr. BC Nagesh, thank you.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes,
in the CM meeting, everything will come. We'll discuss that.
All right, Mr. BC Nagesh, thank you. Thank you for making the time and speaking with us in urgency. Thank you. So we're going to take a very short break. So direct involvement of the Campus Front of India and the claims made by them that they were not aware and there was no connection between the protesting students, the ones who started it, the 6 students and the CFI, that claim also is now being challenged. The Education Minister of Karnataka saying that we will take cognizance and the legal department will also be apprised. Will this matter be brought to the fore once again when the matter is, the hearing resumes on Monday? We'll track the story closely. We're going to take a very short break. You heard all the details, the big expose, first here at CNN News 18. About me, but have a look at this. Fantastic view, and this is going to also set up the stage for all of us. Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow, and of course New Delhi, 2022 to 2024. It's a beautiful sight. You also have the Bhul Bhulaiya, Awadh ki Bhul Bhulaiya there to my right. There it comes into the frame, the Tile Wali Masjid. It's a beautiful sight aerially from here. Lucknow, absolutely fantastic. Alexa allowing me to get onto this quadcopter. But this is the big fight. 403 seats, 312 went to the BJP, 325 to the BJP and its allies, 47 for the Samajwadi Party. Can they get up to 202 and really do what looks seemingly impossible? BSP 19, Congress anywhere in the fray. We have to see all that. I'm running out of time. I'm going to head back to the studio. But in the meantime, it's over to Zaka and Maria.
All right, what an amazing picture that of Anand over the Bada Imambara in Lucknow. But what is at stake today? What is at stake today, ladies and gentlemen? Phase 1, 58 seats that are up for the grabs. And take a look at what the BJP is defending. 53 out of the 58 seats at a vote share of almost 50%. That is what the BJP is defending in this Western UP belt, all the way from Muzaffarnagar, Shamli down to Mathura and Agra. This is what the BJP is defending with 53 seats. Go back 5 years before that, it's not quite the same story. Because take a look at what happened 5 years before that. The BJP was at number 3 position. It had only 10 seats out of the 58. It went up to 53 in 5 years' time. And look at the others. These others, the 9 seats, all 9 won by the RLD with a 24% vote share. So a quarter of the vote share went to the RLD in 2012. But in 2017, the RLD was completely nowhere in the picture. They just won 1 seat. And that 1 seat is the seat of Chaproli, which of course is the home gad, the native village of Ajit Singh and now Jayant Chaudhary, and he's fighting from that particular seat. But take a look at this entire sweep that the BJP made across Western Uttar Pradesh. Welcome back. The Mahayuddh for Uttar Pradesh has officially begun with polling underway for the first phase of the elections. 11 districts in western Uttar Pradesh, 58 constituencies in these districts are going to the polls. Till 3 p.m, nearly 50%, 48.24% voters had casted their vote.
In the midst of it all, RLD chief Jayant Chaudhary sparking a row after he revealed that he won't be casting his vote due to a political campaign. However, later while speaking to CNN News 18, he confirmed that he will cast his vote. Jayant Chaudhary is a voter from the Mathura region. The voting will end at 6 p.m. Pranshu Mishra now joins us. Pranshu, Arunima will also be joining us from Muzaffarnagar, but Pranshu is in Lucknow. Everybody will be watching the poll numbers. Till 3 p.m, if the turnout is nearly 50%, that's a healthy turnout. Are we optimistic of it reaching above or near about 70% by the time polling concludes? And if that happens, what does it mean?